Welcome to the infinite survival game for all. Whether you were once a billionaire or buried in billions of debt, at this moment you all share the same starting point, a wooden hut and a campfire. The wooden hut is your shelter, the campfire is your soul. Gather supplies, upgrade your shelter, and in this new world, stay alive. The icy electronic voice exploded inside his mind. Lin Ye opened his eyes. Above him was a rough wooden ceiling, beneath him was a layer of dry grass of unknown origin, pricking the back of his neck and making it itch. The room was roughly 10 square meters. In the dead center, a campfire burned, flames licking the firewood with a sharp crackling sound. Transmigration, a survival game. Lin Ye, 23 years old, an intern game planner for Kill 3 Kingdoms. 95 days after joining the company, he had taken the blame for 27 incidents and then was fired because his left foot stepped into the company first. He had just pointed at that idiot supervisor's nose and cursed, declaring he would not serve there another moment. And then he ended up here. Lin Ye patted his pockets. His phone was gone, but his fingers brushed against a piece of parchment. The texture was coarse beneath his fingertips, and upon it a blood-red countdown was printed. Daybreak, arrival 000438. Below that, smaller characters appeared. Survival code. 1. The shelter is a safe zone. Without permission, no one may set foot inside. 2. Items within the shelter will not be stolen unless the player dies. 3. During daytime, you may enter the public world to explore, but you must return before nightfall. 4. The public world refreshes at irregular intervals. Upon entering, you will automatically obtain a backpack. Its capacity is linked to your shelter level. Do not lose it. 5. When you wish to return to the shelter, you must locate an extraction point within the area to evacuate. After reading Lin Ye's silently thought system, a pale blue virtual panel floated into existence. Player Lin Ye. Race human. Health 100,100. Sanity 100100. Do not let your sanity drop too low, or you will go mad or commit suicide. Physique 5 effects, strength, speed, endurance, and other attributes. The average is 5. Spirit 7 effects, sanity, resistance, and recovery speed. Traits none. For now the trait column was utterly empty. In the lower right corner of the interface, an icon was flashing in the shape of a speech bubble. He tapped it open. Regional channel no. 1086. Online 99.99. Messages were frantically scrolling by. What the hell is this place? Everyone gets a campfire. What can this fire even do? How my campfire is green, called Flame of Vitality. It can heal injuries, but it drains sanity. The moment this message appeared, the channel fell silent for a second, and then exploded. Campfires have abilities. Passing through my campfire is Heart of the Forge. Throw in materials to randomly forge equipment, but it consumes a lot of fuel. Why do you guys get abilities? Mine is just an ordinary pile of firewood. Stop wailing up there, mine is Bone Spirit Cold Flame. The fire is cold, I'm about to freeze to death, ha ha ha, laughing till the tears freeze on my face. Lin Ye skimmed a few lines and had a rough idea of the situation. Most people only had ordinary campfires, a minority of lucky ones obtained special campfires. Those special campfires each possessed their own unique abilities, yet without exception they came with a price. What about his? A thought stirred in Lin Ye's heart as he turned to look at his own campfire. At first glance it seemed perfectly normal with orange-red tongues of flame. But when he approached, the fire changed. The orange-red hue began to fade from the edges as though something inside were devouring it from within, the color dimming layer by layer. Dark red, deep violet. Until at last it turned pitch black. Half the wooden hut sank into shadow. Lin Ye's sanity value flickered slightly, and whispers brushed past his ears like voices speaking underwater. Sound traveling through layers of darkness, reaching the surface as nothing but a blurred vibration. Embrace the abyss, and the abyss shall embrace you. After surfing the internet for so many years, he had seen it all. Lin Ye not only felt no fear, he actually smiled. All right, then send me $50 first to show your sincerity. The voice seemed stunned by Lin Ye's words and fell silent for a long moment. After a while, several lines of text slowly surfaced above the flames, written in midair, the edges of the strokes writhing. Forbidden Abyss. Property. Each time your shelter rises by 1 level, you may draw 1 forbidden grade trait. Forbidden traits. This seemed to be his golden finger. Lin Ye reached his hand toward the campfire. The black flames suddenly leapt higher and licked at the tip of his finger. It did not burn, it was cold, like plunging his hand into icy water. Current shelter, level LV. 1. Forbidden trait, draws available 1. Drawing in progress. The flames contracted violently, spitting out streams of black mist that finally condensed into a black card edged with hot gold. On the card's face, a golden hourglass was depicted. Trait, temporal reversion. Quality, forbidden grade. Effect, bind a single target. When you activate the ability, that target state will revert to what it was 1 minute prior. Once bound, the target can never be changed. Cost: each activation of reversion will permanently reduce your maximum health by 10 points. At the words reversion, Lin Ye felt secure. How could a power tied to time itself be weak? But when his gaze fell on the line about the cost, his heart sank halfway into his chest. He lowered his head to look at his maximum health of 100 points. Use it once and 10 points are gone. After 10 uses, his maximum health would drop to 0. Would a person still be alive then? Lin Ye did not know, but the odds were high that he would be dead. Other people's costs are at most some stamina or sanity, and mine takes my life directly. As expected, there is no free lunch under heaven. The stronger the power, the heavier the price. He stared at the panel for half a minute. Find someone else. Had he not spent this whole life taking the fall for others already? Find the campfire. Even if he drew another trait, what use was it if he could not afford to activate it? Then, what if he bound himself? Lin Ye's heartbeat quickened by a beat. If reversion could also revert the price he paid, then this ability would in effect be without cost. And in the future, the costs of all other traits could likewise be completely undone. A forbidden grade trait without any price. He did not dare imagine how exhilarating that would be. He would gamble. At worst, he would just be a man who could use it 10 times. Finding successful target Lin Ye. Lin Ye picked up a stone and viciously sliced a gash across the back of his hand. Beads of blood seeped out, and the pain made him bare his teeth. Revert for me. Before the words had fully fallen, a wave of weakness surged up from the depths of his soul, the sensation of life force being forcibly drawn away. His maximum health dropped from 100 to 90. In the next instant, a colossal phantom of a golden hourglass manifested behind him. Everything around him froze. The golden hourglass flipped upside down. Agony vanished, and the weakness receded like an ebbing tide. Lin Ye touched the back of his hand where he had cut himself. The skin was smooth and unblemished, not even a trace of a scar remaining. But that was not what mattered. What mattered was whether his health had reverted. Heart pounding with nervous anticipation, Lin Ye looked at the system panel. He saw that his maximum health had returned to 100, once more steady as a mountain. Damn, it worked. Not only had the wound been rewound, even the price already paid had been turned back. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled upward, and he could not suppress his grin. Sure enough, the moment he bound the trait to himself, its very nature had changed. The cost might be deadly, but what did that have to do with the version of him from 1 minute ago? Others, when using ordinary abilities, still had to pay their price. As for him, he could enjoy forbidden grade power for free. Lin Ye was not blinded by the sudden stroke of good fortune. Even with the power to rewind endlessly, he was merely someone with a stubbornly tenacious life. In terms of physical constitution, he was no different from an ordinary person. If he were killed in an instant, he would not even have time to use his traits. If you can't win, then run. There's nothing shameful about that. Staying alive is what matters most. Only when I draw my second trait will it truly be a vast sea for fish to leap and a boundless sky for birds to soar. Soon the daytime countdown ticked down to 0. Regional announcement: players in Region No. 1086, please take note. The public world you are in has refreshed. The current theme is dark fairy tale. Lin Ye froze for a moment. Dark and fairy tale? Those two words could appear together. There was no time to ponder. The wooden door swung open on its own. Outside lay a forest. The trees were towering, their branches and leaves blotting out the sky, yet their trunks were twisted like countless hands reaching up from the earth. As Lin Ye stepped out of the shelter, the wooden cabin behind him began to shrink, fold, and compress. 3 seconds later, a gray canvas backpack dropped onto the spot where it had stood. Shelter backpack LV. 1 capacity 80 units space is linked to the shelter, so there will be no burden from weight. At the same time, the upgrade conditions for the shelter appeared before his eyes. Upgrade requirements would X 100 stone, X 50 sacrifices, X 10 upgrade effects, new traits, increased area, expanded rooms. The bonfire consumes 4 units of wood every day. Do not let the fire go out or the player will die. It was not overly difficult, yet far from easy. There was fixed daily consumption as well, and the pressure to survive was immense. Messages in the regional channel were still flooding by. My shelter upgrade needs 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone. Is it the same for you guys? Passing by this is heart of the furnace. My upgrade conditions require 10 additional units of steel compared to yours. Seriously, the upgrade requirements for special bonfires are even harsher. Absolutely, my bone spirit cold flame needs 10 units of cold marrow to upgrade. I don't even know what cold marrow is, and am about to freeze to death here. Lin Ye understood at once. Special bonfires would possess all sorts of bizarre abilities, but upgrading them was all the more difficult. His condition, however, involved sacrifices. Sacrifices. The word itself sounded ominous. Whatever. He would gather the other materials first. Lin Ye slung the backpack over his shoulders and spent a few minutes searching until he found a stone that fit comfortably in his hand, about palm-sized, sharply edged, barely enough to count as a tool. First, get some wood. If you want to get rich, you start by stripping trees. Lin Ye chose a smaller tree that looked easier to bully, raised the stone, and began hammering away. Bang, bang, bang. Bark flew with chips scattered everywhere. His hands went numb from the shock, his tiger's mouth aching sharply. After about 30 seconds of pounding, he glanced at the system log. Wood 0. 1. At this rate, he would have to keep hammering until nightfall to scrape together 100 units. Lin Ye flipped his wrist, and his thoughts stirred slightly. A golden hourglass phantom flashed behind him and vanished. The numbness in his hand disappeared, the pain in his tiger's mouth faded, and even the stamina he had just burned seemed to return to him. What was the scarcest thing in wilderness survival? Stamina. Felling trees, quarrying stone, exploring. All were tasks that devoured strength. Yet human stamina was finite. One grew tired and exhausted. Lin Ye, however, had no such worries. The one thing he lacked least was stamina. Meanwhile, the others scattered throughout the forest were faring far less easily. 50 meters away, a bald, burly man was also chopping at a tree. Wang Ming, a former underground black market boxer before crossing over, possessed a physique of 8 and carried 2 lives on his hands. By all rights, he should have been faster than most people. But pain in the hands did not care about attributes. No matter how great your strength, your hands were still made of flesh. Stone against wood. Strike long enough and it would hurt and the skin would split. Wang Ming slammed down twice more. The blister on his hand burst, and the pain twisted his face into a grimace. Damn it. This is more exhausting than fighting in the ring. 100 meters away, a female player squatted on the ground, clutching her hands, her fingernails split, tears dripping down one after another. I don't want to chop trees anymore. 3 hours later, Lin Ye's rhythm was as steady as a machine's. Not only did he lack blisters, there was not even a single red mark on his hands. He lowered his head and glanced into his backpack. Wood 40 units. Most of the other woodcutters had yet to reach even 20 units. Rewinding did not increase efficiency, but it removed the need for rest, which was a disguised boost to speed. Back in his original world, he would at least have been rated a saint of manual labor. Hey, brother. The undergrowth rustled, and Wang Ming pushed his way out. He had been watching Lin Ye for quite a while. The kid looked scrawny, his physique at most a 5, yet he had been chopping for nearly an hour without stopping once. His endurance was truly impressive. If Wang Ming had even 1% of Lin Ye's stamina, his wife would never have left him. Wang Ming's gaze swept over Lin Ye's bulging backpack, a hint of greedy heat flickering in his eyes. He stepped a little closer, wearing what he thought was a friendly smile. You've been chopping for hours without resting. Do you have some sort of secret? Gifted by nature, Lin Ye replied without even lifting his head, continuing to chop at the tree. Wang Ming, physique 8. I'm looking to form a team. Look at this forest, strange place, unfamiliar people. Not teaming up. Brother, don't be so quick to reject me. 2 people looking out for each other is better than you alone. Lin Ye stopped his movements and turned to glance at him, his tone flat. I said no. Team. Wang Ming was not used to being refused like this. He stepped forward, fists clenching until his knuckles cracked, his hulking frame looming over. Kid, I'm talking to you nicely because I'm giving you face. Don't you dare throw that face away. Lin Ye tilted his head slightly, as though observing some not very bright animal. And so, Wang Ming let out a vicious laugh, his gaze dropping to Lin Ye's backpack. Hand over the resources you just collected. Otherwise, if I start swinging, I don't know my own strength. His thoughts were simple. In the early stages, he held the advantage in brute force. If he obediently chopped trees, wouldn't that waste these skills of his? He had already taken lives before crossing over. Adding one more now made little difference. Lin Ye weighed the stone in his hand. So there's nothing to talk about. What do you have to bargain with? That scrawny little body of yours. Wang Ming closed in again. Lin Ye sighed. All right then. Wang Ming thought Lin Ye had finally chickened out. The corners of his mouth had just started to rise when a stone smashed into his face. Damn. Wang Ming staggered back 2 steps, clutching his face as nosebleed sprayed between his fingers, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. You little bastard, you're courting death. Lin Ye had already turned and bolted. He ran like the wind, weaving around trees and deliberately choosing the most difficult paths. Wang Ming lunged after him. Stop right there. I'm killing you today if it's the last thing I do. A physique of 8 was no joke. In just a couple of strides, he was closing the gap. Wang Ming's large hand was already stretching out. He could even smell the dry wood in Lin Ye's backpack. 3 meters. 1 meter. Within reach. Wang Ming lunged to grab him. Lin Ye's foot seemed to falter, his body twisting at an impossible angle as he barely slipped out of reach. At the same time, a thought stirred. His stamina instantly returned to full. His legs felt as if springs had been installed, and he shot forward, opening the distance once again. Wang Ming grabbed at empty air and almost fell flat on his face. He had clearly been within arm's reach. How had the distance suddenly widened again? Idiot, you can't catch me. Lin Ye's voice drifted from a head tinged with a teasing, punchable amusement. Like hell I can't. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and kept up the chase. He refused to believe that a beanpole like that could possibly outrun him, a gym-hardened trainer. Wang Ming chased for another 2 minutes. His lungs felt ready to burst. Yet Lin Ye still looked leisurely, face unflushed, heartbeat steady, even wearing a faintly amused expression. Still chasing. Wang Ming looked up at him, the rage in his eyes gradually giving way to an expression like he'd seen a ghost. He panted so hard, he could not form a complete sentence. How the hell are you this good at running? Lin Ye thought it over, then said quite earnestly, because my kidneys are strong. Someone like you who just looks weak and depleted wouldn't understand. Wang Ming nearly lost his breath entirely. In 30 years of life, he had never met anyone so begging to be punched. Seeing that Wang Ming was spent, Lin Ye decided to go over and finish him off. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth curled. Hooked. It was a classic trick from underground boxing. Pretend to be spent and powerless while secretly holding back one last burst of strength to ambush the opponent. He suddenly straightened, mustering his last ounce of strength, and hurled a punch straight at Lin Ye's face. He poured everything into that strike. The full power of a physique 8 body crashed into Lin Ye's jaw. He even heard the sound of bones colliding. Wang Ming had heard that sound countless times in the ring, and whenever it rang out, the person opposite him never stood up again. Lin Ye's entire body flew 2 meters and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, Wang Ming laughed loudly. You may be tricky, kid, but if you want to go against me, you're still far too green. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he witnessed the most absurd scene of his life. Lin Ye pushed himself up from the ground. His jaw was dislocated, his mouth hanging askew and unable to close. He placed a hand against it and shoved upward. With a crisp crack, it snapped back into place. He muttered, "You really don't pull your punches. That hurt like hell." Wang Ming's pupils quivered. Impossible. That punch would flatten a professional fighter. How can you still be standing? To take a blow that dislocated his jaw and then set it back himself. How was that any different from a monster? Lin Ye bent down and picked up another stone. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. It seems I really can't afford to underestimate any enemy. He smiled faintly. To show my gratitude, I've decided to send you on your way. Seeing Lin Ye approach step by step, Wang Ming's mindset crumbled. Brother. No, big brother. I was wrong. Can we reconcile? Lin Ye smiled. That phrase you just said, I'm returning it to you. He walked up to Wang Ming and gently patted his face. Slap, slap. It wasn't heavy, but it was extremely insulting. What do you have to negotiate with me? Just because of you. Lin Ye's gaze slowly descended, sweeping over Wang Ming's trembling legs. This state where you might wet your pants. Wang Ming's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Don't go too far. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Going too far? Who just tried to collect protection fees? Who wanted to kill me? Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. It's too late to want to reconcile now. If it weren't for the safety net of the rewind ability, it would have been him lying on the ground. In this cursed place, being soft-hearted is like digging your own grave. Lin Ye stepped forward and twisted Wang Ming's wrist with his left hand. Crack! Wang Ming let out a miserable scream, bending over. Then a kick landed on his knee, causing Wang Ming to fall to his knees. A stone was raised. In despair, Wang Ming shouted, "Wait! I have information. I know the secrets of this forest." The stone paused in midair, just a few centimeters from the back of Wang Ming's head. Speak. I just saw smoke over there. Someone is making a fire. There must be players gathering. They. Lin Ye looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is that something anyone wouldn't notice? Do I need you to tell me? Wang Ming's move was merely a delay tactic to regain his strength. But Lin Ye knew well that villains often perish from excessive talking, and he wouldn't give his opponent a chance to catch their breath. The stone fell. A muffled thud. Wang Ming's body twitched violently, and then went still. Dead. Lin Ye, not wanting to believe it, gave him another hit. At that moment, the system message finally arrived. Player killed Wang Ming, still trying to play dead. Fortunately, I have the habit of finishing off in games. Looking at the corpse before him, Lin Ye's breath became irregular, and his fingers trembled slightly. This was a normal reaction after the adrenaline wore off. Killing for the first time, Lin Ye felt a bit of psychological burden. But it was okay. With just one rewind, he could feel at ease. The person who killed him was the current me. What does it have to do with the me from a minute ago? Wang Ming's body began to disintegrate like a sand sculpture crumbling from the edges. In 3 seconds he was gone. Left behind was a thumb-sized iron gray metal plate. Nameplate Wang Ming quality ordinary white effect increases 1 unit of offering progress after submission. Description: the last trace of someone's existence. Lin Ye weighed the nameplate and chuckled. Physique 8. That's only worth 1 unit of offering. I need to kill 10 more like this to upgrade the shelter. He stored the nameplate, carefully not rushing to draw conclusions. Let me see if there are other sources of offerings. I can't just become a serial killer, can I? At the spot where the corpse vanished, there was also a backpack. Lin Ye picked it up, preparing to sling it over his shoulder. A system pop-up appeared. Cannot carry 2 shelter backpacks at the same time. Option 1, discard current backpack irretrievable. Option 2, disassemble the extra backpack to gain its stored resources. Well, what else is there to say? Of course I'll keep my own. The backpack shattered into light particles. Disassembly complete. Gained wood X32. All the fruits of my labor were handed over to me. With the original amount, I now have 72 units of wood. The backpack capacity reached 7,380. This initial backpack is way too small. Oh, I need to quickly find a retreat point and go back, or I won't be able to carry anything later. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings. He noticed a faint wisp of black smoke rising not far away, flickering between the twisted treetops. The camp Wang Ming mentioned. Maybe someone there knows the location of the retreat point. He passed through a thicket filled with thorny vines and arrived at a relatively open glade. In the center of the glade sat a small house. The walls made of gingerbread, the window frames covered in frosting, and the roof adorned with colorful hard candy, with a chimney puffing out cotton candy-scented smoke. A candy house. Lin Ye had heard this story as a child. A pair of siblings were abandoned in the forest by their stepmother, found a house made of candy, and were locked up and fattened by the old witch inside to be eaten. In the end, the sister pushed the old witch into the oven, and the siblings returned home with treasures. A classic ending where justice triumphs over evil. But here it was a dark fairy tale. Lin Ye noticed a line of small characters next to the sign at the door, engraved with some object, the strokes crooked. The last 2 children who came were 1 too thin and 1 too fat. Neither were tasty. The writing slanted downwards as if the engraver had chuckled, causing their hand to tremble. It seemed the owner of the candy house was indeed that old witch. Not tasty and still engraved, quite expressive. Lin Ye walked around the sign and took a few steps closer. A wooden board was nailed to the gingerbread wall, with several lines written in charcoal. Rules of the candy house: 1. Those entering must trade, or grandma will get angry. 2. No bargaining on goods, no returns, no invoices. At this moment, 7 or 8 people had surrounded the outside of the house. Standing at the door of the candy house, no one dared to enter. A tall, skinny guy wearing glasses was peering through the window. There's an old lady inside making dough, and she's shaping them into human forms. Duh, this is a candy house. The one living inside is a witch who eats children. Anyone who goes in is a fool. But she has a lot of things hanging on her wall, like a lumberjack's axe, a compass, a map. All starting gear. A few people leaned in for a look, their eyes wide. The axe's edge gleamed coldly, clearly not an ordinary item. The needle of the compass was faintly glowing, as if enchanted. The problem was who dared to go in. At that moment, a buzz-cut guy walked out of the crowd, dressed like a spirited youth. He walked with confidence, hands in his pockets, his gaze exuding an aura of indifferent. A bunch of cowards. He glanced around, pausing on each person's face, as if confirming they all remembered his heroic demeanor. Wait here, I'll go in and scout it out for you. You're awesome, brother, someone shouted. Now that's what a big shot looks like, another praised. The buzz-cut guy smirked and pushed the door open. The moment the door closed, a hoarse, elderly voice came from inside. Finally, a guest has arrived. The voice wasn't loud, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. Lin Ye took 2 steps back, leaning against a tree. This position allowed him to see both the door and the window while being ready to escape. 2 minutes later, the door opened. The buzz-cut guy stumbled out, pale-faced, clutching a compass in his hand. So was the trade successful? Someone leaned in to ask. The buzz-cut guy remained silent, walking straight out, his legs feeling like noodles and trembling as he walked. Speak up. The buzz-cut guy stopped, fear etched on his face. The candy house doesn't take anything else, it only wants parts of the human body. What do you mean? This compass has special effects, so I traded it for a kidney. The buzz-cut guy lifted his shirt, revealing the wound on his waist. A thin layer of frosting covered the wound, and there was no blood. What the hell, how did you end up losing a kidney? This isn't a candy house, it's a damn organ trade zone in Myanmar. Though the items have special effects, you need to have a life to use them. Let's go, I can't mess with this. Some cursed, and others looked pale. Yet no one dared to take another step inside. Trading body parts for items simply wasn't worth it. Lin Ye remained still. He stared at the door of the candy house, deep in thought. Exchanging organs for equipment was seen as a terrible loss by others. But to him, wasn't this a Norris transaction? Lin Ye didn't rush in. He waited for everyone to leave. What he was about to do next was too terrifying. Cut it off, and it grows back, and cuts it off. If someone sees me, they will think I am a monster. Fortunately, people have a herd mentality. With someone taking the lead, others followed. 10 minutes passed, and only Lin Ye remained in the clearing. Lin Ye circled around the area, first confirming that no one was lying in wait before he felt secure in pushing the large door open. The moment the door opened, a wave of heat hit him, carrying the scents of gingerbread and cinnamon. An elderly voice came from inside. "Guess what would you like to buy?" The firelight from the fireplace painted the entire room in an orange hue. The air was thick with sweetness, overwhelming, as if 10 pounds of sugar had been boiled down in a pot. Lin Ye instinctively held his breath. On the wall-mounted shelf, several rows of gingerbread were displayed, each in different shapes. Some resembled limbs, some organs, and others were complete gingerbread men. The gingerbread men were exquisitely crafted, their expressions vividly lifelike. Some were smiling, others were crying, and some looked as if they were about to shout something. The old lady lifted her head. Her face was even more ordinary than Lin Ye had imagined. Wrinkles adorned her face, her hair was gray, and she wore a pair of round glasses with flour dusted on the lenses. "What would you like?" The old lady brushed the flour off her hands and stood up from the rocking chair. She was not very tall, only a little over 1.5 meters, hunched over and wearing an apron splattered with syrup. "First, let's ask about the price," Lin Ye said. The old lady glanced at him. There was no impatience in her eyes, and instead she smiled. A smart person, that child, just now came in and said he wanted to trade without even asking for clarity. "Once you decide to buy, you must complete the transaction. I have no remorse medicine here." She walked to the shelf, trembling slightly, and took down a few items, placing them on the counter. An axe, a compass, and an ancient map. "Today's prices are a palm, a kidney, and your soul. This map is so expensive that it requires selling your soul." The old lady explained the axe and compass can be remade, but the map is special. There is only one. This precious map evidently piqued Lin Ye's curiosity. However, he dared not inquire further on the matter, fearing that a careless question might lead to selling himself. The old lady pushed the items toward him. "Have you made up your mind?" Lin Ye did not answer, but instead asked a question. "Why do you collect organs?" The old lady casually wiped the counter, her tone nonchalant. "To make gingerbread men." "I know that. I meant, why make gingerbread men?" "Because they taste good. Good enough to trade for equipment." The old lady's hands paused. She looked up at Lin Ye through her round glasses. "You are quite the inquisitive child." "I can't help it. I have a strong curiosity." The old lady pondered for a few seconds and slowly revealed her reason. "Because what I eat are memories." Lin Ye frowned. This was beyond his comprehension. Every piece of human body part contains a person's memories. She picked up a gingerbread shaped like a palm, holding it in her hand and looking down at it. "If I eat it, I can taste those memories. Sweet, bitter, sour, spicy. Some people's fingers remember how to play the piano. They taste like chocolates. Some people's fingers remember how to fight. They taste like chili, making one choke. I have been trapped in this place for 300 years. Without these memories, I think I would have gone insane." She placed the gingerbread man back on the shelf and turned to Lin Ye. "I am very interested in your memories. Are you willing to sell?" "Yes." "Sell what?" "I'll sell a hand first, and then a kidney." The map was too expensive, even Lin Ye couldn't afford it. The old lady looked at Lin Ye, noticing his calm demeanor, his tone as relaxed as if he were at a market buying vegetables. This made the old lady feel a bit less confident. "After the transaction, you will only have one kidney left." "That's fine. I have excess kidney function. One is more than enough." "You are quite amusing." She took a pair of scissors from the wall, its blades polished to a shine thin enough to see the firelight on the other side. "Place your hand on the table." Lin Ye placed his left hand on the table, palm down, fingers spread. The old lady's scissors hovered above. Snip! There was no pain. It felt as if something had been drawn out of his body, light and ethereal like a thread being cut. Lin Ye glanced down. The cut was neat, no blood flowed, but his hand felt empty, devoid of anything. The old lady set down the scissors and picked up the severed palm, inspecting it. This hand holds quite a few memories. I need to sort through them properly." She said no more and began to knead the dough. The dough rolled around in her hands and quickly took the shape of a hand. Its size, length, and thickness were identical to Lin Ye's. She placed the hand-shaped gingerbread into the oven, pulling a nearby string, and a bell rang. Lin Ye quietly restored his hand to its original state, the feeling of loss dissipating instantly. 2 minutes later, the oven chimed. The old lady put on thick gloves and took out the hand-shaped gingerbread. The surface was baked to a golden hue, emitting a fragrance of butter and caramel. It smelled delightful, so enticing that Lin Ye began to swallow, even though he knew it was his own hand. The old lady picked up the hand-shaped gingerbread and took a bite. Crunch. The crisp sound transformed her expression from neutral to one of enjoyment. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Ye. Your fingers are very nimble. Their clicking speed is fast, as if they are completing work. It seems you don't particularly enjoy this job. I tasted bitterness from your memories. The old lady took, but this time her expression became strange. Your left hand often practices at midnight. Suddenly she stopped. Her chewing slowed down, as if she were discerning a flavor. Her brows furrowed, then relaxed, then furrowed again. What does this taste? She muttered softly, glancing at the gingerbread she had taken from her mouth. She put it back and chewed a few more times. Flames, cold black flames trapped inside, is a demon. Her eyes widened in shock. You. Her voice trembled not from fear, but from the astonishment of witnessing something that should not be seen. Lin Ye frowned. What's wrong with me? The old lady did not answer. She took a step back, knocking over the chair behind her. The loud bang echoed in the quiet candy house. Get out. Huh. Get out. Now. Immediately. Her voice was sharp enough to shatter glass. Lin Ye opened his mouth. But you haven't given me the equipment yet. The old lady, hearing this, rushed to the shelf, grabbed the axe and compass, and shoved them into Lin Ye's arms. Here. Go. Hurry up. She ran to open the door, standing by it, pointing outside, her whole body trembling. Leave. Quickly. Lin Ye clutched the 2 pieces of equipment, but did not move. Do you still want my kidney? Forget it. Just go. Lin Ye still stood there, his gaze fixed on the map on the counter. The old lady stared at his unabashed greed, her face stiffening. This person was incredibly greedy. But recalling what she had seen in the memories, she grabbed the map and stuffed it into Lin Ye's arms. Take it. Take it. Just disappear. After obtaining the desired map, Lin Ye felt satisfied. Just as one foot stepped outside, a loud bang echoed from behind. The door slammed shut. Following that was the sound of chains locking. 1, 2, 3. There were also sounds of something being dragged to block the door. Lin Ye turned back to take a look. The windows and doors of the gingerbread house were all tightly sealed. So I'm this powerful. Just a slight show of hands could scare the old lady to the point of wetting herself. Lin Ye looked at the 3 pieces of equipment in his arms, suddenly feeling slightly regretful. He remembered that there were still many items on the shelves of the candy house. If I had known it was free, I would have brought the whole shelf out. Lin Ye stood at the entrance of the candy house, holding a load of equipment, feeling a bit dazed. He simply couldn't understand what kind of flavor the old lady tasted in the gingerbread that could frighten her so much. I remember I didn't use this hand when I wiped myself after going to the bathroom. Lin Ye scrutinized the equipment one by one. First, he looked at the axe, which was dark red all over with a blade that glimmered coldly, clearly not made of ordinary iron. Logging axe quality, excellent green effect, logging efficiency, 100. Description: you think having this will make you like Bald Chong. Wake up, Bald Chong has a car, a house, and a retirement fund. What do you have? Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Not very aggressive, but highly insulting. Then he looked at the compass, whose appearance was not much different from an ordinary one. But the needle was a pale finger bone, trembling wildly towards a direction. Lost pointer quality, excellent green effect, points to the nearest evacuation point, but has a small probability of leading you into dangerous areas. Description: unreliable navigation to guide you, turn back in 300 meters ahead. Lin Ye mumbled, unreliable navigation. Well, better than nothing. Lin Ye muttered to himself as he glanced at the last item, the map. This thing was the treasure of the candy house. It shouldn't let him down, right? A sheepskin scroll with burnt corners had an old moldy smell when held. As soon as it was opened, information appeared. Hero's treasure map quality, rare blue effect, marks 4 holy sword fragment burial points. Gathering all 4 pieces can forge the hero's holy sword. Description: the evil dragon killed the hero and broke the holy sword. The fragments are buried in 4 places. Whoever can collect them will become the next hero. Impressive, truly a dark fairy tale. The plot is too wild. This sword was clearly a trap. The last hero was taken down by the evil dragon. With his small frame, how could he possibly fight a dragon? Whoever wants to be a hero can be one, who I definitely won't be. Just as Lin Ye was about to throw the map away, his hand hung in midair. But speaking of which, who says a hero must fight the dragon? What if I directly join the evil dragon's camp? Lin Ye had already made up his mind in his heart. If the evil dragon came looking for him, he could just surrender. The hero voluntarily offering to be a henchman, how face-saving is that? This could be the first time in history. How could the evil dragon refuse? Later, when the evil dragon returned home for the new year, he would have so much face in front of relatives and elders, becoming a topic of conversation. Lin Ye shoved the map back into his backpack. Putting aside the matter of the holy sword for now, the priority was to find the evacuation point. Unreliable navigation, lead the way. The pale finger trembled wildly, pointing in a certain direction. Just as Lin Ye took 2 steps, he heard a voice behind him. Wait, brother. A girl rushed out from behind a tree, panting, her ponytail bobbing behind her. She wore an oversized hoodie with sleeves that extended down, only revealing her fingertips. With a face shaped like a melon seed, her eyes were big and round, sparkling like a little hamster. She ran in front of Lin Ye, bent over with her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Lin Ye glanced at her. What's the matter? Did you just come out of the candy house? She looked up, panting in a fragmented manner. Yes. Did you exchange for something? Yes. The girl's eyes lit up as she leaned forward, looking up at him, her eyelashes fluttering. Brother, do you have a way to trade safely? I saw the person who went in there come out with a green face. No way. Then how did you exchange for it? Lin Ye thought for a moment and said seriously, the old lady thought I was handsome. It was given for free. The girl was stunned for a moment, sizing him up. With a head of messy black hair and a face capable of triggering NPC plotlines, he was a bit too handsome. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she shouted, Are you Yin Zhu? You guessed it right. Don't joke around, I'm serious. The girl stood up straight, patted the dust off her hoodie, and puffed out her plain chest. My name is Zhao Xiaojin, with a body of 4 and spirit of 4. If you can take me along, I'll be your humble servant. Not needed. Don't, brother. Zhao Xiaojin became anxious, bouncing forward a step. Look at me, even though I can't fight, I can cheer you on. I can shout 666. Lin Ye looked at her seriously. The little girl was not tall, reaching about his shoulder. She wasn't the prettiest he had seen, but she was the most vibrant, especially those bright eyes full of spirit. Can you fight? No. Can you take a hit? No. Then what use do you have? Zhao Xiaojin thought for a moment and raised a finger seriously. I have good luck. Is that considered a skill? It is. She nodded vigorously, her ponytail swaying up and down. I've always had good luck since I was young. I got all the answers right in exams by guessing, and I've never lost in a lottery. If you take me along, you will definitely find treasures. Lin Ye ignored her and continued walking. Zhao Xiaojin hesitated for a moment, but still followed her, small steps quickening. Where are you going, brother? To the evacuation point. Can I go with you? It's safer to have someone along the way. Lin Ye stopped and turned to look at her. Aren't you afraid I might knife you halfway? Zhao Xiaojin paused for a moment, puffed out her cheeks, and tried to put on a fierce look. I'm super fierce. Lin Ye looked at her small face, which was increasingly resembling a frightened hamster. He couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding, keep up. Zhao Xiaojin let out a breath and jogged to catch up, her ponytail bobbing behind her. You scared me to death, brother. The two moved through the forest, one in front and the other behind. The compass trembled more and more violently, indicating they were not far from the evacuation point. But Lin Ye noticed something. The trees were getting denser. Scratch marks began to appear on the trunks, quite deep, in sets of 3. The sweetness in the air had also changed, turning into a stench. Brother, something feels off about this place. Zhao Xiaojin shrank her neck, her voice sounding distant. Should we take a detour? No detours, the needle is pointing in this direction. Lin Ye slowed down, took out the logging axe from his backpack, and held it in his hand. The blade glimmered coldly, giving a sense of reassurance. Zhao Xiaojin also pulled out a pair of scissors from her backpack, clutching them tightly, her hands trembling. Brother, I'm scared. If you're scared, go back. I won't go back, I'm even more scared alone. Lin Ye didn't respond and continued walking. After walking for about 5 more minutes, an open area appeared ahead. In the clearing was a stone platform covered in dense runes, softly glowing blue. Surrounding the stone platform were 5 or 6 people, all waiting for evacuation. We've arrived. Just as Lin Ye was about to step forward, the compass needle suddenly changed direction. It was no longer pointing to the stone platform, but to the bushes beside it. Moreover, it trembled even more violently, as if screaming. Lin Ye stopped. Although the unreliable navigation was indeed unreliable, it wouldn't point randomly for no reason. The evacuation point was right in front of them, yet it pointed elsewhere. He stared at the bushes. The leaves were thick, making it impossible to see what was inside. But the wind was blowing and the surrounding trees were swaying. Only that patch of bushes stayed completely still. Zhao Xiaojin leaned over and whispered very low, Brother, why aren't we moving? Shoo. Lin Ye stepped back 2 paces and pulled Zhao Xiaojin back as well. The people by the stone platform hadn't noticed them and were already causing a commotion. The door has lit up. Quick, get on, we can finally go home. A crowd pushed and shoved to scramble onto the stone platform, some getting shoved down, cursing as they climbed back up. A man in a tactical jacket stood at the front shouting, Don't push, don't push. Let me go first. Before he could finish his sentence, the bushes exploded. A huge shadow rushed out from within, moving so fast It left only a blur behind. The man in the tactical jacket's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone saw what it was. A wolf. Over 2 meters long with pitch-black fur and blood-red eyes. It had the half-body of the man in the tactical jacket in its mouth, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth onto the stone platform, sizzling and smoking. Someone's dead. Someone shouted and the crowd erupted. Some ran left, some ran right, and some simply sat down in fear. The black wolf shook its head, spitting out the half-body, its blood-red eyes scanning the area. It fixed its gaze on Lin Ye, whose backpack was bulging. Lin Ye turned and ran. "Brother, wait for me." Zhao Xiaojin was too terrified to run, her voice pitchy. Lin Ye grabbed her hoodie's hood and dragged her forward. Behind them came curses. "Damn, where did this wolf come from? Isn't it that kid who led the wolf over?" "Definitely. How else would it chase only him?" Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. "You guys sure know how to shift the blame." He caught a glimpse of a skinny guy who had run a few meters and was hiding behind a tree, his face pale, yet still trying to act tough. Lin Ye changed direction, dragging Zhao Xiaojin toward that tree. The skinny guy's pupils contracted sharply. "Why are you running towards me?" Lin Ye grinned. "Since you all said I led the wolf here, let me show you." Zhao Xiaojin was being dragged along, her hood choking her neck, her face flushed, still shouting, "Brother, you're so handsome." The skinny guy's face turned pale, and as he turned to run, his legs weakened, and he barely managed to get 2 steps before being caught up to. A scream came from behind. The black wolf finished off the skinny guy and came chasing after them at speed, unchanged. Lin Ye was contemplating whether to find another person to serve as a scapegoat when a whistling sound pierced the air and an arrow flew in from the side, embedding itself in the black wolf's neck. The black wolf howled in pain, its body swaying in the air before crashing into a tree. Lin Ye, a woman with a crossbow, stood behind the bushes. The woman in her early 20s had short hair and wore a gray tactical vest, holding a crossbow in her hands. The body of the crossbow was wooden, but it was engraved with glowing runes. "What are you waiting for? Run!" The woman shouted, shooting another arrow. This arrow struck the black wolf's shoulder, and dark red patterns appeared around the wound, as if burned by fire. The black wolf howled in anger and turned to charge at her. The woman quickly turned and ran, her agile movements revealing that she was no ordinary person. Lin Ye, wielding an axe, chased after her. The black wolf was pursuing the woman, while he pursued the black wolf, creating a rather bizarre scene. In 3 seconds, the black wolf caught up. The woman shot another arrow, hitting the black wolf in the face at close range. The wolf shook its head. The arrow was flung away, but its speed had slowed slightly. It was that slight delay. Lin Ye arrived. He emerged from the side, gripping the axe tightly and striking the black wolf's hind leg with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. The black wolf gave a pained howl and fell rolling on the ground twice. It struggled to get up, but its hind leg was too weak. "Finish it off," Lin Ye shouted. The woman had already raised her crossbow, aiming at the black wolf's head. Whoosh! The arrow pierced into the wolf's eye socket. The wolf's body convulsed violently a couple of times, then lay still. Lin Ye was panting heavily, his hands still trembling from wielding the axe. Once the adrenaline faded, his hands began to ache. The previous strike had even cracked the skin at his palm. With a thought, he rewound time. His hand no longer hurt, and his breathing steadied. Lin Ye glanced at the black wolf's corpse on the ground, then at the woman. The woman was also looking at him. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. "Thanks," Lin Ye said. "You're welcome," the woman replied, putting away her crossbow. "That last strike of yours was quite fierce. Your arrow was quite accurate, too. My name is Su Yao." "Lin Ye." Zhao Xiaojin peeked out from behind a tree, her face pale. "Is it dead?" "It's dead." Zhao Xiaojin's legs trembled. "You scared me. I thought I was going to die here today." Su Yao glanced at her, then looked back at Lin Ye. "Is she your friend?" "Picked her up on the way. Your taste in picking people isn't great." "I agree. Hey, do you two even consider the feelings of others when you talk?" "I'm still here." Ignoring her, Su Yao walked to the black wolf's corpse and crouched down to inspect it. "This is not an ordinary wolf. It is called a fairy tale wolf." Lin Ye walked over, asking, "The one from Little Red Riding Hood?" "Not quite. The wolf grandmother would definitely talk, but this one doesn't." Su Yao stood up and brushed off her hands. "This forest is full of such creatures. All the fairy tale characters are darkened versions. How do you know so much?" Su Yao glanced at him and raised her hand. A dark red flame pattern flickered briefly in her palm. "I am a cinder walker, a player with a special campfire." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. "Who came up with that name? It sounds a bit childish." "The chat channel calls it that. It's better than special campfire holder." While speaking, she began to collect. A moment later, she tossed Lin Ye a wolf fang and 3 units of wolf meat. "Loot, you take half." Lin Ye didn't hesitate and directly put them into his backpack. "Is the evacuation point still safe?" Hard to say. That wolf came from over there. There might be others. Su Yao pointed in another direction. I know another evacuation point about 15 minutes from here. Can you take us there? Su Yao hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. The three of them crossed through the forest. Su Yao led the way, Lin Ye in the middle, and Zhao Xiaojin at the back. Zhao Xiaojin was still panting, but felt much better than before, her ponytail swaying with her steps. Sister Su, where did you get that crossbow? I found it in a treasure chest. Wow, that's some good luck. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes lit up, but Su Yao didn't respond and continued walking. There were monsters guarding the treasure chest. I almost didn't make it out alive. Su Yao said it casually, but Lin Ye could tell. This woman was no ordinary person. To find a treasure chest in this kind of place and get a rune crossbow, one had to either be very tough or very clever. Most likely she was both. We're here. Su Yao stopped. Ahead stood a massive ancient tree with a glowing door on its trunk. The door frame was engraved with words "Step in and wait 10 seconds to evacuate." This is it. Su Yao turned to Lin Ye. Do you want to evacuate now, eh? Yeah, my backpack is about... I initially found a cave, but couldn't handle it alone. I was going to the evacuation point to find a team. Since you're in a hurry to leave, let's meet again if fate allows. After Su Yao finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lin Ye's response and turned to leave. She was decisive and straightforward, not dragging her feet at all. Zhao Xiaojin stared at her back for 2 seconds before looking up at Lin Ye. Bro, that girl is so cool. Aren't you going to chase after her for contact information? Lin Ye shook his head and walked toward the evacuation point. This is a survival game, not a dating show, and I've never had much luck with women. Zhao Xiaojin was shocked. Bro, you're being modest. With looks like yours, how could you not have luck with women? Lin Ye didn't respond. Zhao Xiaojin happily followed him, her ponytail swaying back and forth, her face full of curiosity. Come on, just tell me. I'm really curious. All right, I'll share a bit with you. He spoke while walking. Back in middle school, a girl asked me, are we dating? How did you respond? I said, yeah, am I bothering you? Zhao Xiaojin stumbled a bit, almost tripping over her shoelaces. Bro, she meant, are we in a relationship? I thought she was mocking me. Zhao Xiaojin twitched her mouth for a while before finally saying, that's impressive. In high school, my childhood friend asked me why she was always happy when she was with me. What did you say? I asked her, do you think I'm funny? And then, oi. She said no, but she thought I was just a bit silly. I got mad and replied, how dare you call me stupid? Zhao Xiaojin couldn't find words, giving him a thumbs up, her eyes wide open. In university, I met a senior sister. We got along well. One day she asked me, what is our relationship now? I said, friends. What's wrong? The senior sister said, I don't want us to just be friends. Lin Ye replied blandly. I told her, are you going to be my enemy? Zhao Xiaojin clutched her chest, feeling her heart race. Did the senior sister hit you? No, she laughed for a long time, and then we lost contact. Zhao Xiaojin tilted her head and thought. Bro, don't be discouraged. Maybe the other person just doesn't understand humor. After graduation, I joined a company, and that female CEO took good care of me. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes sparkled, and her ponytail shook. This sounds promising. She showed my picture to her mom, saying that her mom liked me a lot. And then what? Lin Ye shrugged. I said, then you should hurry up and call me dad. Zhao Xiaojin was completely taken aback, clasping her hands together. Bro, you have the language talent of an eagle. You truly are extraordinary. Shut up. The two added each other as friends and stepped into the light gate. A system prompt popped up before their eyes. Evacuation countdown, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 10 seconds later, everything turned bright. When Lin Ye opened his eyes again, he was back in his wooden cabin. The campfire was quietly burning, casting a warm orange glow throughout the room. The backpack automatically dissipated, and the supplies inside naturally piled up in the corner. 3 pieces of equipment were on top: an axe, a compass, and a map. There was also a wolf fang and 2 pieces of wolf meat. Lin Ye turned the wolf fang in his hand. Wolf fang forging material, sacrifice, 2 units. Not bad. It seems that besides killing people, slaying monsters can also yield sacrifices. Finally, he found a second way to obtain sacrifices. Lin Ye calculated his current resources. Wood 72,100. Stone 050. Sacrifices 310. He was almost halfway to upgrading the shelter. The special campfire was progressing quite fast, putting him in the current top tier. Meanwhile, the vast majority of ordinary players had made only 1/5 of the progress, or even less. It seems I have quite a talent for survival. Having achieved decent results on my first outing, Lin Ye felt a bit smug. He sat next to the campfire, staring at the flames. The flames stared back at him. Then the flames flickered slightly, as if tilting its head. It seemed to be observing him. Lin Ye wondered, why does this little flame seem so human? Then he heard a whisper. Hungry. Who is speaking? After 10 seconds, there was no response. Lin Ye thought he must have misheard. After all, there was no one else at home except for him unless it was haunted. Lin Ye took out the wolf meat and weighed it in his hands. The meat was dark red with rough textures and carried a wild, gamey scent. Fairy tale wolf meat quality, excellent green effect. Eating it cooked can permanently increase 1 point of physique. Note: multiple consumptions only take effect once. Increase physique. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. In this cursed place, having 5 points of physique was no different from being weak. Although having 6 points of physique probably wouldn't be much better. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and upgrades need to be done step by step. He glanced at the wolf meat again and swallowed. He was hungry. It had been half a day since he arrived here, and he hadn't eaten anything. When he fought the wolf earlier, adrenaline was pumping through him, but now that he relaxed, his stomach twisted in pain like a wrung towel. Lin Ye rubbed his belly. He rummaged through his backpack for a piece of wood, chopped it with his axe into thin strips. He also found a flat stone, rinsed it with water, and used it as a grilling plate. He arranged the wood and lit a fire. The flames licked the bottom of the stone, quickly heating it up. Lin Ye sliced the wolf meat and laid it on the stone. Sizzle! The fat began to ooze out, and the aroma wafted upwards. The smell of the meat mingled with a hint of pine wood and wild fruit, quite appetizing. Lin Ye flipped the meat over and continued grilling. With nothing else to do, he opened the chat channel. A system announcement was pinned at the top. Regional announcement: current number of survivors in Area 1086, 9724710. Lin Ye took a glance. In less than half a day, nearly 3,000 people had died. Some were bitten to death by monsters, some were killed by players, and for others the cause of death was listed as unknown. The death list was refreshing rapidly, faster than a stopwatch. He didn't look too closely, scroll up a few pages to see if there was any useful information. What he saw was a gradually absurd chat log. Regional channel: help. I'm starving. Is there anyone who can give me something to eat? Stop whining, I've been gnawing on tree bark all morning, and now my mouth tastes bitter. Brothers, I found a pattern. The more beautiful things in this forest, the more inedible they are. I just picked a glowing mushroom, and after eating it I saw my great-grandmother smiling at me. 666. Oh, after eating the glowing mushroom, you can still send messages. Your great-grandmother must have summoned you. I drank a sip of stream water, and now I have diarrhea. I feel like my sphincter has run away. Bro, you didn't drink stream water. You drank the entire periodic table. Most players were still struggling to survive for a bite of food or a sip of water. But it was understandable. Before the transmigration, everyone was either sitting in an office or tightening screws in a factory. There was no outdoor survival experience to speak of. The meat was grilled. Its surface was golden brown, glistening with oil, and the aroma was rich and enticing. Lin Ye blew on it and took a bite. Hot. But he held back from spitting it out and swallowed it in a few bites. The next second, a wave of heat burst from his stomach, surging through his veins to his limbs, as if he had downed a pound of strong liquor. This sensation was powerful. Physique 56, good stuff. Too bad it can only take effect once. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength. He stuffed the last piece of wolf meat into his mouth, the oil dripping down his fingers. He slurped it down and wiped his hands with dry grass. He was full. Just then Lin Ye heard another voice saying hungry. If the first sound could have been mistaken, he was certain of the second. There was something else in the house that could talk besides him. He scanned the surroundings warily. In a 10 square meter space, it was impossible to hide someone. Unless Lin Ye's gaze fell on the campfire. Could it be it? He tried tossing a piece of wood into the fire. The campfire immediately spat it out as if it had eaten something unpleasant. This time the voice was more urgent. Meat. Lin Ye was speechless. How could a campfire not eat wood, but learn to eat meat? However, the campfire was quite important, so he complied. Who knows, if he satisfied it, it might give him extra rewards. He tossed a piece of wolf meat into the fire. The flames leaped up excitedly. The voice came again. Hungry. All right, I'll give you all of it. He threw the remaining wolf meat into the fire. A whole 2 units of wolf meat vanished into thin air in the flames. Lin Ye was curious about what exactly was in this fire. What could scare the old witch like that? The flames gradually calmed down, returning to normal. Lin Ye waited for a while. There was no reaction, suggesting it was digesting. It was quite interesting, a bit like a pet. Let's observe a bit longer, feed it for a while, maybe it will bring him unexpected surprises. But with an unexpected big eater suddenly in the house, there certainly wouldn't be enough food. He had to go out again to gather more food. He glanced at the system time. Daylight remaining 062. It's still early. I can just go out and search for treasure while gathering some food. Lin Ye stretched lazily. He pushed open the wooden door and stepped back into the forest. The air still carried that sweet, rotten smell, and the trees were still those crooked trees. What was different now was that he had a green axe in his hand and a mischievous navigation device in his bag. and a treasure map. Lin Ye unfolded the map. The locations of the 4 pieces were clearly marked. The nearest piece was in a place marked Puppet Theater. It was about a 20-minute walk away. Puppet Theater. Sounds like a rather dubious place. After walking for about 10 minutes, the trees began to thin out, and the light brightened a bit. Ahead appeared a small path with wooden stakes poking out on both sides. Wooden signs hung from the stakes, scribbling crooked words. Puppet Theater 500 meters ahead, performance about to begin. Please do not be late. The sign was adorned with a smiley face, but it was drawn crookedly with a mouth stretched to the ears, looking eerie. After walking a few hundred meters, the forest suddenly opened up. Ahead was a clearing with a wooden shed built on it. In front of the shed stood a large wooden board with a few words painted in red. Puppet Theater, today's performance, Pinocchio. Lin Ye squinted. Pinocchio, the fairy tale puppet whose nose grows longer when he lies. Outside the shed, a circle of people had gathered, about a dozen. Some were squatting, some standing, and some peering into the shed. A blond boy squatted at the front, gripping a wooden stick and looking very excited. Brothers, there's a puppet inside. Duh, this is the Puppet Theater. If there's no puppet inside, what else could it be? A bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, looking scholarly. According to the original fairy tale analysis, Pinocchio has 2 core settings. First, his nose grows longer when he lies. Second, he is a living puppet. The crowd fell silent for a second. Bro, don't scare me. Ooh, I just came to watch the fun. Then you can leave. I'm not leaving. What if there are good things inside? Lin Ye didn't push his way in, standing on the periphery to watch. Inside the shed, the light was dim, and he could vaguely see a stage. In the center of the stage stood a small puppet. It was about half a meter tall, wearing blue overalls and a small yellow hat. Its face was painted with a smile, but that smile was painted on, not moving, frozen on its face, looking more miserable than crying. The puppet stood motionless at the center of the stage. The crowd murmured for a few moments, and the bolder ones began to move inside. The blond boy was the first, gripping the stick, crouching, glancing back frequently. The bespectacled man followed, with others gradually entering behind. Once the seats were filled, the lights in the shed suddenly turned on. The orange light illuminated the entire stage clearly. The puppet was still that puppet, standing in place with that frozen smile on its face. But its head tilted slightly. Everyone could clearly see it tilt. Holy crap! It moved. I saw it. No need for you to shout. The puppet slowly raised its head, looking at the people below. It opened its mouth, its voice sharp and thin. Welcome to the Puppet Theater. I am the host, Pinocchio. Today's program is The Honest Child. The rules are simple. I will ask 3 questions. Answer correctly, and you can take home a gift. But if you answer incorrectly, it paused, its smile widening. Your nose will grow longer. A voice in the crowd scoffed. A longer nose? Is that it? Who are you trying to scare? But the laughter gradually faded. The tent fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Can it not go back? No. Then what happens after it grows? Pinocchio tilted his head. Then it just keeps growing. How long can it grow? It depends on how big the lie is. A small lie makes it grow a little, a big lie makes it grow a lot, until it pokes through the roof, pierces the sky, and jabs into your head. The last sentence suddenly became shrill, like a needle stabbing into the ear. Several players covered their ears and stepped back. The yellow-haired one retreated the fastest, already at the edge of the tent. I'm done. Whoever wants to play can do so. Yeah, this fairy tale forest is too eerie, not a single normal person here. Pinocchio did not look at him. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed outside the tent on Lin Ye. That person outside, are you here to participate in the performance or to sabotage it? Lin Ye did not respond, glancing at the people inside the tent. 13 players, each with different expressions. Some were scared, some excited, and some looked utterly confused. He had already gone over the rules of the theater in his mind. 3 questions, get 1 right, and you receive a gift box. It sounded simple, but there was a pitfall. Who decides what is right or wrong? If the judgment is in Pinocchio's hands, then if he says you are wrong, you are wrong. If he says you are right, you are right. Isn't that just sending yourself to the guillotine? Moreover, the location of the fragments marked on the treasure map was right here, but there was nothing in the tent except Pinocchio and the stage. Either the fragments are on Pinocchio, or you have to answer 3 questions to unlock them. Lin Ye did not enter, leaning against a pillar outside the tent. You perform first. I'll watch for a bit. Pinocchio tilted his head and stared at him for 3 seconds, said nothing, and withdrew his gaze. Then the performance begins. Who will be the first participant? The crowd looked at each other, but no one moved. The yellow-haired one had already retreated outside the tent, squatting on the ground to watch the show. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and surprisingly stepped forward. He'll go. Pinocchio looked down at him. What is your name? Zhang Mingyuan. Good, Zhang Mingyuan. The first question, do you think you are smart? Zhang Mingyuan fell silent for 2 seconds. He thought the question was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Saying he was smart, but which truly smart person would claim to be smart? If he said he was not smart, he would be admitting he was foolish, but Zhang Mingyuan did not think he was foolish. So the best approach was to find a middle ground. Zhang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and provided what he thought was the most reasonable answer. I am not that smart. Pinocchio did not move his face, still wearing that stiff smile. Wrong. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned. You believe you are smarter than most people, but you do not dare to say so. You chose a safe answer, an insincere answer. Your nose grows. Zhang Mingyuan abruptly covered his nose. His nose began to extend from the tip like a branch sprouting. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Zhang Mingyuan was nearly frantic. I didn't lie. I really think I'm not smart. Pinocchio tilted his head. You think you're not smart, but you believe others are even less smart, so you still think you are smarter than most people. If you say something you don't believe yourself, then that is a lie. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. His nose was still growing, and was already close to touching his chin. He turned and ran out of the tent and into the woods. His figure quickly disappeared, leaving only the tip of his nose swaying in the shadows of the trees. The tent was completely silent. The remaining people exchanged glances, each looking paler than the last. The yellow-haired one squatted outside, his wooden stick already dropped to the ground. Oh my, this is like a plastic surgery scene. Lin Ye leaned against the pillars, saying nothing. The standard Pinocchio used to judge truth and falsehood was not the fact itself, but whether you believe it or not. Zhang Mingyuan thought he was smarter than most people, but he said, I'm not smart, so that was a lie. Now the question arises. If a person believes what they say is true, but the fact is false, does that count as true or false? Pinocchio did not explain this. But Lin Ye had already grasped the pattern. This game was not testing honesty, but self-awareness. You have to say what you believe regardless of how absurd it may sound to others. Lin Ye picked up his axe and walked into the tent. Pinocchio's gaze followed him, still wearing that smile. Are you going to participate? Yeah. Pinocchio looked down at him, and his painted-in eyes suddenly held an indescribable glimmer. The first question, do you think you are a good person? Without a second thought, Lin Ye replied. No. Pinocchio was taken aback. Are you sure? Sure. Why? I only answer questions, not explain them. For the first time, Pinocchio put away his smile. Correct. He raised his hand, and a small wooden box floated out from behind the stage, landing in front of Lin Ye. The first gift. Lin Ye did not open it, directly stuffing it into his backpack. Do you choose to continue the challenge, or give up? Since I'm here, I might as well continue. Pinocchio stared at him for 3 seconds, seemingly looking for some flaw in him. The second question, how did you obtain the treasure map from the old witch? Outside the tent, the yellow-haired one peeked in. People in the crowd whispered among themselves. The old witch. That place where they break your waist. This guy has been to the candy house. And came out unscathed. Lin Ye remained unfazed. She gave it to me for free. Pinocchio was momentarily stunned as if hearing a tremendous joke, and sneered. Are you sure? The old witch never gives anything for free. You can verify it yourself. Pinocchio, do you think you've discovered the pattern? Even if you tell a lie, as long as you convince yourself that is, but sorry, no matter how you persuade yourself, a lie is always a lie, it cannot become truth. So Pinocchio shouted loudly, activating his ability to discern truth from falsehood. If there was even a hint of a lie in Lin Ye's words, then his nose would grow. The audience below eagerly anticipated another unfortunate soul appeared. But after a long while, Lin Ye showed no reaction whatsoever. Pinocchio's smile slowly froze, his expression shocked. How is this possible? The treasure map was truly given to him for free by the old witch. The audience below was also dumbfounded, wondering why the thunder was loud, but the rain was light. What about the promised nose growing? Pinocchio remained silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, I don't know why the old witch made an exception, but your words are indeed not a lie. After saying that, a wooden box floated out. Others looked even more incredulous. That old witch who would break your waist actually gave this person an item for free. In an instant, everyone felt unbalanced. Why? Just because he looks handsome. Lin Ye would not explain to them, there was no need. The lights suddenly focused on the empty center of the stage. Pinocchio's voice became excited. The first 2 questions were just appetizers, but if you answer the third question correctly, the prize is not an ordinary gift box. He clapped his hands. The floor in the center of the stage cracked open, and a stone platform rose from below. Something was inserted into the stone platform. It was a fragment of a sword about palm length with sharp edges and a surface shimmering with a dark golden light. Faint ripples undulated around the fragment, resembling a heat wave. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. A fragment of the holy sword. It was indeed here. Pinocchio's voice turned deep. The final question, no one has passed in 300 years. Answer correctly, and the fragment is yours. Answer incorrectly. He lifted the curtain of the stage. Inside were dozens of puppets. Woodcutters, hunters, soldiers, princes. Each one unique and lifelike. Stay behind and become a puppet in this theater like them. The crowd gasped. The third question was literally a matter of life and death. Lin Ye nodded, posed the question. The fragment of the holy sword, he was determined to obtain it. Pinocchio chuckled twice. Your courage is commendable, but mere courage is far from enough, for the difficulty of this question exceeds your imagination. Pinocchio looked at him, enunciating each word. Listen carefully. The final question is, please tell a lie in which your nose will not grow. The shed fell silent. Everyone was digesting this question. Zhang Mingyuan, despite his long nose, had not wandered far and was hiding behind a tree listening. Upon hearing the question, his expression changed. This question is strange. If the nose does not grow longer, it means Pinocchio considers this to be the truth. But if he lies, the nose must grow longer. He suddenly looked up. These two conditions are contradictory, creating a logical paradox that is impossible to fulfill. The crowd erupted. Yet this question has no solution. Pinocchio is too cunning. He won't say it directly. The blond boy shrank his neck. It's over, it's over. This brother will turn into a long-nosed monster. Lin Ye stood still, lost in the same thoughts. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere in the theater grew heavier, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Pinocchio tilted his head and glanced at him, letting out a cold laugh. Don't think you can drag this out indefinitely. He raised a hand, and a candle lit up beside the stage. Its flame blue. If this candle burns out before you answer, you will remain here forever. The blond boy panicked. This is unfair. This question has no answer. Exactly, you said no one has ever passed this, so why give him a time limit? Isn't this just making things difficult for him? Pinocchio's gaze swept over the crowd with his smile, unmoving. The one who left this question also left the answer. You think it's unsolvable because you're all fools. The crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted again. Who are you calling a fool? What does a puppet know? Zhang Mingyuan, standing behind the tree, turned red. Throughout his life, he had amassed countless awards in city and provincial competitions. His teachers called him a genius, and his classmates called him a study god. Now he was publicly insulted as a fool by a puppet. He wanted to retort, but when he opened his mouth, he realized he truly couldn't answer, making his face even redder. Lin Ye softly repeated Pinocchio's words. The one who left this question also left the answer. He emphasized the word also. Lin Ye felt a clarity in his mind. It was as if, after solving dozens of Olympiad problems, he finally saw the answer. If the question is a paradox without a solution, then a normal answer cannot be left by a person. Yes, only magic can defeat magic. Lin Ye relaxed, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. I found the answer. All eyes turned to him. The blond boy widened his eyes. Bro, what did you say? Pinocchio's smile stiffened for a moment, and the painted eyes showed seriousness for the first time. Think carefully. There is only one chance to answer. If you get it wrong, you will remain here forever. Facing Pinocchio's pressure, Lin Ye remained unfazed, speaking calmly. What I am saying now is a lie. That is my answer. The shed fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear the candle crackling as it burned. Pinocchio's smile completely vanished. The blond boy gaped, bewildered, looking around and finding everyone else equally confused. What does that mean? What kind of answer is this? Someone whispered, did he go mad? Well, this question really has no answer. If it were me, I'd go crazy too. The blond boy panicked, shouting at Lin Ye, bro. Clarify. I don't understand. Lin Ye ignored him and just stared at Pinocchio. Pinocchio fell silent. After a long while, it exclaimed in amazement. You are the first to see through the rules. Impressive, you win. The fragments of the holy sword on the stone platform flew up, slowly drifting toward Lin Ye. The crowd erupted completely. What? This is how you win. Why did he win just by saying that? I didn't understand. Can someone explain it to me? The blond boy scratched his ears and stomped in frustration. What does this even mean? Zhang Mingyuan's expression was complex, filled with shock, admiration, and a sense of regret for not thinking of it himself. I get it. This answer is brilliant. The blond boy turned to him. What does it mean? Zhang Mingyuan sighed, trying to explain in simple terms. In simple terms, if Pinocchio considers this statement to be true, then the answerer has lied, which aligns with the lie where the nose does not grow longer. If deemed a lie, then the answerer has spoken the truth, which similarly aligns with the lie where the nose does not grow longer. No matter how it's judged, the answer is correct. He answered one paradox with another, simply brilliant. After listening to Zhang Mingyuan's explanation, the blond boy's eyes spun 3 times before he slapped his thigh. Wow, you can play it like this. The player who had just muttered that Lin Ye had gone mad was now gaping with a mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Isn't this just breaking the rules? How did he come up with that? I'm impressed, truly impressed. The murmurs in the crowd shifted from skepticism to admiration. Lin Ye reached out and caught the drifting fragment of the Holy Sword. Hero's Holy Sword Fragment 14 Quality Rare Blue Effect. Collect all 4 pieces to forge the hero's Holy Sword. A single fragment provides a slight attribute boost, physique 1, spirit 1, and instills a slight fear in fairy tale creatures. Description: the evil dragon killed the hero. The Holy Sword shattered, scattering to 4 locations. Whoever collects them will be the next hero. The fragment not only brought decent attribute boosts, but also carried a fear effect. No longer would he fear ordinary fairy tale creatures. Now they should fear him. Lin Ye stuffed the fragment into his backpack and turned to leave. Pinocchio's voice called out from behind, sharp and thin. Aren't you afraid he'll cheat? Lin Ye didn't look back. If you could cheat, why set the rules in the first place? The rules restrict us, but they also restrict you. As Lin Ye exited the shed, he caught a glimpse of a wooden carving in the corner. It was of a little girl wearing a cloak and holding a basket. The cloak was red, but most of the paint had chipped away, revealing a mottled surface. Pinocchio noticed his gaze. That was left a long time ago. Is she the one who left the question? Pinocchio did not answer, only said, she was a good child. Then added, once upon a time. Lin Ye said nothing more and turned to leave. The blonde boy approached with eyes shining like light bulbs. Bro, you're amazing. How did you think of that? Just now Zhang Mingyuan explained for so long before I understood. Lin Ye ignored him, glancing down at the fragment in his backpack. Physique 1, spirit 1. Adding the 1 point of physique from before for the wolf meat, he now had a physique of 7 and spirit of 8. Not bad. If soon, he would be able to escape the 5th-rate fighter category. Bro, take me along. Oh, I want some equipment too. Lin Ye turned to look at him. Do you think you're smart? The blonde boy was taken aback. Huh. If you think you're smart, say you're smart. If you think you're not smart, say you're not smart. Don't overthink it. You overthinking will make your nose grow longer. The blonde boy's face changed and he touched his nose. Then, am I smart? Are you sure? I am not sure. Lin Ye patted his shoulder, looking serious. Then it's better if you don't go. The blonde boy. Lin Ye walked into the forest and opened the map. For fragments, Pinocchio's was already in hand. The next point of interest, Red Hunting Ground. Lin Ye squinted. Something related to red. Could it be the territory of Little Red Riding Hood? Lin Ye walked out of the puppet theater, followed by a string of gazes. Those gazes stuck to his backpack like flies to a cracked egg. Lin Ye turned into the woods and quickened his pace. On the map, the next marked point was Red Hunting Ground, about half an hour's walk away. After walking for less than 5 minutes, a figure stepped out from behind a tree. A scorpion tattoo adorned his neck, and he held a sharpened stick in his hand. Lin Ye did not stop, but slightly deviated his path, trying to bypass him. The scorpion-tattooed man moved sideways to block him. What's the hurry? Lin Ye glanced at him. Is there something you need? The scorpion-tattooed man tapped the nearby tree with his stick. It's nothing, just wanted to ask, what was that thing you took from the theater? Here it comes. Lin Ye had anticipated that someone would be watching him. A dozen people in the theater had witnessed him take the fragment of the Holy Sword, and it would be strange if they didn't react. Just some trinkets. Do you want them? I can give them to you. Lin Ye reached into his backpack, and the scorpion-tattooed man instinctively took a half step back, tightening his grip on the stick. But what he pulled out was not a fragment, but a spicy duck. Vacuum-packed with a spicy flavor. He had just opened several bags from the wooden box given to him at Pinocchio. Spicy duck restores hunger. Spicy flavor recommended to pair with alcohol. The scorpion-tattooed man frowned. Are you messing with me? That's right, this is what the theater gave me. If you don't want it, I have this. After saying that, Lin Ye pulled out a short stick. It was polished, very smooth, with no properties described, but pressing the bottom would make it vibrate on its own. This item was also what he had obtained from opening the box. Vibrating magic stick effect unknown. The scorpion-tattooed man's face darkened. I see you're looking for death. He then whistled. 4 tattooed men walked out from behind the trees surrounding Lin Ye. The scorpion-tattooed man raised his chin. Be smart and hand over that glowing thing. What if I don't? Then you might have to lie down to get out of here. Although my brothers aren't as clever as you, our fists are still stronger. The scorpion-tattooed man planted the stick into the ground. Lin Ye scanned his surroundings. He had seen claw marks on the trees along the way here, identical to those outside the puppet theater. This indicated that there were wolves in this forest, and not just one. Alright, just wait a moment. Lin Ye reached into his backpack, but instead of taking out the fragment, he pulled out a compass and took a look. The scorpion-tattooed man paused. What is this? A navigation tool. I'm checking which direction is easier to run in. What? The scorpion-tattooed man's patience ran out. He waved his hand. Brothers, get him. All 5 rushed forward. A single fist could hardly stand against 4 hands. Even a hero couldn't withstand a mob beating. Lin Ye pulled out an axe and swung it at the thinnest one in the group. The thin man instinctively shrank back, creating a gap in their formation. Lin Ye sidestepped and squeezed out, not running straight, but darting into the bushes. Seeing him escape, the scorpion-tattooed man cursed, "Damn it, what were you doing? Let him get away." The thin man retorted, "Gamlin, do you want me to fight him with a stick against his axe? Do you want me dead?" They were all a temporary team. Who wants to risk their life to block someone? The scorpion-tattooed man gritted his teeth and refrained from cursing again. If he said 2 more words, the team would fall apart. After breaking through the encirclement, Lin Ye ran in the direction indicated by the navigation. He specifically chose the harder paths through bushes, tree roots, and vines wherever it was difficult to pass. The people behind were tripped up and cursed even more fiercely. "Damn, where is this kid running to? The forest is getting denser. If I catch him, I will definitely break his legs." Lin Ye ran deeper, and the claw marks on the tree trunks became denser. Suddenly, the forest fell silent. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed, not even the wind blew. The scorpion-tattooed man felt something was off and slowed his steps. "Brother, this forest." "Shut up." He glanced around. The tree trunks were covered with claw marks, which were the paw prints of some animal. A sense of foreboding crawled up his spine. "Where is that kid leading us? Brother, should we stop chasing?" The scorpion-tattooed man hesitated. Just then the bushes on the left moved, not from the wind. Everyone stopped simultaneously. The scorpion-tattooed man tightened his grip on the stick, sweat dripping from his palms. "Who?" No one answered. The bushes moved again. "It might be a rabbit." One of the tattooed men began to speak. In the next second, the bushes exploded. A gray-black figure leaped out, moving so fast that only a shadow could be seen. The tattooed man did not even have time to scream before being knocked to the ground. The others finally saw what it was. A wolf. A 2-meter-tall black wolf. To the players, this creature was no different from the Grim Reaper. The black wolf bit down on the tattooed man's neck, sending him to meet the king of hell. "Run!" Someone shouted, and the remaining people scattered in panic. But the wolf was too fast. One slow runner was caught by the calf, dragged to the ground. He crawled forward, his fingers digging into the dirt, leaving 3 long scratch marks before his screams ceased. Another one hid behind a tree, thinking he was safe. The black wolf circled around and bit into his nape. The forest was filled with cries of despair. The scorpion-tattooed man ran at the front, not daring to look back. After running several dozen meters, he saw a figure ahead. Lin Ye was leaning against a tree, tilting his head to look at him. "It's you." The scorpion-tattooed man was furious, panting like a broken bellows. You deliberately led us here." "What else? There are 5 of you chasing me alone. If I didn't bring you some good scenery, wouldn't that be too impolite?" The scorpion-tattooed man's pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly remembered that Lin Ye had not run fast, always staying within their line of sight. It wasn't that he couldn't escape, he was afraid they would lose track. "You bastard." He was about to rush over. A gray shadow leaped from behind, pinning him down to the ground. The black wolf's paws pressed on his chest, the stench from its mouth sprayed on his face, its teeth less than 10 centimeters from his throat. The scorpion-tattooed man trembled all over, tears and snot streaming down. He used one hand to push against the wolf's head, reaching desperately with the other towards Lin Ye. "Help me, quickly, save me, I'll give you everything." Lin Ye did not move. The scorpion-tattooed man glared at him with resentment. "If I die, you won't escape either. First of all, if you die, the things will still be mine." Lin Ye looked down at him and smiled. "Secondly, whether I can escape doesn't need your concern." The black wolf did not give him another chance to speak. After a series of bites, the scorpion-tattooed man breathed his last. When the last person fell, the wolf pack gradually surrounded Lin Ye. "Oh, I brought you free takeout, and you still want to keep an eye on the delivery man." Wolves are indeed creatures that cannot be domesticated. Lin Ye remained calm, slowly pulling out the fragment of the holy sword. A dark golden light spilled from the surface of the fragment, rippling outward like water waves. The wolf pack raised their heads, staring at the fragment, pressing their ears back, and the growling in their throats turned into whimpers. They took a step back. Another step. Clearly the fragment of the holy sword was quite intimidating to the wolf pack. The largest black wolf let out a low growl, signaling a retreat. Seconds later, all the black wolves vanished into the forest. Only 5 corpses and 5 backpacks remained on the ground. Lin Ye crouched down, picking up the nameplates one by one. 5 nameplates plus the previous one's sacrifice, progress 810. Only 2 more to upgrade the shelter. There were also quite a few supplies in the backpacks. Acquired wood X36, stone X12, berries X12, water bags X2, ordinary wolf meat X5. No wonder everyone likes to rob. This way of acquiring resources is just too fast. Lin Ye patted his bulging backpack. "Sigh, back home again, what a hassle." The backpack was about to burst, bulging as if it were carrying quintuplets. "Let's head home first." The treacherous navigation system was functioning correctly this time, with a bony finger pointing directly in one direction. After walking for a while, Lin Ye passed by a large tree where a half-head poked out of a hollow. A squirrel in an apron held up a sign, "Danger ahead, Dieter Fee 5 wood materials." Lin Ye glanced at it and did not pay. The squirrel shouted from behind, "You owe me a favor. I will come to find you. Sure, provided you can find me." After walking for about 10 minutes, the trees began to thin out, and the light brightened a bit. The stench of decay in the air faded, replaced by the scent of pine resin mixed with the metallic tang of damp earth. He stepped on something soft. Lin Ye looked down. A white wolf was lying in a pile of fallen leaves, its fur snowy white, but its breath was weak. It heard the noise, twitched its ears, attempted to raise its head, but fell back down halfway. Its eyes were half open with dilated pupils. A system prompt popped up. Hidden storyline triggered. Option 1, leave something to help the white wolf. Perhaps you can receive the wolf's gratitude. Option 2, pretend not to see and leave quickly. Nothing will happen. Option 3, take advantage of its sickness and claim its life. You might end up dead too. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Such a multi-choice storyline. He rummaged through his backpack and took out a piece of wolf meat, placing it beside the white wolf's mouth. The white wolf sniffed it, suddenly excited, nearly passing out on the spot. Picky eater. Lin Ye slapped his forehead and said, "Sorry, I almost forgot, this is your kind." He pulled out some marinated duck. The white wolf leaned in, seeming quite tempted. However, Lin Ye put it away again. "It contains additives, animals can't eat it." The white wolf rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner. Lin Ye turned his backpack inside out and finally pulled out a vibrating wooden stick. Vibrating magic wand, unclear purpose. "I don't know what it's for anyway, here, take it." He placed the stick by the white wolf's mouth and pressed the vibration button. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white wolf felt the vibration beside its head, slowly closing its eyes. If a wolf could express emotion, it would surely be one of utter despair. Lin Ye stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "I've given you something, do your best to survive." He turned and continued walking. Not far behind him, a voice called out, "Stop." It was a woman's voice, cold and clear. Lin Ye turned back. A woman with white hair stood about 10 steps away, dressed in gray and white with a narrow waist and broad shoulders, her figure neat. Lin Ye looked her up and down. "Who are you? Did you just save a white wolf?" "What are you talking about?" "A white wolf." The woman took a deep breath. "Where did you save it?" "In the forest." "Who saved it?" Lin Ye's expression changed to one of surprise. "I see now, you are the magical stick." The woman's face twitched slightly. "I am that white wolf." "You are the forest, right?" "I am the white wolf." "I am the white wolf." "Are your ears deaf?" "Dragon. That is the mark of an emperor. Congratulations, you can now claim the throne. Could you stop acting crazy?" "I said I am the white wolf." Lin Ye looked her up and down again, still not convinced. "How can you not look like a white wolf? You clearly look like a human." The woman was so angry her mouth twisted, and she slapped her head. 2 furry white ears popped out, shaking slightly. "See?" Lin Ye leaned in for a closer look. "But the one I saved wasn't this big." "Where are you?" "All right then." Lin Ye took a step back. "It seems legends are deceiving. Not all beast-eared girls are cute and soft." "You?" The white wolf took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. She felt that she had endured more humiliation in her life today than ever before. But she suppressed her anger. "I came to repay you." Lin Ye waved his hand. "As the ancients say, saving a life is like saving the world. How can one demand a return? If it were true, being dull-witted and having a poor character would be tolerable. Fine, it seems you don't need it." The white wolf prepared to take back what she had just pulled out. Lin Ye was quick and snatched it away. "Wait, if you insist on giving it to me, wouldn't it be rude for me not to accept?" "Miss, you are naturally beautiful and have an outstanding demeanor. It's obvious you're not an ordinary person. This ear, this tail, this charm, simply magnificent." The white wolf pouted. "I told you, how could there be people in this world who are neither lustful nor greedy? One must at least have some faults. Starshine or use can be forged or used as materials for shelters. Description: it is said that the holy sword of the brave was forged from starshine or goodness, quite generous." Lin Ye looked at it back and forth twice before stuffing it into his backpack. The white wolf stared at him and suddenly took a step closer. The distance was so close that Lin Ye could smell the scent on her, a fresh pine aroma. "Actually, I'm particularly interested in art. Would you like to come to my home and appreciate it together?" Her voice was soft with a rising intonation. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. "I've been researching the symbiotic relationship between postmodern art and ingredients lately, like drizzling Lao Gan Ma over a Picasso painting. The clash of abstraction and spiciness is simply exquisite." The white wolf's eyes lit up. "You understand art too?" "I know a bit, and also Da Vinci's The Last Supper. I've always suspected that the dish on the table is snail powder." Look at Judd's expression. Doesn't it resemble someone smelling sour bamboo shoots for the first time? The white wolf agreed. Yes, yes, I think so too. Finding a kindred spirit in a foreign land, let's go, we must discuss it thoroughly. The white wolf led the way ahead with Lin Ye following behind, glancing down at the treacherous navigation. The pointer was right on the white wolf, shaking as if electrocuted. The last time it shook like this was during the black wolf incident. Lin Ye put away the navigation, took out the axe from his backpack, and tucked it behind his waist. Knowing there might be pitfalls ahead, he still wanted to see what this woman was up to. What if it really was some hidden storyline? Missing it would mean it was gone forever. The white wolf led him through a thicket and around a few crooked trees. The further they walked, the more off the beaten path they became. The trees grew denser and the light dimmed. The scent in the air changed from pine resin to a metallic tang mixed with damp mildew. The soil beneath his feet became hard, scratching his soles. Lin Ye noticed the color of the stones on the ground was off. They were dark gray with shiny flecks on the surface. The white wolf stopped in front of a stone wall. There was a dark opening in the wall, and he could see nothing inside. Only a gust of wind blew from within, carrying a damp chill. We've arrived. She turned to look at Lin Ye, a smile on her face. Lin Ye didn't move, standing outside the cave to take a peek inside. Do you live in a cave? Yes, warm in winter and cool in summer. Quite unique. The white wolf didn't reply, but took a step into the cave, looking back at him. Come in. Lin Ye stepped inside. It was very dark. The ground was uneven and water dripped from above, splashing on the rocks, patter patter. After walking about 20 steps, the front suddenly brightened. Several torches were stuck in the walls, their flames blue, casting an eerie glow throughout the cave. The cave was large, a natural cavern that had been artificially expanded. There were tracks on the ground, rusty iron rails winding deeper. Beside the tracks were piled mine carts with unemptied or still in the bins. The air was thick with dust, stinging his throat. The walls bore the marks of chiseling, neatly arranged in rows. The white wolf halted, turned around, and the smile left her face. Newcomers have arrived. She clapped her hands, and the sound echoed in the cave. Two gray werewolves stepped out from the shadows, one on each side, taller than the woman, their shoulders broad like door panels. One grabbed Lin Ye's arm, while the other yanked the axe and backpack from behind him. Lin Ye did not struggle, even chuckling slightly. Your family's security service is lacking. They search you upon entry. The white wolf glared at him. Still dreaming? To tell you the truth, the injury is fake, and the gratitude is also fake. She stepped closer, her voice turning cold. It's just a trick to make you greedy dogs and lustful fools work as laborers. You'll just stay here honestly working as a mind slave until that thing appears. The white wolf grew increasingly agitated, his voice trembling. Furthermore, you actually left me a vibrating stick. I lay there with my head shaking for a full 2 minutes, buzzing away. I almost couldn't hold back from jumping up to curse you. Lin Ye suddenly realized. So this hidden plot was a classic trap. As expected of a dark fairy tale, you truly have your ways. The white wolf took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, then turned to the two gray werewolves and said, Take him down, keep a close watch on him. Lin Ye was about to be pushed into the mine. The white wolf took 2 steps and then stopped, turning back to point at Lin Ye's backpack. Wait, hand over the spiced duck first. Lin Ye shrugged. You can take it yourself. The white wolf replied. If I could have taken it, I would have done so already. I don't know what kind of magic you people have cast on these backpacks, but no one can open them except the owner. The rules mention that unless the owner is dead, no one can steal a player's belongings. Lin Ye raised his head. Not giving it unless you beg me. You. The white wolf was nearly furious. Why did this person act so arrogantly despite being reduced to a captive? The white wolf's eyes were cold. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? If you kill me, you'll never get to eat the spiced duck. The white wolf snorted coldly. Do you think I would let you go for a bite to eat? Lin Ye took out the spiced duck and tore open a small opening. The spicy aroma wafted out, particularly clear in the damp mine. He quickly put it back and said, If you want to eat it, you have to beg me. The white wolf's throat bobbed. You wait for me. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ye was pushed forward by the two gray werewolves. The air grew worse the deeper they went into the mine. The torches became fewer and the light dimmed. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Ye heard the sound of a pickaxe striking the stone repetitively and mechanically. Turning a corner, an open area appeared ahead. On the ground squatted a dozen people, unkempt, their clothes tattered, holding pickaxes to chisel the walls. Some took breaks after chiseling a few times, while others mechanically repeated the motion, their eyes vacant. Beside them lay a person who was already motionless, covered with straw, unsure if they were asleep or dead. A gray werewolf pointed at the innermost wall. You go there, no breaks until you finish chiseling this block today. Lin Ye glanced at the wall. The gray stone wall had a layer of starlight on its surface. It was definitely starlight or He took the pickaxe weighted in his hand. It was quite heavy. Next to him squatted a thin man, scruffy, and with sunken eyes weakly chiseling the wall. Seeing Lin Ye being brought over, he was stunned for a moment, then leaned over and whispered, "Brother, did you also get tricked into mining?" Lin Ye glanced at him. "You too?" "Of course." The thin man's eyes turned red. "A girl with white hair and beast ears said she fell in love with me at first sight, brought me to her home, and then..." The thin man wiped his face, poked the ground with the pickaxe a couple of times, his eyes reddening. "I'm at least an experienced player in romance and nightclub prince. Who knew I would still fall for it?" Lin Ye understood, as beast-eared girls have a strong allure for men, especially those of the feline and canine families. He scanned the surroundings. A dozen people, both men and women, all in poor condition. Some had blood blisters on their hands, while others had chapped and peeling lips. In the corner squatted someone with their back to him. Short hair, gray tactical vest, moving slowly, but chiseling at the same spot each time. Lin Ye squinted. That person turned their head. "Suyao." The two exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Ye asked, "What happened?" Suyao replied, "She said she was a runaway Disney princess. Then you were deceived without grievance." No wonder before crossing over she repeatedly emphasized the need to enhance fraud awareness. Scams are truly hard to guard against. Lin Ye glanced at the bruise on her wrist. "How long have you been here?" "After we parted, I encountered her on the..." Suyao switched the pickaxe to the other hand, her movements slow, clearly running low on strength. "All right then." Lin Ye raised the pickaxe and slowly struck the stone surface, pretending to mine. His mind was not idle. The hero's map marked 4 points, and he had already visited the puppet theater. The second point was in this area. Combining with what the white wolf said about digging until that thing appears. Could she be searching for fragments of the holy sword? And the fragments are in the mine. Lin Ye glanced at the dilapidated facilities of the mine. They seemed old, as if they had been temporarily activated after being abandoned. The introduction of Starlight Ore clearly stated that the holy sword was forged from the mother ore of Starlight. Mother ore generally refers to ore that can produce subores. This Starlight Ore vein likely formed due to the presence of the fragments. Finding the deepest part of the ore vein where the starlight is densest might lead to the fragments. Suyao squatted beside him, noticing he hadn't spoken for a while, and softly said, "Don't think too much, there's no way to escape. There are 2 guards at the entrance, 3 inside, and who knows how many outside." Lin Ye asked, "Have you figured out the situation?" Suyao glanced at him. "What do you want to do?" "Just asking." Suyao lowered her voice. "The guards change shifts every 2 hours. When they do, there's only 1 person at the entrance with about a 5-minute window. But it's useless. Outside is an open area, and even if you break out of the mine, you'd still be caught by the patrolling guards. Someone tried it before. If they ran out into the open area and were brought back." Suyao glanced at the person in the corner covered with straw. "Then they were beaten half to death and thrown there. They haven't woken up since." Lin Ye nodded and was about to continue chiseling the wall. Suyao hesitated for a moment and spoke again. "Don't say I didn't warn you. It's not as simple here as you think." "What do you mean?" "This matter, I overheard it." Suyao suddenly leaned in a bit closer, her voice lowered to a whisper only the two could hear. "The owner of this mine is a little girl in a red dress." Lin Ye's heart stirred. "Little Red Riding Hood." Suyao nodded. "Most likely." Those werewolves trembled when they mentioned her. "Some say she's gone mad, while others say she's waiting for someone." Lin Ye asked curiously, "Waiting for whom?" Suyao shook her head. "I don't know. Those werewolves said she herself has forgotten, but she remembers one thing and has been searching for it." Lin Ye's pickaxe paused for a moment. "Searching for something?" If Little Red Riding Hood is the owner of the mine, it's not hard to guess that what she seeks is the holy sword fragments the white wolf is also looking for. But why is she looking for the holy sword fragments? To become a hero. Little Red Riding Hood as a hero seems a bit too abstract. Lin Ye couldn't imagine it. Could it be related to the person she's waiting for? Seeing he wasn't speaking, Suyao asked, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing." Lin Ye did not tell her about the holy sword fragments. Although Suyao had always seemed quite upright, Lin Ye couldn't be sure whether she would change her face once interests were involved. Human hearts are fickle, one cannot take risks. Lin Ye glanced at the time. Until nightfall 035822. The urgent task is to find a way to escape before dark. The rules emphasize that one must avoid the shelter before dark. If unable to return, there might be some horrendous consequences. Continuing to chisel the wall. Ding ding ding. The pickaxe struck the stone wall, sparks flying chaotically, numbing his palms. After chiseling for about a minute, his hand could no longer bear it. Lin Ye focused his thoughts and rewinded. His hands no longer hurt, his stamina filled back up, and he continued chiseling. 10 minutes later, the thin man next to him looked on with wide eyes. "Brother, aren't you tired?" "Gifted." The thin man opened his mouth wanting to say something, but then he looked down at his hands which had bled from blisters, then at Lin Ye's palms which had no red marks, and fell silent. Su Yao also noticed, squinting at Lin Ye for 2 seconds, but said nothing. After chiseling for another half-hour the stone wall in front of Lin Ye had a dent with more and more starlight or particles shimmering under the torchlight. He reached out to touch the wall. It was cool with a distinct grainy texture. The starlight grew denser the further in he went. The direction was correct. Lin Ye intentionally slowed his pace, occasionally stopping to rest and scanning his surroundings. 2 gray werewolves leaned against a distant pillar. One dozed off, while the other kept watch over the miners. The dozing one occasionally twitched his ears, not fully asleep. The other held a whip, his gaze sweeping back and forth. Lin Ye counted. There were 14 miners in the mine plus him, and Su Yao making 16. 2 guards were in plain view, and at least one more was hidden. Running away directly was impossible. He needed to create some chaos. He needed an opportunity that would make the guards overlook the miners. Lin Ye continued chiseling, but his direction began to drift. He planned to chisel away the support points of the mine, causing a tunnel collapse to incite chaos. But it had to look like an accident. He couldn't let anyone see through it. Ding ding ding. A single strike of the pickaxe caused a fist-sized stone to fall from the wall, rolling to his feet. Lin Ye picked it up and took a look. Starlight, or with low purity, but already usable. He didn't hand it over, instead stuffing it into his pocket. The thin man beside him saw it and widened his eyes, whispering, "Are you crazy? Getting caught hoarding, or we'll get you beaten." Lin Ye ignored him and continued to chisel. Half an hour later, the torches at the entrance were replaced, dimming the light further. A gray werewolf approached, gruffly stating, "Take a 5-minute break." The miners dropped their picks and sprawled on the ground, enjoying the rare free time. Lin Ye did not rest. He stood up to stretch his muscles, pretending to casually walk a few steps deeper into the mine. The gray werewolf blocked his way. "What are you doing?" "Taking a piss." "Over there." The gray werewolf pointed to a corner with a bucket. Lin Ye remained still, peering into the depths. It was very dark, the torches could not reach it. But a gust of wind blew from inside, carrying a foul stench. Something was inside, likely alive. Lin Ye stepped back, walked to the bucket, and pretended to urinate, his mind calculating. If there were monsters deep in the mine, even if he found the fragments, he would have no way to sneak away quietly. Unless... He glanced at the 2 werewolf overseers. Lin Ye returned and picked up the pickaxe again. This time he struck harder, targeting the support points with each swing. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed through the mine. Everyone watched this anomaly, discussing among themselves. Is he stupid? Still chiseling during break time? Let him do what he wants. The more he chisels, the less we have to do. Lin Ye wiped his forehead dry of sweat and rubbed it hard until it turned red. He wasn't actually tired, his stamina was fully restored, but with so many people watching, it was terrifying that he hadn't even broken a sweat after chiseling for over an hour. He had to at least pretend. Su Yao approached, her voice lowered so only 2 could hear. "What are you really doing?" "Looking for an opportunity to escape." "You're digging in the wrong direction." "Then where do you think I should dig?" Su Yao frowned upward. "If you want to learn from Shawshank's Escape, you have to consider whether there's enough time. If you can't get out before dark, as the rules state, the consequences are yours to bear. So you dig deeper. The deeper part has the things they are looking for, but it's highly likely there are monsters guarding it." Su Yao paused, then realized. "You want to lure the guards too?" "Shoo." Su Yao fell silent, glancing at him, her expression becoming wary. Lin Ye ignored her and continued to chisel. The thin man was still gnawing on the distributed dry rations, his cheeks bulging, looking innocent. "Brother, you're really dedicated, not even resting during break." Young good back. Half an hour later, a crack appeared on the rock wall, extending upwards from where the pickaxe struck, cracking like branches splitting. The crack was thin but continuously expanding. A gray werewolf looked up, frowning. "What are you doing?" "Mining, of course." Lin Ye feigned innocence. The gray werewolf came over, stared at the crack for 2 seconds, then looked at Lin. "Yes, chisel position." "You're off course." "I'm a novice, my sense of direction is poor." The gray werewolf said nothing, but stayed watching him. Lin Ye had no choice but to chisel a few more times deeper, pretending to adjust his direction. The gray werewolf watched for a while, and then returned. Lin Ye waited 2 minutes before starting to chisel at the support point again. The crack widened a bit, and a few stones fell from above, hitting the ground with a thud. The sound was not loud, but was clear in the quiet mine. The gray werewolf, coming to take over, twitched his ears and looked up. "What's that sound?" "Falling rocks, normal," another said. The gray werewolf agreed, thinking a bunch of miners couldn't cause trouble, and settled in for a nap. Seeing the crack was almost done, Lin Ye tightened his grip on the pickaxe, swung it back, his muscles tensed, his back and waist exerting force. The last strike came down. Crack. The stone wall at the support point was connected to a wooden stake behind it which broke. The falling stones cascaded down, first small pieces then increasingly larger. The crack exploded upwards from where the pickaxe struck. Boom. A large section of the wall collapsed, dust billowing up, choking him and making it hard to open his eyes. Lin Ye jumped back a step, using his arm to shield his face. Once the dust settled a bit, he could see clearly. After the wall collapsed, an old abandoned mine tunnel was revealed. The Starlight Mine was formed later, covering the old path, making it look like a wall. Large stones piled on the ground, blocking a third of the path. There was still a hole left. A scent wafted out from the hole. A foul stench, very strong. 10 times stronger than what he had smelled earlier. Lin Ye took a step back. What the hell have you been eating to collapse the mine? 2 gray werewolves rushed over, one pale, and the other holding a torch to shine into the hole. Just as the light from the torch reached inside, something moved. A claw reached out from the hole, grayish-white with nails half a meter long, resembling 5 curved blades. The claw gripped the edge of the stone, and with a force the stone shattered. The hole was pulled wider. A face emerged. It had no eyes, no nose, just a mouth. The mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth, like a meat grinder. The gray werewolf, holding the torch, trembled. It's a mineral-eating beast. Another gray werewolf turned and ran, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped, as an alarm sounded from the direction of the entrance. More gray werewolves rushed and armed. The mineral-eating beast squeezed out of the hole 2 of them. The larger one stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a lizard, but with short, thick legs. The smaller one followed behind, only a third of the size of the larger one, but moved faster. Someone in the crowd of gray werewolves shouted, "Hold the tunnel. Don't let it in." But no one moved. No one wanted to be the first. The mineral-eating beast opened its mouth and lunged at the nearest gray werewolf. The gray werewolf rolled aside to dodge, but not fully. Its shoulder was grazed by the teeth, and its entire arm fell to the ground. A scream erupted in the mine. Lin Ye did not look back. He sprinted into the depths. Su Yao followed behind him. The thin man came along too, along with 2 quick-reacting miners. The 5 of them took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the tunnel behind the collapsed hole. It was very dark inside and nothing could be seen. Lin Ye took out the holy sword fragment. Its dark golden light illuminated a small area. This thing was very important, always kept closed, which was why it hadn't been discovered. The tunnel was narrow, allowing only 1 person to pass at a time. The walls were covered in starlight mines, densely packed like stars pressed into the wall. The further they went in, the denser the starlight became. At the back, the entire wall was glowing, making the path visible even without the fragment. Su Yao quietly asked from behind, "Did you know it would collapse?" "This mine has been abandoned for a long time. The wooden stakes have rotted, just waiting for an opportunity." Su Yao did not ask further. The thin man was panting heavily, his face covered in dust, his eyes shining like light bulbs. "Brother, you're impressive, managing to chisel out such a big hole. I just wonder if it leads outside. Running out won't help, but the backpack is still in the werewolf's hands." "That makes sense. Then why did we come in?" "To find something." At the end of the tunnel, the space suddenly opened up. It was a natural cave roughly the size of half a basketball court. In the center of the cave stood a stone with a sword hilt embedded in it. The dark golden light shone 10 times brighter than the surrounding starlight mine. It was the second piece of the holy sword. Moreover, it was the most crucial part, the hilt. But beside the stone lay a mineral-eating beast larger than the 2 outside combined. It was sleeping, its belly rising and falling, snoring like thunder. Lin Ye halted his steps, slowly taking a step back. Su Yao also saw it and turned pale. The thin man did not see it and attempted to move forward, but Lin Ye pulled him back. "What's wrong?" Lin Ye pointed ahead. The thin man peeked and froze, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. Lin Ye's mind was racing. He couldn't defeat this thing, nor could Su Yao, and those behind her were even less capable. Charging in would be suicidal. But the gray werewolves outside, armed and numerous, were engaged with the 2 smaller ones. If they learned about the big one inside, they might not come. However, if the information about the holy sword fragment leaked, the white wolf would definitely seize the opportunity. Lin Ye took a step back and turned to go. Su Yao grabbed him. "Where are you going?" "To call for help. You have allies. The pack of wolves outside." "Are you crazy? They will kill us first." "No." Lin Ye pointed to the broken sword on the stone. "They brought us here to mine for it." "All right." Su Yao looked at him for 2 seconds before releasing her grip. Lin Ye ran back, arriving at the collapsed hole. The fighting outside was still ongoing. The 2 mineral-eating beasts had been cornered, several spears stuck in them, yet they still struggled. 3 gray werewolves were dead and 5 or 6 were injured. The white wolf stood at the back looking grim. She spotted Lin Ye crawling out of the hole and squinted. "Was it your doing?" Lin Ye gasped. Regardless of whether it was me or not, there's a cave inside with a glowing sword hilt embedded in the center. Is it the sword the master is looking for? Yes, but there is a large one guarding it bigger than the two combined. The white wolf stared at him, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of his words. Lin Ye added, the items you seek are inside. Oh, whether you take them or not is your decision. The white wolf gritted his teeth and turned to glance at the gray wolfman beside him. Call everyone over. But the cave entrance. It won't matter if the entrance is sealed, the items are what matters. The gray wolfman blew a whistle, the sharp sound echoing through the mine. Footsteps rushed in from all directions. Lin Ye stepped aside, leaning against the wall. The white wolf glanced at him. Lead the way, but if you deceive me, I will pin you at the cave entrance. Deal. Lin Ye walked ahead, followed closely by the white wolf and a dozen gray wolfmen. As they entered the passage, he sidestepped to let the gray wolfmen pass first. Suyao waited at the end of the passage. Seeing the gray wolfmen enter, she stepped aside. The thin one shrank into a corner, not daring to breathe. The white wolf gasped upon seeing the mining beast in the cave. It's so big. I told you it's bigger than what's outside. The white wolf fixated on the sword hilt embedded in the stone, his gaze calculating. They could defeat it, but many would die. Not fighting meant they couldn't retrieve the sword hilt, and the mining they had done would be for nothing. She gritted her teeth. Prepare for battle. The gray wolfmen began to form ranks, the front line wielding shields and the back line holding spears. The white wolf turned to Lin Ye. You all go out. Lin Ye couldn't have wished for anything more and turned to leave. Exiting the passage, he turned a corner, ensuring the white wolf could no longer see him. He stopped in his tracks. Suyao looked at him, not going. What should I be going for? Lin Ye squatted down, tightening his shoelaces. He'll wait until they've fought enough, and then slip in to pick up the pieces. The thin one widened his eyes. You still want to go in? My things are inside. If I don't go in, who will get them for me? The thin one fell silent. Suyao looked at him. Aren't you afraid the white wolf will kill you? If she has the ability to kill me, it means she has strength, and I will immediately acknowledge her as my big brother. Lin Ye stood up, flexing his wrists. If she loses, I will take both her and the sword hilt. Suyao fell silent for 2 seconds. You are truly greedy. You can't play without greed. A roar echoed through the cave, followed by the sound of metal clashing and then screams. The fight had begun. Lin Ye leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to listen. It wasn't rest, he was counting. 1 scream, 2, 3. The gray wolfmen were losing numbers. The mining beast roared as well, but its cries grew louder, indicating it was injured and going berserk. After about 5 minutes, the sounds in the cave suddenly quieted. It wasn't that the fighting had ended, someone had shouted to stop. Then came a loud crash as something hit the ground. Silence. Lin Ye opened his eyes and walked into the passage. Suyao followed behind, and the thin one hesitated for a moment before joining them. At the end of the passage, the cave was covered in blood. The gray wolfmen lay sprawled everywhere, 7 or 8 dead, 5 or 6 injured. The white wolf stood in the corner, her clothes torn, blood on her face, not her own. The massive mining beast lay on the ground, unmoving. Several long spears were embedded in its body, the most fatal one piercing through its eye, with only half of it sticking out. But it was still not dead. Its belly still moved once, twice, slowly. The white wolf panted heavily, looking at the sword hilt on the stone. She walked over, reaching for it. Just as her hand touched the sword hilt, the mining beast's tail moved. In a final strike, using all its remaining strength, the tail whipped like an iron whip, striking the white wolf. The white wolf was sent flying, crashing into the wall, sliding down, blood oozing from her mouth. The sword hilt was knocked off the stone, tracing an arc in the air. Lin Ye moved. He dashed forward, executed a leap and roll, successfully catching the sword hilt. The white wolf braced herself to stand, her eyes fixed intently on the sword hilt in Lin Ye's hand. Return it to me. Lin Ye grasped the sword hilt. Yours. Will it respond if you call it? The white wolf spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. The gray wolfman beside them struggled to stand, but the injured lay dead, and the few who could move leaned against the wall, gasping, completely drained of combat ability. The mining beast's tail slammed down one last time, and it finally lay still. The cave fell silent, with only heavy breathing remaining. Lin Ye clenched the sword hilt tightly, a dark golden light spilling through his fingers, casting flickering shadows throughout the cave. He pulled out another fragment from his pocket. As the 2 fragments drew near, a burst of light exploded suddenly. The blinding, Weldingen-like brilliance was so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The temperature in the cave instantly rose several degrees, and the air trembled. The thin one was dazzled, covering his eyes and retreating, tripping and falling awkwardly. Suyao squinted, using her arm to shield her face, peeking through her fingers. The white wolf froze completely. 2. Two pieces. Dark golden light surged from the surface of the fragments, intertwining like two snakes twisted together. The fragments began to vibrate, humming increasingly louder as something inside awakened. One piece was the sword blade palm-sized and with sharp edges. The other was the sword hilt fitting perfectly in hand, covered in intricate patterns. The two beams of light tugged at each other, repelling one another, darting back and forth in his palm. Lin Ye felt a surge of heat racing from his palm up his arm, so intense it almost made him let go. Warning: multiple holy sword fragments detected, merging, releasing. Trial of the brave. Trial content: endure the cleansing baptism of the holy sword's power, lasting until the merging is complete. If the body collapses, it will be considered a trial failure. Current merging progress 7. 13. 21. Lin Ye's expression changed. His hand gripping the broken sword began to develop cracks spreading outward. Dark golden light seeped through the cracks, as if something was trying to drill out of his body. Then came a wave of excruciating pain. It felt as though someone was hammering into his marrow, each strike hitting his nerves. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat streaming down his temples. He wanted to let go, but his hand was unresponsive, his 5 fingers welded to the sword hilt, unable to pry it. Merging progress, jump 29. 34. 41. Cracks spread from his palm to his wrist, from his forearm to his shoulder, climbing upward. The right side of his body was covered in dark golden cracks resembling shattered porcelain forcibly glued together. The white wolf leaned against the wall, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice weak, yet tinged with satisfaction. So you really know nothing at all, yet you dare to attempt merging 2 fragments. One fragment poses no threat, but once you merge more than 2, the resulting power can only be wielded by a brave one. Trying to forcibly control it leads only to a dead end. She gazed at Lin Ye, waiting to see him crumble. The thin one next to her was anxiously stamping his feet. Brother, just let go. I damn well want to let go. Lin Ye's voice squeezed out between clenched teeth, each word like chewing on glass shards. Suyao took a step forward, her hand reaching halfway before stopping. Because she didn't know where to grab. Lin Ye was trembling all over, the cracks on his skin multiplying, with some spots already beginning to ooze blood. Merging progress 53. 58. 64. The speed was accelerating, and the collapse was also hastening. Lin Ye felt his body being squeezed, as if it were a towel being wrung out. He knelt on one knee, his knee crashing to the ground with a thud. His other hand braced against the ground, fingers digging into the cracks in the stone, knuckles turning white. The white wolf shook her head. You won't be able to hold on. This thing will continuously erode you until you explode. This is not a power an ordinary person can wield. Lin Ye ignored her. He was contemplating one thing. Would rewind eliminate the holy sword's damage to his body, or would it also revert the merging progress? He didn't know, but if he couldn't hold on any longer, he would have to use it. The holy sword could be discarded, but his life could not. Merging progress 71. 76. 82. Lin Ye's body was visibly falling apart, the cracks on the right side of his body spreading to his neck. He felt he was about to explode. Not a second longer. Rewind. His body was yanked back from the brink of collapse, the cracks retracting, blood flowing back, muscles regenerating. The pain disappeared. But it didn't vanish completely, it reverted to the state of a minute ago. His body was still falling apart, just returned to the starting point. Merging progress 82. 84. 87. Thankfully the progress did not return to 0. That made it manageable. Give me rewind, rewind, rewind. The white wolf's smile froze. She widened her eyes, watching Lin Ye's body oscillate between collapse and recovery. Like iron being repeatedly forged, each strike made it denser. Merging progress 91. 94. 97. Lin Ye had lost count of how many times he had rewound. His consciousness flickered between clarity and confusion, his body waged a tug-of-war between destruction and rebirth. Each rewind felt like torture, each collapse a slow death. But he endured. Because Lin Ye had just begun to enjoy his new world and new life, he could not die here. Merging progress 100. The dark golden light on the broken sword suddenly retracted, all compressing into the sword body. Lin Ye's body also ceased to collapse. He looked down at his hand, the surface patterns slowly fading. Lin Ye panted heavily, soaked to the skin, as if he had been pulled out of water. He slowly stood up, his legs trembling, but he remained upright. The white wolf pressed herself against the wall, her pupils narrowed to slits. Why? Can you wield the holy sword? Her voice trembled. This is a power that only a brave one can wield. Lin Ye looked at the broken sword in his hand. The sword body was warm, dark golden patterns flowing on the surface, like veins alternating between light and dark. He raised his head. It's simple. With a twist of his wrist, the broken sword traced an arc, the tip pointing diagonally to the ground. I will become the brave one. The sword in Lin Ye's hand. To say it was a sword would be somewhat of a stretch. It was merely a sword hilt with a short blade roughly the length of an adult's forearm. The blade had a cracked edge with dark golden patterns flowing across its surface. Fragment of the hero's holy sword 24. Quality rare blue. Effect physique 5, spirit 5. Enhances intimidation against fairy tale creatures. New heroic aura. The holder possesses a natural affinity attribute, making any creature feel an innate closeness to you. Bound others cannot wield this weapon. Current physique 711, spirit 812. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power emanating from his bones. Physique 11, far surpassing Wang Meng, the fitness coach. The White Wolf stared at the broken sword in his hand, disbelief evident in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Just a kind passerby. The White Wolf wanted to curse, but a wave of sweet blood surged up in his throat, and he swallowed it back. Lin Ye tucked the broken sword behind his waist and crouched down in front of the White Wolf. I have a few questions for you. The White Wolf turned his head away. What does your master want the holy sword for? The White Wolf's eyes were fierce, still refusing to yield. Even if you obtain 2 fragments, you cannot be a match for my master. You have no idea how powerful she is. At that moment, bang. A gunshot rang out from the cave entrance, the sound echoing through the mine, causing stones to fall from the walls. Everyone's body froze simultaneously. The White Wolf's eyes lit up. It was like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, like a gambler seeing the final card at the table. The master has arrived. Her voice was filled with excitement. You're finished. The mine fell silent for a second. Outside, a series of footsteps could be heard, light and slow, as if someone were taking a stroll. Each step fell in rhythm with the heartbeat. Su Yao picked up a spear from the ground, adopting a combat stance. The thin man shrank into the corner. The gray werewolves struggled to stand, some leaning against the walls, others supporting each other, all facing the cave entrance, bowing their heads. Even their breaths were subdued. The footsteps grew closer, and the air changed. The stench of blood was suppressed, replaced by a sweet fragrance reminiscent of freshly baked cream cakes and spring wildflowers. A song floated in. I walk alone on the country road. I bring pastries for Grandma to taste. The voice was sweet and soft, like a little girl humming a tune. It was clearly a cheerful children's song, but in the dim mine, amidst a sea of corpses, each note felt like a dagger piercing the heart. Her home is in a far and secluded place. I must be cautious about nearby wolves. The song stopped. A figure appeared at the cave entrance. A red velvet cloak draping from the shoulders to the ankles, with a hood covering most of her face, revealing only a pointed chin. The edge of the cloak was embroidered with dark golden patterns, shimmering in the light of the torches. She was short and petite, looking around 15 or 16 years old. Yet as she stood there, the air in the entire mine seemed to solidify. The gray werewolves knelt, their foreheads pressed to the ground, not daring to look up. The White Wolf also lowered her head, but she did not kneel, biting her lip, her eyes filled with grievance and a sense of accusation. The gaze from beneath the cloak swept through the cave, over the fallen gray werewolves, over the corpses of the mining beasts, finally landing on the White Wolf. Who did this? The voice was not loud, even somewhat soft, yet the White Wolf's shoulders trembled. Master, someone broke in and stole the holy sword fragments. The White Wolf pointed at Lin Ye. The items are on him. The hood turned towards Lin Ye. He felt a gaze land on him, not scrutinizing, not angry, but more like trying to identify something. Little Red Riding Hood's nose twitched twice. She smelled something. Her eyes widened suddenly beneath the hood. That kind of gaze was like someone who had walked in the desert for a long time, suddenly spotting water. With a flick of her cloak, the gun was thrown to the ground with a clatter. Lin Ye only saw a red shadow. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. A tremendous force crashed into him. He was knocked to the ground, the back of his head hitting the stone, and his vision went black. Something soft and warm pressed against his chest. His nose was filled with sweetness. Lin Ye regained his senses and looked up. Little Red Riding Hood was straddling him, both hands on his chest, her hood slipping off to reveal her pale golden hair naturally curled at the ends. Her eyes were redrimmed, tears hanging on her lashes ready to fall. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Not because she was beautiful, but because the weight of her 2 ample assets was too much. It pressed down on him to the point of almost suffocation. Little Red Riding Hood leaned down, her nose touching his neck, taking a deep breath. Her body began to tremble. Tears streamed from her wide eyes, splattering onto Lin Ye's face. It's you. Her voice trembled, each word soaked in emotion. You've finally come back to find me. Lin Ye opened his mouth, wanting to say, you've got the wrong person. Little Red Riding Hood had already raised her small fist, and playfully punched him on the chest. Thud. The sound was muffled like a hammer hitting flesh. Lin Ye felt two of his ribs break, a surge of sweet blood rising in his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. That light punch almost made him pass out on the spot. Why did you come now? I waited for you for 300 years. 300 years. Little Red Riding Hood punched him again. Lin Ye's insides trembled, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, the words caught in his throat. He felt that if he dared to speak out of turn, he would be sent to meet his ancestors the next second. Little Red Riding Hood lay on his chest, her tears soaking a large patch of Lin Ye's clothing. She curled up in his embrace, small like an abandoned cat finally reunited with its owner. The mine was so quiet that the sound of water dripping onto stones could be heard. The white wolf's jaw dropped, almost hitting the ground. She watched Little Red Riding Hood cry on Lin Ye's chest, as if something in her mind had exploded, leaving only emptiness. Wasn't the master here to kill him? Why was the master? The thin man muttered softly in the corner. Bro, this is sacrificing oneself to submit to the boss. Su Yao shot him a glare, and the thin man shut up. Little Red Riding Hood cried for a while, slowly raising her head. Her nose was red, her eyes swollen with teardrops still clinging to her lashes. She stared at Lin Ye's face, reaching out to touch his chin, then his brow, confirming that this was not an illusion. You've changed. Lin Ye's heart jolted. Oh no, was he going to be discovered? Little Red Riding Hood didn't answer, burying her face in his neck again, taking a deep breath. People have become more handsome, but the scent has not changed. Lin Ye's mind raced. He had only crossed over less than a day ago, and he had definitely never seen this person. But Little Red Riding Hood's reaction didn't seem like she had mistaken him for someone else. Could she be the hero from 300 years ago? He glanced at the broken sword behind his waist. Do you recognize this sword? Little Red Riding Hood raised her head, a moment of confusion in her eyes, then nodded. Familiar. Who is its master? Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth, her brow furrowing as she struggled to recall something. I don't remember. Her voice was soft like a child who had done something wrong. I only remember his scent. You have his scent, the same one. Lin Ye was at a loss for words. The others beside him fell silent as well. The expression on the white wolf's face shifted from shock to something much more complex. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Lin Ye patted Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder. Could you get up first? Let's talk properly. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head, holding on tighter. I won't let go. The last time I did, you didn't come back. I'm being crushed by you. If you're dead, you won't leave. Lin Ye glanced at the white wolf beside him, signaling with his eyes, you should say something. The white wolf turned her head away, pretending not to see. The thin man in the corner was stifling his laughter to the point that his face turned purple. Su Yao quietly put away her weapon, crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, wearing an expression of I saw nothing. The cave fell silent for a few seconds. Only the sound of Little Red Riding Hood sniffling could be heard. Lin Ye lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, beginning to seriously contemplate a question. How could he gracefully escape being pinned down by a lowly figure with incredible strength, armed and mentally unstable? He couldn't figure it out. Little Red Riding Hood rode for a full 5 minutes. Lin Ye lay on the ground, staring at the stalactites at the top of the cave as a drop of water landed perfectly on his forehead. Ice cold, just like his current predicament. Get up first, he said. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head and held on tighter. Not getting up. The ground is cold. You are warm. I'm about to die. Little Red Riding Hood looked at him, with tearful eyes shifting slightly to the side, yet still clutching the corner of his clothes. Lin Ye sat up, rubbed his chest, and finally breathed easily. The white wolf beside him looked utter. Her master, the one who could kill without blinking, and even took down the Wolf King with a single shot, was now clinging to a strange man like a little puppy. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found she couldn't utter a single word. Lin Ye looked at Little Red Riding Hood. What do you remember about me, eh? Little Red Riding Hood furrowed her brow and thought for a long time. Grandma Wolf. And the sword. And your chest is soft and comfortable. She touched Lin Ye's chest, frowning. Why is it so hard now? Lin Ye's face darkened. As a grown man, of course he was hard. He could basically confirm it now. The previous hero must have saved Little Red Riding Hood from Grandma Wolf. His aura of a hero made Little Red Riding Hood mistakenly think he was that person. Just as he was pondering, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly asked, could it be that I recognized the wrong person? Lin Ye immediately felt a wave of killing intent wash over him. If he said he wasn't that person now, Little Red Riding Hood would definitely turn hostile on the spot. With the power she just displayed, a serious punch could definitely take his life. But if he admitted it, how would he explain the differences? Lin Ye was at a loss and could only choose the third option. I've lost my memory. Little Red Riding Hood was taken aback. When I woke up, I remembered nothing, only this sword beside me. She stared at the sword for 5 seconds. People can lie, but a sword cannot deceive. This sword only recognizes that person. Although the person has changed a bit, it has been so long. So do you remember how to come back? I don't remember. But you still came back. Little Red Riding Hood smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, filled with light. It's okay, we can get to know each other again. She stood up, brushed the dust off her cloak, and reached out her hand to Lin Ye. My name is Alice. Alice. Yes, you used to call me Little AI. Lin Ye sighed in relief, considering it a way to get through. He took her hand and used it for leverage to stand up. After standing up, Lin Ye glanced at the white wolf. The expression on the white wolf's face was quite revealing. Anger, resentment, confusion, and a hint of guilt. Lin Ye smiled at her. Thanks to her, she brought me here to mine. Alice looked at the white wolf. How long has he been mining? The white wolf's lips trembled. Half a day. Alice frowned. You actually let him mine. Go mine for 3 days. Master. 5 days. The white wolf fell silent, lowering her head, biting her lip like a student being punished. Lin Ye added, she also wanted to eat my sauce duck. Alice turned to look at the white wolf. You want to eat his... The white wolf turned pale. No, I didn't. 10 days. The white wolf nearly cried. The thin guy in the corner was laughing hard, but was shot a glare by Su Yao and quickly suppressed it. Alice's gaze suddenly shifted to Su Yao. She tilted her head, her wide eyes narrowing. Who is she? Her voice was still soft and sweet, but her tone had changed. Before Lin Ye could speak, Su Yao had already taken a step back. Not familiar, just met a couple of times. Alice looked at him for 2 seconds, then at Su Yao for 2 seconds. Oh, just one word. She smiled and linked her arm with Lin Ye's, pressing close to him, her gaze sweeping over his shoulder to rest on Su Yao. The smile remained, but her eyes conveyed mine. Su Yao walked away expressionlessly, but before leaving exchanged a glance with Lin Ye as if to say take care. Seeing that Su Yao had the sense to walk away, Alice finally withdrew her gaze and continued to cling to Lin Ye. During the following time, Lin Ye not only retrieved his backpack, but also gathered quite a few materials. For instance, the gray wolf left behind a wolf fawn. Additionally, he found some decent treasures on the body of the ore-eating beast. Stomach of the ore-eating beast, special container capacity, 200 units, feature, can hold ore-related items, weight is halved. No, can only hold ores. 200 units, and it reduces weight. Lin Ye tied the stomach bag around his waist and began to fill it with starlight or from the ground. The white wolf watched with a pained expression but didn't dare to speak. Because Alice was always following closely behind Lin Ye. You are still the same. What same? Plucking feathers like a goose. No choice in poor. Lin Ye filled the stomach bag, stood up, and brushed his hands. The backpack was 80 units full, and the stomach bag was also nearing its 200-unit capacity. This trip was a significant profit. What couldn't be taken would be left for Su Yao and the others. 200 units of starlight, or weighed half as much. Even with Lin Ye's greatly enhanced physique, it would be difficult to carry it back. Seeing Lin Ye in a predicament, Alice smiled lightly. He'll do it. Saying that, she stretched out her slender arm and hooked the strap of the stomach bag. The 1-ton bag was lifted effortlessly with one hand swaying in the air. Her movement was light, as if she were lifting a plastic bag. Lin Ye looked at her arm, which was so thin it seemed like it could break at any moment, and curiously asked, have you always had such strength? The old me was very weak, but I have been working hard to become stronger over the years, hoping that when we meet again, I won't lose you again. Alice revealed a sweet smile. Lin Ye's lips twitched. He absolutely couldn't let Alice know the truth. Otherwise, with her strange strength and the traits of a 100-year-old sickly girl, he would probably be doomed. Lin Ye sighed, feeling at a loss with his family, and could only keep walking down the dark path. Hero, you'd better not come back to life, or he'll blow up your grave. Lin Ye was led out of the cave by Alice. The air outside was fresh, carrying the scent of pine resin and soil, completely different from the musty odor inside the cave. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a ground covered in golden specks. Alice led him deeper into the forest, bouncing along with a light step. On the way, they stumbled upon a mushroom band with pink, blue, and green mushrooms playing different instruments. But the music was jarring and quite disturbing. Alice stepped forward and kicked one, causing the mushroom to scream. Who? Why did you kick me? Alice kicked it again. You're too noisy. Seeing that it was Alice, the mushroom screamed and ran away. Run, the great demon king is here. In the blink of an eye, the mushroom band disappeared without a trace. Lin Ye was a bit curious. Why do they call you the great demon king? Alice's face turned red. Maybe because I like to pick some mushrooms to make soup. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small wooden cabin appeared ahead. The wood was dark brown, the door frame was carved with patterns, and a row of small ceramic pots with unknown flowers and herbs were placed on the windowsill. In the yard stood a 3-meter-high giant stone pillar, which looked to weigh several tons, probably for training purposes. Alice casually tossed the stomach bag into the yard. She pushed open the door and said to Lin Ye, "Brother, welcome home." The house was small, but very warm. The fire in the fireplace crackled lively, painting the entire room in orange. On the table were 2 bowls, one of mushroom soup and one of berries. "You sit, I'll serve it." Alice dashed into the kitchen like a lively and adorable rabbit. Lin Ye didn't sit, he stood in the room and looked around. On the shelf was a photo frame, but instead of a photo there was a painting. It depicted a little girl wearing a hood holding hands with a woman in a red silk headband. Lin Ye stared at the painting for 2 seconds, feeling that the woman looked somewhat familiar. Alice placed the soup on the table, sat across from him, and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at him. "You used to not like to smile, always with a stern face. When I asked why, you said heroes can't smile. If they do, they wouldn't seem like heroes anymore." Lin Ye picked up the bowl and took a sip of soup. The mushroom soup was very fresh with a hint of creaminess. "So did I smile?" "It seems not." "Then do you think I seem like a hero?" Alice thought for a moment, like a fool. Lin Ye choked slightly. Alice laughed loudly, her laughter filling the entire wooden cabin. "You choked before too when you drank my soup. Is your soup poisonous?" "No, it's just that you drank too quickly." Lin Ye set down the bowl and looked at her. "Why did you wait for 300 years? Alice's smile gradually faded. "Because you said you would come back." "Just because of that?" Lin Ye fell silent. Alice lowered her head, tracing circles on the table with her fingers. "I know you might not come back, but what if you still remember?" She raised her head, her wide eyes looking at him. "What if you were just lost?" Although their first encounter was a misunderstanding, there would be explanations later. And this misunderstanding would ultimately lead to a warm relationship sweeter than candy. "Alice, brothers and sisters, please add a bookshelf heart." Dusk. The clouds at the horizon have been burned to a dark red hue. The light in the forest begins to soften, shadows stretching long, and the air is replaced by a damp coolness. Lin Ye glanced at the time. It was less than an hour until nightfall. "I have to go." Alice, squatting on the ground, poking at ants, looked up, her wide eyes reflecting the evening glow. "Where to?" "Home." "Where's your home?" "You wouldn't know if I told you." "Then take me with you." Lin Ye had pondered this question too. Can fairy tale characters enter players' shelters? The system rules didn't mention it, and no one in the chat channels had ever brought it up. What if she can't get in, and it's dark while she's still outside? "They'll try, but I can't guarantee you'll get through the door." Alice stood up, brushing off her skirt with an expression of nonchalance. "If I can't get in, I'll just sleep at the door." Lin Ye didn't respond, pulling out a dubious navigation device. The bony finger twitched twice, pointing southeast. The two of them walked through the woods, the leaves crunching beneath their feet, occasionally breaking a branch with a crack that startled a few unknown birds. Alice walked on his right, the edge of her cloak brushing against his arm, soft and ticklish. The evacuation point was beneath a massive ancient tree. There was a glowing door on the trunk engraved with runes, the blue light exceptionally bright against the dusk. But there were people standing in front of the door. 7 or 8 people stood in a line, blocking the evacuation point tightly. The leader was a scar-faced man wearing a black leather jacket, standing out conspicuously. He stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with arrogance. Behind him were a few men holding wooden sticks, iron pipes, and one wielding a rusty machete. Dozens of people squatted on the ground, both men and women, their backpacks open, their belongings scattered chaotically. A young thug stood on someone's backpack, shouting to the crowd. "The rules have been repeated for the 3rd time. Listen up, hand over half your supplies and leave. Those who don't will have to find a place to stay when it gets dark." The scar-faced man laughed, revealing half a mouthful of yellow teeth. "All right, enough, it's getting late. Hurry up and hand over your stuff. Hey, you there, keep that woman behind." He pointed at a woman squatting on the ground. The woman suddenly looked up, her face pale. "Why?" "Because you're attractive." The scar-faced man said it with conviction, and a few people behind him laughed along. "Bro, this one isn't bad either." A nearby thug pointed at another woman. The scar-faced man glanced over. "Let's keep her too, it'll be lively tonight." Someone in the crowd wanted to speak, but was held back by the person next to them. "Don't go, someone just got their leg broken for resisting, and now they're still lying under the tree. We have so many people, why should we be afraid of just a few of them? That person is different from us. He is a remnant walker possessing abilities." No one dared to step forward, deterred by the scar-faced man's strength. Lin Ye stood a short distance away, watching everything unfold. Alice asked, "Is it always like this here?" "Not all the time," Lin Ye replied, "but there are always scum around." He had hoped to return home smoothly, but unexpectedly encountered a blockade at the evacuation point. At that moment, a young thug leaned close to the scar-faced man, pointing in Lin Ye's direction. The scar-faced man turned his head, his gaze landing on Alice, and then freezing. Alice wore a red cloak with her hood half draped, her light golden hair peeking out from under the brim, shimmering in the sunset. Her face was bathed in warm hues from the afterglow, exquisite yet hazy. The scar-faced man's throat moved slightly. The light in his eyes shifted from scrutiny to greed. The thugs beside him stared in awe, mouths agape, struggling to squeeze out a sentence. Holy shit. Is this a real person? Bro, this girl is hotter than a star. The words childish, huge, and lowly when combined had the destructive power of a nuclear bomb. The voice was not loud, but Alice's ears perked up. She frowned slightly, her wide eyes narrowing like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The scar-faced man pushed past the people in front of him and strode over. Hey there, little sister, are you new here? Alice didn't look at him, her eyes were only on Lin Ye. The scar-faced man was met with a face full of dust, yet he was not angry. His gaze swept over Alice, as if he were appraising a rare treasure. He had lived for 30 years and had never seen anyone of this caliber, until his gaze followed Alice's to Lin Ye. In the next moment, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had been hit by a freezing spell. Lin Ye frowned. This gaze was off. It wasn't hostility or scrutiny, it was a gaze more naked than greed. He recalled the effects brought by the holy sword, the aura of a hero which made all creatures naturally fond of him. No way. Is it this kind of fondness? The scar-faced man approached, his gaze still revolving around Lin Ye, his breathing becoming heavier, and in a moment of excitement, he began to recite poetry. This man should only exist in the heavens. My mouth waters at the sight of him. Lin Ye only felt a chill at his backside. Damn it, what happened to the hero saving the beauty? Why is the hero being eyed instead? A thug beside him whispered, Boss, don't you like women? The scar-faced man was taken aback, quickly wiping the corner of his mouth and clearing his throat. Right. But his eyes still clung to Lin Ye. But sometimes a change of taste isn't out of the question. Lin Ye's face turned dark. Alice's expression was even darker than Lin Ye's. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. The scar-faced man scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe. This face, this demeanor, absolutely stunning. He took a step forward, reaching out to pat Lin Ye's shoulder. Brother, what's the future with a girl? Can she protect you? Before his hand could touch Lin Ye's shoulder, Alice's gaze had already turned cold. Come with me, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. I'm not bragging, I call the shots in this area. The scar-faced man patted his chest, and the patterns on it glimmered. Remnant Walker Savage Campfire, do you know what that means? Strength doubled compared to ordinary people. Alice's fingers tightened around the edge of her cloak, the fabric creasing under her grip. The scar-faced man evidently noticed Alice's emotions. What is he, your man? Alice did not. The scar-faced man chuckled. You're lucky to have found such a rare man, but in this world luck alone won't suffice. He turned around and walked to a massive stone by the edge of the clearing. The stone was half a person tall and weighed at least a few hundred pounds, its surface covered in moss. The scar-faced man bent down, both hands gripping the bottom of the stone, taking a deep breath. His muscles tightened, veins bulging from his arms to his neck. The stone was lifted over his head. He stood there, the stone motionless above him. But his breathing had clearly become heavier, the veins on his temples pulsing. Evidently, he was paying some unknown price while using his abilities. The clearing filled with astonishment. Holy shit, boss, you're awesome. In ancient times, Xiang, you lifted a cauldron. Today, the boss lifts a stone, invincible. The scar-faced man threw the stone down, pretending to smile casually. He dusted off his hands and turned to look at Lin Ye, hoping to see surprise, admiration, and that expression of "you're amazing" on his face. But there was nothing. All Lin Ye's eyes held was disdain, as if he were watching a monkey swinging from. The scar-faced man's smile froze. He had lived for 30 years and had never been looked at with such disdain, especially after displaying his strength. A surge of rage ignited in his chest. He looked at Alice, his voice turning cold. The man, Stacey, you can leave. Alice was on the brink of exploding, but she didn't act impulsively. Instead, she glanced at Lin Ye, seeking his approval. Lin Ye sighed. He truly didn't want to provoke trouble. But if trouble came to him, he had no choice. Kill him. His voice was low, his tone very calm. Alice's eyes lit up, her crescent-shaped eyes curving sweetly as she agreed. Okay. She casually tossed her bag onto the ground. Thud. The dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground was like someone throwing a car off a building. The ground shook and debris flew up, half a finger high. Everyone in the clearing felt the tremor. The scar-faced man's smile completely vanished. He looked at the bag on the ground, and then at Alice's slender arms. Something in his mind got stuck. Could this lowly really have carried such a heavy thing all the way? The scar-faced man instinctively took a step back. It was too late. Alice made her move. The red cloak exploded in the air. In the next moment, she had already appeared in front of the scar-faced man. A single punch, light as a feather. Yet the scar-faced man flew away as if struck by a great force. Dozens of meters. He crashed into 3 trees. The last tree bore a human-shaped indentation with the scar-faced man embedded inside, blood oozing from his mouth, eyes rolled back, limbs dangling like a marionette with broken strings. Motionless. The air became still, so quiet that one could hear the sound of leaves falling from the broken branches thudding as they hit the ground. Everyone was frozen in place. Someone dropped the stick in their hand, not even feeling it hit their foot. Someone's legs trembled, and they didn't even notice the wetness in their pants. Alice retracted her fist, tilted her head, and glanced at the scar-faced man embedded in the tree. Was he trying to touch you just now? Lin Ye did not respond. Alice turned to look at him, her wide eyes blinking earnestly. Which hand was it? He'll chop it off. He hasn't touched me yet. Oh, then forget it. Her expression shifted from indifference back to sweetness as she sweetly asked, brother, can I kill these annoying people? Go ahead, out of sight, out of mind. The remaining people wanted to run. Their legs were weak and they couldn't move. One person knelt on the ground, kowtowing, sister, I was wrong, I didn't recognize the mighty. He didn't finish his sentence. Alice kicked him in the chin and he flipped twice before lying still on the ground. 3 seconds. The area in front of the evacuation point was so quiet that the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops could be heard. Dozens of people squatting on the ground all raised their heads, mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. One punch sent him flying dozens of meters. So terrifying, this must be a monster. No, haven't you noticed? That woman listens to that man. Damn, how strong must that man be? Alice clapped her hands, walked back to Lin Ye's side, and picked up her large bag again. She still wore that sweet smile as if she had just gone for a stroll. All done. Lin Ye nodded, walked over to those few people squatted down, and picked up the nameplates. 8 people, 8 nameplates. The backpack had also been dismantled with supplies scattered everywhere, with stone, water, food, all over the ground. A man stood up cautiously, asking him, can we leave now? Lin Ye looked up, sure, they're not my legs. By the way, take your own stuff back. The crowd was dumbfounded. This person not only saved them, but also wanted them to take their things back. Lin Ye wasn't being overly kind. He simply couldn't carry any more. His backpack was full at 80 units. The stomach bag was also full at 200 units, and he had several bags hanging from him, making it hard to walk. The crowd expressed their gratitude again, with some wanting to add Lin Ye as a friend, but he refused. One by one as they passed Lin Ye, they said thank you. Some bowed, some nodded, and an old man even knelt down, but Lin Ye pulled him up. Don't kneel, I can't take it. The old man had red eyes. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't make it back today. Lin Ye did not respond. Let's go, it's getting dark. As Lin Ye and Alice walked toward the evacuation point, a woman suddenly rushed out from the crowd. She was in her 20s with an oval face and big eyes, her makeup meticulously done. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt and a black skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings. On her feet were a pair of little white shoes, already dirty, but it was clear they were brand name. Jin Run. A second-tier star, she had played the lead in several TV dramas with over 3 million followers on Weibo. Of course, now Weibo was gone, and the followers were gone, leaving only her face and her clothes. Hello, I am Jin Run. Her voice was soft with the ending tone rising. Lin Ye had never followed the entertainment industry and didn't recognize her. What's the matter? Jin Run took a step forward, closing the distance, looking up at him. Her eyelashes fluttered and her lips slightly pouted. I saw what you did just now, you're amazing. After a pause, her voice lowered a bit. I want to follow you. Is that okay? Lin Ye remained silent. Jin Run bit her lip, lowering her gaze, and then lifting it again. He'll do anything you want me to. As she said this, she slightly turned her body, the angle of her open collar, just right, exposing a patch of white skin beneath her collarbone, with lace peeking through. The slit of her skirt at her leg, the edges of the black stockings gleaming in the twilight. With this angle, this expression, and this tone, she had rehearsed it many times. In the entertainment industry, this set of actions could make most men nod in agreement. But Lin Ye only responded with one word. No. His tone was decisive. Jin Run's smile froze on her face. She opened her mouth to say something, but upon seeing Alice's dangerous gaze, she swallowed it back. She took a step back, lowered her head, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes, her nails digging into her palm. Alice stood behind Lin Ye, silent throughout. But Lin Ye felt it. A faint killing intent wafted from Alice like the cold wind leaking through the cracks of a window in winter. If he had hesitated for even half a second just now, he might already be lying in the dirt. As they approached the evacuation point, Alice leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear. Her warm breath caressed his earlobe. I felt you hesitating just now. Cough, no. If brother likes it, I can dress like this too. Lin Ye paused his steps. Alice, that's a dangerous thing to say. Alice tilted her head, her wide eyes filled with innocence. Where's the danger? Lin Ye did not answer. The runes glowed with blue light enveloping the two of them. Alice fairy tale character requests to enter your shelter. Do you agree? Warning: this action will bring instability to the shelter and all consequences will be borne by you. If it were a player Lin, you might have to consider the other party's motives. But there was nothing to discuss about Alice's words. Let her in. When Lin Ye opened his eyes again, he was already standing in his wooden house. The campfire burned quietly, the orange-red light illuminating the entire room. The stomach bag and backpack unloaded automatically, with supplies piled in the corner, forming a small mountain. Lin Ye took a deep breath. He was home. Turning around, he saw Alice standing at the door of the wooden house, 1 foot already stepping inside. She tilted her head to look around like a cat that had just entered a new home. Is this your house? Yeah, it's small. If you find it small, you can go outside. No. Alice stepped over the threshold and walked inside. The door closed automatically behind her. The campfire suddenly flickered, the flames leaping higher, changing from orange-red to dark red. Alice watched the campfire, tilting her head. Does this fire seem to have hostility towards me? Lin Ye quickly stood in the middle. Don't fuss, we're all on the same side. The flames flickered slightly, surveying Alice before suddenly leaping higher, their color shifting from orange-red to dark red, clearly issuing a warning. Alice also gazed at the campfire. The two of them and the fire locked eyes for a full 5 seconds. There was something in the air that felt oppressive, like the stillness before a storm. Caught in the middle, Lin Ye felt torn. All right, you two, stop glaring and do what you need to do. Alice scanned the wooden cabin. Can people sleep here? There's just one bed. They'll take the bed. What about me? You can sleep in the bed too. Lin Ye glanced at her. Alice's expression was serious, no joking around. No way, because I am a proper person. Alice tilted her head. I never said anything improper. Lin Ye didn't respond, turning to start organizing supplies. The materials for upgrading the shelter were sufficient. He walked to the campfire and reached out to touch the flames. Upgrade conditions for the shelter have been met. Lumber 114100, stone 21250 including starlight, or offerings 2410 note starlight, or detected as a substitute for higher tier materials. Using advanced materials to upgrade will grant the shelter corresponding properties. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. As soon as the words left his mouth, rumble. The entire wooden cabin began to reconstruct, the walls pushing outward, the roof lifting up, as if an invisible hand were pulling it from all sides. Seeing this scene, Alice exclaimed, your place is growing. Within just a few breaths, the new shelter had taken. Lin Ye stared in disbelief. Is this still my little broken house? It had transformed from a 10 square meter box into a spacious 40 square meter room. The floor was laid with bluish-gray stone tiles, firm and level underfoot. The original wooden ceiling was gone, replaced by a deep blue dome scattered with countless glowing points, some bright, some dim, some sparse, some dense, as if a piece of the night sky had been brought inside. Alice stood in the center of the room, looking up, her mouth slightly agape. The halo of light fell on her face, the shadows of her eyelashes dancing on her cheekbones. So beautiful, there are so many stars. The entire shelter was enveloped in a silvery glow, clean, bright, and exuding an indescribable sense of sophistication. The system panel popped up before him. Starlight Shelter LV. 2 Area 50 Property unlocked, starlight energy. No fuel needed, perpetual light source. Property unlocked, space expansion. Larger than regular shelters, greater backpack capacity. Backpack capacity 80160, normal 120. Alice squatted by the wall, poking at the glowing points embedded in the crystals. With each poke, the points lit up. This is fun. Lin Ye didn't respond, opening the chat channel to take a glance. He found that he wasn't the only one who had completed the shelter upgrade. Regional channel, brothers, I upgraded. 25 square meters starting today. I also have a living room. Wait, your place is only 25. I have 30. Why? I used red pine, which is a higher grade material. Its property is resin, automatically producing 3 units of resin daily, which can be used as fuel or sold. Damn, I envy those with special materials. What the hell, I use ghost wood, its property is haunting, and now my place feels like a haunted house. How am I supposed to sleep? Lin Ye finished reading the messages and had a general understanding. Higher tier materials were a double-edged sword. Good luck meant free resources from red pine, while bad luck meant getting stuck with ghost wood. He looked up at the dome above. Starlight energy, perpetual light source, environmentally friendly, and energy saving. From now on, there would be no need to burn wood for the campfire, saving a significant amount on fuel costs. Space expansion 50 square meters. Twice the size of a regular level 2 shelter. A big win. But Lin Ye didn't rush to celebrate. The upgrade button on the system panel was grayed out with 3 branch options now available next to it. Expansion options 1. Forging Workshop can craft and repair tools and equipment. Unlock conditions lumber x 200, steel x 50. 2. Alchemy Workshop can produce potions and antidotes. Unlock conditions lumber x 200, herbs x 50. 3. Storage Warehouse can store a large quantity of materials, expands backpack capacity. Unlock conditions lumber x 150, stone x 150. Lin Ye glanced at the 3 options and didn't hesitate long. Forging Workshop. Alchemy Workshop. It sounded impressive, but what he needed most at this stage was not equipment or potions, but space. His supplies were piled everywhere, making it hard to walk. Moreover, with the backpack expansion, he could bring back more items, which was better than anything else. He chose the storage warehouse for the expansion branch. Lin Ye glanced at the pile of supplies in the corner. He had plenty of starlight but was still short of over 100 units of lumber. He would wait until tomorrow during the day to gather more materials. The level 3 upgrade for the shelter wasn't open, yet it should unlock only after the room expansion was finished. After handling the shelter matters, Lin Ye finally turned his attention to the campfire. After the upgrade, a circle of gray-white stones surrounded the campfire, enclosing the flames. The flames were more vibrant than before, their edges tinged with a faint dark purple, extraordinarily strange. Lin Ye crouched down and stared at the campfire for a few seconds. The flames flickered slightly. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then pulled out the wolf meat he had obtained. 3 pieces stacked in his palm. An ancient saying goes, to receive favors one must offer gifts. Gifting makes things easier, and this rule applies everywhere. The flames danced jubilant. This time help me out by giving me an offensive attribute. The flames froze, seeming a bit troubled. Lin Ye immediately began to coax. It's dangerous for me to go out every day to get food for you. Meow meow, you wouldn't want to see me getting bullied outside, right? Saying this, he tossed a piece of wolf meat into the fire. The flames leaped, leaving not even a trace. The second piece went in, and then the third piece. This time it burned slowly, the flames enveloping the meat, savoring it slowly. After finishing, the flames flickered downwards. Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a surge of joy. He quickly reached out to touch the flames. The black fire tongue licked up cold, crawling up his arm from his fingertips. It wasn't as violent as the last time. This time it was more gentle. Shelter level LV. 2-1 forbidden attribute can be drawn 1 drawing. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. The first attribute almost saved his life. What kind of ability would the second attribute bring him? The flames suddenly contracted, exhaling wisps of black gas that coalesced into the silhouette of a woman. She had no facial features, her entire form shrouded in darkness, draped in a layer of black gauze. Lin Ye's pupils dilated slightly. Last time it merely formed a card, but this time it transformed directly into a person. The woman, made of black gas, opened her arms and wrapped them around his neck, pressing her whole body against him. There was no weight, no warmth, like a wisp of mist. Yet Lin Ye could feel her presence. It was a strange sensation akin to someone breathing in his ear, their lips brushing against the edge of his ear, but without any sound. After a few breaths, the black gas dissipated. A golden hourglass appeared in Lin Ye's pupils. Entry acceleration of time quality, forbidden level effect. Once activated, your time flow rate increases by 500. Movement, attack, and reaction speed are all 5 times faster for 60 seconds. Cost fall into absolute weakness for 24 hours, all attributes reduced to 1. The lingering sensation of that embrace remained on his skin, cold and illusory. But that was of little importance. Lin Ye stared at the line of text on the panel, a smile slowly curving at the corners of his mouth. Another time-related ability. Acceleration of time. 5 times speed, 60 seconds. Enough for him to pin down any opponent of the same level and rub them into the ground. But the cost was quite severe. The next 24 hours would render him nearly incapacitated. If someone else obtained this entry, they would likely treat it as a trump card. But who was Lin Ye? He had the ability to rewind. As long as he rewound at the 59th second, he could reset the state and essentially get it for free. Of course, that was just theoretical. He would have to test it in practice. While Lin Ye was contemplating the panel, a hand reached from behind and rested on his shoulder. The grip was not strong, but the 5 fingers were like iron claws holding on tightly. "Brother." Alice's voice floated over from behind, light and sweet like cotton candy wrapped around a blade. "Why is there a woman coming out of your fire?" Lin Ye's back stiffened. It was over. He had been so focused on the entry that he forgot there was a Yandere standing beside him. He turned his head and Alice was tilting her head at him, her wide eyes squinted into a slit, a smile lingering on her lips. But that smile did not reach her eyes. "Let me explain." "Whom am listening?" Alice nodded, her expression serious. "I don't know what just happened, but that was definitely not a woman, it was just a wisp of smoke." It's quite normal for smoke to be in the fire, right? Does smoke have a chest? Does smoke have a waist? Does smoke have a butt? Lin Ye was at a loss for words as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That wisp of black smoke forming into a woman was intentional, right? It could clearly have turned into a card, but chose to manifest as a person instead. Wasn't this deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? He shot a glance at the campfire. The flames flickered as if they were chuckling. Lin Ye. Alice's smile remained unchanged, but the fingers resting on his shoulder tightened slightly. Brother, do you think I'm easy to deceive? Lin Ye's mind raced. An explanation would be futile. The Yandere lowly simply wouldn't believe him. Being evasive wouldn't work either, as she was already getting angry. A change of strategy was needed. How about this, let's play a game. Alice raised an eyebrow. What game? A reaction game. You attack me, I dodge. In 1 minute, if you touch me anywhere, you win. What do I get? If you win, you can make a wish. Oh, any wish will do. Alice's eyes brightened. Anything. Anything. No backing out. No backing out. Lin Ye silently added in his heart, after all, you won't be able to win. Alice released her grip and took 2 steps back, flexing her wrists. What happens if I lose? If you lose, you can't hold the black smoke incident against me. Alice thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Alice's hand was already reaching out. Quick. Faster than the punch he threw at the scarred face before. 5 fingers enlarged in his field of vision. Lin Ye focused his thoughts. The golden hourglass appeared in his pupils, and the surrounding scene instantly changed. Alice's movements slowed down, experiencing a 0.2 times reduction in speed. Her outstretched arm advanced inch by inch through the air. The skin texture at her fingertips, the fine hairs on the back of her hand, and a loose thread from the cuff were all visible. The dust in the air hung between them, pushed aside by the airflow. Alice's hair floated up a pale gold under the starlit sky, each strand glowing. Lin Ye took a step to the left, slowly as if taking a stroll. Alice's hand brushed past his shoulder, missing by half a palm's width. Alice blinked. Her eyelashes fell, and then lifted again, moving as slowly as a butterfly flapping its wings. The expression on her face changed, shifting from confidence to confusion, and then to shock. Every detail was magnified in slow motion. Lin Ye could even see the process of her pupils contracting. The first attack missed, but Alice did not stop. Her other hand reached from below to grab at his waist. Lin Ye leaned back half an inch. Her fingertips brushed against his clothes, not even touching the fabric. Alice clenched her teeth and raised her leg to sweep at his lower body. Lin Ye leveraged the force to jump half a step back. When he landed, he even had time to adjust his collar. Alice stopped. She couldn't hit him, not at all. She stood still, her chest rising and falling, her wide eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. Like a cat staring at a bird flying in the sky. It was right in front of her, yet it was out of reach. What kind of sorcery did you use? Lin Ye didn't respond. He glanced at the time. 58 seconds. Enough. He took a step forward, reached out, and flicked Alice's forehead. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet shelter, it was particularly crisp. Alice covered her head, completely stunned. She hadn't seen it coming. She hadn't even seen Lin Ye's hand movement. She only felt a sharp pain in her forehead, followed by the sound. Lin Ye retracted his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. You lost. Then he activated the rewind. The power faded, the scene returned to normal, and he did not succumb to weakness. The combination of the 2 entries was simply perfect. Alice held her head, biting her lip, extremely aggrieved. That was clearly a woman, yet you insist it wasn't, and tricked me into playing a game. You're just bullying me. Lin Ye looked at Alice, who seemed on the verge of tears, feeling overwhelmed. He hated seeing women cry more than anything else. He tried to comfort her. Okay, just don't cry, all right. Upon hearing this, Alice's expression became even more aggrieved. Was this how you comfort someone? Lin Ye sighed. Indeed, everyone had their weaknesses. What do you want? Just say it straight. Alice's eyes flashed with cunning. I want you to grant me a wish right now. Lin Ye was taken aback. On what grounds? If you don't agree, I'll cry in front of you. Lin Ye's face darkened. Are you threatening me? Alice nodded, her expression righteous. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. What wish? Alice smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. I want you to hug me too. Lin Ye helplessly accepted. He walked over, reached out, and patted her head twice, much like tapping a watermelon. All done. Alice pouted in anger. That's called tapping, not hugging. It's similar. Not at all. Alice grabbed his hand and placed it on her waist. Lin Ye withdrew his hand. She reached for him again. The two were engaged in an arm wrestling match. In the end, Lin Ye surrendered, resting his hand lightly on her waist without applying any force. Alice, dissatisfied, pushed forward, crashing into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest. This is what hugging is. Lin Ye froze for 2 seconds. It was soft and warm in his arms, and there was a sweet scent like freshly baked cream cake. Lin Ye's hand hovered in the air, unsure of where to place it. After pondering for a long time, he finally settled on the back of her head and gave it a pat. All right. Not enough you've never hugged me before, so you owe me 300 years worth. You have to make up for it day by day. When do I have to make it up? Until you die. All right. I must say Alice is quite clean, but it was understandable. After all, it was a 300-year obsession. Perhaps it started as a pure feeling, but after 300 years of fermentation, it had transformed into a twisted attachment. It was better to indulge her a bit, otherwise if the twisted nature flared up, it might not just be a cute little punch of love. Alice rubbed against him a few more times before slowly letting go. At that moment, a red notification popped up in front of Lin Ye. Regional announcement: Attention Area 1086. More than 100 players have acquired a Level 2 shelter, and the community system has been unlocked. Players in this area can go out at night to enter Community 1086 for free team building, trading, and interaction. Each area starts with 100,000 players. The closer the ranking, the nearer the shelter is to the community center, and improving the ranking will automatically change the geographical location. Warning: in 24 hours, an unprecedented cold wave will strike within the community. Players are advised to enhance their shelters and prepare in advance. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel descended into chaos. Lin Ye glanced at the survival count in the upper right corner: 9144-110-0000. That was over 5,000 less. Cold wave. What cold wave? I'm only level 1, and I haven't even patched the walls properly. The community is unlocked. That's great. Finally, I can find someone to team up with. The higher the ranking, the closer to the center. So am I currently in the suburbs? Dude, with your level 1 shelter, you're most likely in the urban-rural fringe. What? Why? Before I crossed over, I lived in the suburbs, and now I still live in the suburbs. Because you're poor. Lin Ye glanced at his own home. 50 square meters. Starry characteristics. His backpack capacity was significantly larger than that of ordinary people. The location shouldn't be bad. As for the unprecedented cold wave, the system used that term indicating it wasn't just ordinary cold. It was necessary to stockpile some fuel-warm clothing and high-calorie food in advance. However, Lin Ye had starry energy, so he didn't need to worry about fuel, unlike other players who were more anxious. I need to go out for a bit. Alice, who was squatting in the corner poking stars, looked up at the sound. I want to go too. You stay here. Alice's appearance was too conspicuous, and it was easy to attract unnecessary trouble. He was going out to gather information, not to stir up trouble. Why? Lin Ye pointed to the supplies in the corner. There are so many things at home, someone has to guard them to prevent thieves from breaking in. Alice tilted her head, thought for a moment, and felt that it made some sense. You won't leave me behind this time. I'm just going out. Lin Ye felt Alice was a bit sensitive. Then promise me, let's make a pinky swear, and you can't change for 1,000 years. All right. After making the pinky swear, Alice said contentedly, then I'll guard for you, but you have to come back quickly. Lin Ye pushed open the door, and outside was a path. The path was paved with stone slabs extending crookedly into the distance with street lamps on either side. The lamp posts were made of iron topped with glass covers inside, which burned blue flames. The flames were steady, casting circles of light on the road. The air was very cold, several degrees lower than during the day. Lin Ye exhaled a puff of white breath and rubbed his hands together. He turned to take a look at his shelter. A small bungalow stood in place with gray-white wooden walls and a deep blue, slanted roof. A few glowing oars were embedded in the roof, resembling stars that had fallen upon it. The entire building was enveloped in a silvery glow, particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Quite flashy. Lin Ye closed the door and walked along the stone path. After walking a few steps, a wooden house appeared nearby. The most basic kind, 10 square meters, square-shaped, resembling a coffin. At the door sat a person wrapped in a blanket, curled up, only 2 eyes visible. Seeing Lin Ye come out, the person displayed an envious expression. They looked at their own coffin-like shelter, and then up at Lin Ye's glowing house, silently wrapping their blanket a little tighter. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings and found a giant building not far away. A glowing sphere floated at the top of the building, resembling a small sun, illuminating the area for hundreds of meters as if it were daytime. That must be the central area. His home was in a decent location, just over 100 meters from the center. Lin Ye continued walking along the stone path. The houses on both sides began to grow denser, and the styles also became more varied. They were luxurious wooden houses of 25 square meters or more, with walls painted in tung oil and door frames carved with patterns. The number of people along the road increased. Many were holding wooden signs looking for a roommate. I have enough materials for level 2, need someone with wood. Seeking refuge, willing to work hard, just need something to eat. I am female shelter is accepting men, must have a skill, food, and accommodation provided. Lin Ye glanced at them, did not stop, and continued walking forward. The closer he got to the central area, the more people there were. Arriving at the square center, apart from a few players looking to team up, there were only a few scattered stalls, leaving him even more disappointed. Stone axe 20 wood. The stall owner shouted with fervor. Lin Ye glanced at the chipped edge of the axe blade. He wouldn't even want it if it were given to him for free, as it would just take up space in his backpack. Blood-stopping herb 5 wood per plant. Another stall owner hollered. Lin Ye thought of the belongings at home, and looking at these rags before him, he suddenly felt a bit empty. Had he unknowingly become a rich person? The current trading market was too bleak, with very few people. That made sense. Most people couldn't even support themselves, let alone talk about trading. Further in, near the center of the square, there was a gigantic stone tablet with densely etched names. Shelter ranking area 1086 ranked for the first time in order of upgrades. Lin Ye was quite curious about what his ranking was. He looked down. Lin Ye glanced at the leaderboard. 1. Shin Qinglan LV. 2. Jiang Chen LV. 2. 3. Lei Zhen LV. 2. He didn't recognize the top 3, but he saw 2 familiar names further down. 28. Su Yao LV. 2. 67. Zhao Xiaojin LV. 2. He wasn't surprised that Su Yao made the list, but Zhao Xiaojin did too. That little girl seemed to rely on luck more than anything else, yet she ranked 67th. It seemed that everyone had their secrets. Lin Ye continued to scroll down, and quickly found his name. 91. Lin Ye LV. 2. 91. Only 91. He felt a bit displeased, but soon came to terms with it. The ranking was based on the order of leveling up, comparing who gathered the materials first. He had been trapped in the mine, and also made a trip to Alice's house, which indeed wasted a lot of time. However, it wasn't a big deal. The leaderboard wasn't fixed. As long as one defeated another, they could take their place. While Lin Ye was contemplating, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Brother. Lin Ye turned around. Zhao Xiaojin stood behind him, wearing a puffy cotton jacket with sleeves that were too long, only her fingertips exposed. The collar of her jacket propped up, and her nose was a bit red from the cold, looking quite adorable. What are you doing here? Lin Ye asked. I live around here. Look, that greenhouse is mine. Zhao Xiaojin pointed to a wooden house not far away. The roof was painted green, and at the entrance hung 2 strings of red chili peppers, standing out starkly among the gray houses. Your taste is quite unique. Hee, it's festive. Zhao Xiaojin puffed up her chest proudly. Lin Ye looked her up and down. The cotton jacket was new, and she was holding a bulging cloth bag, obviously having stocked up on supplies. Where did you get your upgrading materials? Zhao Xiaojin blinked. I found them. Found them? Just luck. She counted on her fingers. I encountered a wood monster and a stone monster fighting, and they both ended up badly injured. When I arrived, they were already dead, so I picked up the materials. Lin Ye stared at her for 2 seconds. Zhao Xiaojin's gaze drifted for a moment before returning, and she chuckled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Lin Ye didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets. He didn't want to be the nosy type. By the way, brother, have you seen the rankings? You're ranked 91st. That's impressive. Aren't you ranked higher than me at 67th? Shh, brother, keep your voice down. Zhao Xiaojin tiptoed to cover his mouth, but couldn't reach, getting anxious as she tugged at his sleeve. Don't let anyone hear. What if someone targets me? Lin Ye looked down at her nervous little face and found it somewhat amusing. A person ranked 67th was so timid. All right, I'll keep it a secret for you. Zhao Xiaojin sighed in relief, pulling something out of the cloth bag and handing it to Lin Ye. Brother, this is for you. 2 big red and green cotton jackets adorned with peonies and magpies with faux fur around the collar looked like they were plucked straight from an 80s New Year painting. Lin Ye picked it up to take a look, his mouth twitching. Thick cotton jacket. Quality, ordinary white. Effect, warmth, resists severe cold. Description, wear it, and you'll be the most stylish one in the village. Where did this come from? I found it. Found it again. Zhao Xiaojin chuckled, her ponytail swaying slightly, without providing an explanation. Lin Ye pushed the jacket back. No need. Brother, you saved me. A few pieces of clothing are nothing. That doesn't count as saving. Why not? Zhao Xiaojin shoved the jacket back at him, her cheeks puffed out. At that time, my legs were completely weak. I couldn't even run. If you hadn't dragged me away, I would have been eaten. Lin Ye stopped being pretentious and accepted it. Zhao Xiaojin scratched her head. By the way, brother, I was just planning to visit Sister Su and bring her a couple of pieces of clothing as well. After all, you both are my benefactors. All right, let's go together. The two had just taken a few steps when they ran into someone they knew. In a white short-sleeved shirt, a black short skirt, and black stockings, wearing little white shoes. It was Zhen Run. She stood beside a man, around 30, slim, wearing a black trench coat made of fine material that glimmered slightly under the streetlight. The man's hand rested on Zhenrun's waist. Zhenrun turned her face, slightly talking to him about something. After listening for a few words, the man's lips slowly curled up, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked at him too. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds. The man was the first to look away, leaning down to whisper something in Zhenrun's ear. Zhenrun laughed, her whole body shaking, leaning into his embrace, fingers drawing circles on his chest. Zhao Xiaojin tiptoed closer, lowering her voice. Brother, do you know him? I've seen him once. Zhao Xiaojin sighed in relief, her voice even lower. As long as you don't have a grudge, that's fine. That guy's name is Song Si, ranked 19th on the leaderboard. How do you know? I saw him at the square earlier. He was recruiting people and a crowd gathered around him. Zhao Xiaojin swallowed. I heard he's a tier 2 ember walker with a campfire called Chasing Wind, and he's exceptionally fast. Tier 2. Yes, upgrading the sanctuary also enhances abilities. Now everyone estimates strength based on the sanctuary's level. Lin Ye said nothing and looked away. Let's go find Su Yao. The two continued forward. After taking a few steps, a voice called from behind. Wait a minute. Lin Ye didn't stop. I said wait a minute. The voice grew louder, carrying an authoritative tone. Lin Ye halted and turned around. Song Si stood still, hands in his trench coat pockets. Zhenrun stood beside him, wrapping her arms around her chin slightly raised. So it's you who robbed my girlfriend's stuff at the evacuation point today? Lin Ye glanced at Zhenrun. Zhenrun's eyes flickered for a moment. She didn't speak, but also didn't deny it. Lin Ye understood. She didn't say I wanted to follow him, but was rejected, but rather framed it as I was robbed, turning her embarrassment into victimhood. Zhao Xiaojin got anxious and stepped forward. Impossible. My brother wouldn't rob anyone. Song Si shot her a glance, as if looking at a squeaking hamster. Lin Ye raised his hand, and Zhao Xiaojin fell silent, though her cheeks puffed out, her eyes wide open. You say I robbed her stuff, then tell me, what did I rob? Zhenrun hurriedly interjected. It was wood. He robbed me of 100 units of wood. People in the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Robbing a woman's possessions? So shameless. Looks decent, though. Lin Ye wasn't angry. Instead, he countered, aren't you curious where she got the 100 units of wood from? Zhenrun's expression changed, but she held her ground. I chopped it myself. You chopped it? Show your hands. Zhenrun stayed silent. What? Afraid? People around started whispering, their gazes scanning Zhenrun. Zhenrun bit her lip and extended her hand. Her hands were pale, delicate, with light pink nail polish, not a single callus in sight. Chopped 100 units of wood, and not even a single blister. Did you chop it with your face? Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. Zhao Xiaojin was the first to laugh, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Zhenrun's face flushed red. You don't get to decide how I do it. Anyway, it was you who robbed me. Song Si, standing beside her, already had a grim expression. He wasn't a fool. He could hear the loopholes in her words. That's not right. The voice was low but clear. Everyone turned their heads. A girl in her 20s walked out from the crowd, wearing a faded sweatshirt with a bandage wrapped around her wrist. It was the girl who almost got left behind by the scar-faced man at the evacuation point. I was there at the time. This young man never robbed anyone's belongings, but rather he saved all of us. Zhenrun's face turned pale. You're talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. The girl's voice was steady. A group of people blocked the evacuation point, demanding a toll, even wanting to keep me behind. If it weren't for this young man, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Before she could finish, someone else in the crowd spoke. I was there too. A middle-aged man stepped forward. This woman was eager to pursue him, but he didn't want her. Now she's just angry and embarrassed, right? The public opinion instantly turned. Tisk, 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 even being rejected, she's still pursued. This woman is so thick-skinned, making up nonsense after being rejected. Zhao Xiaojin, listening from the side, was stunned, tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve, whispering, Brother, did she pursue you? Don't interrupt. Oh. Zhao Xiaojin obediently fell silent, but her eyes sparkled and the corners of her mouth curled up, looking as delighted as a hamster who had stolen a nut. Zhenrun's face turned from white to red, then to purple. She opened her mouth to retort, but couldn't utter a single word. The discussions in the crowd grew louder. I know her. She's Zhenrun, a second-tier celebrity having acted in several TV dramas. No wonder from the entertainment industry. That's not surprising. I heard she has been rumored with several directors. Then her ability to gather wood wouldn't be. The sentence was left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Zhenrun trembled all over, her nails digging into her palm, her lips turning white. She turned to look at Song Si. Song Si's expression was equally grim. He had thought he was playing the hero, saving the beautiful girl, but now he was being told he was the villain. The gazes around were like needles piercing into Song Si's body. This is the level of the 19th on the leaderboard. He was used as a pawn by a woman and still doesn't know it. TSK tisk, how embarrassing. Song Si clenched his fists. He glanced down at Zhenrun, then lifted his gaze to Lin Ye. His eyes flickered back and forth between the two. He was in a tough spot now. To concede meant losing face. To hold on would only lead to more disgrace. Zhenrun sensed his hesitation and quickly moved closer, her voice soft and trembling tinged with a hint of tears. Siga, don't listen to their nonsense, he really stole my things. You have to help me. After saying this, she leaned slightly forward, brushing against his arm. Song Si's throat moved slightly. He looked down at Zhenrun. That face, the one that had appeared countless times on television, was now so close. Damn, this is a star. In his life, he hadn't even interacted with an 18th-tier celebrity, yet now a living, breathing second-tier female star was leaning against him, begging for his help. If he backed down now, how could he hold his head high in the future? The victor takes all, as long as he could bring this kid down who would dare to talk. Song Si raised his head, his gaze turning fierce. My girlfriend says you stole it, so you did. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Damn, this is so shameless. Is this the quality of the 19th on the leaderboard? Clearly he's been bewitched by that girl, he's lost his mind. Song Si ignored their voices. He stepped forward, the hem of his coat billowing in the wind, revealing a dagger at his waist. They'll say it one last time, apologize. Lin Ye replied, what if I don't? Then you might not walk out of this square today. As these words left his mouth, the air grew colder. Zhao Xiaojin's face changed, and she hurriedly jumped between the two arms outstretched to block. The sleeves of her hoodie were too long, her hands tucked inside, revealing only a few fingertips resembling a little hamster guarding its food. Songa, let's talk it out, there's no need to resort to violence. Her voice trembled, but she still held her ground. Lin Gu is also on the leaderboard, we're all in the same district, it would be bad to harm relations. Song Si squinted, what rank? Zhao Xiaojin hesitated for a moment, and quietly said 91. As her words fell, there was a moment of silence around them. Song Si laughed a loud laugh that nearly brought tears to his eyes. 91. He turned to the people around, did you hear that? 91. Someone in the crowd muttered. 91 and 19. That's too much of a difference, right? The gap gets larger the higher you go, beating the 19th by the 91st is like playing around. Impulsive, huh? Even if he's in the right, there's no way to compete with strength. The best course now is to apologize, after all, life is more important than face. The buzz of gossip buzzed like flies, all drifting into Lin Ye's ears. Zhao Xiaojin's face turned beet red. Oh, she wanted to say something, but couldn't, only turning to look at Lin Ye. Her ponytail swished as her wide eyes seemed to convey, brother, run. Lin Ye remained still, his expression unchanged, even showing a hint of a smile. Song Si laughed enough and stepped forward. Do you know how big the gap is between rank 91 and 19? Lin Ye thought for a moment and replied, the numbers are reversed. Song Si's smile froze for an instant, then he grinned wide again, looking for death. He pushed off the ground, his coat flaring open. His speed was so fast that the light from the street lamp stretched into a line. Before the crowd could gasp in surprise, the dagger had already been drawn. 3 meters. 1 meter. The angle was tricky, heading straight for the shoulder. It was not a vital point, but a hit would render the entire arm useless. Song Si's expression turned exhilarated. He had never missed with this move. The speed doubled, an ordinary person wouldn't even have time to react. In the next moment, the dagger plunged into thin air. Song Si's pupils contracted slightly. There was no one in front of him. He had struck empty. The inertia caused him to lunge forward a couple of steps, nearly tripping over himself. Zhao Xiaojin covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Who are you looking for? A voice floated in from behind. Song Si felt a chill run down his spine and spun around. Lin Ye stood 3 steps away, hands stuffed in his pockets. Not bad speed, but your aim is lacking. Song Si, unfazed, gritted his teeth as a green glow flashed in his pupils. Swift Wind Step, a second-tier ability, dramatically increases speed for a short time at the cost of exhausting stamina. His figure vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. Fast. Twice as fast as before. The windbreaker tore open, the dagger's cold gleam slicing through the air like a silver line. The crowd saw only a blurry shadow, unable to even catch a glimpse of Song Si's outline. With this strike, he bet everything. But Lin Ye was still nowhere to be found. Song Si lunged forward, stabbing at emptiness, stumbling a dozen steps before colliding with a street lamp. The iron pole reverberated from his impact, the blue flame in the lampshade flickering violently. Zhao Xiaojin peeked through her fingers and saw Lin Ye standing unharmed on the other side, tossing his ponytail and exhaling a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why is that guy just chopping at air? It's not that he's chopping air, it's that the opponent is too fast. Why do I feel like Song Si is the one ranked 91 while this person seems more like the 19th calm and collected like a monkey show? Song Si isn't weak. An ordinary person might not last a second against him. It's just that this person is too strong. Song Si leaned against the street lamp, panting, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat streaming down his cheeks. The cost of swift wind step was rapidly depleting his stamina. But what broke him was not the physical exhaustion. It was the inability to even touch his opponent. Impossible. He turned to look at Lin Ye, who was still in his original position, not even changing his stance. I use swift wind step. My speed is 3 times usual. How could you keep up? Lin Ye tilted his head 3 times. Is that all? Song Si's pupils constricted sharply. His proud second-tier ability seemed like a joke in front of this person. Logically, the opponent should have been the one who couldn't hold on first. The stronger the ability, the greater the cost. His stamina was rapidly flowing away while Lin Ye's breathing was steady, his heart calm, walking leisurely. Song Si was horrified. This defied logic. Lin Ye's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, curious. It's because I'm stronger than you and don't have to pay the price. Song Si's pupils constricted sharply. Oh, just as he was about to speak, his wrist was suddenly gripped by a hand. The hand wasn't large with well-defined knuckles, even a bit beautiful, but the strength was unbelievable. Before Song Si could react, a tremendous force surged from his wrist, pushing his whole arm back. The dagger's sharp blade turned back toward his own throat. No. The cold blade touched his skin, a light brush. Song Si fell to the ground breathless. The crowd inhaled sharply. Zhao Xiaojin peeked through her fingers for one last glance, then lowered her hands, clenching her fists, her voice shaky. He died. Song Si committed suicide. He cut his own throat. Are you stupid? Who would commit suicide? That person grabbed his hand and pushed him. This guy is terrifying. He won too easily. I feel like he didn't even use all his strength. Lin Ye crouched down and picked up the fallen nameplate. Song Si's nameplate was a size larger than the ordinary with a faint blue glow on the edge. Nameplate Song Si special quality excellent green effect can be submitted as a tribute 10 unit. Ordinary bonfires can inherit wind chasing, consuming a large amount of stamina to increase action speed. Special bonfires can be replaced, the original ability disappears permanently, and each player can only inherit once permanently. Meanwhile, a system prompt popped up. You have killed the player ranked 19th on the leaderboard, can inherit his rank. Do you wish to inherit? Lin Ye clicked yes. Leaderboard has been updated. Your current rank 19. Area announcement player, Lin Ye, killed leaderboard 19th, Song Si. Rank has been changed. The chat channel exploded instantly. Damn, the 91st killed the 19th. No, the announcement is out, the rank has been inherited. How can it be fake? Lin Ye. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Don't you remember? He got the full rewards at the theater this afternoon. Damn, is it him? I thought he was an intelligence-type player, but you're telling me he's also this strong in combat. Being able to kill the 19th means his strength is definitely beyond the 19th. This guy is really fierce. Zhao Xiaojin stood nearby, her eyes wide open, her mouth agape, looking like a stunned hamster. Brother. You took down the 19th. Lin Ye stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. Yeah, I thought you were pretty low-key during the day. Lin Ye smiled. He had been low-key before, because he only had one life-saving item. Now with 2 items in hand, there was no need to remain low-key. If he let himself suffer even for a second, he would be betraying his forbidden items. People in the crowd stared at Lin Ye, their expressions changed. It was no longer the previous disdain, it was wariness, a reevaluation. Anyone who could kill the 19th didn't matter what rank they were. Rank is the best proof of strength. Zhao Xiaojin tiptoed over, lowering her voice, her eyes sparkling. Brother, your earlier line was so cool. Which one? The one about the numbers being reversed. Is your focus a bit off? Zhao Xiaojin chuckled, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. Killing the player Song Si, currently dismantling their shelter. Approximately 30 resources can be obtained. Dismantling completed would X30, a stone X15. Not bad, just enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The rewards for killing in the community are much lower than in the public world. One can harvest all the resources from their backpack, while the other can only dismantle the shelter. It seems the greater purpose of the community is to provide players with a platform for communication and trade rather than being a stage for players to compete against each other. But some people just want to pick a fight. Killing is just killing. There are no strict rules in survival games. The strong hold absolute power. Lin Ye turned his head. Zhen Run was collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. If I don't establish this authority today, anyone would dare to provoke me in the future. But just killing her would be too lenient. Lin Ye turned to the crowd, his voice not loud, yet everyone could hear. This woman has fabricated lies trying to put me to death. He paused. From today onwards in Zone 1086, though anyone who gives her a bite to eat or shelters her is going against me. The crowd fell silent for a moment. No one dared to refute. If Lin Ye had said such words before, everyone would have found it amusing. But just now the 19th ranked player had died at his hands, and no one dared to take it lightly. Even if someone wanted to take advantage of her beauty, they had to weigh how many heads they had. Zhenrun's face turned completely pale. Although he hadn't killed her directly, it was not much different. In this world, being rejected by everyone is scarier than death. You can't do this. Lin Ye ignored her and turned to leave. Behind him came Zhenrun's cries, sharp and piercing. The discussions in the crowd kept going. Damn, is this a ban? Deserved. Who told her to harm others? Zhao Xiaojin jogged up her ponytail, swinging her eyes sparkling. Brother, you're making her die a slow. Isn't she always shouting slogans on Weibo saying women should be independent? Today I'm just lending her a hand. Zhao Xiaojin gave a thumbs up, showing her little tiger teeth. Brother, you're truly amazing, even thinking of such a nasty trick. The streetlights on both sides of the stone path swayed and the wind blew flames stretched into thin lines like a ghost sticking out its tongue. Lin Ye weighed Song Sis nameplate in his hand, the green glow on its edge still not faded. This thing is for you. Zhao Xiaojin looked at the nameplate, her eyes wide, her hands flailing like a rattle drum. Brother, this thing is too precious, I can't take it. Stop talking nonsense, just take it. Lin Ye shoved the nameplate into her hand. Zhao Xiaojin clutched the nameplate and followed her expression, conflicted, her ponytail swaying behind her. After walking a short distance, she couldn't hold it in any longer, biting her lip, her eyes slightly reddened. Brother, I'm sorry I lied to you. Lin Ye did not stop glancing at her. Zhao Ziajin's voice was low like a mosquito buzzing. Actually, I am also a remnant walker, it's just that my ability is too special and related to luck. After saying this, Zhao Xiaojin sighed, as if a heavy stone was lifted from her heart. Lin Ye paused for a moment, turning his head to look at her. An ability related to luck. Interesting. I guess that you level up faster than me. You just happened to stumble upon a fight between two monsters and picked up the loot. How could there be so many coincidences? Zhao Xiaojin scratched her head, chuckling a couple of times, but halfway through her expression became serious, her eyes wide. Brother, I didn't mean to hide it from you. In this world, the hardest thing to guard against is the human heart. Lin Ye nodded. Your vigilance is quite good. Unlike me and Su Yao, the two of us were tricked into becoming mind slaves this afternoon. Zhao Xiaojin gasped, her ponytail shaking. Mind slaves. Lin Ye spoke as he walked, briefly recounting what happened that afternoon. Zhao Xiaojin stood frozen in place after hearing her mouth forming an O shape, and it took several seconds for her to catch up. Brother, you two have had such an absurd experience. Lin Ye chuckled lightly. He hadn't even mentioned the more absurd things that happened afterward. Su Yao's shelter was on the east side of the community, labeled 23. The house was grayish-white with a few twinkling starlights, suggesting it had also used starlight or for upgrades, but not as much as Lin Ye's. A lamp hung at the door, the lampshade made of paper with a warm, dim light gently swaying in the wind. Zhao Xiaojin knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Sister Su Yao? It's me, Xiaojin. She knocked a few more times. The door creaked open slightly, revealing half a face. Seeing Lin Ye, Su Yao opened the door wider. You're still alive. Lin Ye's face darkened. What kind of statement is that? Are you wishing for my death? Su Yao glanced at Lin Ye's back. What about that little cake of yours? It's at home. Su Yao clicked her tongue twice, bringing home a fairy tale character. You really have good fortune. Lin Ye sighed. There's no way to shake her off. If there were a way, who would want to be entangled with a mentally unstable, especially since he had taken someone else's identity? Zhao Xiaojin listened beside them, her eyes darting back and forth between the two. What little cake? Fairy tale character. Su Yao briefly explained the situation. Zhao Xiaojin looked shocked, her eyes wide as Saucer's Little Red Riding Hood came home with you. Again giving a thumbs up. Awesome, brother, I admire you more and more. You're simply my life idol. Su Yao stepped aside to let them in. The room was small, about 30 square meters, neatly arranged. A rune crossbow hung on the wall. You're quite tidy here, Lin Ye said as he looked around. I'm used to it. Su Yao poured a glass of water and handed it over. Lin Ye didn't take it, and Zhao Xiaojin snatched it, downing it in one go and wiping her mouth afterward. She sat down on a chair and glanced at Lin Ye. Impressive killing, Song Si. Even you know about it. I'm not blind. It was written in the announcement. 91 killed 19. Such explosive news spread like wildfire in the entire chat channel. Su Yao paused, her expression turning serious. But you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Song Si is dead, but his identity is somewhat special. He is a member of the Mutual Aid Society. The Mutual Aid Society was initiated by Jiang Chun. It is currently the most powerful organization in Zone 1086, with a membership threshold of level 2 shelters. Song Si was one of them. Although not the strongest, he was among the quickest to respond, considered an absolute elder. Su Yao looked at him by killing Song Si. Now it's equivalent to slapping the Mutual Aid Society in the face. Lin Ye thought for a moment. Jiang Chun, the one ranked second. Exactly. I don't know the specifics of his abilities, but I've heard he is very strong, and the members are all quite respectful of him. Zhao Xiaojin turned pale beside him, gripping Lin Ye's sleeve. Brother, what should we do? Lin Ye did not answer, turning to Su Yao. Have they come looking for you? I received an invitation which I declined. Lin Ye nodded, his expression unchanged. It doesn't matter if they don't provoke me, then it's all good. If they must provoke me, he paused, his tone flat. I wouldn't mind killing them all. Su Yao hesitated to speak. After all, no matter how strong the ability, there are limits to the cost. It is unrealistic for one person to fight against an organization. But considering Lin Ye was currently in the spotlight, she dismissed the idea of advising him. If Lin Ye knew what she was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Cost? Non-existent. With rewind and acceleration, a combination of both traits, let alone a mutual aid society, even if the top 10 attack together, what of it? His abilities are limitless. Can others say the same? They would wear themselves out. Zhao Xiaojin swallowed and took out a cotton coat from her bag. To change the subject, sister, Su Yao, hey, erase a cotton coat for you. Su Yao did not refuse taking the cotton coat, shaking it open, looking at the peony flowers and magpies on it, her corner of the eye twitching. This floral pattern. It's festive, Zhao Xiaojin chuckled, revealing her little tiger teeth. Su Yao neatly folded the cotton coat and set it aside, turning to look at Lin Ye. Did you take Song Si's nameplate? I did. Does it have special effects? Yes, it can be exchanged for his abilities, but each person only has one chance to inherit. Su Yao's eyes changed slightly. Although there are restrictions, it means players can hunt each other. She then switched topics. You shouldn't have inherited it, right? Lin Ye spoke frankly. His abilities are too trash. Oh, I don't want them. Zhao Xiaojin rubbed her hands beside him, her eyes sparkling. Brother, what do you plan to do with that nameplate? Sell it. Sell it. Zhao Ziajin's eyes widened, her ponytail swinging. Can this thing be sold? There are still plenty of people who are ordinary campfires. Those who want abilities will be willing to bid for them. Su Yao nodded. Makes sense, but most people don't have much resources. Oh, wait a while to sell, and the price will be even better. After chatting and exchanging information, half an hour passed. Lin Ye stood up first. I'm leaving. If I stay too long, the people at home will cause a commotion. Su Yao lifted her eyelids to glance at him, her tone calm. Take care of yourself. It's not what you think. Zhao Xiaojin followed behind, walking to the door, then turned back. Sister Su Yao, remember to wear the cotton coat. A cold wave is coming. Got it. As they left Su Yao's house, the wind had picked up compared to before. The temperature had dropped a few more degrees, and the white breath they exhaled was thicker. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, quickening his pace. Zhao Xiaojin jogged to catch up, her ponytail swinging, her breath forming puffs in the air. Brother, how cold do you think the cold wave will be? The system says unprecedented. It shouldn't be joking. Then I need to stock up on more wood. If there's not enough wood, it's best to get some cold-resistant supplies. Zhao Xiaojin nodded, pulling up the collar of her cotton coat, curling up like a little hamster. Lin Ye's home had moved to plot 19 and not far from Su Yao's. It took only a couple of steps to reach. He pushed the door open. Alice was squatting by the campfire. Hearing the door sound, she raised her head, her wide eyes shining for a moment. Brother, you're back. Lin Ye asked curiously. What are you squatting there for? I heard someone speaking in the fire. Lin Ye had just closed the door. What were they saying? They said you were a bit. A moment of silence enveloped the shelter. You heard wrong. No, I didn't. Alice shook her head, her expression serious. She said you're a bad egg, and that you've been flirting around outside, and she also said. All right. Lin Ye reached out to cover her mouth. His hand met a soft warmth, the temperature of her lips cooler than that of an average person, pleasantly chilly. Alice blinked, her eyelashes brushing against the gaps between his fingers. Lin Ye released his grip. Alice's cheeks flushed slightly. Brother, your hand is so warm. No, it's you who's blushing like a bubble hammer. Lin Ye stood up, turned around to tidy up supplies, stacking the wooden and stone materials from Song Si Bao in the corner. Alice squatted in place, supporting her chin as she watched him. Brother, where will I sleep tonight? Lin Ye didn't even look back on the floor. The floor is cold. There's a cotton jacket, use it as a cushion. Hard. Then you sleep at the door. Alice tilted her head in thought, took off her cloak, and laid it next to the campfire. She then pulled out the cotton jacket sent by Zhao Xiaojin, folded it neatly to use as a pillow. Then she lay down, curling into a ball, facing the campfire. Lin Ye climbed onto the bed, covering himself with the large floral jacket. He dimmed the campfire slightly and lay down. The starlit dome above slowly swirled, the points of light flickering resembling a true night sky. It was quiet. Only the occasional crackle of the campfire could be heard. Brother, I was just teasing you. No one is talking in the fire. Lin Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. You've learned to be mischievous. Who told you to leave me alone at home? Alice turned over facing the campfire, wrapping her cloak tighter. The firelight cast a warm hue on her face, the shadow of her eyelashes dancing on her cheekbones. Her breathing gradually became even. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling for a long time, his eyelids growing heavier. A night passed in silence. The next day, Lin Ye was awakened by a fragrant aroma. The sweet and sour scent of berries mixed with the richness of honey along with the toasty fragrance of roasted pine nuts. He sat up in bed. The campfire was burning brightly, a small pot set above it bubbling with its contents. Alice squatted by the pot, stirring with a wooden spoon. Her hair was tied up, revealing a small section of her white nape. The cloak was neatly folded beside her. The cotton jacket was also folded, serving as a cushion. Where did the pot come from? It was in the room. Did I carry the company's pot here? Lin Ye walked over to take a look at the pot. The pot contained a thick purplured mush, the berries having boiled down, the juice thick and rich with a few pine nuts and chopped mushrooms floating on top. It didn't look great, but smelled really good. Alice scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and offered it to Lin Ye's mouth. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor, the berries' tartness balanced by honey, the oiliness of the pine nuts burst in his mouth, while the mushroom bits added texture. Surprisingly, it was delicious. How is it? Not bad. Alice smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, scooping a large bowl and handing it to him. Then he'll cook for you every day. Lin Ye didn't respond. A voice in his heart warned him, the happier she is now, the worse it will be for you later. Holding the bowl, he leaned against the wall and ate slowly. Alice squatted by the campfire, serving herself a bowl, blowing on it in small bites. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before him. Warning: daylight has arrived. Community functions are temporarily disabled. Please return to your respective shelters as soon as possible. Failure to do so will lead to permanent loss. Lin Ye set down his bowl and glanced at the time. It was exactly 8 in the morning. He opened the door to check the community. A thick fog was slowly rolling in. The fog was dense, gradually enveloping the entire community, but it was blocked outside the courtyard of Shelter No. 19. It seems this fog can't enter the players' shelters. Lin Ye felt relieved. This should be a kind of restriction set by the game rules. During the day, one either enters the public world or stays at home obediently. The road for wandering in the community was blocked. Soon a new system prompt appeared. Current world: dark fairy tale world. Refresh conditions satisfy any of the following goals. 1. The number of secondary shelters reaches 1000. Current 1821000. 2. The cumulative survival progress of all players' actions such as logging, mining, exploring, significant events, etc. 12. Extinction countdown 71 hours, 58 minutes, 32 seconds. Warning: if the countdown reaches 0 without achieving the goals, the world will enter extinction mode. Monster strength will double, resources will gradually deplete. The chat channel exploded. 72 hours. Are we going to be killed in 3 days? 182 secondary shelters. With a total of 1000 people in the district, only a little over 100 have leveled up. Are the rest sleepwalking or what? If you think you can do better, go ahead. I spent a whole day logging just to gather 50 pieces of wood. Do you think it's easy? Survival progress is only 12. At this rate, well, all be finished in 3 days. The chat channel began to fill with panic. In the 1086 community where Lin Ye was, there were quite a few experts, but the overall level was too low. Most people struggled to be self-sufficient and couldn't keep up with the pace, becoming dead weight. But Lin Ye had no way to change this. With such a collective goal, one person's power was ultimately limited. I've already achieved the shelter requirement. All I can do now is to try my best to increase my survival points. Logging and mining are the basics. The points should be low. Exploring might yield more, and significant events will definitely yield the most. I just don't know what qualifies as a significant event. Does slaying a dragon count? Lin Ye tucked the broken sword behind his waist and checked his backpack. An axe, a compass, 2 fragments of the holy sword, 2 bags of soy sauce duck, and a bag of water. Enough for use. Alice squatted at the door, tying her shoelaces, her cloak already on the hood, not pulled up, her light golden hair cascading down. Brother, you're talking less today. I'm thinking. Thinking about what? Do you know about evil dragons? Alice paused her actions, looked up at him, a momentary daze in her wynard eyes. Evil dragons. I have a vague memory, but I don't remember much. Lin Ye didn't press on, pushing the door open. The sky outside was gray, the air damp as if it was about to rain, but hadn't yet. Outside the shelter stood an additional stone door. The stone frame was covered with densely packed runes of bluish light seeping from the engravings. In the center of the door frame was a membrane like mercury rippling on the surface. Entrance to the public world. Lin Ye glanced at Alice. Stay close. Alice reached out to grasp the hem of his clothing. The blue light erupted. A feeling of weightlessness surged from his feet. The sound of wind filled his ears, sharp and piercing. Lin Ye instinctively reached back to grab Alice's wrist. He caught it, but the blue light grew increasingly bright enough to see nothing. Then his hand was empty. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He stood in an unfamiliar forest. The trees were tall, their trunks twisted with moss covering their bark. The air was filled with the scent of decaying leaves mixed with the dampness of the earthy smell. He was alone. Looking down, he grasped a piece of red fabric. When Alice opened her eyes, she found herself standing on soft, wet mud. She looked down at her hands, and then around her. The corner of Lin Ye's clothing was still clenched in her hand, the fabric torn. Brother. No one answered. Beside her was a lake. The lake's surface was as calm as a mirror reflecting the distorted tree crowns and the gray-white sky. Alice stood by the lake, gazing down at the water. In the reflection, her hair was a bit messy and a streak of dirt marked her face. She reached out to wipe it, and the reflection mimicked her action. Just as Alice turned to leave, the water surface erupted. A hand reached up from the lake, its fingers long and grasping her ankle. Alice was about to struggle when the force from the water was astonishingly strong, as if the entire lake was pressing down on her. Before she could muster any strength, she was dragged into the water. Bubbles rose to the surface, then the lake returned to calmness as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Ye took out a map and compared it with the surrounding environment. Indeed, the third location was nearby, Mirror Lake. Since I'm here, I might as well collect the fragments first. Alice was not a player, so Lin Ye could not contact her through the system. However, he was not worried about Alice's safety. As one of the bosses in the fairy tale world, Alice was stronger than him. Who could bully her? It would be surprising if she didn't bully others. Moreover, Alice had a home in this world. If he couldn't find her, she would surely return to her hunting grounds, and he could just go back to pick her up later. After following the map for half an hour, the forest began to thin out, and the moss on the path grew thicker. By the roadside was a small mirror embedded in the roots of a tree. A line of text appeared on the mirror. You are very handsome. Below it in smaller letters, donate 1 wood to see another compliment. Lin Ye. At the end of the path was a small wooden cabin. The cabin was old with blackened walls, a roof covered in moss, and 2 strings of mushrooms hanging at the entrance. An old man squatted at the door, clutching a smoking pipe. He squinted as he saw Lin Ye walking over from the forest. Another one has come. Lin Ye paused, asking, what do you mean by another? The old man tapped his pipe. Dozens came this morning, just like you, dressed in strange outfits, all headed towards the lake. He pointed towards the lake, and none of them came back out. The old man took a puff from his pipe, and the smoke billowed from his nose, slowly dispersing in the humid air. What's in the lake? Something that eats people. The old man glanced at him. Are you going too? Yes. Not listening to the advice of the elderly will lead to suffering right before your eyes. Lin Ye didn't even turn around, saying, got it. A sigh came from the old man behind him, soon swallowed by the forest. The forest came to an end. In front of him was an open expanse of water, the lake so vast that he could not see the opposite shore, the water a grayish-blue color. There was no wind, no birds chirping, and even the sound of insects had vanished. Lin Ye crouched down and reached out to touch the water's surface. The moment his fingertips grazed the lake, ripples spread outward, a chilling sensation creeping up from his fingertips. No reaction. He reached further, half of his palm submerged in the water, but still no response. Lin Ye withdrew his hand and shook off the water. What happened to the man-eaters? Just as he finished speaking, something beneath the water stirred. A shadow surged up from the bottom of the lake, moving rapidly like a fired cannonball. Lin Ye jumped back half a step, his hand pressing against the broken sword at his waist. Splash! The water surface exploded. A hand emerged from the water, fingers long, skin grayish-white with black grime embedded beneath the nails. 5 fingers, but the proportions were off. The palm was much larger than normal, and the knuckles were elongated. That hand lunged straight for Lin Ye's ankle, trying to drag me into the water. The golden hourglass appeared in Lin Ye's pupils. The creature's movement slowed down. Its nails brushed past his ankle mere inches away. Lin Ye sidestepped, drew his sword, and thrust it into the creature's eye socket. In one smooth motion, the creature froze for an instant, then exploded with a bang, turning into mist. When the mist cleared, 2 round beads were left on the ground. One was shaped like a teardrop, its surface gleaming with a moist luster. If held to the ear, one could hear the sound of the tides. Mermaid's tier quality excellent green effect, a one-time item that allows breathing underwater for 12 hours upon use. Description: for every time a mermaid cries, a pearl is formed at the bottom of the sea. These tears, when harvested, become treasures that protect against water. Lin Ye was speechless. What kind of mermaid looked this ugly? He thought it was a water monkey at first. The other bead was translucent, containing a wisp of gray-blue smoke. Mermaid essence quality excellent green effect can be submitted as a sacrificed 5 units or used for special alchemy. Description: the essence condensed within a mermaid, tasteless to eat but too precious to discard. Lin Ye stored both beads and stood up. Not bad, it wasn't a waste of effort. He stared at the lake's surface for a few seconds, his mind racing. A single mermaid couldn't kill more than 10 people. Either there was more than one or something else was lurking in the water. But at least now he had an item to protect against water, so he wouldn't panic when entering. He stood up and walked halfway around the lake's edge. The water still held that same color, grayish-blue, like frosted glass, concealing the bottom. Just as he was contemplating how to enter, the lake's surface began to ripple. Ripples spread from the center of the lake outward, each wave slowing down. The reflection in the water changed, morphing into a mass of black mist. The mist swirled as if something was trying to emerge from within. A voice echoed from the bottom of the lake, muffled, as if speaking through thick glass. "Tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" Lin Ye fell into thought. The classic line from the magic mirror in Snow White came to mind. He had heard it as a child. The first face that popped into his head was Alice's. But she was just a lowly, as she shouldn't count as a woman. The standard answer should be Snow White, but this was a dark fairy tale, so it surely wasn't that simple. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and provided the safest answer: your mother. The air fell silent for several seconds. The voice erupted in fury, shouting, "You dare insult Princess!" As soon as the words left its mouth, the lake's surface churned. The entire expanse of water tilted toward Lin Ye. A tremendous force slammed into his chest. He barely had time to react before water rushed into his nose, mouth, and ears. The icy liquid burrowed down his trachea, squeezing his lungs as if gripped by a hand. Instinctively, he struggled, flailing his arms and legs in the water, but the weight was too heavy and countless hands pressed down on him from all sides. His vision began to darken. A thought flashed through his mind: mermaid's tear. He reached for his waist and crushed the transparent bead. A cold sensation burst from his palm, enveloping his body like a thin membrane. The pressure in his lungs vanished. Lin Ye took a few seconds to recover, his heartbeat gradually slowing. "Damn, I just praised your mother for being the most beautiful, and yet you attack me." He looked down. There was light at the bottom of the lake. Lin Ye swam toward that source of brightness. The light grew brighter. As a white flash passed before his eyes, he found himself standing in a strange place. Above him was the inverted lake's surface like a gigantic mirror. Underfoot were white stones, each step sending ripples outward. Yet the ground was hard, the sensation strange, as he could not sink into the surface of the water. Lin Ye walked forward. A castle gradually emerged from the gray-blue mist. The castle was small, built of white stones, its walls covered in creeping vines, and its arched windows had half of their glass shattered. At the entrance stood a figure in a black robe, their face hidden beneath the hood, revealing only a pointed chin. A large crowd of over 30 people surrounded them, both men and women, chattering incessantly. "Were you also deceived by the chat channel?" "Who isn't?" "They said it was a large dungeon at Mirror Lake with rewards for clearing it, but once inside there's no way out. I came in yesterday and haven't even entered the castle gates. I've just been stuck here all night." "Then why don't you leave?" "If I could, I would have left already." As Lin Ye walked over, someone in the crowd called out, "Another one has come." Dozens of eyes turned to stare. Lin Ye paid no mind to the gazes, his sight scanning over the crowd. Then he spotted a bundle of red in the corner by the castle gate. A red velvet cloak, the hood not pulled up, with light golden hair cascading down, head bowed, fingers tracing circles in the dirt. Lin Ye stepped in that direction. Having only taken a couple of steps, a hand reached out from beside him and grabbed his sleeve. "Brother, don't go over there. The red-cloaked demon king is squatting there." The stubbled man whispered. "Who?" "That little lowly. Should keep your voice down." The stubbled man raised his index finger to his lips, glancing quickly at Alice before retracting his gaze. "A few blind idiots went up to talk to her earlier and were punched into the wall." The stubbled man gestured toward a stone pillar not far away. Lin Ye followed his gaze. Indeed, there was a human-shaped dent in the pillar with someone embedded in it, limbs hanging limply, looking like a flattened lizard. There were 2 others nearby, one crouched on the ground, holding their stomach pale-faced, while the other lay motionless, unable to tell if they had fainted or died. Lin Ye remarked, "With such good looks, her strikes are too ruthless." "What good is good looks?" The stubbled man shook his head. "A punch can knock the crap out of you." Lin Ye continued walking forward. The stubbled man froze for a moment, reaching out to grab him, but failing. Brother, that's an ancestor, not someone to mess with. Lin Ye didn't stop. People in the crowd noticed, and whispers spread like ripples. Another one has come to their death. Does this guy not see those three from earlier? Even if he saw them, he still went. He must be a severe lowly enthusiast. There's no saving him. Lin Ye stood behind the red cloak. Some in the crowd couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. Some had already begun to guess the outcome. I bet on a punch. Too optimistic, half a punch is enough. Alice heard the footsteps very close right. Her small face darkened, annoyed at the many oblivious flies around. Until Lin Ye's voice sounded. What are you drawing? Alice's fingers paused momentarily. Then she raised her head. Her eyes widened suddenly. Something in her gaze exploded, transforming confusion into joy and then joy into brightness. The bundle of red on the ground moved. She sprang up from the ground, moving so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Here it comes, here it comes. The Iron Fist is coming." Some had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of what was to come. The stubbled man sighed. Why bother? I already said not to go. However, the anticipated scene did not occur. No fist, no figure flying away, no sound of bone. The red shadow crashed into Lin Ye's embrace like a cat finding its owner, burying herself into him. A muffled thud sounded. Lin Ye took half a step back, steadied himself, and looked down at the fluffy head in his arms. Alice's face was buried in his chest, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Brother, why did you take so long to come? I almost thought you got lost again. Her voice was muffled, coming from his clothing, tinged with a bit of grievance and complaint. The crowd fell completely silent. Dozens of faces, dozens of pairs of eyes, dozens of open mouths, all froze in place. The stubbled man's jaw dropped, almost hitting the ground. This is the red-cloaked demon king who just punched someone into the wall. The person next to him nodded mechanically. I didn't see wrong, that ancestor just pounced on him. Who is that person? The one being hugged. Who just said he would fly away after half a punch. Step up and take some hits. I take back my words, this guy didn't come to die, he came to claim his prize. Claim? Can't you see? That ancestor squatted there for so long, just waiting for him. Someone swallowed, nervously muttering quietly. Did this brother save the world in his past life? The person next to him chimed in, save the world. I think he saved the entire galaxy. Alice punched Lin Ye's chest lightly. Thud. The sound wasn't loud, but it hurt nonetheless. Lin Ye swallowed the blood that surged up to his lips. Alice punched him again. Lin Ye suspected that if she kept this up, his ribs would break again. He quickly changed the subject. How did you? Alice looked up. After I fell into the lake, I was washed to a pitch-black place. After walking for a long time, I finally saw light, and once I came out, I ended up here. She paused. On the way, I ran into a few monsters, and I killed them all. Such a simple and brutal process. As long as you're fine. Alice rubbed against him a couple more times before slowly loosening her grip and stepping back half a step. But her fingers still clutched the hem of his clothing, afraid he would disappear the next second. Someone in the crowd sighed. Damn it, I want that too. The person next to him patted his shoulder earnestly. You should first be able to withstand a punch from her before talking. At that moment, someone in the crowd stared at Lin Ye for a few seconds and suddenly slapped their thigh. I remember now, this person is Lin Ye, the one who killed 19 in the ranking. The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on him. It's him? He doesn't look like much of a fighter. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Song Si thought the same and ended up dead. The crowd fell silent for a moment, everyone casting sidelong glances at Lin Ye filled with envy and wariness. Alice took the candy she had stashed in her pocket and offered it to Lin Ye. Want some? It was given by the old man at the gate. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. That old man at the entrance could give out candy. He shook his head, no thanks. Just then a man in a blue coat stepped out from the crowd, his hair slicked back, exuding confidence. 3 or 4 people followed behind him, creating quite the spectacle. He appraised Lin Ye from head to toe. Are you Lin Ye? Lin Ye glanced at him. And you are? Chowing ranked 30. He paused, adding, from the Mutual Aid Association. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Not because Chao Ying's rank was high, but because the name of the Mutual Aid Association was currently too influential. In the top 100 of the rankings, at least 1/5 of the members had joined. Lin Ye remained silent. Chao Ying took a step forward. I heard about Song Si. To put it bluntly, he was just a waste used as a pawn by others, and unaware of it, he deserved to die. But no matter what, he was one of us in the Mutual Aid Society. You killed him, you should at least explain, right? Lin Ye replied, what explanation do you want? Chao Ying spread his arms, turned around, and addressed the crowd. Everyone knows what's going on. I want beat around the bush. You join the Mutual Aid Society, and this matter will be settled. He paused, his voice growing serious. If you don't join, You might find it hard to survive in District 1086 in the future. Whispers circulated among the crowd. This move is clever. It showcases the benevolence of the Mutual Aid Society and expands its power. Clever my foot. It's obvious he wants to recruit people with strength. Chowing heard the remarks, but was unconcerned. He stared at Lin Ye waiting for a response. Lin Ye shook his head. I refuse. Chao Ying's expression changed. Don't think that because you let 19 go you can challenge the Mutual Aid Society. Initial rankings only reflect the upgrade order of the shelter and do not determine strength. Many capable survivors are stuck due to upgrade materials, which prevents them from upgrading their shelters in time. I could crush someone like Song Si with one hand. Lin Ye nodded. Yes, well said, but I still won't. The smile on Chao Ying's face completely vanished. You think you can resist me after letting 19 go? He stepped forward, a dark blue light shimmering in his palm. Then don't blame me for not. His words were cut off. The figure in the black robe moved. No one saw how he moved. One moment he was at the castle gate, the next his hand rested on Chao Ying's shoulder. The water light in Chao Ying's palm dispersed into a mist, vanishing into the air. The voice of the figure in the black robe emerged from beneath the hood, low and hoarse. Fighting is not allowed here. Violators will be condemned to the bottom of the lake. After speaking, the hand withdrew from Chao Ying's shoulder. Chao Ying staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Just now he couldn't even move, let alone use his abilities. He looked at the figure in the black robe, his eyes filled with fear and dread. The figure turned and walked back to the entrance, hands tucked into his sleeves, as if nothing had happened. The crowd buzzed with discussion. What the hell, who is this doorkeeper? He pinned down Chao Ying with just one hand. Chao Ying is rank 30, and he couldn't even resist. What on earth is in this castle that requires someone of this caliber to guard it? Chao Ying's face shifted from pale to red. Being held down like a chick in front of so many people was humiliating. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Alice, shouting at the figure in the black robe's back. Why can she act? That red-capped girl just punched someone into the wall. Why didn't you stop her? The figure in the black robe did not turn, his voice floating out coldly from beneath the hood. What are you? How dare you compare yourself to her? Chao Ying's face turned a deep shade of purple, wanting to say something, but the aura from the figure in the black robe made him swallow his words. He retreated to the stone column, leaning against it, his chest heaving. 2 of his subordinates approached, one offering water, the other patting his back. Brothering, forget it. That doorkeeper is not someone we can mess with. I never said I wanted to provoke him. Chao Ying gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth. But that Lin Ye will pay for this sooner or later. His subordinate echoed. Yes, 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 once we get out of the instance we can deal with him however we want. Chao Ying couldn't swallow this anger, his gaze piercing through the crowd, fixated on Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled at him, a very friendly smile. Chao Ying was momentarily stunned, still processing the situation, when Lin Ye leaned into Alice's ear. Did you see the one in blue? Alice glanced over with her peripheral vision. He just threatened me. Alice's eyes narrowed. There's no need for that, just let him realize his mistake. Lin Ye was still uncertain about why the figure in the black robe allowed Alice to strike, and how tolerant he truly was, so he didn't want to escalate it to fatal consequences. Alice nodded. She unwrapped a candy wrapper, popped the candy into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. With a flick of her red cloak, she walked towards Chao Ying. Chao Ying, leaning against the pillar drinking water, caught a glimpse of red approaching from the corner of his eye. He looked up. Alice was already standing 3 steps away. Chao Ying's hand trembled, the water bag fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. What? What are you doing? Alice raised her fist. You threatened my brother. Chao Ying seemed to realize something, his face turning pale. He tried to turn and run, but Alice's fist was already upon him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed at the castle gate. Soon Chao Ying slumped to the ground, his face swollen, blood at the corner of his mouth and a bruise around his eye. He looked at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with resentment. Despicable and shameless, what kind of man hides behind a woman? Have the guts to face me in a fair duel. Lin Ye smirked. I wonder what can you do to me? Turning to Alice, he said, he threatened me again. Alice clenched her fist and stepped forward again. With a few punches, Chao Ying was howling, his gaze turning incredibly clear. I'm wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Alice's fist paused in midair. Wrong about what? Chao Ying was, this isn't the right script. Why is he starting to self-reflect? Alice raised her fist again. I shouldn't have threatened Lin Ye. I shouldn't have troubled him. I want dare again. Chao Ying's voice was frantic and rapid, spilling out like a machine gun. Alice clapped her hands and returned to Lin Ye's side. He said he was wrong. Lin Ye nodded. I heard it. Should we continue? No need, let him save some face. Hearing this, Chao Ying nearly spat out blood. Save face. His face was swollen to the size of a pig's head. How could there be any face left? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha, this guy is ruthless. He didn't even lift a finger, letting the little girl do the beating. The key is that Chowing doesn't dare fight back. If he does, the figure in the black robe will throw him into the lake. Isn't this a bug exploit? Bug exploit. This is called utilizing the rules, understand? Lin Ye ignored the discussions and glanced at the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe remained the same, hands tucked into his sleeves, hood obscuring his face. But Lin Ye noticed a slight movement at the corner of his mouth, seemingly quite helpless. The figure in the black robe sighed, not wanting to see the farce continue. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but every word pierced the ears. If you want to enter the castle, you must first pass the test of the Mirror of Desire. Behind him, a massive mirror rose from the ground, its surface mercury-colored, rippling with waves. Inside the mirror dwells a succubus. She will take the form of your 3 deepest desires. Those whose hearts remain steadfast will pass. Those who waver will be eliminated. Someone asked, what happens if we are eliminated? The figure in the black robe did not answer. But images began to appear on the mirror's surface. A player was dragged into the mirror by countless hands, screaming as he disappeared. The crowd stepped back half a pace. Is this an elimination? This is life-threatening. Whoever goes in is a fool. No one dared to act rashly. The man in black waited for 10 seconds, his voice turning cold. Since no one volunteers, we will select randomly. He raised his hand and pointed into the crowd. A boy with a face full of acne was pointed out, and his face turned pale. No, I don't want to go. Before he could finish his sentence, the mirror exploded with a burst of mercury light, enveloping him and dragging him in. Images appeared on the mirror. A bedroom adorned with pink sheets, the lighting dim. A girl lay on the bed dressed in a sleeveless nightgown, her shoulders exposed, beckoning him with a finger. Did you not say you liked me? The acne boy swallowed hard. She was the school beauty he had secretly admired for 3 years. In their graduation photo, he stood in the last row while she stood in the first row, separated by 40 people and 3 years of youth. The school beauty sat up the strap of her nightgown, sliding down slightly. You can still do it now. The acne boy hesitated for half a second and took a step forward. Seeing this, the school beauty smirked. The floor sprouted, countless hands dragging him in. The scream lasted 2 seconds before it was cut off. The crowd fell silent. The man in black, expressionless, pointed again. A girl in a hoodie was dragged in. In the image, a top male celebrity sat on the sofa beckoning her. Aren't you my fan? Today I'm with you, you can do whatever you want. The hoodie girl felt her legs go weak, but didn't move closer. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, struggling for 10 seconds. Someone in the crowd shouted, hold on. Just hold on. On the 11th second, the male celebrity suddenly collapsed, and the girl stepped forward anxiously. The mirror displayed an elimination. So close. Someone sighed. Then the man in black pointed at 7 or 8 more individuals consecutively, all of whom lasted a while, but none could completely make it through. The crowd fell completely silent. Even the sound of breathing was hushed. This round is impossible to pass, right? The succubus transforms into your heart's desire. Who could remain steadfast? No one spoke. The man in black's voice rang out again. Next, he raised his hand, pointing. Chao Ying's face turned white. Damn! The mercury light exploded, pulling him in. The mirror displayed an image. The first scene. A luxurious office with a view of the city skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the desk lay a nameplate reading Chairman. A woman in a suit sat in an office chair, her legs crossed on the desk, her calves clad in black stockings, shimmering under the light. Chowing, starting today, this company is yours, and I am yours. Chao Ying's eyes widened. His greatest desire in life was to be wealthy, to have so much money that those who looked down on him would kneel and call him daddy. The woman stood up, walked over, placed a finger on his shoulder, and pressed her lips to his ear. What are you waiting for? Chowing clenched his teeth. It's fake. The woman didn't disappear. Instead, she smiled, her hand sliding down. Are you sure? Chowing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It's fake. The image shattered. Outside, people gasped. He passed. Finally, someone made it through a round. Don't rush, there are still 2 more rounds waiting for him. The second image. His ex-wife lay on the bed, 10 times more beautiful than on their wedding day, waving at him. Did you not always want me to come back? You are not her. Chowing sighed, recalling that night when he kneeled, pleading for her not to leave, but she didn't even look back. The image shattered again. The third round. In a KTV room, 3 internet celebrities raised their glasses to him. Mr. Chow, come sit with us. It's fake, all fake. The internet celebrity stood up and wrapped her arm around him. So what if it's fake? Isn't it comfortable? Don't you want to try? Chowing listened to the temptation in his ear, sweating profusely. I want to live even more. With that, he pushed them away. The mirror returned to calm, and Chao Ying tumbled out, kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, drenched, as if he had been pulled from the water. The man in black glanced at him. "Your willpower is not bad." Chao Ying propped himself up on his knees and stood up. His legs were still shaking, but the corners of his mouth had already pulled into a grin. He turned to look at Lin Ye, his chin slightly raised, his eyes filled with pride. "Did you see that? I made it through while some people probably wouldn't even survive the first round right." Lin Ye glanced at him and turned away. "Alice." Alice was unwrapping candy and looked up when she heard her name. "Moi. He is provoking me again." Chao Ying's face changed dramatically. "I didn't." Alice had already come over with her fists clenched. Chao Ying's legs went weak, almost kneeling again. "No need for you to take action, or I'm being self-deprecating. I'll slap myself." Slap. The sound was crisp and his face swelled even more. Alice paused, turning back to look at Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded. "All right, let him go." Alice walked back, resumed unwrapping the candy, and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up. Chao Ying covered his face and retreated behind a stone pillar, no longer daring to show his face. Someone in the crowd was holding back laughter, their face turning red. The man in black scanned the area. "Next." No one responded. The man in black raised his finger and pointed into the crowd, his fingertip aimed at Lin Ye. Lin Ye not only remained calm, but even twitched the corner of his mouth. A person who truly wants to win has no smile. Yet a guaranteed winner cannot contain themselves. As he thought of a surefire way to win, the opportunity to showcase, it came crashing in. In the next second, Lin Ye vanished from his spot. The crowd erupted. "This is interesting. Oh, Chao Ying just passed, and now it's Lin Ye's turn. The pressure is on. If he fails, he will truly be a clown. Yeah, this round tests one's willpower. Oh, just because he can fight doesn't mean he can withstand it. But that little lowly next to Lin Ye is so charming. Who would he have feelings for?" As the image lit up, everyone outside craned their necks. Everyone was also curious about what form his desire would take. Alice clenched the candy wrapper, her fingers tightening, crumpling the wrapper into a small ball. The first round. The image contained no school beauty, no internet celebrities, no mansions, no sports cars. Just one person. That person wore a crown with 12 tassels hanging down before him, each one shimmering coldly. Dressed in dark robes with a sword at his waist, the scabbard inlaid with 9 dragons. He stood on the steps. Behind him was the entire palace of Xianying. The pillars of the hall were thick enough for 10 people to embrace, the dome high enough to touch the sky, with flames pouring in from the eternal lamps in the hands of the attendants, turning the entire hall a dark golden color. There was a moment of silence outside. Someone swallowed hard. "Who? Who is this?" No one answered. The lips beneath the crown moved, the voice was soft, yet each word was ground out from the chest. "I am Ying Zheng, and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Having said that, he bowed respectfully. "The world has suffered from war for too long. I specifically invite you to come out of retirement and help me unify the 6 kingdoms and bring peace to the world." Alice was taken aback. She had thought a woman would appear in the mirror. Instead, a handsome man dressed in black appeared. Outside, the noise had erupted into chaos. "What the hell? Qin Shi Huang." "Awesome, I usually dream of being a chairman, and he dreams of Qin Shi Huang inviting him out." 666. Are you telling me this is a succubus? Actually, it's not wrong. Even the most beautiful woman can only bring a fleeting pleasure, but this is Qin Shi Huang. If I put myself in his shoes, I feel like I'm having a brain orgasm. It's exhilarating. Chao Ying stared at the mirror, his face still swollen, but his eyes were wide open. "Damn, is this guy out? Brother Ying, you were just with 3 internet celebrities." Chao Ying slapped the back of his subordinate's head shut. Everyone stared at the mirror in unison. "The revered emperor, the ruler of the world, the eternal emperor invites you to collaborate on great undertakings. What man could refuse such a scene?" Lin Ye walked forward without any hesitation. The crowd held their breath. Is he planning to accept this? If it were me, I would accept too. That was the first emperor. One of the ultimate romances for men. Even the slightest hesitation is disrespect to the first emperor, but accepting this could lead to death. Chao Ying felt a sense of pleasure as he saw Lin Ye seeking his own demise. Although his ambitions were nothing compared to Lin Ye's. But he could endure it. Could Lin Ye? The greater the desire, the harder it is to refuse. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ye stepped up to Ying Zheng. Without any hesitation, he reached out to shake hands. Good. Voices of discussion surged outside. He accepted it. He really accepted it. Doesn't that mean he's wavering? Won't he be dragged in? It's over, it's over. Our district has lost a great master, just like that. Chao Ying leaned against the stone pillar, a hint of a smile forced on his swollen face. A younger brother beside him quickly chimed in, Brother Ying, this person isn't that impressive. Chao Ying snorted. I originally wanted to go out and defeat him myself, but now it seems there's no chance. He can't even overcome this mental barrier. He seems to be nothing more than a lucky pretty boy unworthy of being my enemy. Alice clenched the candy wrapper, her fingers tightening until it was crumpled into a small ball, then into an even smaller one. She stared at Lin Ye's figure on the screen. My brother is not that kind of person. He wouldn't just fall like this. The man in the black robe stood at the castle's entrance, his gaze hidden beneath the hood resting on the mirror. He furrowed his brows. No, something's wrong. The Lin Ye in the image, his expression is off. That is not the gaze of someone consumed by desire. It was a kind of detachment, as if he was simply meant to be this way. The surface of the mirror trembled slightly. The figures of the palace and Ing Zheng dispersed like ink in water. Lin Ye stood unscathed in the center of the mirror. Alice's grip on the candy wrapper loosened, her lips barely twitching before she quickly retracted them. The surrounding area fell silent for a full 3 seconds. The crowd erupted in chaos. He's not dead. No, he clearly accepted the succubus temptation. Why isn't he dead? Chao Ying's smile froze on his face, his eyes bulging wide. Impossible. This can't be happening. He charged forward a couple of steps, shouting at the man in the black robe. He cheated. He must have cheated. The man in the black robe raised his hand, pressing his palm against the shattered mirror. Silver light seeped from the cracks in the mirror, crawling up his arm. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. The mechanism has determined there is no issue. Chowing did not believe. No issue. You tell me this is actually fine. The man in the black robe turned to look at him, his eyes cold beneath the hood. Are you questioning me? Chao Ying's mouth moved, but he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He glanced at Alice, then looked up at the sunlight pouring in overhead, his heart filled with countless unspoken words that condensed into one sentence. This sky has ultimately darkened. In the crowd, someone muttered softly. So how exactly is passing determined? Isn't it said that one must not waver in their heart? He accepted it. How is that not wavering? Could it be that Lin Ye used connections to get through? After all, that little lowly beside her can also ignore the rules. No one could answer. The man in the black robe also wanted to know why. For 300 years, he had seen countless people step into this mirror. Those who refused passed, those who struggled were eliminated. Those who collapsed died. But never had anyone successfully lived after accepting the succubus temptation. This was illogical. Yet the rules could not lie. He too was curious about how this person called Lin Ye managed to do it. The man in the black robe looked up again, gazing into the mirror. The scene of the second trial had already appeared. Yellow sand filled the sky, obscuring everything. The wind and sand struck the mirror, creating a rustling sound. In the distance, a battle flag rose from behind the sand dunes. Embroidered on the flag was a single character, Hua. The battle flag drew closer, and the sound of hooves grew denser. The earth trembled, and the mirror shook. A black horse leaped down from the sand dune, with a figure seated on its back. The young general's armor shone brightly from being polished by the wind and sand, his face covered in dirt, but his eyes were sharp as blades. He held a spear tightly, its tip pointing to the sky. He reined in the horse, stopping in front of Lin Ye. From a high vantage point, he looked down at Lin Ye. Northern expeditions against the Xiongnu, ceiling off the wolf's abode. The spear tip pressed down, stopping just 3 inches from Lin Ye's chest. Do you dare? Silence fell outside. Who is this again? Hua Xiubing. Sealing off the wolf's abode, that's Hua Xiubing. Damn, another legendary figure has arrived. What on earth is going on in his head? Chao Ying's expression turned to confusion. He realized he couldn't understand this person. Lin Ye neither dodged nor retreated, directly stepping forward to grasp the spear tip. Go. Just one word. Unlike Chao Ying's shattered image, Lin Ye's mirror merely dimmed. The pupils of the man in the black robe narrowed. Time passed. The crowd was already at a loss for words. He accepted again. He accepted again. Why is he still not dead? What on earth is going on? Shut up, let me watch properly. The third trial, the scene shifted again. A stone slab road lined with cypress trees, the wind rustling through the treetops. A figure sat on the steps, dressed in plain clothing faded from washing, with a bamboo scroll resting on his knees. Behind him stood 2 others. To the left, a red-faced man with a long beard wielding a green dragon crescent blade. To the right, a dark-faced man with leopard-like eyes gripping a Zhanba snake spear. They stood like 2 guardian deities. He saw Lin Ye and froze for a moment. Then he stood up. The bamboo scroll fell to the ground, scattering everywhere, but he did not pick it up. The fate of the Han dynasty. His voice was a bit hoarse. Is all tied to you, sir. After saying this, he clasped his hands and bowed. A deep bow to the ground. Behind him, the red-faced man opened his eyes, slamming the blade down to the ground. I wish to follow you north, sir. The dark-faced man shouted as well. Me too. The crowd erupted again. Guan Yu. Zhang Fei. The one in the middle is Liu Bei. In front are Qin Shi Huang and Hui Tsubing, now it's Liu Bei, a legendary character, assembly. No, I think I've understood. The first emperor represents the pinnacle of power, Hui Tsubing represents the pinnacle of glory, while Uncle Liu represents the pinnacle of mission. To dominate the world, conquer the world, and save the world, the ultimate dreams of three great men, he wants them all. Chowing leaned against the stone pillar, his face turning grim. The younger brother beside him opened his mouth wanting to say something comforting, but after a long pause he finally managed to say, "Brothering, those three of his are not comparable to your three." "Shut up." The younger brother fell silent. "How can this be compared? What can be compared? This person's aspirations are on an entirely different level." Lin Ye looked at Lu Guan and Zhang, uttering those words of longing. Northward expedition. The image vanished, replaced by a gray-blue mist. Lin Ye stood in the center of the fragments, his clothes not even wrinkled after 3 trials. A woman appeared before him. She wore a gray-white long robe, her hair silver cascading down to her waist, her skin so pale it was almost transparent. Her features were exquisite, but her lips were unnaturally red, as if she had just drunk blood. She licked her lips, a satisfied expression, as if savoring a grand meal. "Delicious." Her voice was soft and glutinous, carrying a hint of laziness. The outside crowd was stunned. Who is this? A succubus? Has her true form appeared? Wow, this is too alluring. Just by looking I feel the primal power within. What did she say? Delicious. What is delicious? The succubus ignored the voices outside, looking down at Lin Ye, her eyes narrowing, his face reflected in her pupils. "This is the first time I've tasted such delicious desire." She took a step forward, her toes stepping on the shattered mirror pieces without making a sound. Others' desires are always wrapped in layers of things: shame, fear, pretending to not care. After peeling away one layer, there's another, and by the time you reach the end, you find it is empty inside. She tilted her head. "Yours is different. Your desire is pure, open, even a bit impatient." The succubus smiled widely, the corners of her mouth curving high. "Yours is not only vast, but also completely unmasked." Lin Ye shrugged. "What should I hide? If I want something, I just say I want it. What's the issue?" The succubus smiled even deeper. "While others choose to resist and refuse, you openly accept without any avoidance." She paused, her eyes narrowing into a slit. "Interesting. I've seen many who are absolutely resolute, but this is the first time I've encountered someone so absolutely greedy." Lin Ye raised the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for the compliment." Outside was silent for a moment. Then someone in the crowd slapped their thigh. "I get it. The rule states that those whose hearts do not waver pass, and a normal person would surely think of ways to refuse, but Lin Ye directly accepted. Isn't that a form of unwavering? Now I understand. Everyone defaults to refusal, unwavering, but the rules never stated acceptance. Wavering, your thinking, was just too narrow." Incredible. Not only did he enjoy it, but he also passed, taking all the benefits for himself. Chowing leaned against the stone pillar, the swelling on his face still not dissipated, but his expression had grown bewildered. He couldn't comprehend what the succubus was saying. What does it mean to have open desire? What does it mean to not mask? Isn't desire supposed to be hidden, suppressed, and denied? He recalled his own awkwardness in front of his ex-wife and the internet celebrity in the mirror, gritting his teeth. He then thought of Lin Ye's calm acceptance of the 3 legendary figures. Damn. It didn't matter not comparing, but once compared he felt like a complete clown. The succubus had savored enough looking up at Lin Ye, only to find he was still standing there unmoved. "Aren't you leaving?" According to the rules, after the 3 trials, those who passed should be teleported out. Lin Ye looked at her, his eyes revealing unabashed greed. "Continue." The mirror trembled. The succubus thought she misheard. "What did you say?" Lin Ye's expression was serious. "I said continue." The succubus' pupils constricted. While others were trying to evade, this person took the initiative to approach. The corners of her mouth slowly curled upwards, transforming from confusion to amusement, then from amusement to excitement. "Are you trying to feed me because you think I've been hungry for too long? Little brother, you are truly amazing. Since you want to play, I will accompany you until you are drained completely." Silver-white light erupted from her palm. The scene shifted again. Li Bai stood at the bow of the boat, the river flowing tumultuously, the moon shattered in the waves. One must enjoy life to the fullest. "I want that." Sun Wukong stood atop the clouds, audacious and unruly. "Old Jade Emperor, I, Sun Wukong, am here. I want that." Iron Man declared, "I am Iron Man." Ultraman shouted, "Transform into light." "I want it all. I want it all." Everyone was shocked, unable to close their mouths. Is this still a person? How can one be so greedy? I thought the first 3 were unbeatable, but the latter was even more explosive. Chowing leaned against the stone pillar, the swelling on his face had not subsided, but his expression had turned numb. A younger brother whispered, "Brother Ing, is he crazy?" Chowing did not answer. Alice stood at the forefront of the crowd, hands tucked into her cloak, chin slightly raised. She stared at Lin Ye in the scene, her lips curling up, her eyes shining like two stars. He is truly his brother, capable of doing what others cannot. So impressive. The succubus smile faded. She began to gasp, her voice trembling. "What? How much do you want?" Silver-white light leaked out from her body. Before her lay an unfathomable abyss. That was Lin Ye's desire. An ordinary person's desire is a bowl of water. Balanced, steady, precious, kept hidden, afraid of being seen. But Lin Ye's desire was different. Not just a bowl of water, it was a vast ocean. She looked down but could not see the bottom. She looked ahead but could not see the shore. The seawater was transparent, crystal clear, without any concealment. Every drop was a want. Wanting power. Wanting glory. Wanting purpose. Wanting thrill. Wanting to be reckless. Wanting to become light. Wanting everything, wanting it all. The succubus' legs began to weaken. She had consumed countless desires and was never satisfied. But at this moment her stomach churned and her body protested. She could not consume anymore. She really could not take it anymore. "Stop." Her voice was tinged with tears, yet filled with excitement. "Hurry up and stop. I can't bear it anymore." Lin Ye stood still, his expression unchanged. "It's too much. I'm going to burst." Before the words fell, the first crack appeared on the mirror. Crack. The sound of an eggshell breaking. But in the quiet world of the mirror, that sound was like thunder. The succubus suddenly looked up, her face half white, half red. No, the second crack. The third. The 10th. The 100th. Spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the center, densely packed, covering the entire mirror. Silver-white light leaked out from the cracks, growing brighter and more blinding. The crowd outside retreated. "The mirror is about to explode. Step back. Quickly step back." Boom. The mirror shattered. Mercury-colored fragments scattered, falling like a silver rain. Fragments hit the ground, clinking. Fragments struck the stone pillars, sparks flying. Fragments fell at the feet of the crowd, and everyone jumped back. A shockwave surged from the castle's entrance, lifting the fragments and dust from the ground. Some were blown to the ground. Some covered their faces and retreated. Alice stood still, unmoved. The red cloak billowed in the wind, rustling. She squinted, staring at the center of the fragments. As the dust settled, Lin Ye stood at the center of the fragments. His clothes were torn in several places, a thin line of blood on his face, but he stood upright. The succubus lay on the ground, curled up. She lifted her head to look at Lin Ye. There was no anger, no unwillingness in her gaze. Just immense satisfaction. "How many years has it been?" Her expression flushed, relishing the moment. "For the first time I experienced the taste of satisfaction." The succubus' body began to fade, starting from her feet, disappearing bit by bit, like smoke blown away by the wind. She looked at Lin Ye, licking her lips. "What a pity. If given the chance, I would truly like to taste you in my true form." Before the words fell, a red blur rushed forward. The succubus had not reacted when her neck was already gripped by a hand. Alice's hand was small, but her 5 fingers clamped down on the succubus' throat like iron pincers. The succubus' body, already dissipating, scattered even faster with this grip. "You?" Alice tilted her head to look at her, her wide eyes devoid of emotion. "What did you just say you wanted to taste?" A trickle of silver-white light seeped from the corners of the succubus' mouth. She was not afraid, instead she smiled. "His tastes excellent." Alice's gaze turned cold, her fingers tightening. The succubus' body completely dissipated, the last wisp of smoke drifting out from between Alice's fingers. Alice released her grip and turned to look at Lin Ye. Her expression had changed, from indifference to grievance. "Brother, why did you just say continue?" Lin Ye opened his mouth. "Did you want her to taste it too?" "No." "Then why did you let her continue?" A murderous intent surged, cold sweat beading on Lin Ye's forehead as he quickly used his clever brain to think. In a moment, he found a reasonable explanation. "Of course I wanted to break the mirror so you wouldn't have to take risks." Alice stared at him for 3 seconds. "Were you doing it for me?" Then you mustn't say that kind of thing to other women in the future." "That is a must." The crowd was as quiet as a graveyard. No one spoke. No one moved. Everyone stared at the man in the center of the fragments. Gradually someone began to whisper. "Did he just burn out the succubus CPU?" "What CPU?" This clearly blew up the graphics card. "So amazing, and now that the mirror is destroyed, do we not need to clear the levels?" A man in a black robe stood at the castle entrance, his eyes under the hood never leaving Lin Ye. For 300 years, he had seen countless people walk into that mirror. He had seen both those who came out and those who did not. But no one had ever shattered the mirror. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. His lips moved a few times, but no words came out. Finally, he closed them, turned, and pushed open the castle door. The door creaked loudly, echoing clearly in the quiet square. The mirror of desire is shattered, and the trial ends early. Everyone come in. Lin Ye stepped forward. Alice leaned closer, her nose nearly touching Lin Ye's neck, taking a deep breath. You smell like that succubus. Do I? She stepped back half a pace, her wynard eyes fixed on him. Brother, if anyone else touches you in the future regardless of gender or race, I will chop off their hands. Alice handed Lin Ye the spoils she had just obtained. This is what she left behind. Silver white like solidified mercury with a wisp of pink light swirling inside. Crystal of desire. Quality rare blue. Effect direct consumption spirit 5 slight increase in charm or used for special alchemy. Description: the end of desire is not satisfaction but gluttony. Lin Ye glanced at the attributes, his eyes brightened. Spirit 5, a charm increase. Attributes are tangible needs, far more practical than flashy equipment. The most crucial part is that it can be consumed directly without needing an alchemist to process it. He pinched the bead, raising it to his eyes, the pink light reflecting in his pupils. As he squeezed with 2 fingers, the liquid did not flow out as if something had absorbed it, creeping up his fingers. The pink light spread along the gaps between his fingers into his palm, crawling up his wrist. It was warm, seeping out from his bones. The pink light drilled into his skin and vanished. Spirit 1217. Charm increasing. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling no change. The spirit increased by 5 points and his mind did feel clearer, but charm. It was invisible, intangible, and imperceptible. Forget it, better than nothing. He was about to retract his gaze when he caught a glimpse of Alice's expression. She was staring at his face, her eyes, slightly widened lips, parted, her expression a bit dazed. What's wrong? Alice blinked once, then again. Brother, your face. What's wrong with my face? Lin Ye touched his face, but did not feel any changes. Alice did not answer, staring at him for 3 seconds, then looked away, her ears turning red. It's nothing. Lin Ye did not pursue the matter, closing the system panel and turning to look at the castle entrance. The man in the black robe had already pushed open the door and was standing at the threshold waiting for him. What he did not notice was that someone in the crowd was watching him. A female player stared at his profile, swallowed her saliva, and whispered to the person next to her, "Did he just become more handsome?" The person beside her rolled their eyes. "Are you infatuated? What time is it?" "No, look closely." The person beside glanced and was stunned for a moment. "He is a bit different now. Like a painting that had been retouched, still the same colors, but brighter." Chowing leaned against the stone pillar, watching Lin Ye walk out from the center of the fragments, his expression shifting from numbness to something indescribable. A younger brother leaned over. "Brothering, did he become handsome?" "Shut up, let's go." Where to?" "Nonsense, of course we are going in." The younger brother's face twisted. Do we still have to?" "What are you afraid of? He is just a bit stronger than me in spirit, but in terms of strength, if I make a move, I will definitely knock his jaw off." A row of wall lamps lit up, blue flames flickering, casting an eerie glow in the corridor. The figure in a black robe stood at the front of the line, their face obscured by the hood. "Congratulations, you have arrived at the Mirror Castle." The figure in black raised a hand, pointing toward the end of the corridor. Scattered throughout the castle are countless fairy tale relics, each possessing extraordinary effects. You have 1 hour to find them. Once the time is up, whether you find anything or not, you will be teleported out. Just as the words were spoken, a system prompt popped up before all the players. Mirror Castle rules. There are countless rooms within the castle scattered with many fairy tale relics. You have 1 hour to search. Countdown 5959. Hint: the residents of the castle may know the clues. The crowd erupted in relics. Extraordinary effects. Isn't this the perfect reward stage? We're going to get rich. Damn, if Lin Ye hadn't smashed the mirror, how would we ever have had the chance to come in? Lin Ye is amazing. Someone began to shout, their voice echoing through the corridor. Lin Ye was tying his shoelaces when he heard his name and looked up. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on him, filled with gratitude and admiration, while a few female players looked at him strangely, lingering on his face for a couple of seconds. "Thanks for the support, brother." A bald man cupped his fists toward him. "Can you lead us?" Lin Ye finished tying his shoelaces and stood up, saying, "Each relies on their own abilities." The crowd dispersed quickly. Small groups formed and ran off in different directions, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the corridor like unleashed mad dogs. The figure in black stepped aside, leaning against the door frame, hands tucked into his sleeves, a sigh escaping from beneath the hood. It seems this time there will be a significant loss. The corridor had 3 paths. The left was dark, the right was wide, and the center had portraits hanging. Lin Ye chose the left. Alice followed closely behind, her cloak trailing on the ground, stirring up a thin layer of dust. The corridor grew narrower, the wall lamps, fewer, the light dimming until only the feet in front could be seen. At the end stood a small round door, the doorknob, made of copper shaped like a butterfly. Lin Ye pushed the door open. Behind it was a small round room, not large, around 10 square meters. A row of wall niches was embedded in the walls, each displaying an item. 2 items stood out prominently. One was a bone china teacup, its surface adorned with a smiling face. The other was a copper candlestick with slender copper arms and legs swaying slightly in place, as if stretching. The other niches were either empty or held ordinary objects covered in a layer of dust. Lin Ye glanced around and walked up to the teacup. The smiling face on the cup moved, opening and closing its mouth. "Don't touch me. Get your dirty hands away." Lin Ye's hand froze midair. The teacup jumped out of the niche, its smile contorting into a frown. "Do you know how many years I've waited to meet someone who can talk? You want to take me away right off the bat? Have you considered my feelings? I am an item, but I am also an item with dignity." Alice leaned in, staring at the teacup. "It's quite noisy." "Who are you calling noisy?" The teacup's voice rose an octave. "I am a relic with hundreds of years of history. What's wrong with finally having a chance to speak? Are young people today so rude?" Alice reached out, pinching the rim of the cup with 2 fingers to lift it. The teacup wobbled in her grip, its voice lowering a notch. "You? Be gentle. I'm made of porcelain, I break easily." "Shut up." The teacup dared not shout again. Lin Ye glanced at the teacup, finding it quite interesting. "Take it away." Alice tucked the teacup into her pocket, leaving only the rim exposed. Lin Ye turned to leave. Just as he took a step, a voice came from behind. "Stop right there." In a corner, a copper candlestick bounced out from the shadow behind the niche. Its copper feet hit the ground with a thud, blocking the door in a posture that said no passage here. "If you want to take it, you must first get past me." Lin Ye looked down at it. "You're just a candlestick, or what business do you have with the teacup?" The candlestick straightened its copper body. "It is my only friend. If you take it away, what will I do?" The teacup poked its head out from Alice's pocket. "Who said we're friends? You jump around every day making so much noise I can't sleep." "I jump because I'm bored." "You complain every day, don't you?" "I complain because no one talks to me." "What do you, a lump of copper, understand? You are the lump. Your whole family is lumps." The candlestick muttered, "If you want to take it, you have to take me too." Alice glanced down at the candlestick. "So ugly." The air went silent for a second. The candlestick froze, its expression shifting from dignified to shocked, then to hurt. "What did you say?" "Ugly," Alice repeated flatly. "You're made of copper with long arms and legs standing crooked." The candlestick trembled with anger, jumping back 2 steps and striking a pose. "Look at these lines. This shine. This proportion. Renaissance craftsmanship. Handmade. There's only one of its kind in the world." Alice glanced at it for 2 seconds. "Still ugly." The candlestick nearly fainted from anger. Lin Ye, having watched for a while, nodded in agreement. "It really is ugly. I'll forget it. We won't take it." He turned to leave. The candlestick panicked, chasing after him with a clatter. "Wait, are you here to find relics?" Lin Ye paused for a moment. "I know where the crystal shoes are." Lin Ye's interest was piqued. "Crystal shoes?" "Yes, the ones from Cinderella. Wear them, and you'll be light on your feet, landing silently." The candlestick's voice was quick and urgent, fearing they would leave. "Only I know where they are in the entire castle." Lin Ye and Alice exchanged glances. "All right, if you can guide us to the crystal shoes, bringing you along isn't out of the question." The candlestick sighed with relief, quickly leading the way. It sometimes hopped quickly, sometimes slowed down, looking around. Lin Ye did not urge it, just followed. As they passed a fork in the road, a sound of crying came from the right. Lin Ye glanced over. A female player squatted in the corner. In front of her stood a teapot, its spout dripping water, forming a large puddle on the ground. "Help me." The teapot's voice was soft and sticky, carrying a hint of a cry. The female player was at a loss. "How can I help?" "Praise me, tell me I'm beautiful, and I'll share the secret with you." The female player opened her mouth, managing to squeeze out, "You're quite round." The teapot cried, even harder. "It seems there are quite a few residents here with personalities." Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. The candlestick bounced ahead, suddenly stopping. "Wait. Was it left or right?" Lin Ye looked at the 3-way fork before him. "You brought me here, and you asked me. I haven't left that room in so long, I can't remember." The teacup poked its head out of the pocket. "Right? I remember it's right." The candlestick replied, "What do you know, teacup? Shh. I've been here 100 years longer than you. Am familiar with this castle." "Familiar with what?" "You sleep in the niche every day. Oh, and have you ever been outside?" "I can hear. The direction with more footsteps is the way to go." "Footsteps? Can you trust footsteps?" A teacup and a candlestick began to argue. Alice ignored them and walked directly to the right. Lin Ye followed. The candlestick and teacup bickered as they chased behind. "Wait for me." "I'm the one leading the way." "Leading what way?" You can't even tell left from right. Shut up. At the end of the corridor, the third door on the left. The door was deep brown with vine-like patterns carved into the frame, and the doorknob was silver shaped like a small violin. Alice reached out to push the door. The door creaked ominously. Inside was a vast ballroom with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting dark golden light all over the floor. In the center of the dance floor stood a pair of translucent shoes, quietly waiting. The dance floor was vast, echoing even the faintest whispers. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a dim golden light that enveloped the entire room. In the center of the dance floor, a pair of shoes stood quietly. They were crystalline and transparent, resembling ice sculptures, yet the surface shimmered with flowing light, rippling in circles like water. Lin Ye took a step forward. As his foot touched the edge of the dance floor, the floor lit up. Pale golden patterns erupted beneath him, spreading like tree roots in every direction, instantly covering the entire dance floor. Hidden challenge triggered. Cinderella's ball. Rules: complete a dance on the dance floor. If the steps are correct, the crystal shoe will automatically recognize its owner. If the steps are incorrect, a forced teleportation will occur, expelling the dancer from the castle. Current challengers: none. Please choose a dance partner. Alice had already stepped in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye glanced at her. Do you know how to dance? No. Then neither do I. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, looking back at the doorway. The candlestick and teacup were still bouncing on the threshold, one shouting, "Go for it," and the other urging, "Don't step wrong. You too, who knows how to dance?" The candlestick straightened up, saying, "I am a work of art from the Renaissance, a regular at court balls." "Then you teach us." The candlestick hopped into the dance floor, its bronze feet making a rhythmic sound as it stepped a few times and spun around. Its posture was indeed standard. Watch closely. This is the basic step: left foot forward, right foot follows, turn around, shift your weight to the left foot. It spun around again and then stopped. Just like that, very simple. Lin Ye and Alice exchanged glances. "Give it a try." He extended his hand and took Alice's. Her hand was small and cool, as if he were holding a piece of jade. His other hand rested on her waist. Alice placed her hand on his shoulder. They stood still. Lin Ye looked down at their feet, taking a step forward with his left foot. The golden patterns on the floor lit up momentarily. That's right, that's right. The right foot follows," the candlestick shouted from the sidelines. Lin Ye brought his right foot up. The pattern lit up again. "Turn around. Turn around." Lin Ye turned Alice in a new direction. Alice's cloak fluttered, sweeping across the floor and stirring up a fine dust. The candlestick directed from the side, its voice growing increasingly excited. "Yes, yes, just like that. Left foot. Right foot. Turn around." Again. The teacup peeked out from its pocket, mesmerized, its rim smiling widely. "Oh no, stepped on my foot." Lin Ye looked down. His foot had landed on Alice's shoe. Alice did not move or speak, her face close to his, her wide eyes fixed on his chin. "Sorry, it's fine." They continued. "Left foot, right foot, turn around." He stepped again. "I'm sorry." For the third time, Lin Ye's foot slipped, causing him to lean forward. Alice did not dodge, but reached out to support his chest. "Brother, your balance is quite poor." "It's my first time dancing." The candlestick jumped anxiously on the sidelines. "Are you two dancing or fighting? Coordinate. Do you understand coordination?" The teacup shot back. "If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself?" I can't. The candlestick hopped over, trying to squeeze between the two. Alice glanced down at it. Her gaze was icy. The candlestick froze slowly, taking 2 steps back. "Fine, I will just guide from the side." Lin Ye took a deep breath. A golden hourglass appeared in his pupils. Alice's movements slowed down. The candlestick's voice became rough, akin to an old record being played in slow motion. The speed at which the golden patterns on the floor illuminated also slowed. Lin Ye looked down at his feet. Left foot, step out, landing precisely. Right foot, follow without deviation. Turn around, shift weight to the left foot. The cloak brushed past the back of his hand, silky smooth. Each step fell perfectly in rhythm. Alice looked up at him, light sparking in her eyes. "Brother, you suddenly got it. Talented." The candlestick was stunned. This speed of improvement, are you a reincarnated dance god? Just now you were stepping on feet, and suddenly you're smooth. Are you cheating? Lin Ye ignored them. The steps grew faster. Golden patterns rose from the floor, transforming into bands of light wrapping around the ankles of the two. The light bands tightened and brightened. The entire dance floor was glowing. Alice's cloak was swept up by the light bands, the red fabric swirling in the air. Her hair also floated, a pale golden, looking utterly beautiful. Lin Ye looked down at her. She was looking at him too. They locked eyes for a second. The light on the floor exploded. Blinding white light surged from beneath their feet, engulfing the entire dance floor. As the white light dissipated, the crystal shoes in the center of the dance floor began to float. The light on their surface flowed faster, as if something within was awakening. The two shoes slowly moved closer, their heels touching to produce a crisp sound. Ding! Like a wind chime. The crystal shoes floated over to Alice and stopped at her feet. Cinderella's crystal shoes. Quality rare blue. Effect: wearing them increases movement speed by 50, silent landing, and allows for brief water walking. Wearing requirements: for female use only. Males can wear them, but they will be a bit tight and appear somewhat odd. Introduction: Cinderella's escape model. Wear them, and you can flee any unwanted gathering before midnight. The crystal shoes floated by Alice's feet, the light on their surface rippling in circles. Alice glanced down, then looked up at Lin Ye. For me, it's my first time. What first time? The first time someone gives me something. Lin Ye was taken aback, not sure how to respond. Alice bent down and took off her old, dusty leather shoes, stepping barefoot onto the dance floor. Her toes were fair and her nails rounded. She extended her foot, sliding into the crystal shoes, which automatically contracted to fit perfectly. The light on the shoe climbed from her ankle, wrapping around her calf and spreading up to her knee. The light splintered, transforming into tiny star-like points that fell onto her skirt. Alice stood upright and twirled. Her cloak fluttered and her pale golden hair scattered in the air, the tips brushing against Lin Ye's chin. Alice tapped the floor, making no sound. She jumped again, landing silently. So light. She dashed forward a step, moving so swiftly that Lin Ye only saw a fleeting shadow. In 3 steps, she dashed across the dance floor, then 3 steps back, stopping before him. Brother, this is amazing. The crystal shoes fit her perfectly. The light on the shoes shimmered and reflected her wide eyes, making her appear as if she had stepped out from a fairy tale. Do I look good, oi? Alice asked, looking up. Lin Ye nodded. It's all right. Alice frowned. Just all right. It's quite pretty. Then why don't you dare to look at me? Lin Ye averted his gaze, saying, I've seen enough. Alice leaned closer, her face almost touching his, her wide eyes staring at him. Brother, your ears are red. It's the lighting. The candlestick murmured softly. This light is cool, not warm. The teacup replied. Yeah, in these few hundred years I've never seen it turn red. Lin Ye turned to look at them. You two, do you want to stay in the dance floor overnight? The candlestick fell silent, and the teacup retreated back into its pocket. Lin Ye walked towards the door, his steps slightly quicker than before. He glanced at the countdown, 3507. He needed to take advantage of the ample time to gather more treasures. Lin Ye asked the 2 silly treasures, do you know where there are more relics? The candlestick shook its head. Many relics have been taken, but the crystal shoes are quite difficult. No one has managed to retrieve them yet. At that moment, the teacup popped its head out, saying, speaking of difficulty, I know of a secret room that no one has ever entered. There might be good stuff in there. After wandering in circles for over 10 minutes, Lin Ye arrived in front of a painting. The painting depicted a fat man wearing an Arab robe with a lamp atop his head, displaying a rather arrogant expression. Is this the one? Yes, this is it. A teacup poked its head out from Lin Ye's pocket. I've seen several people loitering here, but no one can get in. Lin Ye reached out to touch the frame of the painting. The moment his fingertip brushed against the wood, the fat man in the painting blinked. Lin Ye quickly withdrew his hand. The fat man in the painting resumed his arrogant expression. There's a mechanism. Lin Ye glanced back at the candlestick. Do you know? The candlestick bounced over, looking up at the painting with a serious expression on its copper face. No, I've never been in this room before. Then how did you say you know about the secret chamber? I heard it from other. The candlestick argued confidently. That's how it's passed down. There's a secret chamber behind the painting. The teacup chimed in. You dare to lead just based on hearsay. Aren't you following along too? Lin Ye ignored them and resumed examining the painting. The frame was made of wood with a copper nail at each corner. The lamp on the fat man's head had a small patch of a different color worn down from being touched many times. The paint had chipped off. He pressed on that spot. The fat man in the painting opened his mouth. A musty smell wafted out from the gap in the frame, mixed with the scent of old wood and dust. The gray dust on the wall fell down in fine particles, floating in the air. The frame slid half an inch to the left, revealing a narrow gap behind it. The gap was so tight that even a finger couldn't fit through. Lin Ye pressed the lamp body again. The frame slid another half inch. He pressed again, but nothing happened. The teacup became anxious. Is it broken? Lin Ye remained silent, staring at the lamp. Aside from that chipped area, there were several small dents on the lamp body, as if something had poked them. He drew the broken sword from behind his waist and poked at one of the dents. The frame suddenly slid a considerable distance to the left, revealing a gap wide enough for half a person. It worked. Such a small design was no challenge for him. Behind the wall was pitch black, and a cold breeze rushed out from the gap, carrying the damp smell of a basement. Alice leaned over to take a look inside. It's so dark. Lin Ye retracted the dagger and squeezed himself in sideways. Alice followed closely behind. The candlestick and teacup bounced and shook, also squeezing in. Inside was a secret chamber. It was small, about a dozen square meters. The walls were made of stone with moss growing in the cracks, damp and cold to the touch. In the center of the room stood a stone table upon which sat a brass oil lamp. The lamp was plump, identical to the one on the fat man's head in the painting. Lin Ye approached and picked up the oil lamp. It was very light, empty of oil and wick. He turned it over and saw a line of small characters engraved on the bottom. Rub it 3 times. Lin Ye rubbed the lamp body with his thumb and the brass surface warmed up. He rubbed it again. The lamp began to tremble, buzzing as if something inside was snoring. On the 3rd rub, a plume of smoke spewed from the spout, thick and gray, swirling in the air. The smoke coalesced into a humanoid form. It was the fat man dressed in an Arab robe with a lamp on his head, exactly like in the painting. However, he was shorter, only reaching Lin Ye's chest. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and looked down at Lin Ye, then lifted his gaze to survey the secret chamber, his expression shifting from confusion to impatience. "You're here." Lin Ye looked at him. "Do you know me?" "No," the lamp spirit pouted, "but everyone who wakes me looks like you, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth." He cleared his throat, crossing his hands over his stomach. "You understand the rules, right? Rub it 3 times, make a wish. Anything goes." "Anything goes," the lamp spirit paused, "but don't go overboard. For example, asking me to kill someone, that won't work. Asking me to help you steal something, that won't work. Asking me to change the past, that won't work. Asking me to." Lin Ye couldn't help but interrupt. "Then what can you do?" The lamp spirit thought for a moment. "I can turn things into food." Lin Ye stared at him. The lamp spirit thought again. "I can also turn things into drinks." Lin Ye still stared at him. The lamp spirit's voice dropped a notch. "I can also turn out some small trinkets." "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a low-tier lamp spirit. My abilities are limited." "Low-tier? The real one is trapped at the bottom of the sea. I'm his cousin." "Do you have relatives in this line of work?" "Of course, it's all about connections." Lin Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. "So your ability is just to create food and drinks?" The lamp spirit became anxious. "Not just that. I can also create clothes, furniture, pots and pans. Anything for daily use I can create." "What about weapons?" "I can create them, but they come out as plastic." "Then what use is that?" The lamp spirit spread his hands. "This is my level. Take it or leave it." The teacup poked its head out. "At least you're a spirit. How did you end up like this?" The lamp spirit shot a glance at it. "What do you know? You're just a teacup. I was once a candidate for the real thing, but I got filtered out during the selection process." "You can still be a spirit after being filtered out. It's all about connections. I was assigned a sideline position." The lamp spirit sighed. "In all these years, only 3 people have rubbed me bright." "What wishes did the first 2 make?" Lin Ye asked. "The first one wanted a mountain of gold." The lamp spirit pouted. "I turned out a pile of gilded stones. He went mad and threw me into the river." "And the second?" "The last one, she wanted a lot of cola." Described it for quite a while. Only then did I know what it was." Alice peeked from behind Lin Ye. "You can create cola. I want to drink cola too." Lin Ye was struck by a thought and asked Alice, "How do you know about cola?" Alice pondered for a moment and said earnestly, "You told me before. You said the thing you wanted to drink the most was cola." The air fell silent for a second. Lin Ye had never told her about cola. The person who said this must have been the previous hero. A hero from a fairy tale world wanting a carbonated beverage produced by modern industry seemed a bit far-fetched. Unless he had come from the modern world or had heard it from somewhere. This thought flashed for a moment before being suppressed. The lamp spirit rubbed his hands. "So, cola, right? Room temperature or cold?" "Cold," Alice replied excitedly. The lamp spirit snapped his fingers. A cloud of black smoke erupted from his fingertips, spreading out to reveal a can of cola on the table. The red can was emanating cold air with water droplets trickling down its side. Alice picked it up and searched for a while, not knowing how to open it. Lin Ye pointed at the tab. "This one." With a pull of the tab, the can went pfft. Bubbles surged up, making a hissing sound. She raised it to her lips and took a sip. Her eyes squinted and the corners of her mouth curled up high. "Wow, this is delicious." Lin Ye didn't respond, his mind still racing. "Do you need a cost to create things?" The lamp spirit paused. "Of course I need offerings. 1 unit of offering can create food for 10 people. "I see." Lin Ye understood. Although he was a low-tier version, being able to create food and drinks made him a mobile supply station as the cold wave approached. Lin Ye stuffed the lamp into his backpack and glanced at the countdown. 0817. "Time is running out. Let's see if we can get one last thing." Just emerged from the secret room. A figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner. It was a man wearing a gray sweatshirt and red dancing shoes. The shoes were so shiny they could reflect light, and the laces were tied tightly, leaving marks on his ankles. He was dancing. Tap, tap, tap. His steps were so quick they were indistinguishable, as if he were wound up like a toy unable to stop. Help! Me. His voice was interrupted, sounding like someone shouting from a tractor. He clawed at the wall with both hands, his nails digging into the crevices of the bricks, trying to stabilize himself. But the shoes wouldn't relent, continuing to dance, pulling him forward with each tap. Lin Ye stepped aside. The man flew past him, creating a gust of wind. The hood of his sweatshirt flipped back, revealing his terrified face. Help me, once I put them on, I can't take them off. His voice faded, disappearing at the end of the corridor. A candlestick chimed in. The red dancing shoes once worn will make you dance until you drop dead. The teacup added. The last person who wore them danced for 3 days and nights until their souls wore away. The candlestick scoffed. They probably saw a relic and couldn't resist putting them on, but not all relics are good news. Lin Ye understood. What seemed this place held not just rewards, but also many pitfalls. The sound of tapping had completely faded away. He continued walking. After turning a couple of corners, the corridor ahead brightened slightly. The wall lamps changed from blue to orange, warming the walls. 2 figures approached from the opposite direction. It was Zhao Xiaojin and Su Yao. Brother. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes lit up, and she tossed her ponytail as she trotted over. Alice peeked out from behind Lin Ye, her wide eyes fixed on the approaching girl, narrowing slightly. Who is she, brother? Someone I met before. Oh. Alice withdrew her gaze, but still clung to the hem of Lin Ye's clothes, not letting go. Lin Ye took a good look at her. How did you get here? Zhao Xiaojin scratched her head. I heard there was treasure at Mirror Lake, so I came over. I was just pulled in and ended up inside the castle. Lin Ye glanced at Zhao Xiaojin's hand. She was clutching a golden egg the size of a fist, its surface smooth and gleaming under the light. What is this? I passed by a shiny golden room, and when I pushed the door, this golden egg fell on my head. They say it can produce little golden eggs every day, and breaking it yields resources. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. This girl was incredibly lucky. He turned to look at Su Yao. Su Yao leaned against the wall, twirling a needle in her hand. The needle was short, about the thickness of a finger, with a dark silver body etched with intricate patterns, the tip gleaming coldly. Spindle needle, the one from Sleeping Beauty. I accidentally pricked my finger while handling it, and fell asleep for 10 minutes. When I woke up, the needle was in my hand. Lin Ye looked at the needle in Su Yao's hand, then back at the golden egg in Zhao Xiaojin's hand. Your luck is absurd, one more ridiculous than the other. Su Yao glanced at the golden egg in Zhao Xiaojin's hand, still far behind her. Zhao Xiaojin chuckled, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth. Lin Ye glanced at the countdown. 000341. It's almost time we should head back. The 3 of them walked toward the hall. Zhao Xiaojin asked as they walked, Brother, what did you get? Lin Ye patted his backpack. A pair of shoes and a lamp. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes brightened, and she tiptoed to peek inside his backpack. A lamp? What kind of lamp? A lamp that turns into cola. Zhao Xiaojin tilted her head to look at him, her ponytail swaying to one side. Alice emerged from behind Lin Ye, standing between the 2 and looking up at Zhao Xiaojin. She was slightly shorter than Zhao Xiaojin, needing to look up, but her gaze resembled that of someone observing a small animal that had wandered into their territory. Zhao Xiaojin felt a chill at the back of her neck from being stared at, and took half a step back. Brother. Who is this little sister? Alice. So you are Little Red Riding Hood. I've heard so much about you. Zhao Xiaojin, just call me Xiaojin. Alice did not respond, turning to look at Lin Ye. Brother, why does she call you brother? Because she is younger than me. Then why not let her call me sister-in-law? Zhao Xiaojin's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes darting back and forth between the 2. They arrived at the hall. A cloaked figure stood at the entrance, hands tucked into his sleeves, his face obscured by the hood. People trickled out of the corridor in small groups, some clutching items, others empty-handed, some with torn clothes, and others with injuries on their faces. The countdown hit 0. The cloaked figure spoke. The trial at the heart of the lake has concluded. You may leave now. Some people sighed in relief, while others cursed. That's it. I only found one thing. One thing is already good. Ew, I got nothing, just arguing with a broken clock. I found a stall, but it refused to come with me, calling me a heartless man. I don't even know it. Lin Ye Chowing leaned against a stone pillar, clutching a green pea that shone. Upon seeing Lin Ye, his expression stiffened, and he withdrew his hand, hiding behind the pillar. Nearby, a player held a bright red apple that looked almost fake. The man in red dancing shoes was tap, tap, tap. He wove through the crowd, knocking over a player's backpack, bouncing back and spinning. Let me out. Let me out. The cloaked figure raised a hand and pointed. The castle doors creaked open, revealing a gray-blue lake outside with ripples dancing in the doorway. The man rolled and crawled out, his red dancing shoes still tapping away. Stepping on the water's surface, he surprisingly did not sink, creating splashes as he vanished into the mist. The crowd surged outward, quickly disappearing from sight. We're out, we're out. If I stay any longer, it'll become part of the castle. Next time there's such a good thing, remember to call me. Good thing. You couldn't even argue with a broken clock, it would have been a wasted trip. The voice faded, eventually swallowed by the mist. The cloaked figure stood at the door, looking at Lin Ye. Aren't you leaving? Zhao Xiaojin peeked out from behind Lin Ye, looking at the cloaked figure, then quickly withdrew. Lin Ye did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose for coming. I didn't come here for those rewards, I want the fragments of the holy sword. The cloaked figure squinted, the wrinkles beneath the hood wrinkling together. I see, I just sensed a familiar aura from you. You are the new brave one. Lin Ye did not deny it. Alice peeked out from behind Lin Ye, her wide eyes filled with confusion. The new brave one. The cloaked figure stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly smiling in understanding. No wonder she has been following you. It has been 300 years, and she finally waited for you. The cloaked figure raised his hand, a gray light glowing in his palm. Everyone else leave. Zhao Xiaojin had not yet reacted when a circle of light patterns appeared beneath her feet. Brother, the light patterns exploded, engulfing Zhao Xiaojin and Su Yao in gray-blue light, disappearing into the corridor. The teacup peeked out from Alice's pocket, its smile wrinkled. Are we going back to sleep again? I finally got out for some fresh air. The candlestick hopped twice on the ground, its copper feet clattering. Exactly, we have been stuck in the niche for hundreds of years, finally someone to talk to. The cloaked figure glanced at them, his tone flat. Go back. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of gray light separated, enveloping the teacup and candlestick. The teacup's protests were swallowed by the light. Come play again next time. The candlestick hopped once more, its expression shifting from grievance to resignation. Remember to visit us. The light patterns exploded, and the 2 little figures vanished down the corridor. They have all been sent back to their original places. The cloaked figure withdrew his hand, his tone flat. The next place is not something everyone can enter. He turned around and walked deeper into the castle. Follow me. Lin Ye was unsure of the old man's intentions, but for the sake of the fragments he followed. Alice held onto the hem of his clothes, her steps light, her crystal shoes making no sound on the stone slabs. The cloaked figure's footsteps echoed in the corridor, slow and steady. The wall lamps changed from orange to dark red, the light dimming, and the air grew colder. Murals began to appear on the walls, depicting reliefs embedded in the stone. The first illustration, a person standing before an evil dragon holding a sword. The second illustration, the dragon fell, and the person stood on the dragon's corpse, the sword completely shattered. The third illustration, the fragments buried in 4 places, forest, mine, lake, kingdom. The fourth illustration, the person lying on the ground, a hole in their chest with no one around. Lin Ye slowed his pace slightly. Alice also noticed her fingers tightening around the hem of his clothes. The cloaked figure did not stop and continued walking forward. At the end of the corridor stood a door cast in iron, its surface rusty. The doorknob was copper-shaped like an eagle with its wings spread. The cloaked figure reached out to push the door. The door hinges emitted a dull sound as if it had not been opened for a long time. Inside was a circular room. Not large, with a high dome so high that the top was invisible, shrouded in darkness. In the center of the room stood a mirror. An ordinary glass mirror with a wooden frame carved with patterns, the paint peeling off to reveal the dark wood underneath. The cloaked figure stood beside the mirror, stepping aside. The thing you seek is inside. The man in the black robe clasped his hands within his sleeves. This mirror and this castle were left by my master. Are you wondering who my master is? Having arrived here, you must have the answer in your heart by now. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, recognizing the aura of a hero on him, and saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Who else could possess such a castle in a fairy tale world? A hero. This is the domain of the previous hero. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Alice was right behind him. If she remembered something or his identity was exposed. Lin Ye stole a glance. Alice clutched the hem of her dress, her expression unchanged, but her fingers were tightly curled. The man in the black robe stepped aside, clearing the path in front of the mirror. Go in, my master has been waiting for you for a long time. A faint gray-blue light seeped from the cracks in the mirror, delicate, like the last wisp of night before dawn. Lin Ye glanced at Alice and took a deep breath. Since they had come this far, he had to muster his courage. The introduction of the holy sword mentioned that the evil dragon killed the hero, and the mural they saw earlier echoed this. But the old man said that someone was waiting for him inside. Could the coffin of the hero no longer hold? The two stepped into the mirror's surface. Surrounded by thick gray-blue mist, visibility was less than 5 steps. The ground was the mirror itself, ripples spreading with each step. In the distance, 2 black shadows emerged from the mist. The shadow on the left slowly coalesced into Lin Ye's form, the same height, the same build, with a broken sword at his waist. Even the stance was identical. The shadow on the right took the shape of Alice in a red cloak with light golden hair and wide eyes, barefoot on the mirror's surface. The fake Alice tilted her head, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Brother." Her voice, tone, and demeanor were all identical. Alice's expression darkened. She wouldn't allow anyone to call Lin Ye brother, not even another version of herself. The fake Lin Ye stepped forward, hand resting on the broken sword at his waist. "So you are me." The voice was the same, deep and somewhat lazy. Lin Ye looked at the self across from him and sighed. Fighting against oneself? Such a cliched plot. I guess you've replicated everything you could. The fake Lin Ye looked at his own hand, clenched it, relaxed, and then clenched it again. That's right, how I can replicate everything about you. Coupled with my countless years of experience, I will be stronger than the original. For centuries, only my master has ever defeated me. If you wish to inherit her, well, you must defeat me as well. After saying this, its expression shifted from indifference to confusion, then to shock. It looked up at Lin Ye. "Wait, why do you have no abilities?" The voice rose an octave. "How can an ordinary person withstand the power of the holy sword?" Lin Ye was taken aback. He clearly bore 2 forbidden attributes, yet the other party called him an ordinary person. After a moment of thought, he understood. It seemed that the tiers of the forbidden attributes were too high for this fake body to replicate. It had only replicated ordinary Lin Ye. No time reversal, no acceleration. Just an empty shell. Meanwhile, the fake Alice had already made her move. A punch came flying so fast that it left only an afterimage. Alice sidestepped, her crystal shoes silent on the mirror's surface. The fake's fist brushed past her ear, creating a gust of wind. "Nice dodge," the fake chuckled, "but how long can you keep dodging?" Another punch came. "If you're this weak, just let brother have me." Alice raised her hands to block the impact, resonating as their forearms collided. Both retreated simultaneously. Alice frowned. Their power was similar, speed was similar, even their fighting habits were alike. What she could do, the other could do too. This was the most troublesome situation. Fighting against an opponent who was identical in every way, neither had the advantage. Meanwhile, the fake Lin Ye charged forward. He drew his sword and slashed. The movements were fluid, the force substantial. "So facing yourself, are you flustered?" Lin Ye sidestepped the broken sword, grazing his clothing, leaving a cut. The fake Lin Ye spun around for another strike. "Why don't you attack? Are you worried your sword isn't as fast as mine?" Lin Ye stepped back 2 paces, hand on the sword hilt at his waist, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. "You talk too much." The sword light flashed. The fake Lin Ye looked down, seeing a gash opening across his chest, slanting from shoulder to waist. Why was he so fast with an identical body? Lin Ye smirked. Poor imitation. With that, he swung his sword and shattered the fake body. Turning, he looked at Alice. Alice was still fighting. Her cloak was torn in several places, a blood mark on her face, and her hair was disheveled. The fake Alice didn't fare much better. She was covered in footprints, her left arm hanging limply. Yet her expression remained unchanged, still wearing that sweet smile. "Tired?" "I'm not tired at all." Alice panted, clenching her fists. "Brother, she's too tenacious." The fake body showed no concern for injury, making it difficult for Alice to counter. Lin Ye approached Alice and reminded her she's barefoot. The fake looked down at her feet. Barefoot. She was momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Alice wore crystal shoes, the light on them shimmering in ripples. "Brother, are you saying?" "Yes, she cannot replicate relics." Alice's eyes lit up. The fake stared at the crystal shoes on Alice's feet, her expression finally shifting, filled with unwillingness and jealousy. "Why? Why do you have such a thing?" Alice pouted quite. "You are indeed just like me. But I have the crystal shoes gifted by my brother, and you do not." With that, Alice activated the crystal shoes, appearing before the fake like the wind, and kicked out. The fake was caught off guard, sent flying and crashing to the ground. Her body shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere, silver-white light points slowly dimming. Alice stood in place, panting, her chest rising and falling. The light on her crystal shoes shimmered vibrantly. "Brother, I won." Her voice held pride and fatigue. The test was passed. The true figure should appear now. The hero from 300 years ago, the one Alice had always been waiting for. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the broken sword, his body slightly tensed. At this moment, anyone would feel nervous, and he was no exception, but more than that, he felt curious. Who was the hero? Truly dead or faking death? It was best to be the former, as he did not wish to engage in a top-tier battle of wits with a fake death. Gradually, the fog around them dissipated. Lin Ye looked towards what was revealed as the fog cleared, his pupils narrowing. Alice turned her head along his line of sight. Her smile slowly faded. Ahead, a coffin lay quietly. Transparent gray-blue light seeped upward from the coffin's surface. Alice took 2 steps forward, then halted. Sweat began to form in her palms, her heartbeat quickened. She was puzzled, looking down at her hands. For some reason, these hands had shattered werewolf bones and twisted the neck of a mining beast, never trembling before. Yet now they were shaking. Why does my body feel fear towards that coffin? Alice gazed at the coffin, her expression bewildered. Lin Ye approached. Inside the coffin lay a person. Black hair, pale skin, blood-red lips. Dressed in a gray-white long dress, the hem tattered, as if burned by fire or torn by something. Her chest was pierced, a gaping wound striking to the eye. Lin Ye's mind flashed with the image from the mural. The person lying on the ground also had a hole in her chest. Exactly the same. Could she be the previous hero? The one Alice had been waiting for 300 years. And she was a woman. Lin Ye couldn't help but glance back at Alice. Alice was staring down at the woman in the coffin. Her fingers began to tremble. Not out of fear, but as if something was pulling her from inside. Earlier in the corridor, she felt a tightness in her chest while looking at the mural. Now seeing the real person, that tightness turned into pain. Alice stared at that face, but her mind was blank. Gray-blue mist enveloped her, a blank space. Do I know her? Her voice was soft, as if questioning herself. No one answered. She strained to think. The more she thought, the emptier and more panicked she became. That feeling was strange. Oh, clearly she didn't know her, yet tears were about to fall. Who is she? Her voice trembled, but the question slipped out. Alice herself was a bit stunned. She clearly didn't want to know, so why did she still ask? Lin Ye opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. After several seconds, as Alice's breathing gradually calmed, the voice of the man in the black robe drifted from behind. She is my master, and she was also the princess of the fairy tale kingdom 300 years ago. Lin Ye turned his head. The man in the black robe stood at the edge of the mist, hands clasped in his sleeves. The hood had slipped down at some point, revealing an aged face. With gray-white hair, gray-blue eyes, and a scar on his chin. Because when the princess was born, her skin was white as snow. The king bestowed upon her the name. He paused. Snow White. Upon hearing this name, Alice tightened her grip even more. Her nails dug into her palm. Lin Ye felt something in his mind explode. The man in the black robe stood beside the crystal coffin, his hands tucked into his sleeves, staring at the person inside the coffin, as if reminiscing. The princess never liked embroidery or dancing. She preferred horseback riding, archery, and swordsmanship. The queen disfavored her and cast her into the forest. The man in the black robe hesitated. Yet out of misfortune came fortune. She drew the sword from the stone. Lin Ye was taken aback. The sword in the stone. In the forest there was a stone with a sword stuck in it. The whole world knew about it, yet no one could pull it out. The man in the black robe twitched the corner of his mouth. When the princess passed by, she effortlessly pulled it out. The man's gaze fell upon Snow White's face. From then on, the princess fought against monsters, delved into ruins, and her fame grew. The queen, fearing she coveted the throne, sent many soldiers to hunt her down, but she evaded them all. The man in the black robe paused and glanced at Alice. The princess said her dream was to slay the evil dragon, ensuring this world would no longer suffer from monster invasions. She then sought a place to live in seclusion, enjoying a leisurely life of hunting and fishing with friends. Thus, in the end, she went to the dragon's lair. The man in the black robe's voice dropped. That battle was brutal, the sword shattered, and the evil dragon fell in a pool of blood. But she did not expect the dragon to resurrect. Lin Ye frowned. Resurrected? Yes, it had clearly died, but suddenly stood up again. The man's voice squeezed out from his throat. The princess did not have time to react, and was pierced through by the dragon's claw. The man in the black robe closed his eyes. But for some reason it ultimately spared me and flew away into the sky. I collected the princess relics in the castle and waited for 300 years just to await the next hero. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ye. Since you passed the test, everything the princess left behind belongs to you. After hearing this story, a heavy stone settled steadily in Lin Ye's heart. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the outcome was positive. He approached the coffin. Snow White lay inside, her skin as white as snow, yet her eyes were not delicate, but rather exuded a heroic spirit. The third fragment of the sacred sword was now held in her hand. Pardon me. Lin Ye reached out to draw the fragment from her grasp. Dark golden light seeped from the gaps between his fingers. The 3 fragments attracted each other, and the shattered sword flew from Lin Ye's body, hovering in midair. The temperature soared instantly, making the air tremble. Lin Ye's skin began to crack. It was brighter and hotter than the previous 2 times. Cracks crawled from his palm up his arm, with dark, golden light seeping out from the fissures. Having gained experience from the previous incidents, Lin Ye decided not to push his limits this time. Rewind, rewind, rewind. As long as there were signs of cracking, he would initiate a rewind immediately. After enduring numerous trials, the fragments merged. The three pieces came together, the sword body restored considerably, leaving only the tip still missing. Dark, golden patterns flowed on the sword body, dreamlike and ethereal. Hero's Sacred Sword 34 quality rare blue effect, physique 10, spirit 10. Significantly enhances intimidation against fairy tale creatures. New Dragon Slayer, the wielder deals 500 damage to dragons, and dragons cannot exert pressure on you. Current physique 1116, spirit 1722. Lin Ye looked at the panel displaying damage 500 at the corners of his mouth curling upwards. 5 times the damage. This is definitely a dragon-slaying artifact. No wonder heroes always end up dragon-slaying. With such an artifact in hand, who wouldn't want to give it a try? The man in the black robe gazed at the sword in Lin Ye's hand, his gray-blue eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. You withstood it. Lin Ye sheathed the sword at his waist, by luck. The man in the black robe did not speak further. Lin Ye turned around and found Alice standing beside the coffin, staring motionlessly at the face inside. Alice. She did not respond. Alice. She lifted her head, her wynard eyes misty, as if separated by a layer of something. Brother, Lin Ye didn't know how to comfort her, saying too much would only lead to more mistakes. Without the support of the sacred sword's power, Snow White in the coffin began to dissipate. Starting from her toes, she gradually transformed into gray-blue light points drifting upwards. The light points resembled fireflies swirling in the dim room, slowly rising towards the ceiling. The man in the black robe knelt down. His knees hit the stone slab with a thud. Princess. His voice trembled. The light points grew more numerous, and Snow White's body became increasingly faint. From her feet to her waist, from her waist to her shoulders, until only her face remained. The corners of her mouth twitched as if relieved that she could finally rest. The last beam of light scattered. The coffin was empty. Only the tattered gray-white dress remained flopped lifelessly at the bottom of the coffin. The man in the black robe knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the stone slab, his shoulders trembling, silent. Lin Ye stood beside him, unsure of what to say. Alice stared at the empty coffin, her gaze vacant. The myriad of light points were beautiful, yet she couldn't feel any joy. There was a pain in her heart, but she didn't know who dwelled there. The light points had not entirely dissipated. A few floated before Alice, circling around her, then landing on the back of her hand, shattering. Like snowflakes. Her fingers trembled slightly. Her body reacted before her mind, recalling that this hand once held that person's. Alice's tears suddenly fell. Without any warning, even she herself did not react in time. She reached up to touch her face, looking at the tears on her fingertips, feeling extremely unfamiliar. Why? Am I crying? No one could answer. The light points had completely scattered. Yet one beam remained. It floated before Lin Ye and paused. That beam of light flickered, as if confirming something. It circled around Lin Ye, and a voice emanated from the light. You are the new hero. Lin Ye's heart tightened. The main subject had come to him. The light retreated half an inch, sizing him up. You are quite special. Lin Ye waited a few seconds before asking, what exactly happened back then? How did the dragon come back to life? The light remained silent for a moment. No one is at fault. The voice was very calm. The only wrong lies with this world and its terrible fate. Lin Ye frowned. Is that all? That's all. The light flickered again. Alice's memories were erased by me. Her personality was too stubborn. I did not wish for her to live in pain and hatred. That girl seemed to have mistaken you for me. That is for the best, allowing this misunderstanding to continue. The living should live well, and the dead should be forgotten. It's so dark. I want another drink of cola. Lin Ye opened his mouth, wanting to ask how she knew about cola. But the light had already scattered. The last thread of gray-blue light shattered like snowflakes falling in the air, leaving nothing behind. Alice looked up. Brother, who are you talking to? Lin Ye shook his head. It's nothing. Alice clutched Lin Ye's clothing, suddenly asking, Brother, if you found out you didn't know me before, would you abandon me? Lin Ye was taken aback, noticing that Alice's eyes were red with tear stains at the corners. He raised his hand to wipe away her tears. I wouldn't. Alice smiled through her tears. That's good. The man in the black robe stood up from the ground with dust on his knees that he did not brush off. He approached the coffin, neatly folded the tattered gray-white dress, and placed it at the bottom of the coffin. Let's go. His voice was hoarse. There is nothing left to see here. Lin Ye followed behind, his mind still turning over the words of that light. Let the misunderstanding continue. Just this one sentence, and that was it. There was no explanation for why the evil dragon revived, no guidance on what to do once the sacred sword was whole, not even the standard plot of take revenge for me. It seemed she did not care about these things at all. The only thing that seemed to matter to her was Alice. After the three of them exited, the man in the black robe handed Lin Ye a palm-sized mirror. This is a magic mirror, the core of the world within the mirror. It is now yours. Lin Ye reached out his fingertips, touching the mirror's surface, feeling a chilling sensation. The man in the black robe withdrew his hand into his sleeve and took a step back. My mission has ended. It is time for me to leave. He turned and walked deeper into the castle. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, the same as when he arrived. But his back was slightly hunched. Lin Ye stared at his silhouette. Where are you going? The man in the black robe did not stop. Where the princess is, I shall be. His voice drifted back from the end of the corridor, growing fainter. Then it could no longer be heard. A wall lamp extinguished. Another lamp went out. The corridor dimmed in segments from near to far. In the end, only the area where Lin Ye and Alice stood remained lit. Alice clutched Lin Ye's clothing, remaining silent. Lin Ye glanced at the mirror in his hand. Magic mirror, unique function unknown, cannot be used directly. Lin Ye looked at the reflection of the castle in the mirror. He vaguely felt that bringing this thing back to the shelter would lead to unexpected surprises. Alice still stood in place, staring in the direction where the man in the black robe had vanished. He has left. He won't come back, will he? He shouldn't. Alice paused for a moment. Isn't it lonely for him to be alone? Lin Ye didn't know how to answer this question. An old servant who had waited for 300 years with his master gone and his mission ended. He didn't need excitement, nor did he require company. What he needed was already lost. The stone slabs beneath their feet began to glow. The world within the mirror is about to close teleportation in 10 seconds. At the same time, a prominent system notification popped up before him. Area announcement: player Lin Ye has completed a major world event, Hero's Legacy, and revealed part of the worldview, all survival progress 10. A gray-blue light flickered before his eyes. In the next second, he was surrounded by moist soil infused with the scent of decayed leaves. Lin Ye opened his eyes. The mirror lake was behind him, its surface as calm as a piece of gray-blue glass. You're out. Alice's eyes were slightly red, but her expression had returned to normal. Lin Ye glanced at the time. 4 in the afternoon. It felt like he hadn't been in the mirror lake for long, yet he found it was already past midday. A prominent system notification popped up before him. Regional announcement: player Lin Ye has completed a significant world event, Hero's Legacy, and revealed parts of the worldview, survival progress 10. Current regional survival progress 2535. Note: when the progress reaches 100, corresponding rewards will be given based on each person's contribution. The chat channel exploded. Messages scrolled so fast that Lin Ye could hardly keep up, catching only a few snippets. All of us players worked all day for just a few points, and he gained 10 by himself. Hero's Legacy. This game has a main storyline. Lin Ye, the one who killed Song Si. It's him again. Damn, while we're worrying about our next meal, he's already progressing through the main quest. Big brother, take me with you. I can keep you warm. Is the person above male or female? Male, but I can bend over. Get lost. Lin Ye turned off the chat channel. Brother. Zhao Xiaojin sprang out from behind a tree, a streak of dirt smudged across her face. You're amazing, brother. You made the regional announcement happen. Su Yao followed behind, arms crossed, leaning against the tree trunk, her expression as calm as ever. Impressive, thanks to you completing the important event. Otherwise, with the current progress, we wouldn't have completed it in 3 days. Zhao Xiaojin gave a thumbs up, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. Brother, you're the best. Lin Ye did not respond, scanning the surroundings. At the edge of the forest stood a dozen people, all looking in this direction. There were curious glances, admiring looks, resentful expressions, and some with unsettling eyes. Chowing stood at the front of the crowd. The swelling on his face had diminished by half, but there was still a bruise at the corner of his mouth. A person stood beside him. The man was half a head taller than him, resembling him somewhat, but more rugged. He wore a black tactical vest, his arms covered in muscles, veins crawling like worms beneath his skin. The two stood together like a bodyguard and his boss. Zhao Xiaojin leaned in, tiptoeing to lower her voice. Brother, that big guy is Chao Xiong, Chao Ying's brother, ranked 10th. He's also part of the mutual aid group, and I've heard his temper is 10 times worse than Chao Ying's. Su Yao added, Chao Ying talks while Chao Xiong fights. Previously, someone stole his monster, and he chased that person for 3 streets, ultimately beating him to death. Lin Ye nodded. Got it. Brother, aren't you going to run? Run from what? They're ranked 30th and 10th. Their strength is completely beyond what Song Si can compare to. So what? Avoiding their strength. That's not an option. Zhao Xiaojin opened her mouth, but swallowed the rest of her words, still clutching his sleeve. Alice glanced at the hand holding Lin Ye's sleeve, her eyes narrowing. Chowing stepped forward, his tone much harsher than before. Lin Ye, I've warned you, once you're out, I'll make you pay. Alice raised her fist. Are you looking for death? Upon seeing the familiar fist, Chowing instinctively took a step back, but then caught sight of Chao Xiong's broad back, and his confidence returned. He feigned calmness, snorting coldly. Just now I let you off because that old man was covering for you inside. Do you really think I'd be afraid of a little girl like you? Saying this, he turned to Lin Ye. By the way, I saw the announcement. That so-called hero's legacy is in your hands. Hand it over and bow down to apologize, and the previous matters will be overlooked. Lin Ye tilted his head. What if I don't hand it over? Beside him, Chao Xiong stepped forward. He took a stride of 2 meters, leaving a footprint half an inch deep in the ground. Looking down at Lin Ye, it was as if he were gazing at an ant. Then you'll die here. Su Yao stepped forward, raising her rune crossbow. 2 against 1, is this shameless? Chao Xiong turned to look at her, his gaze turning cold. What are you even worth? Su Yao did not retreat, her hand already gripping the crossbow handle, a flame erupting on the arrow. Lin Ye raised his hand, blocking her view. This is my business, I'll handle it. Su Yao understood Lin Ye's temperament, let go of her grip, and stepped back. Chowing smiled. You've got some guts, so don't blame us for taking advantage of numbers. Lin Ye ignored him, turning to look at Alice. Alice had just gone through so much and was filled with a fiery anger, seeking an outlet. And now a punching bag had been delivered to her doorstep. Alice, I leave that big guy to you. Alice nodded and stepped forward. Chao Xiong looked down at the little girl who barely reached his chest, a grin spreading across his face. Just you. As the words fell, the red cloak exploded in the air. Chao Xiong's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself. It was too late. A punch struck him in the chest. Chao Xiong's 200-pound body flew out, crashing through 2 trees, bouncing on the ground twice, and rolling into the bushes. The crowd fell silent for a second. Zhao Ziajin's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. Whoa. Whoa. The little girl is fierce. Su Yao's hand released the grip on the crossbow, her mouth twitched, but she said nothing. Some whispered, this little girl is too brutal. Even the top 10 Chao Xiong couldn't take a single hit. Chowing remained unfazed, a smirk curling on his lips. My brother Chao Xiong is the embodiment of violent fury. The heavier the injury, the lower his rationality, the stronger he becomes. If you don't kill him, he will eventually kill you. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Chao Xiong stood up, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck and his muscles swelling, even more straining against his tactical vest. He looked down at Alice, spitting out a mouthful of blood, grinning widely. It's my turn now. He pushed off the ground, creating a crater beneath him, and his fist came crashing down. Alice sidestepped the fist, brushing past her cloak. Chao Xiong's punch struck a tree, causing the trunk to explode, with chips flying everywhere. He turned around for another punch. Alice jumped back half a step, her crystal shoes landing soundlessly. Chao Xiong became increasingly frenzied, every punch seeming to want to smash the ground apart. Meanwhile, Chowing made his move. He raised a hand, and a mass of water shot out from the mirror lake, forming an arrow in midair, heading straight for Lin Ye's face. Second-tier ability, Water Arrow. Lin Ye raised his hand with a sword. The broken sword cleaved through the water arrow, splashing water everywhere, shattering it into countless droplets. The droplets did not disperse. They hovered in the air for a moment before enveloping Lin Ye's head, sticking tightly to his mouth and nose. Chowing laughed heartily. Did you think my killing move was the water arrow? Wrong, that was just a distraction. His bonfire was the tide flame. Although it was fire, it could control water. The lethality of the second-tier water system is insufficient to achieve the feats of piercing stone with dripping water or transforming water into a dragon. Thus he thought outside the box, coming up with the simplest yet most inescapable method. Directly drowning the enemy. I've used this move to kill 5 people already. Chao Ying's voice came from outside the water membrane, muffled. No one can hold their breath forever. Brother. Zhao Xiaojin shouted, standing on her tiptoes. Lin Ye was encased in water, his heart jolting. Instinctively, he held his breath, his hand resting on the broken sword, ready to force his way out. In the next second, he froze. Breathing was smooth, his mouth and nose were completely unblocked. Lin Ye suddenly remembered that before entering the mirror lake, he had killed a mermaid and gained the ability to breathe underwater for 12 hours. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. He never expected that a small monster he casually killed would come in handy here. Chao Ying's laughter continued, growing louder and more arrogant. Lin Ye remained still, standing there, letting the water membrane cover his head and watching him perform. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Chao Ying's laughter gradually diminished, his brow furrowing. Why aren't you struggling yet? Lin Ye remained silent. Chao Ying focused his gaze. Under the water membrane, Lin Ye's chest rose and fell, breathing normally. Chao Ying's expression changed. No way. Why can you breathe underwater? Lin Ye shrugged, causing the water membrane to sway. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm actually a salted fish. Fish can breathe underwater, right? Zhao Xiaojin was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking. Chao Ying's face turned a purplish color. Are you insulting me? He pulled out a pea from his pocket. This was the magical pea of the princess, found after rummaging through 20 layers of blankets in the giant's room. Chao Ying controlled the water again, this time targeting the pea in his hand. The pea swelled immediately upon contact with water, growing countless vines that began to wrap around Lin Ye. Taste my move, blue-silver binding. Lin Ye looked at the encroaching vines, shaking his head helplessly. Daring to use my sugar threes technique. I see you have already paved your path to death. The moment the vines wrapped around Lin Ye moved, the golden hourglass spun once in his pupils. 5 times the speed. The writhing of the vines slowed down. Lin Ye sidestepped, weaving through the gaps between 2 vines, and swung his broken sword horizontally. The dark golden sword light sliced through. The vines were cleanly severed, their cut ends charred. The holy sword's restraining power against fairy-tale creatures spared no one, not even plants. Chao Ying's pupils contracted. Impossible, the vines of the pea princess can crush stones. Before he could finish his words, Lin Ye was already in front of him. The sword tip pressed against his throat. Chao Ying's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Don't kill me. Lin Ye looked down at him, reason. Chao Ying's Adam's apple bobbed, once quickly finding a perfect excuse for himself. The area is refreshing. The world will perish in 3 days. You kill me, and the progress will slow down, everyone will die. He spoke faster. I'm ranked 30th, in the top 100 of the entire region. Killing me means weakening the overall strength. Even if you don't consider others, you should think of yourself. Lin Ye's sword paused for a moment. Chao Ying thought he wavered, raising his voice slightly. Let me go, and I will tell Jiang Chun not to bother you anymore. We can go our separate ways, and the well water won't interfere with the river water. Lin Ye looked down at him and suddenly smiled. Are you done? Chao Ying was stunned. You don't need to worry about progress anymore. The sword tip advanced forward. Rest easy on your journey. Chao Ying's eyes widened, his mouth opened without a word. On the other side, Chao Xiong had a sudden realization and turned around sharply. In the moment Chao Ying fell, something exploded in his mind. Brother. The voice was heart-wrenching, even startling the birds in the distance. His eyes instantly filled with blood. The seams of his tactical vest began to burst, creaking, and the cuffs exploded, revealing bulging veins on his forearms. Foam began to form at the corners of his mouth, his breathing heavy like an old blower. Frenzied Inferno second-tier ability, rampage effect, all attributes 100 for a short time, pain perception, shielded, fighting to the death. Side effect after the ability, ends forced weakness for a day, unable to act. This was Chao Xiong's last-ditch life-saving ability, never used in front of others. But his brother was already dead, and he had no heart to distinguish right from wrong. At this moment, Chao Xiong was no longer human. He was a beast driven by rage. He lowered his head, staring at Alice, his pupils nearly swallowed by red. He'll tear you all apart. With a push from his feet, the ground exploded into a pit. Debris scattered, mud flying into the air. The speed was so fast that no one in the crowd could see clearly. This punch was more than twice as fast as before. Chao Xiong's fist came smashing through the wind from the punch, causing Alice's cloak to flutter. Lin Ye shouted to Alice, "Stop playing, let's finish this quickly." Chao Xiong's fist was already near less than half a foot away from Alice's face. The wind had already lifted the hair on her forehead. Alice raised her hand, fingers spread, catching the fist that was larger than her head. Boom. The shockwave pushed outward from between the two, causing the debris on the ground to roll. Several nearby players were directly knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Zhao Xiaojin stumbled back several steps, sitting down hard on the ground, her ponytail askew. Oh. Su Yao leaned against a tree trunk, shielding her face with her arms, squinting to look ahead. Chao Xiong's fist stopped in midair, unable to advance an inch. He looked down at that small hand, the madness in his eyes turning to confusion. This hand was half the size of his own, but it was this very hand that caught his peak punch. Alice's expression remained unchanged. In fact, she looked a bit bored. Is that all? Her fingers closed around his fist, twisting it downward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Before Chao Xiong's scream could escape, Alice had already let go. She took half a step back, lifted her leg, and kicked him in the chest. The moment the tip of her crystal shoe touched his chest, Chao Xiong felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck. His whole body flew backward. The speed was faster than when he charged in. He crashed through 3 trees in succession. It was not until he slammed into a 4-meter-high blue giant rock that he finally stopped. The giant rock was pushed back several meters by the impact, dragging a deep groove in the ground. He glanced down at the blood hole in his chest, then looked up at Alice, his lips moving twice. The red in his eyes slowly faded. His head tilted. Second-tier rampage, a desperate ability that could make any player tremble. Unfortunately, he fell on his first use. He couldn't last 3 seconds. You have killed the player ranked 10th, Oh Chao Xiong. Do you wish to inherit? Current rank 10 Lin Ye clicked yes. The leaderboard has been updated. Your current rank 10. Regional announcement player Lin Ye has killed the player ranked 30th. Chaoing rank has changed. Regional announcement player Lin Ye has killed the player ranked 10th. Chao Xiong rank has changed. Both announcements exploded simultaneously. The chat channel was instantly flooded. 2 announcements at the same time. He killed 2 at once. The 30th and 10th. Damn, that's the top 10. That Chao Xiong who can blow someone apart with 1 punch. Killed. If the announcements are out, it can't be fake, right? And look closely, Lin Ye's current rank is 10. Wasn't he just at 19? How did he rise again? Don't you understand? His strength is far beyond what the ranks suggest. I remember both Chao Ying and Chao Xiong were from the Mutual Aid Association. Is Lin Ye specifically targeting the Mutual Aid Association? Jiang Chun must be going insane. In a certain ruin, a man in a black trench coat, holding a revolver, raised his hand and blew the head off a lizard creature in front of him. A red regional announcement floated in front of him. He saw the deaths of Chao Ying and Chao Xiong. He fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. It was the kind of laugh that came from being pushed to the extreme. It's you again. His voice was not loud, but everyone nearby heard it. The people standing beside him dared not breathe. Song Si Chao Ying Chao Xiong. He read the list one by one. 3 people all dead at his hands. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Lin Ye, are you determined to provoke me? Alice clapped her hands and walked back to Lin Ye's side. It's done. The crowd fell utterly silent. Zhao Zijian's eyes widened. The Chao brothers. Just like that, dead. In 10 seconds. Is that even possible? Su Yao put away her rune crossbow, leaned against the tree trunk, and said nothing, but her eyes had changed. A passing player muttered softly. Killing 2 leaderboard players, is he still human? Not human, but a killing god. But why does that Lola's kill count as his? Could it be that this Loli is Lin Ye's clone? That's too ridiculous. A summoned creature would be more plausible. Is your summoner this strong themselves? A melee summoner. I don't know. But he single-handedly took down the top-tier strength of the Mutual Aid Association. Jiang Chun must be furious now, right? Lin Ye picked up the nameplates of Chao Ying and Chao Xiong. Chao Ying's nameplate glimmered with a light blue hue rippling like water. Nameplate Chao Ying Special. Quality excellent green effect can be submitted as a sacrifice, 20 units. Can inherit tidal flame, gaining water control ability, requiring a large amount of water replenishment daily. Chao Xiong's nameplate glimmered with a dark red light, like congealed blood. Nameplate Chao Xiong Special Quality Excellent Green. Effect can be submitted as a sacrifice, 30 units. Can inherit Frenzied Inferno, the heavier the injury, the stronger the power. Not bad, 50 units of sacrifice secured. Lin Ye tucked the 2 nameplates into his pocket. The 2's backpacks began to decompose, turning into 150 units of wood and over 70 units of stone. Lin Ye didn't need the stone, so he directly gave it to Zhao Xiaojin and Su Yao. It's just a pity about that magical pea which had its lifeline severed by the holy sword. Otherwise it could have fetched a good price. Alice walked back, brushing a bit of dust off her cloak. Brother, I'm hungry. Let's go back and eat. After just 2 steps passing through the crowd, Lin Ye noticed a man in glasses whispering to someone nearby, his eyes constantly darting this way. He stopped in his tracks. Do you seem to have a problem with me? The man in glasses pushed his glasses up and walked out from the crowd. Someone recognized him. It's Li Zhongke, the one who loves to pontificate in the chat channel. I remember he previously said that Lin Ye killing Song Si was a major threat to regional harmony, provoking internal strife in the region. Lin Ye, although your strong Chaoing was right. The area refresh requires everyone's collective effort. Now that you killed him, what will happen to the progress? Lin Ye stopped turning to look at him. The man in glasses adjusted his glasses. I'm not targeting you, I'm thinking for the greater good. In 2.5 days the world will perish and everyone will die. No matter how strong you are, can you complete 100 of the progress alone? Many others felt Lin Ye's actions harmed their interests and began to echo. Yeah, although Chaoing was annoying, he was at least in the top 100. Killing him now will slow down progress. Let's finish the world refresh. First, can't we resolve personal grudges later? Lin Ye is too reckless, only caring about satisfying his own emotions. The voices were not loud, but one after another like flies buzzing. The man in glasses enjoyed the recognition of his words and began to feel a bit euphoric. Zhao Xiaojin poked her head out from behind Lin Ye, her cheeks puffed out, her ponytail whipping. Hey, have you said enough? All the people my brother killed were the first to strike. Are you blind? No one paid her any mind. The man in glasses adjusted his glasses and continued. I just want to speak fairly with you. The sword light had already arrived. The man in glasses looked down and saw a hole in his chest. Blood gushed out from the wound, flowing down his clothes. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but only managed a hoarse sound. Lin Ye pulled out his sword, wiping the blood on his clothes. Anyone else want to speak fairly? The crowd felt as if a hand had gripped their throats, no one daring to make a sound. Some people quietly stepped back, while others lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. A player standing at the front suddenly went weak in the knees and sat down. Lin Ye scanned the crowd and sheathed his sword behind his waist. Remember, don't say things I don't want to hear in front of me from now on. He paused. If you want to prioritize the greater good, you can sacrifice yourselves and become the nutrients on my path to becoming stronger. He took the glasses man's dog tag and turned to leave. Alice followed, clutching the hem of his clothes. Zhao Xiaojin swallowed hard, jogging to catch up her ponytail. Su Yao walked at the back, glancing back at the crowd, saying nothing. Once they exited the woods, Zhao Xiaojin dared to speak, her voice still a bit airy. Brother, you just were so fierce. That was the top 10, and you just killed him like that. Lin Ye didn't respond. Zhao Xiaojin muttered again. That glasses guy too, he had to stick his neck out, and now look, his head really came out. He had it coming. Alice frowned. Su Yao, following behind, had remained silent. Once they left the woods, she spoke up. The Mutual Aid Association won't let this go. You killed Song Si and then the Chow brothers. If Jiang Chun can still endure, he doesn't deserve to be the leader anymore. Lin Ye nodded. I know. What do you plan to do? If we're going to fight, then let's fight. If need be, well, kill them all. Su Yao rolled her eyes. This response was very Lin Ye. Zhao Xiaojin suddenly had a mischievous idea. Brother, how about I join the Mutual Aid Association as an undercover agent for you? Lin Ye glanced at her. If you join the Mutual Aid Association, you'll have to lay bare your secrets on the first day. Zhao Xiaojin pouted, her cheeks puffed out. You look down on people. Enough, just don't make things worse for me. Zhao Xiaojin sulked, not speaking, but her ponytail continued to sway behind her head, as if expressing her discontent. The sun had already dipped in the west, and the light began to soften. 3 people walked towards the evacuation point. Zhao Xiaojin turned back to look at Alice as they walked. Brother, why is your sister walking so silently? Crystal shoes. Zhao Xiaojin thought Lin Ye was joking. Su Yao glanced at the crystal-clear shoes on Alice's feet, which indeed sparkled with flowing light on the surface. Cinderella's crystal shoes. Yeah. How did you get them? I danced. Su Yao fell silent for 2 seconds. You can dance. I just learned it. What else can't you do? Lin Ye pondered. Have children. Su Yao rolled her eyes and stopped asking. Zhao Xiaojin was stifling a laugh beside them. The evacuation point was beneath an ancient tree. A glowing door was set into the trunk with runes carved into the frame, and a blue light shone particularly brightly in the twilight. A line of over 10 people waited at the doorway, all waiting to evacuate. Upon seeing Lin Ye approach, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Lin Ye is here. The big shot goes first. The big shot goes first. Thanks for leading the survival progress, big shot. Lin Ye didn't hesitate, said goodbye to Su Yao and Zhao Xiaojin, and walked straight in. Alice followed closely behind. The blue light exploded. When Lin Ye opened his eyes again, he was already standing at the entrance of the shelter. The starlit dome above him was bright, and the silvery light spilled across the ground. The flames flickered, changing from oranger to dark red and back again. It seemed to ask back already. Lin Ye leaned the broken sword against the wall, unloaded his backpack, and piled the supplies in the corner. Alice squatted beside the campfire, extending her hand to warm herself. Why is this fire not warm? The flame tilted slightly, shifting to the other side, appearing quite disdainful. A voice came from the fire. Hungry. It was very light, like a child murmuring. Lin Ye paused. Alice suddenly turned her head, staring at the campfire. Brother, it really spoke. The flame is called Meow Meow. It's a member of this household. He pointed at Alice. Meow Meow, this is Alice. Treat her as my sister, and do not show hostility. The flame seemed to sense its lower status compared to Alice, and immediately jumped a bit. Alice stood up, walked to Lin Ye's side, and hugged his arm. Yes, I'm my brother's sister. She emphasized the word sister heavily. The flame jumped again, rising half a foot higher than before. Lin Ye quickly mediated. She is a sister, but not the kind with a purple charm. Alice tilted her head. What is a purple charm? It's nothing. Lin Ye rummaged through his backpack and tossed a few pieces of meat into the fire. The flame licked at them twice and spat them out. Gray ash splattered onto the ground. Something else. The voice was a bit anxious. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. If the wood was not acceptable now, even meat was looked down upon. Oh, what should he feed it? He ran through his options in his mind. Alice definitely couldn't be fed, and neither could the equipment. That left. He pulled out the mermaid essence worth 5 offerings, tasteless if eaten, but too valuable to waste. Lin Ye picked it up and tossed it into the fire. The fire blazed up with a whoosh, producing a crunching sound. After finishing, the flame shrank back and burped. Purple sparks floated out from the flames, resembling fragments of fireworks. I want more. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. His own campfire had developed a taste for offerings. But he understood the importance of the campfire to him. Since it wanted to eat, he would feed it. He pulled out the nameplates of Scarface and Song C, totaling 20 offerings, and tossed them in. The flames exploded, illuminating the entire room in purple. The crunching sounds continued for a few seconds before quieting down. Faint purple patterns appeared on the edges of the flame. I want more. Lin Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. This creature was just like him, always asking for more. He rummaged through his backpack, extracting the nameplates of Chao Ing and Chao Xiong along with some miscellaneous items. This is the last food. Once it's gone, there will be nothing left. He tossed everything in. The flames erupted again, this time even more fiercely, and the purple light intensified. The crunching sounds lasted for 20 seconds. Then the flame shrank back, letting out a loud, satisfied burp. Purple sparks burst from the fire, resembling fireworks, exploding with debris, floating in the air for 4 or 5 seconds before scattering. Full. The voice sounded satisfied, just like someone who had eaten their fill and was too lazy to move on the sofa. Lin Ye squatted beside the fire, watching the flames for a few seconds. From initially expressing emotions to now being able to utter a few words to express needs. Its intelligence was growing. But that wasn't the main point. The main point is, you can really eat a lot, Lin Ye sighed. You're a living, breathing glutton. He counted on his fingers mermaid essence, Scarface Song, Si Chao and Chao Xiong, and others including the gray wolf, adding up to at least 100 units of offerings. All fed into it. Who else can afford to feed you besides me? The moment he finished speaking, a system notification popped up. Your patient feeding has strengthened the forbidden abyss. Time rewind LV. 1 LV. 2 new effect, you can additionally bind 1 item. After using rewind, the item state will also revert to 1 minute prior. Current binding target Lin Ye, locked bindable items none, selected once selected, cannot be changed. Lin Ye stared at the panel, his pupils slightly dilating. The rewind entry leveled up. He originally intended to keep it as a pet, but after feeding it, it unexpectedly gave him such a big surprise. Oh meow meow, you really are my good baby. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Being able to eat is a blessing. If you want anything in the future, I'll get it for you anytime, guaranteed to fill you up. If the entry can level up, why didn't you say so earlier? He almost cursed. The flame tilted slightly as if to say, of course. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, beginning to ponder. What item should he bind? Potions. Drinking them and rewinding would be no different from not drinking them. Pass. Weapons. Infinite durability, but he wasn't worried about that for now. Consumables. If used, they could still come back. He ran through several items in his mind, rejecting each one. Nothing particularly suitable at the moment. Binding it would lead to regrets. Not binding for now. Lin Ye closed the panel. He would save this opportunity for something more useful later. What if one day he obtained some heaven-defying one-time use item? Binding it would mean infinite use. That would truly be a qualitative change. The entry upgrade showed LV2, so there should be higher levels. As expected, I said the forbidden entry wouldn't have such a singular effect. It turns out I only got the initial. As long as I keep feeding it, it can keep leveling up, and not just time rewind. Acceleration should be able to level up too. This sudden surprise made Lin Ye extremely happy. The fact that the entry has upgrade potential means his limits are infinitely high. Lin Ye calmed himself and opened the shelter interface. Previously stored over 150 starlight ores plus the 150 wood from Chao Ing and Chao Xiong. The materials piled up half a room. The conditions for warehouse expansion were met. Lin Ye walked to the expansion panel and clicked on it. Expansion options, storage, warehouse conditions, wood X150 stone, X150, do you want to expand? Expand. The moment he finished speaking, another notification popped up. Detected special item magic mirror unique. This item can be integrated into the expansion as an extension unit. Do you want to merge? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Here it comes. The magic mirror was indeed a special item for the shelter. Merge. The moment he finished speaking, The starlight stone bricks on the wall began to heat up, and silvery light seeped out from the seams of the bricks. The light grew brighter, blindingly bright. Lin Ye shielded his face with his arm, looking through the gaps in his fingers. On the wall, the stone bricks began to retreat piece by piece, pulling back a curtain. A blank space was left in the middle, and silvery light surged in that space, forming the shape of a mirror. As the light dissipated, a full-length mirror appeared on the wall. The frame was wooden, carved with grapevine patterns, with the paint peeling off, revealing the blackened wood underneath. Lin Ye reached out to touch it, and the mirror's surface rippled. A pulling force transmitted from his fingertips. Before he could react, he was pulled inside. Lin Ye opened his eyes once more, standing alone in a circular hall. The vaulted ceiling soared so high it vanished into shadow, and crystal chandeliers hung from above, casting a warm, dark golden light across the floor. A spiral staircase wound upward to the second floor. Beneath it, twin corridors stretched left and right, lined with countless doors, each engraved with a numbered inscription. Lin Ye rubbed his eyes, convinced he had stepped onto the wrong set. This was no warehouse. It was a castle. His heart surged. Only one thought echoed in his mind. I've brought the mirror castle home. A system interface flickered into view. Expansion module, dream castle function, 1 supreme storage. The colonnaded halls contain hundreds of rooms capable of holding limitless supplies. Backpack capacity 160, function 2 dream kingdom. This realm is inhabited by fairy tale dwellers. Your mood and mental clarity recover at a dramatically accelerated rate. Function 3 starlight castle. Rooms self-clean and repair automatically. Live freely. The castle handles the rest. Lin Ye's eyes widened. 1600 had already seemed absurd. Now it had surged to 1160. A staggering increase of 1,000 units. In a single outing, I can carry 10 times what others manage. And with such vast space, crowding was no longer a concern. There would never be too much to store. A wave of relief washed over Lin Ye. The oppressive weight in his chest dissolved. Even the fatigue that had clung to him since emerging from Mirror Lake now felt markedly lighter. An atmosphere of effortless ease permeated the castle, lifting the spirit without effort. Add to that the self-cleaning and self-repairing enchantments, and its grace became irresistible. Let it grow grimy or worn, it would restore itself. Each of the 3 functions struck precisely where it mattered most. Returning to the grand hall, Lin Ye could not suppress a smile. While most still huddled in 10-square-meter wooden huts, his home had ascended straight to castle status, utterly exhilarating. Behind him, a rustle stirred. Alice emerged from the mirror, stepping beside him and gazing upward at the vaulted ceiling. Brother, you've brought the castle home. Yes. From now on, this is our home. Her eyes lit up. May I choose my own room? Of course. As Alice dashed up the spiral staircase, her cloak trailed softly across the steps with a gentle whisper. Lin Ye followed half a pace behind. The second-floor corridor narrowed slightly, yet wall sconces glowed more densely, bathing the walls in a warm, dark golden hue. Fewer doors lined the passage, spaced farther apart, their carved motifs rendered with exquisite delicacy. Alice paused before the second-to-last door at the corridor's end. Upon its panel rested an intricately carved crown, and beneath it bloomed a rose. Petal upon petal layered with lifelike precision, even its stamen finely etched. She reached out and pushed the door open. At the room's center stood a 4-poster bed, its canopy draped with soft pink and white curtains. Beside the window sat a marble-topped vanity adorned with a silver hairbrush and a hand mirror. The vanity's legs were sculpted into feline paws, each clutching a plush velvet ball. In the corner stood a clothing rack bearing a pale pink nightgown, its lace-trimmed neckline delicate, its hem extravagantly long, pooling like melted strawberry ice cream upon the floor. Alice turned slowly in the center of the room. Brother, this room is so beautiful. Lin Ye glanced at the engraved plaque above the door, Princess Room. Indeed, it was perfectly regal. Pink and white drapes, a petal-adorned bed, lace-trimmed nightgown, paw-shaped vanity. Each element resonated with the purest essence of girlish wonder. If you love it, stay here. Yes. She hurried to the window and peered outward. Only a misty gray-blue haze filled the view. She pressed her fingertips to the cool glass and traced a smiling face upon its surface. Lin Ye stepped back into the corridor and walked toward its far end, the final door larger than all the rest. Its panel was deep brown, carved with a lion standing atop a cliff, head raised toward the heavens. Its windswept mane rendered strand by strand with astonishing fidelity. The doorknob was a bronze lion's head. Lin Ye grasped it firmly and pushed inward. The chamber beyond dwarfed Alice's room, twice its size. Directly opposite the entrance loomed an immense bed, its headboard carved with a hunting scene. A knight astride a galloping steed pursued a stag, while hounds raced ahead in full stride. Its bedposts were deep crimson, so thick 2 hands could barely encircle them, and heavy dark golden curtains cascaded from the canopy to the floor. Soft footsteps sounded behind him. Alice stood in the doorway clutching the pale pink nightgown. "Brother, your room is enormous." "The king's chamber. Of course it is vast." "Then may I live here too?" Lin Ye turned to her. "Didn't you just claim the princess room?" "But the princess room isn't nearly this large." "Then I'll take this one. You keep the princess room." She pondered briefly, then shook her head. "No, I think the princess room suits me well enough." Glancing down at the gown in her hand, she added, "And this fits me perfectly." Lin Ye said nothing, turning instead toward the stairs. 2 unexpected figures now occupied the grand hall. Teacup and Candelabra bickering fiercely. "I said turn left, you insisted on right. Now we're lost. What does a teacup know about direction?" Lin Ye paused mid-staircase, watching them. "How did you get here?" Both turned their heads in unison. "Master." The teacup bounced forward, its expression shifting faster than a turning page. "At last, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages." "Indeed," chimed the Candelabra, its bronze feet clicking rhythmically against the stone. "This castle is immense. We searched endlessly before finding the hall." Lin Ye descended the stairs. "So, you've come to pledge allegiance?" The teacup bobbed eagerly. "Exactly. You are now the castle's master. We follow you naturally." The Candelabra added, "Besides, the old man has departed. We have nowhere else to go." The teacup hopped to Lin Ye's feet. "Master, are you hungry? I know where the kitchen lies. And I know where the wine cellar is." A Candelabra drinking wine. "Can I merely savor its aroma?" Lin Ye pinched the bridge of his nose. These 2 quarreled ceaselessly. He cut in swiftly. "Do either of you cook? Or mix drinks?" The teacup puffed its rim proudly. "I cannot cook, but I can taste." "That's utterly useless." The Candelabra interjected. "I can kindle fire." "You're a Candelabra. That's your very purpose." "Precisely, so I am useful." Lin Ye sighed. "Fine. Off you go. Both of you stand aside." The teacup and Candelabra bounded merrily down the corridor, still arguing as they went. Alice descended the stairs, now wearing the pale pink nightgown. Her golden hair fell loose and unbound. She twirled before Lin Ye, the skirt flaring gently, and revealed pink fuzzy slippers shaped like rabbit ears. "Brother, does this suit me?" He appraised her carefully, then remarked, "The pinker the hue, the fiercer the strike." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Then I shall wear it at home from now on." "Are you planning to strike me?" "Oh, never. I couldn't bear it." With a playful smile, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. "I'll go see what those 2 fools are up to." Just then a system interface flashed into view, bold crimson text ablaze. "Regional alert, frostfall imminent. Countdown 5 minutes, ambient temperature within the community will plummet to 60 C. Players unprepared for extreme cold do so at their own peril." The chat channel erupted. -60. I don't even own a heavy coat. Damn, it's freezing through my level 1 shelter walls. I'll freeze solid. Does anyone have a down jacket for sale? I'll trade wood. Jacket. Right now jackets cost more than life itself. What's your offer? 30 units of timber. 30. Dream on. Someone offered 80 earlier and still walked away empty-handed. Lin Ye passed through the mirror back into his shelter and knelt beside the campfire. The flame wavered, purple filaments swirling within its orange-gold core. "Meow meow, I have a question." The flame did not shrink, though it gave no reply, proof enough that it was listening. "When the frostfall strikes, will you go out?" Instantly the flame leapt, shifting from orange to deep crimson before settling once more, as if scoffing, "Who do you think you are, doubting me? The climax has yet to arrive. Those who remain patient will soon witness Alice's arc unfold and the dragon-slaying saga ignite. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed." As the countdown reached 0, the cold wave arrived. The sound of the wind pressed in from all directions, howling mournfully. The noise rolled in from afar, crashing against the starry stone walls, shattering into countless pieces, then slipping through the cracks in the door, swirling within the room. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together. The temperature of the air dropped sharply, and the white vapor he exhaled condensed into frost before dissipating. Extreme weather detected. Cold wave extreme. Cold. The firewood burns twice as fast. Fuel consumption is accelerating. Ooh, please replenish in time. Lin Ye glanced at the bonfire. The flames were smaller than usual, the orange light dimmed, and the purple patterns at the edges had faded. "Meow meow, are you okay?" The flames flickered slightly, seemingly unbothered. The characteristic of the Starshine Sanctuary is that it is illuminated by starlight and does not consume fuel, thus alleviating concerns about fuel. But others were not so fortunate. The chat channel had exploded into chaos. "Help! I only have 10 units of wood left." At this rate, I won't last 2 hours. I only have a level 1 sanctuary. The walls are made of wooden boards and the gaps are filled with mud. A strong gust of wind just now knocked off a large chunk of mud, and the cold wind poured in directly. I couldn't block it even with my clothes. You still have clothes to block. I'm wearing all my clothes, even my underwear is pulled over my head. Does wearing underwear on your head help? I don't know if it keeps me warm, but at least my head isn't cold. Is there anyone who can tell me how to endure the cold? My health has dropped to 50. Hey, I'm Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Is it because I'm used to the cold that I feel the cold wave isn't that bad? Messages flew by quickly, and Lin Ye only caught a few. He looked down at his status bar. Low temperature health and sanity 1 per minute. Heat is rapidly dissipating. Ooh, please wear cold-resistant clothing and consume high-calorie food. His health value flickered slightly. Although he could rewind, there was no need to endure the cold. That would be suffering. Lin Ye pulled out the cotton jacket that Zhao Xiaojin had given him. It's earthy but warm. The values on the panel stopped fluctuating. Low temperature status has been counteracted. Satiety consumption rate increased. He rubbed his hands together. It was still cold. The cotton jacket could block the cold, but did not warm him up. The cold seeped up from the floor, creeping up from his feet, and after standing for a while his toes felt numb. Lin Ye stamped his feet and exhaled into his palms. No, it's too cold. Meow meow, I'm heading out first. He walked to the wall and pressed his hand against the mirror. Entering the castle felt like stepping from an ice cellar into spring. The temperature surged from below -10 degrees to over 20 degrees. Much better. This is where a person should stay. Dream castle, constant temperature environment. Lin Ye took off the cotton jacket and draped it over the staircase railing. Inside, he was wearing a thin sweatshirt which was just right for staying in the castle. Not too cold or too hot. A delicious aroma wafted down the corridor. He followed the scent to the kitchen. The kitchen was at the end of the hallway on the first floor with double doors that swung open, releasing a wave of warmth. Alice stood at the stove wearing a light pink nightgown with a white apron tied at her waist in a bow. She was stirring something in the pot, the wooden spoon swirling in the soup steam, rising and reddening her face. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Brother, you came at the right time, or I made soup. Lin Ye walked over to take a look at the pot. It was a thick, purplured mush. The berries boiled down, their juices rich. Is it berry soup again? It's the only thing I know how to make. Alice scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and held it up to Lin Ye's mouth. Lin Ye took a sip. It was sweet and sour, lighter than in the morning, likely not cooked for long. It's delicious. Alice smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Leaning against the stove, Lin Ye suddenly remembered something. Stop drinking soup. Let me take you to eat something good. What good thing? The specialty of our hometown. Lin Ye walked to the dining room. The long table could seat 12 people, made from a single slab of wood with wavy patterns. The chairs had high backs carved with grapevine designs, and the cushions were deep red velvet. He sat down and fished out the brass lamp from behind his waist. Lin Ye rubbed it 3 times. A plume of smoke burst forth from the spout, dark gray swirling in the air. The lamp spirit emerged from the smoke, yawning and rubbing its eyes. What's wrong now? Make a hot pot. The lamp spirit paused for a moment. Hot pot. It's the kind where you put charcoal under the pot, boil soup on top, and dip in meat and vegetables. The lamp spirit furrowed its brow, thinking for a long time. I've never heard of it. Then make it as I say. Lin Ye described it: pot, charcoal, fire, meat, slices, vegetables, dipping sauce. The lamp spirit nodded along as it listened, occasionally snapping its fingers. Black smoke billowed from its fingertips, coalescing into various objects on the table. A brass pot with a chimney in the middle, burning charcoal inside, the red oil at the bottom bubbling vigorously, peppers and Sichuan peppercorns rolling in the soup, the spiciness invading the nostrils, causing Alice to sneeze. Slices of meat alternating red and white arranged neatly on a plate thin enough to see the pattern of the plate underneath. Vegetables including cabbage, garland, chrysanthemum, and spinach arranged neatly with water droplets still on the leaves. Dipping sauces of sesame paste, minced garlic, sesame oil, cilantro, and chopped green onions, each in small bowls arranged in a circle. Alice stared at the table full of dishes, her eyes wide with amazement. Brother, this. What is hot pot, and how do you eat it? Dip the meat in, and once it's cooked, eat it with the dipping sauce. Lin Ye picked up a slice of meat, placed it in the red oil pot, counted to 10, fished it out, rolled it in the sesame sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Spicy, numbing, hot, and fragrant. 4 layers of flavor burst simultaneously on his taste buds. He swallowed and exhaled a breath of spiciness. Just like that, give it a try. Alice mimicked his actions, picking up a slice of meat, placing it in the pot, counting to 10, fishing it out, dipping it, and stuffing it into her mouth. Then her face turned red. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy. She opened her mouth, fanning her face with her hand, tears streaming down. Lin Ye called for the lamp spirit to conjure a can of ice cola and handed it to her. Alice took it and gulped down a big mouthful. The icy bubbles exploded in her mouth, suppressing the spiciness, and she let out a long breath. I'm revived. She picked up another slice of meat and continued to repeat the previous action. Although it was very spicy, the more spicy it got, the more addictive it became. So delicious. Lin Ye dipped another slice and chewed slowly. The dining room fell silent, only the sound of bubbling from the pot. The two were panting from the spiciness, but their chopsticks never stopped. Outside, the cold wind howled at 60 degrees below zero. In the chat channel, countless people begged for a bite of hot food, for a hint of warmth, even willing to sell their souls. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was enjoying the hot pot to his heart's content. He dipped a slice of beef tripe, rolled it in the oil dip, and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it loudly. The cold wave. It simply didn't exist. All he felt now was heat, making him sweat profusely. 2 hours had passed since they finished the hot pot. Lin Ye leaned back against the chair, rubbing his belly. His stomach felt warm, the spiciness still danced on his tongue, and he felt as if he were soaking in warm water, every pore of his being wide open. So comfortable. Alice lay on the table, her face pressed against its surface, her eyes half closed, resembling a cat that had eaten its fill and didn't want to move. Brother, I'm stuffed. Who told you to eat so much? Because it was delicious. Lin Ye stood up, gathered the bowls and chopsticks, and carried them into the kitchen. Alice followed behind her, steps a beat slower than usual, the sound of her slippers dragging along the floor. The pot and bowls were piled in the sink as Lin Ye turned on the faucet. The water was warm, heated by the castle itself, no need to boil. He squeezed some dish soap and took a cloth to wipe the plates. Alice leaned over, saying, I'll wash them. Can you wash? No, but I can learn. She picked up a plate, mimicking the motion, turned the faucet to its maximum, and ended up splashing water all over herself. Oh. A large wet spot formed on her chest, sticking to her, the pink fabric turning transparent. Lin Ye looked at her with disdain. You're so clumsy, go away. Alice retreated dejectedly, saying, Oh, I thought turning the water up would wash them faster. The kitchen fell silent, only the sound of running water and the clinking of porcelain plates could be heard. After washing the dishes, Lin Ye dried his hands and walked towards the hall. Just as he reached the staircase, the system panel popped up again. Cold wave alert, ice and snow monsters have invaded the community. The closer you are to the community center, the stronger the monsters become. Killing ice and snow monsters will drop cold resistance supplies. If not prepared in advance, hunting outside is the only way to survive. Lin Ye paused for a moment. The cold wave isn't enough now, I have to grind monsters. He opened the chat channel, and the messages were flying by rapidly. Damn, there's a snow wolf digging at the door. I hit it 3 times with a stone, and it didn't do anything. Suburban players are sending greetings. I'm grinding snow bunnies over here. Smashed one with an axe, and got a rabbit fur hat and rabbit meat. Don't get too pleased, outer ring. I just heard a pack of wolves howling. There's more than one. Is anyone in the inner ring in trouble? Number 555. I'm grinding snow bears. It just broke my wooden wall with one slap. What about the center area? What's happening in the center? The center area is currently quiet, but the closer you are to the center, the stronger they get. I'm afraid if they come, it'll be serious. Lin Ye was busy reading the chat messages when suddenly a red alarm appeared in front of him. Warning, your shelter is under external attack. Durability 1, durability 1. Several warnings popped up in succession. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. What the hell? Who dares to destroy his home? He immediately dressed and returned to the shelter. Just as his feet hit the ground, he heard a loud bang. The door panel was dented inward, dust fell from the ceiling, and fine particles drifted down from above. Durability 2. Lin Ye squinted. This thing has quite a bit of strength. Alice poked her head out from the magic mirror, saying, Brother, what's hitting the door? I don't know. I'll go out and kill it for you. No need, it's cold outside, you stay in the room. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Alice withdrew her head. Lin Ye placed his hand on the doorknob, but didn't rush to open it. After waiting a few seconds, it became quiet outside. But he could feel something pressing against the other side of the door, breathing heavily. Lin Ye took a half step back, his hand resting on the broken sword at his waist, and with his other hand he pulled the door open. Standing outside the door was a humanoid monster. 3 meters tall, covered in long white fur. It was hard to tell if it was snow or hair. Its arms were thicker than Lin Ye's waist, and its fingers had ice blue claws with shards of ice embedded in them. It had no nose on its face, just a pair of ice blue eyes with vertical pupils. It looked down at Lin Ye, its mouth splitting open to reveal 2 rows of serrated teeth. The breath it exhaled sprayed frost onto the door panel. A snow monster. It didn't give Lin Ye much time to think, raising its claw to smack him on the head. Lin Ye sidestepped. The claw grazed past his ear, hitting the door frame, sending wood splinters flying and cracking the frame. Do you know how expensive renovations are right now, eh? He drew the broken sword, and dark golden light burst from the blade, strikingly bright against the snow. The snow monster took half a step back. The holy sword's intimidation effect took hold. It stared at the sword, emitting a low growl from its throat, then turned to flee. Did you not consider the consequences when you decided to demolish my home? The dark golden sword light sliced across the snow monster's chest. The snow monster looked down, seeing a gash appear on its chest. The gap widened, gray-blue light seeping out. It opened its mouth to scream, but couldn't make a sound. Its body split in the middle, collapsing to either side with a muffled thud. Kill Ice and Snow Monster Tier 2 Elite, dropping cold-resistant supplies. The snow monster's body began to disintegrate, turning into ice-blue light particles that floated upwards. As the light particles dissipated, 3 items were left on the ground. A white coat with a thick fur collar, softer to the touch than rabbit fur. Snow monster fur coat quality excellent, green effect extremely warm, unaffected by wind and snow when going outside. Description: be careful when wearing it lest you be mistaken for a snow monster and slaughtered. A round ice blue bead sealed with a wisp of white smoke. Snow monster essence quality excellent, green usage sacrificial item 8 units, also 5 units of wood. Lin Ye put on the coat and immediately felt the wind was not so biting. He looked up toward the community. A grayish-white mist enveloped everything, the glow of the streetlights swallowed by the fog, illuminating only 3 steps ahead. A thin layer of ice had formed on the stone pavement, crunching underfoot. In the distance, howls echoed, deeper and more muffled than a wolf's, one after another colliding back and forth in the fog. Lin Ye squinted and listened for a while before retreating and closing the door. Alice had already changed back into her red cloak, standing at the door waiting for him. Brother, what's happening outside? There are quite a few monsters. Lin Ye walked over to the door frame, placing his hand on the crack. The system popped up. Repairing shelter, stone 2, wood 5. The materials were just enough. Confirm. The crack in the door frame began to shrink, wood shavings squeezed out from the gap, falling to the ground. New wood fibers sprouted from the edges of the crack, closing in from both sides. Soon the door frame returned to its flat state, with not even a scratch left. Durability 100, not bad, as long as the shelter is not completely destroyed. Materials can be consumed to repair it. At this moment, Lin Ye's private messages flashed crazily. Opening it revealed all messages from Zhao Xiaojin. Zhao Xiaojin, brother, help. Zhao Xiaojin, something's banging on my door. Zhao Xiaojin, I can hear it breathing, the sound is rough. Zhao Xiaojin, brother, are you still there? Zhao Xiaojin, what, don't scare me, brother. Lin Ye replied with 2 words, location. The last voice message popped up, Zhao Xiaojin's voice trembling, laced with a sob. In the background, the sound of banging could be heard. Number 67. Brother, hurry, it's banging on the door. I'm scared. Lin Ye pushed open the door, wind and snow pellets stinging his face painfully. Alice followed. Brother, are you going out? Yes, something happened over at Zhao Xiaojin. I want to go too. No need, stay home. If there are monsters demolishing the house, it will rely on you to handle it. Alice glanced at the fog outside the door, and then at Lin Ye. But it's cold outside. I have a coat. Then come back quickly. Okay. Lin Ye raised the collar of the snow monster fur coat and hurried towards number 19. The ice thickened steadily along the stone-paved road, crunching softly beneath each step. Lin Ye raised his coat collar higher. The farther outward he walked toward the outer ring, the more rudimentary the shelters became. Several already collapsed beside the roadside. One wooden shelter had snapped cleanly in half at the wall, its roof caved in halfway. Embers from a long-dead fire scattered in the wind, and a wisp of pale gray smoke drifted feebly through the snow before vanishing entirely. A young woman lay slumped at the threshold, clad only in a thin hoodie. Her face was bluish with frostbite, her lips cracked and bleeding. She curled tightly into herself, fingers frozen near scattered wooden planks, likely gathered to repair the wall, yet never used. Lin Ye paused mid-step. He gazed at her for 2 silent seconds, then turned away and continued walking. Not out of coldness, but because rescue demanded more than a fleeting surge of impulse. He did not even know her name. Where would he take her? Home. Alice would tear the roof off and protest. Fate belongs to each person alone. He had saved Zhao Xiaojin because they knew each other. Though the girl possessed no notable skill, fortune favored her, and she never hoarded what little she had. Acquaintance was the cause, I rescue the consequence. He had no desire to play the gallant savior, storming and then asking, might I inquire your maiden name? Inverting cause and effect until it gave him a splitting headache. Lin Ye shook his head and quickened his pace. After roughly 2 minutes he arrived. Zhao Xiaojin's shelter was unmistakable, a vivid green roof, crowned by 2 strings of crimson chilies hung beside the door. Amidst the monochrome expanse of snow and ash-gray sky, it stood strikingly apart. The door panel bore a deep inward dent, and 2 jagged fissures split the frame, from hinge to wall. Zhao Xiaojin's voice emerged from within, trembling with tears. "Brother, why haven't you come yet? I think it's going to tear my house apart." Lin Ye halted 20 paces away, waiting patiently. A figure stood before the door, a hooded cloak the color of dried blood, its wide cowl shadowing half its face. Only a jawline remained visible, dusted with coarse brown down. It bore a bulging burlap sack across its back, its mouth tied shut with a crimson cord. Not a snow beast, shorter than one, barely taller than an average human, hunched and stooped, as if permanently bowed. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. A system prompt flickered into view. Special visitor detected, elder reindeer. Description: a frost-tide envoy serving the Snow Queen, tasked with collecting warmth. Non-aggressive unless provoked. It will claim the most valuable item within the shelter. Refusal triggers 3-second berserk mode. Loot upon defeat, rare item. It claimed the most precious possession inside the shelter. Plainly put, a protection tax. The elder reindeer extended a gray-blue hand, nails crusted with splinters of ice, and rapped once on Zhao Xiaojin's door panel. Thud! The panel sank inward. Splinters burst from the cracks, scattering onto the icy ground before the wind swept them away. Zhao Xiaojin wailed miserably. "Wah, my house is falling apart." Lin Ye arrived. His footsteps crunched rhythmically over the frozen surface. The elder reindeer finally turned. Beneath the cowl loomed a stag's head, eyes glacial blue, pupilless and depthless. It studied Lin Ye for 2 long seconds, then rumbled low in its throat, "Step aside." Lin Ye did not move. "You stand before my friend's door and order me to leave." The elder reindeer said nothing more. Its sack trembled slightly. The red cord loosened and the mouth of the sack parted, releasing a slow, seething stream of white frost. Lin Ye drew his sword. A flash of dark gold light erupted across the snowfield. The elder reindeer stiffened, its glacial eyes locking instantly onto the broken blade. "A hero." Its voice held genuine bewilderment. Lin Ye granted it no time to comprehend. The blade descended in a blazing arc. The elder reindeer raised its hand. A sphere of glacial blue light detonated in its palm, coalescing instantly into a shimmering ice shield suspended midair. The dark gold slash struck true. Crack. The shield fractured. Fractures exploded outward from the center like a spiderweb, devouring the entire surface. The elder reindeer staggered backward, boots carving twin grooves into the ice. It glanced down at the shards in its palm, then lifted its gaze to Lin Ye. "You kept the Snow Queen waiting this long. Have you truly nothing to say?" Lin Ye froze. Was Snow White entangled with the Snow Queen? He sought only to inherit the hero's fortress and gear, not these tangled emotional debts. No answer. "Then let me relieve the queen of this faithless wretch." The elder reindeer opened its jaws wide. Deep within its throat, a blinding glacial light ignited, brightening, surging upward, flooding its mouth and leaking forth between its parted lips. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Danger! A torrent of glacial breath erupted, white suffused with azure, freezing airborne moisture instantly into brittle ice crystals that clattered downward like shattered glass. He tried to dodge, but the ice offered no traction. The blast struck his chest. Not painful, just unimaginably cold. Cold that pierced marrow and locked blood in its veins. Lin Ye watched frost bloom across his chest, spreading outward like living lace from coat to shoulder to arm to fingertips. The ice thickened relentlessly, encasing fabric in rigid armor, skin in ashen pallor. He strained to move, yet could not. His fingers locked rigidly around the sword hilt, knuckles fused in place. Status frozen. Movement impossible. The elder reindeer stood panting, chest heaving. Even a hero falls short. "Remain here. You'll spare the queen further distress." It stepped forward, claws unsheathed, ready to end him. Unbeknownst to it, Lin Ye had let himself freeze, not in defeat, but as part of a lethal ruse. Frozen state was still a state, and now distance was perfect. Golden light flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Rewind. Ice shattered. The elder reindeer's claw hung suspended midair, its glacial eyes widened in shock. The blade flashed. Upward in a sweeping arc, the broken sword sliced from chin to crown, cleaving through antler and skull alike. The elder reindeer froze mid-motion, mouth agape. The blue light still pulsed deep in its throat, but could no longer escape. Glacial luminescence wept from the wound, tracing silver-blue paths down its muzzle. It looked down at Lin Ye, lips quivering. "You've grown cunning." Then split cleanly down the center, collapsing sideways onto the ice. No blood spilled. Only drifting motes of azure light spiraled upward from the fissure. Frost-tide envoy slain elder reindeer. Buff acquired the Snow Queen's gaze. You have been marked by the Snow Queen. Loot reindeer bell 3. Lin Ye scanned the notification without concern. Debts multiply, He had already accumulated too many obligations to fear another. Crouching, he gathered 3 bronze bells from the fading azure glow. Each the size of a clenched fist etched with intricate snowflake motifs. Their clappers gleamed glacial blue, chiming faintly as the wind stirred them. Reindeer bell rarity, rare blue effect, hang at your shelter's entrance. Monsters will bypass it during frost tides. Description worn around the elder reindeer's neck. Its chime is soft, but monsters instinctively veer away upon hearing it. Heads emerged cautiously from shelters all around. A neighbor's door cracked open just enough to squeeze out a face, eyes wide as copper coins. Is it dead? From across the way, another figure appeared, wrapped head-toto in a quilt. Only 2 eyes peering out. He killed the elder reindeer. We all paid tribute, yet he struck first. That was the Snow Queen's own envoy. He's doomed. She'll retaliate without mercy. Lin Ye ignored the murmurs. He approached Zhao Xiaojin's door, dented, fissured, yet still. Her voice trembled from within, thick with tears. Brother, is it gone? Dead. Dead. Yes. Lin Ye lifted the bells and secured them to the doorframe. Red cords wound, twice knotted tight. They swayed gently in the wind. Ting ting. Zhao Xiaojin cracked the door open just wide enough to peer out. Her ponytail drooped crookedly, a smudge of grime streaked her cheek, and her eyes shone red-rimmed and wet. Brother, what are these? Bells. Hang them. Monsters won't approach your shelter. Zhao Xiaojin blinked, then gazed up at Lin Ye, the bronze bell gleaming above her. Brother, this is too precious. I can't accept it. On loan. Return them after the frost tide. She opened her mouth, her ponytail bobbed. But what if they break? Double the price. Her nose crinkled, her eyes welled, a new voice muffled. Brother, maybe I should just marry you instead. Get lost. How dare she repay kindness with teasing? Zhao Xiaojin chuckled, her ponytail bouncing twice, then lowered her voice. Brother, serious talk now. There's something I need to tell you. Lin Ye waited. A treasure chest just spawned in the central zone, she whispered, glancing left and right. My tier 2 ability sensed it. I've told no one else, not even a soul. Where exactly? Behind the monument in Central Square. She swallowed hard. Brother, shall we go quietly at dawn? It's midnight, and monsters are active. Lin Ye tapped Zhao Xiaojin's head, flattening her stubborn cowlick, then watched it spring back up. Relax. They're just small fry. She opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Ye had already turned and walked away. His footsteps crunched steadily over the ice, growing softer, fading into the mist. Zhao Xiaojin remained at the threshold, gripping the doorframe, watching Lin Ye's silhouette dissolve into the swirling fog. Meeting Brother Ye. It's the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. 1,000 miles of ice is sealed. The wind blows from the north, carrying snowflakes that patter against the icy surface, creating a rustling sound. There are no trees, no mountains, only ice. The ice stretches from beneath my feet to the horizon, grayish-white, blending with the sky, making it indistinguishable where the earth ends and the sky begins. In the distance stands a palace. Constructed of ice, the walls are transparent, revealing a blue light dancing within. The dome is high and the spire pierces the clouds, moonlight filtering through the gaps in the clouds and shining upon the tip of the tower. Deep within the palace, a woman sits on her throne. The throne, made of ice, has armrests carved into wolf heads, their eyes set with sapphires, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. She does not lean against the backrest, sitting upright, one hand resting on the armrest while the other supports her cheek. Her silvery white hair cascades down her shoulders, draping over the back of the chair with the ends trailing to the ground. Her eyes are closed. The entire hall is as quiet as a tomb, with only the wind howling as it seeps through the cracks in the dome. In front of her hovers a block of ice. The ice block is transparent, within it encased a scene. Lin Ye draws his sword, the dark golden light of the sword slicing through the air. The body of the elder deer splits apart, collapsing to either side. The scene freezes on Lin Ye's face. The woman opens her eyes. Her ice blue pupils lack warmth. She gazes at Lin Ye's face in the image, watching for a long time. It's not you. She raises her hand, her fingertip touching the ice block. The block shatters, transforming into ice blue specks of light that swirl around her finger for 2 laps before dispersing into the air. You said that as long as the sword exists, you will be alive, never depart, yet this sword has now appeared in someone else's hands. So you have already died, haven't you? She stands up from the throne. Her long dress trails on the ground, the hem ice blue, resembling a frozen waterfall. With each step, a layer of ice forms beneath her feet. The ice spreads outward from her footprints, creeping over the steps, across the ground, and up the pillars. The temperature of the entire hall drops several degrees. She walks to the window. Outside lies an endless expanse of ice. A layer of frost covers the window glass. She extends her hand, her fingertip tracing a line across the frost. The frost is scraped away, revealing transparent glass that reflects her own face. Silver hair, pale skin, blue eyes. Her fingertip remains paused on the glass. 300 years have passed. The elder deer goes to the border every year, yet returns empty-handed each time. Her voice finally carries a hint of fluctuation, not anger, but a chilling calm. You made me wait for 300 years in vain. The frost on the glass begins to form again, creeping in from the edges toward the center, slowly covering her reflection. Since he is your successor, let him repay this debt for you. Not long after, on the icy plains, a snow beast pulled ice sculpture carriage rushes through the wind and snow. Inside the carriage, a pair of ice blue eyes stare into the distance. How long until we arrive? We will reach by tomorrow night. Lin Ye takes a detour on his way to open the treasure chest. At the entrance of shelter No. 23 hangs a paper lantern, its light glowing softly from within, casting a warm yellow hue that sways gently in the wind. Lin Ye knocks twice on the door. Who is it? It's me. The door opens. Su Yao is wearing a large floral cotton coat adorned with peony flowers and magpies, the faux fur collar dusted with a few snowflakes that are beginning to melt. She leans against the doorframe, holding an enamel mug from which steam rises. Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Lin Ye takes out a copper bell from his pocket, weighing it in his hand. Delivering something. Su Yao glances at it, but does not take it. What's the condition? Answer me one question. Su Yao looks up at him, placing the enamel mug on a wooden rack beside the door, crossing her arms. Ask. Lin Ye looks at her, his expression serious. The donkey told a joke, and all the animals laughed, but the kitten didn't. Why? Su Yao is momentarily stunned. She had anticipated Lin Ye would ask about the leaderboard or the details of the mutual aid club. She even thought he might ask, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Such shameless questions. But she never expected this. Are you testing my riddle-solving skills? Just tell me the answer. Su Yao furrows her brow, thinking for a few seconds. The cat is aloof. Lin Ye shakes his head. The cat is asleep. He shakes his head again. The cat is expressionless. Far from it. Su Yao thinks of several more answers, but Lin Ye shakes his head each time. She takes a sip from the enamel mug, feeling disheartened. Just tell me the answer, I can't solve this one. Lin Ye smirks. Because a donkey is hard to amuse. Su Yao's enamel mug freezes midair. She stares at Lin Ye, her expression shifting from confusion to bewilderment, then to helplessness. You came in the middle of the night just to play a pun with me. Just passing by. Passing by. Yeah, I have other matters, I'll be leaving now. Lin Ye shoves the bell into her hand and turns to leave. Su Yao stands at the door, looking down at the copper bell in her hand. Snowflakes land on the bell, melting into tiny water droplets. She hangs the bell on the doorframe, wrapping the red string around it twice, tying a tight knot. The bell sways in the wind, ringing softly. She takes a sip from the enamel mug, the water now cold. What a lunatic, but not a bad person. The door closes. Light filters through the paper lantern, casting a small patch of warmth on the snow. Not 2 minutes later, he arrives at the central district. The square is vast, paved with bluestone, with half a foot of snow accumulated. A stone tablet stands in the center of the square, 3 meters tall, with countless names intricately carved on its gray-white surface. Lin Ye circles behind the stone tablet. An ice-blue chest squats in the corner, half buried in snow. The lid is engraved with a snowflake pattern, the lock frozen, blocked by a chunk of ice. Standing nearby are 2 snow beasts. 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in white fur, their fingers tipped with ice-blue claws. They face outward, guarding the stone tablet, like 2 door gods. Lin Ye draws his sword. The dark golden light explodes in the snow. The 2 snow beasts simultaneously turn their heads. They open their mouths to roar. But no sound escapes. The sword light at 5 times speed arrives first. The first strike slashes across the throat of the left beast. The second strike sweeps upward, creating a gash from the chest to the shoulder of the right beast. Lin Ye sheaths his sword. The bodies of the 2 snow beasts disintegrate, transforming into ice-blue specks of light that float upward. As the light disperses, 2 items remain on the ground. 2 snow beast essence, totaling 16 offerings. 1 snow beast boot, 1 snow beast hat, both fine-grade cold-resistant gear. Congratulations, you have collected the Snow Beast set. Wearing it grants immunity to extreme cold. 3 pieces with set properties. That's quite a pleasant surprise. Lin Ye immediately puts on the 2 new items. Wrapped in the snow beast, for one might mistake him for a small snow beast if not inspected closely. The set effect activates, and the biting snowflakes that once stung his face become numb to him. His previously stiff legs also begin to warm up. Not bad, good stuff. He rubs his hands together, noticing that the ice in the lock has melted. Killing the snow beasts must be a prerequisite to opening the chest. Just as he is about to reach for the chest, a shout rings out from behind. Stop! Lin Ye turns around. A figure bursts from behind a tree dressed in a black down jacket, gripping a wooden stick, his face flushed by the wind. That chest is mine. I discovered it first. Lin Ye turned to look at the person. Then why don't you take it? The person gasped for breath, propping a wooden stick on the ground. There's a monster guarding it. How can I take it? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. When I arrived, why didn't you come out and say it was yours? I cleared the monsters, and then you showed up. You have no power, yet you covet the treasure. The person's face turned red. My brother is Su Wei from the Mutual Aid Society, ranked 100. He'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, or you won't have a good time. Again, the Mutual Aid Society. Lin Ye sighed. This thing is like a sticky plaster, always following you wherever you go. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The person took a step back, raising the wooden stick, his hands trembling. Footsteps echoed from the mist. A figure emerged from behind a tree dressed in a black windbreaker and wearing black-framed glasses. The person smiled. My brother is here. Now you can't escape, even if you want to. He turned and pointed at Lin Ye. Wei Gu, he's the one trying to steal your treasure chest. Su Wei looked at Lin Ye, his mouth opening and then closing. He recognized him. That face, that sword, extremely impressive. A man he could never provoke. His little brother shouted, Wei Gu, deal with him. Su Wei's expression changed. How could he, ranked at the bottom of the list, deal with someone who took down the top 10 Xiao Xiong? Su Wei kicked his little brother in the back of the leg. The little brother lost his balance and fell to his knees in the snow, his knee crashing against the ice with a thud. You blind dog, don't you recognize who this is? Brother Yi, he is our district's great hero who single-handedly improved the progress by a full 10%. Su Wei's voice was urgent and loud, bouncing back in the mist. The little brother knelt on the ground, looking up at Lin Ye, and then at Su Wei, his expression gradually becoming fearful. He was instantly so frightened that he could not speak. Su Wei bent down, a smile plastered on his face. Brother Yi, my brother has offended you with his ignorance. Please forgive him. If anyone in our district deserves to enjoy this treasure chest, it must be you, Brother Yi. Lin Ye looked at him. Su Wei's gaze drifted, not daring to make eye contact. He was smiling on the outside, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Lin Ye had seen this kind of gaze before. Chowing had it too. Soft words on the lips, but calculating in the heart. Is that really what you think? Su Wei nodded. May the whole family of a liar perish. After all, his parents and grandparents had died in a car accident long ago, so he often swore by his whole family to gain trust. Lin Ye's lips moved slightly. You mean to say? That wouldn't be because my Xiaowen launched a big move against your family, leaving only one line, would it? Su Wei was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. So, Brother Yi, you also play porridge? What my Xiaowen, what one line? I don't understand. Oh, I only play Wei Long, starting with C4 to grab insurance. With a common topic, their relationship seemed to draw closer, and Su Wei felt he had survived. However, the smile on Lin Ye's face faded. CS is CS. Wherever you go, people like you deserve to die. Su Wei's smile froze on his face. The sword light had arrived. Su Wei looked down and saw a cut appear on his chest. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a choking sound came from his throat. The little brother, kneeling on the ground, trembled all over, a wet patch forming in his pants. He tried to get up and run, but his legs were weak and he fell in the snow after 2 steps. Lin Ye walked over, the tip of his sword pressing against his back. Your brother is waiting for you down there. The little brother's cries echoed from the mist, quickly torn apart by the wind. 2 corpses began to disintegrate, transforming into icy blue light points floating upwards. As the light points dissipated, 2 plaques were left on the ground. Ordinary quality, each worth 3 units of offerings. Lin Ye picked them up and put them in his pocket. Shelter disassembly completed. Wood X50, stone X20. The materials automatically stored into the house, which was very convenient. After this little interlude, Lin Ye squatted down again to open the chest. The lid was heavy, made of ice, freezing his hands. He forcefully lifted it open. Blue light seeped out from the gap, dazzling. As the light faded, there lay a copper whistle at the bottom of the chest. It was engraved with the image of 3 dogs standing side by side, their tails held high. Snowfield whistle, quality, rare effect, summons exclusive vehicle. Description: blow it and the child of the snowfield will respond to you. Lin Ye blew the copper whistle. No response. He blew again, still no response. The description says it will respond when blown. Could it be that in blowing it wrong, Just as he wondered, a howl came from the distance. The sound was bright, piercing through the wind, and snow emerging from the mist. 3 furry lumps burst forth from the snow, running swiftly, their rears wiggling, tongues flapping beside their faces. The husky was in the lead with blue eyes, its tongue lolling outside its mouth, drool flying everywhere. The Alaskan followed behind, the largest resembling a pig. The Samoyed brought up the rear, its white fur blending with the snow, making it look like a clump of snow drifting by. The 3 dogs rushed up to Lin Ye. They couldn't stop in time. The husky dove into a snow pile, leaving only its rear wiggling outside. The Alaskan rolled over it, tumbling twice. The Samoyed was the cleverest, making a turn in advance, but still slipped and skidded on the snow, its chin plowing through the snow. Lin Ye looked down at them. The husky pulled its head out of the snow pile, shook its fur, sending snowflakes flying. It tilted its head and looked at Lin Ye, then jumped over to lick his hand. The Alaskan and the Samoyed followed suit, surrounding Lin Ye, their tails swirling like helicopter blades. Behind them stood a sled. The sled was made of wood, very old, its paint peeling, but the wheels were wrapped in ice blades glinting coldly in the snow. Next to the sled stood a wooden sign with some words carved on it. 1 person and 3 dogs, the world is mine. Lin Ye twitched his lips. A system prompt popped up. Snowfield vehicle activated. Sled dogs air ha lead pang pang strength, shue chio support speed very fast, in snow lazy and sunny weather. Note air ha may lead you into a ditch, pang pang may run off to chase rabbits, and shue chio may be obstructed by its own fur. It is advised to have plenty of patience. Lin Ye felt helpless. Are these 3 things? Definitely vehicles, and not pets. Erha had already jumped onto the sled, squatting beside the driver's seat, tail held high, wearing an expression of, I want to drive. Pang Pang squatted behind the sled, tilting its head to look at Lin Ye, drooling all over the place. Shuechio was the most obedient, lying at the side of the sled, burying its head in its own fur, revealing only a pair of black eyes blinking. Lin Ye sighed. Having them is better than nothing. He sat on the sled, gripping the reins. Erha glanced back at him, its eyes saying, Are you ready? Before Lin Ye could nod, Erha had already dashed off. The sled shot forward, and Lin Ye nearly flipped. The wind rushed into his mouth, down his collar, and into his sleeves. He was glad he was wearing the snow monster suit, otherwise he would freeze to death. Pang Pang ran like a bulldozer, shaking the snow with each step. Shuechio ran in front, its white fur blowing in the wind like a moving cloud. Erha was in the middle, enjoying itself the most, but taking the most erratic route. It didn't run in a straight line. Sometimes it veered left, sometimes right. When Lin Ye pulled on the reins, it ignored him. When he pulled again, it glanced back at him, its eyes saying, Don't worry, I know the way. Then it continued to veer off course. Lin Ye gave up, struggling. Family, can I still go home for dinner? The husky ran like a cannonball, zigzagging as the sled drifted across the icy surface. Lin Ye was tossed around, gripping the edge of the sled with one hand to pull himself back. Are you a husky or the Fast and the Furious? After getting used to it, this dog sled isn't so bad. Despite its numerous flaws, it's quite fast in terms of speed. Streetlights zipped past on both sides, creating streaks of light. The wind rushed into his collar, cold but oddly invigorating. The dog sled sped past a shelter. A door opened slightly, and a face squeezed through the gap. The person's mouth was agape, and a half-eaten piece of dry food fell from their hand, swept away by the wind without them noticing. More and more players were passing by. They only felt a gust of wind before losing sight of it. What the heck was that just now? I didn't see it clearly, it was too fast. Of course I could see it if it were slower. The discussions were whisked away by the wind, fading further away. They sped past another building. A female player was shoveling snow at the door. She looked up to see a white figure charging out of the fog. Startled, she sat back, dropping her shovel, which clanged against the wall. 3 dogs dashed past her. The snow kicked up by their paws splattered all over her face. She wiped her face and stared at the retreating figures, her lips trembling slightly. Was that a dog? How can there be dogs pulling a sled in the snow? After circling around various places, shelter no. 10 finally arrived. The husky suddenly braked. The sled slid forward a dozen meters before stopping at the entrance. Lin Ye got off the sled, his legs a bit weak. It was his first time racing with no safety measures. If someone with a weaker heart had been there, they would have likely fainted. The husky had already jumped onto the steps, scratching at the door. Lin Ye opened the door. Alice was sitting by the campfire. She stared at the husky in surprise. Brother, why is there a dog? It's a sled dog used for pulling sleds. The husky turned its head to look at Alice upon hearing her voice. It tilted its head, then lunged forward to lick her hand. Alice recoiled slightly, but didn't pull away. Her finger was licked, now damp. It licked me. It probably likes you. The husky licked her again. Alice frowned, but didn't withdraw her hand. She raised her other hand and gave the husky a light pat on the head. The sound was crisp. The husky wagged its tail even more joyfully. It's so stupid. Huskies are all like this. Putting squeezed and rubbing against the door for a while to clean off the snow before entering. It walked in front of Alice, sat down, and looked up at her. Its gaze was serious, waiting for commands. Alice gave it a pat as well. Pudding was satisfied, lying down with its chin resting on its front paws, eyes squinting. Snowball was the last to enter. It shook off its fur at the door, snowflakes flying everywhere, then walked over to Alice's feet, nudging its head into her hands. Alice gave it a pat. This one is the best. Sammy had good temperament. The three plump dogs took up too much space. Lin Ye thought for a moment and took out a copper whistle from his pocket. He blew it once more. The three dogs all looked up. Their bodies began to fade like ink dissolving into rice paper, shrinking from the edges to the center. 2 seconds later, the three dogs disappeared. 3 ice blue light spots were left on the ground, floating up and drilling into the copper whistle. The dog pattern on the whistle glowed briefly before dimming. No need to arrange dog beds, it was quite convenient. Lin Ye tucked the whistle into his pocket. Alice stared at his pocket. Can they come out again? Just blow the whistle. Alice nodded, not asking further. She crouched down and poked the ground with her finger, feeling a bit of warmth where Snowball had just laid. Next time let it stay a little longer. Do you like it, eh? It's fluffy and fun. Lin Ye handed the dog whistle to Alice. Then you can take it back to the castle to play. Thank you, brother. Alice hugged the copper whistle and dove into the magic mirror, her footsteps pattering like a little rabbit. The surroundings grew quiet. Lin Ye looked at his house. Since the shelter expansion was complete, the upgrade conditions should have been unlocked. He opened the shelter panel. LV3 shelter upgrade conditions unlocked. Required materials: stone X 500, wood X 300, offerings X 100, second tier or higher monster essence X1. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Second tier monster essence. Luckily the system had an explanation. He clicked on the question mark next to it. Upgrading from LV2 to LV3 is a qualitative leap requiring the life essence of powerful beings to reshape one's own bloodline, breaking human limits, thus completing the transition from human to extraordinary. The stronger the creature used, the stronger the awakened body will be, and it will inherit certain traits of that creature. Lin Ye squinted. Essence. He remembered obtaining mermaid essence and snow monster essence. But how strong could his bloodline become with something that couldn't withstand even one of his sword strikes? If he was going to upgrade, he might as well aim for the best. A thought flashed through his mind. Dragon. The top creature in this world. If he could obtain dragon bloodline. Lin Ye closed the panel and leaned back in his chair. The holy sword was still missing 1 shard. He had no idea what its complete form would be like. But even with the 3 shards he had now, its damage to dragons had already increased 5-fold. For shards would only be stronger. But having just a sword isn't enough. Snow White had used the complete holy sword back then and still fell. The problem isn't the sword, it's that the dragon can resurrect. Lin Ye rubbed his fingers together, pondering. First, he needed to find the last shard. Second, he needed to uncover the details of the evil dragon, why it could resurrect, and where its weaknesses lay. Finally, he had to wait for an opportunity. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling for a moment. Set out tomorrow morning. The target is the 4th shard. Time was tight. The system had only given him 2 days. 2 days later the world would face annihilation, and with his strength increased, slaying dragons would become even less likely. After outlining a rough plan, he stood up and stretched. He took out the last bell and hung it on the door frame, tying the red string in a tight knot. The wind blew from the north, and the bell gently swayed, ringing softly. The sound was not loud, but it felt reassuring. Back in the king's room, Lin Ye took off the snow monster coat and draped it over the back of a chair, kicking off his boots into the corner. Barefoot, he stepped on the carpet, which was long and soft, his toes sinking into it. Footsteps could be heard from next door, pattering. Alice was chasing after the dogs. She had such abundant energy. Unlike Lin Ye, who felt like his body was falling apart after a long day. The bed was large with deep red bedding that felt smooth to the touch, made of satin. Lin Ye lay down, sinking into the bedding, supported by something. So comfortable, there was nothing more joyful than this moment each day. If struggling wasn't for a better way to relax, what was the difference from being a machine? His eyelids grew heavy. The cold wave howled outside, whimpering and echoing through the walls, as if someone far away was crying. But the room was warm. The fire in the fireplace crackled as the wood burned. Lin Ye turned over, burying his face into the pillow. His breathing gradually became even. The next day, Lin Ye woke up from an itch. Opening his eyes, he saw strands of light golden hair right in front of his nose, curling at the tips and tickling his nostrils. Lin Ye was initially a bit dazed. What is this? Light golden hair. The next second, he sprang up, recoiling back, his back hitting the wooden board of the bed with a thud. Alice was lying beside his pillow with her face buried in the quilt, revealing only half her head. The strap of her nightgown slipped down a bit, exposing her shoulder, pale and dazzling in the morning light. Alice, how did you end up on my bed? Alice stirred slightly, her face emerging from the blanket, her eyes still closed, as she mumbled, "Brother, just a little longer." Her voice was sticky. Lin Ye took a deep breath. "Why are you in my bed?" Alice turned over, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, shrinking into a ball. "I was playing with the dog last night, got tired, and didn't want to go back to my own room. But you can't sleep on my bed. Your bed is big." Lin Ye opened his mouth, finding no reason to argue. "Forget it, nothing happened anyway." In the dining room, Lin Ye took a bite of the fried dough stick, crispy, crackling in his mouth. The lamp god poked its head out from the spout, yawning. "You woke me up early to fry dough sticks. Don't you have any conscience? You're a god, what do you need sleep for? Gods need rest too. Do you think being a god is easy?" Lin Ye ignored him and took a sip of soy milk. It was hot, the bean aroma spreading from his tongue, warming his throat all the way to his stomach. He opened the regional channel. Over 30,000 people had died yesterday. The cold wave was too deadly for the players. Out of 100,000, fewer than 60,000 remained. The messages scrolled more slowly than last night, but they were still frequent. "I survived. Last night I thought I was going to freeze to death. My wooden wall was knocked down halfway by a snow bear. I spent the whole night repairing it. All my materials went into it. I didn't sleep all night, afraid that if I fell asleep the house would collapse. Is anyone grouping up? I can't take it anymore, it's too hard alone." The survivors from that night were mostly in dire situations. But that didn't stop Lin Ye from munching on the fried dough stick. He heard footsteps coming from the stairs, pat, pat, pat. Alice turned the corner of the stairs, her hair unkempt, the light golden strands shimmering in the morning light. She wore a white turtleneck sweater, the collar covering half her chin, the sleeves long enough to only reveal her fingertips. She wore deep gray trousers, the legs rolled up twice, and on her feet were those bunyier plush slippers. She walked to the dining table and sat down, propping herself up to watch Lin Ye eat. "Brother, you woke up early today." "Yeah, there's a lot to do today." Alice reached out to pinch a fried dough stick, taking a bite, crackling. After chewing a few times, her eyes lit up. Crispy. She took another bite, her cheeks puffing up as she chewed loudly. Lin Ye pushed the soy milk bowl toward her. "It goes well with this." Alice dipped the fried dough stick in the soy milk for a moment before stuffing it into her mouth. Her expression changed from satisfaction to surprise, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Brother, is everything from your hometown this delicious?" "Not everything, but there are many delicious things." "Then make me more in the future." "Sure." Halfway through eating, the system panel popped up. Daylight, countdown 5 minutes, current world, dark fairy tale world, refresh, progress, 47 hours remaining. Lin Ye wiped his hands. "Time to work." Alice stuffed the last bite of the fried dough stick into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, mumbling indistinctly, "Where to?" "To complete my sword." Lin Ye stood up, adjusting the broken sword at his waist, putting on his snow monster coat, and tightening his boots. He stopped at the door, turning to look at Alice. "This time the entry location is random. We will most likely be separated." Alice swallowed the bite of fried dough stick in her mouth. "What should we do?" Lin Ye had just pondered this question and already had a plan. "You go directly back to the mine and help me collect starlight, or..." Alice frowned. "But I want to be with you. We need resources to live here. You wouldn't want it to collapse one day, would you? So you help me gather resources, and I'll come find you once I'm done." Alice stared at him for 3 seconds. "Then come back quickly." "Okay." Lin Ye pushed the door open and cold wind rushed in. Alice stood behind him, clutching the corner of his clothing. "Brother, don't contact other women, and no men either. If I find out, She waved her fist. "Got it." The snow in the community had stopped, but the wind was still howling, wailing, and crashing back and forth between the houses. In the yard, the snow was a foot deep. Stepping on it would cause one to sink in entirely. Lin Ye walked to the stone gate of the public world. Alice's voice rang out behind him again. "Brother, you have to come find me quickly." "Yeah." He stepped into the mercury membrane. The world spun violently. Upon opening his eyes again, sunlight spilled through the gaps in the treetops, scattering like fractured gold. Lin Ye felt as if he had traveled from the North Pole to the equator. Within seconds, he felt like he was about to sweat. He folded the snow monster coat neatly and stuffed it into his backpack, changing into a thin hoodie. The wind came from the east, carrying the scents of grass and earth. There was no cold wave, no snowstorm, and even the air felt languid. He pulled out the map and spread it out on the tree roots. The puppet theater, the mine, and the mirror lake, the 3 fragments were already in hand. The 4th piece was in the fairy tale kingdom, marked with a castle icon on the map. Estimating the distance, it was about 30 kilometers. Lin Ye put away the map, took out the copper whistle, and blew into it. Ice blue light points floated out from the whistle, landing on the ground. The three dogs perked up for a moment, then sensed the surrounding temperature, their tails drooping. They walked over to the sled, lying down with their chins resting on the edge, their expressions vacant. Lin Ye looked down at them. "What's going on with you?" The husky rolled its eyes. Lin Ye understood it wasn't a snow day strike. He reached behind his waist for the copper lamp and rubbed it 3 times. The lamp god emerged from the smoke, yawning. "What's wrong this time?" "I was taking a nap. Help me transform something. A fishing rod and special chicken meat." "Chicken meat? You called me out just to eat chicken." "No nonsense, just do it." The lamp god rolled its eyes and snapped its fingers. Black smoke dissipated, revealing a fishing rod and a bag of chicken on the ground. The chicken was in a transparent bag, pink with a glossy surface and a rich aroma. Lin Ye sniffed it. It was quite enticing. It had that industrial synthetic smell, the kind that would leave one unable to resist. The lamp god was momentarily stunned. "What is this?" "It smells off. Technology and hard work." "What? You wouldn't understand." Lin Ye opened the chicken package, tied it to the fishing rod with fishing line, and hung it in front of the sled. The chicken swung in front of the dogs' noses. The husky's nose twitched twice. It stood up, looking up at the pink object, its expression shifting from vacant to focused, then to fervent. The 3 dogs' noses twitched in unison, their frequency increasing. Lin Ye sat on the sled, holding the reins. "Let's go." The husky charged out first, with Pang Pang and Snowball trailing closely behind. The sled jerked forward on the muddy ground, the wheels rolling over stones, bouncing slightly. The 3 dogs ran fast, even faster than in the snow. The chicken swung left and right in front of them. The husky had its tongue hanging out, drool blown into a line by the wind. They sped along the scenery, rapidly retreating. 20 minutes later, a small town appeared in the distance. The town was surrounded by a wooden fence with rows of wind chimes hanging from it, tinkling in the breeze. Lin Ye pulled in the fishing rod. The chicken was snatched away, and the 3 dogs simultaneously hit the brakes. The husky looked back at him, its expression clearly asking, "What are you doing?" "We've arrived." The husky glanced at the distant town, then back at the chicken Lin Ye was holding. It pawed at the sled's floor. Lin Ye shook his head. "This thing has too many additives. It's not good for your health." The 3 dogs stared at the bag of chicken, their expressions shifting from anticipation to confusion, then to accusation. "Woof, woof, woof. Woo-woo. Oh, woo. You can't eat it, yet you bring it out to tempt the dogs. Are you even human?" The voices echoed across the fields, startling a flock of birds. Lin Ye put the copper whistle to his lips and blew into it. The 3 dogs' bodies began to fade. The world grew quiet. Just some dog training, easy to handle. In the distance, a wooden sign stood at the town's entrance, border town of the fairy tale kingdom. Below it, a line of small print read, "Queen's Decree. No entry for heroes or dogs." Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. What does this mean? No entry for heroes is one thing, but dogs can't enter either. Aren't they afraid of animal protection organizations complaining? Lin Ye stepped forward into the building. Halt! 2 soldiers emerged from behind the fence. The one on the left held a spear, its tip gleaming coldly in the morning light, while the one on the right rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his thumb pressing against the guard. "Are you from out of town?" The soldier on the left assessed him up and down. "Recently, there has been an increase in unidentified individuals. The Queen has decreed that we must thoroughly check identities." The Brave's affinity attribute activated, coupled with Lin Ye's considerable charm. The gaze of the soldier on the right shifted from scrutiny to hesitation, his tone softening slightly. May I ask where you are from?" Lin Ye shrugged. "You don't need to check my identity." The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. The soldier on the right stared at Lin Ye's face for 3 seconds. This face, this aura, truly did not resemble an ordinary person. Could he be of noble descent? Or perhaps a significant figure? His voice had unconsciously lowered. "May I ask who you are?" "Don't worry, I'm neither a brave nor a dog." The expressions on the soldiers' faces relaxed slightly, but duty prevailed as they continued to inquire. "Then who are you?" "A brave." The air turned silent. The expressions of the 2 soldiers changed in unison, from confusion to shock, and from shock to fear. The soldier on the left tilted his spear, the tip poking the ground, nearly tripping him. The soldier on the right jerked his hand away from the sword hilt, as if burned. "No, that can't be right. Didn't you just say you were neither a brave nor a dog?" "Exactly what do I have in common with those braves?" The 2 soldiers' minds nearly short-circuited. Please wait, I'll go report." Lin Ye raised his hand to stop him. "No need to report, I can go in myself." "But the Queen asked you to check for unidentified individuals." "Am I not unidentified?" The 2 soldiers opened their mouths, realizing they truly had no rebuttal. Lin Ye walked past them. The 2 soldiers stood frozen, watching his figure disappear around the corner. He just walked in like that. What else? Want to try stopping him? What should we do? Report to the captain, just say a brave has arrived. Do legendary braves really look that handsome? Is your focus a bit off? The street was not crowded. A few women wrapped in headscarves squatted at the door preparing vegetables. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the leaves in their hands fell to the ground, without them noticing. An old man leaned against the wall, soaking up the sun, his pipe slipping from his mouth, nearly burning his leg. Lin Ye walked to the middle of the street and took out a map. The castle icon was located north of the town. Passing through a few more towns would lead there. Hey you! Lin Ye turned his head. A puppet stood 5 steps away. Its wooden head was painted red with 2 white patches on the cheekbones and a crescent-shaped mouth. The body was humanoid, connected at the joints by copper plates, making a creaking sound as it walked. A slender sword was tucked at its back, the hilt shaped like a walnut. I am the security captain of the border town Nutcracker. It approached Lin Ye. I heard you were impersonating a brave. Lin Ye replied, being a brave is not a good title worth impersonating. Even if I were impersonating, what does it have to do with you? Nutcracker grew furious. How dare you insult a brave? Saying that, it raised its sword and swung. Despite its wooden appearance, its speed and strength were beyond ordinary. Faster even than Lin Ye without acceleration. However, such power was insufficient in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye drew his broken sword and was ready to retaliate. Wait! Nutcracker shouted. The broken sword stopped before its neck. Had it not shouted in time, it would have been decapitated by now. Nutcracker stared at the broken sword, its wooden fingers tracing the patterns on the blade, confirming it was real. It knelt excitedly on one knee. This is the holy sword. Are you truly a brave? What if I am? Nutcracker looked up carefully at Lin Ye. But you are a bit different from that brave from 300 years ago. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Snow White was female, and he was male, so the difference was naturally significant. But what Nutcracker said next left him thunderstruck. That brave was more heroic than you, and you are more beautiful than that brave. What the hell? Lin Ye nearly lost control and wanted to slash this Nutcracker with a knife. What do you mean Snow White is more heroic and I'm more beautiful than Snow White? He sheathed his sword, suppressing his anger. Do you know the previous brave? I do. 300 years ago, she came to the border town. Nutcracker paused, a nostalgic expression squeezing out on its wooden face. Back then the town was surrounded by monsters, and I nearly died. It was the brave who saved me. With just one sword, she repelled all the monsters in half a stick of incense's time. Had it not been for her, the border town would have been lost long ago. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and asked, what is the queen's ban about? She saved your town, shouldn't the queen be grateful to her? Nutcracker sheathed its slender sword, its wooden fingers stroking its chin, producing a creaking sound. It's a long story. The current queen has quarreled with the brave. I've heard that the brave once took away the kingdom's most precious possession. What possession? I don't know. The queen hasn't disclosed it, and no one dares to ask. All I know is that since then the border has been sealed, and the ban has been imposed. Lin Ye's heart stirred. The most precious possession, could it be the magic mirror? According to the original story, the magic mirror should belong to the queen, yet now it was in Snow White's hands. There must be a story behind this. But he couldn't be bothered with such messy affairs. He just wanted to obtain the 4th shard as soon as possible. While Nutcracker was still lamenting, Lin Ye had already walked deeper into the town. Brave, where are you going? Looking for something. What are you looking for? I can help. Lin Ye paused, turned back to look at him. Holy sword shard. Nutcracker's wooden face froze, the copper plates at its joints clattering. That thing is in the royal capital. It flew in 300 years ago. The royal capital, just north of the town, half a day's walk. Lin Ye nodded and continued walking. Nutcracker hurried to catch up, creaking. Brave, you can't go. Why not? The queen has ordered that any brave approaching the royal capital is to be killed without exception. Lin Ye did not stop, then let her kill. Nutcracker grew anxious, its wooden hand gesturing in the air. You don't know, for the past 300 years the queen has been recruiting soldiers, specifically training a team of knights to deal with you. Are they strong? They say they can slay dragons. Lin Ye halted. Slay dragons? Yes. The queen said since a brave can slay dragons, her knight order can too. Nutcracker lowered its voice. I've heard the captain is a dragon. Lin Ye turned to look at him. A dragon serving humans. Not a real dragon, but a dragon descendant, a descendant of dragons with dragon blood flowing through their veins, 10 times stronger than ordinary knights. Lin Ye nearly burst out laughing. If the queen were to cultivate some sword saints or gun saints, he might truly be unable to defeat them. But how coincidental that she raised a bunch of dragon-blooded knights. Wouldn't that come in handy against dragon treasures? Lin Ye sheathed his sword at his waist. Lead the way to the royal capital. The Nutcracker was taken aback, the red paint on his wooden face reflecting the morning light. Hero, didn't you hear clearly? The Queen has trained a team of Dragon Blood Knights. Am I avoiding his brilliance? The Nutcracker's wooden face stiffened, the copper plates at his joints clicking twice. He stared at Lin Ye for 3 seconds. Are you serious? Lin Ye remained silent. The Nutcracker paused for a moment, then turned north, his joints creaking. Then follow me. The stable was located to the north of the town, surrounded by a wooden fence. Inside were tied 7 or 8 horses. The horse at the back was separated, the fence twice as thick as the others, with 2 iron chains tightly fastened to the wooden post, the connection worn shiny. The horse was entirely black, its coat resembling spilled ink, with a long and dense mane cascading down its neck like a waterfall. It was twice the size of an ordinary horse, with sturdy limbs and hooves the size of a sea bull, capable of crushing holes in the ground. Its ears were upright, constantly turning, capturing every sound around. Its tail occasionally flicked, hitting the wooden post with a loud crack, sending wood chips flying. The Nutcracker approached and just reached out to unchain it. The black horse turned its head, staring at him, nostrils flaring, hot breath condensing into white mist in the morning light. Don't be afraid, it's me. The Nutcracker's hands trembled, his wooden fingers shivering as he struggled to unfasten a buckle. The chain clanked loudly. The black horse scraped its front hooves against the ground, leaving 2 white marks on the stone floor, with broken stones flying up and hitting the fence, ringing out. The Nutcracker took half a step back, swallowing hard. Lin Ye asked curiously, what is the background of this horse? This is the Horse King, captured from the wild, a second-tier magical beast, immensely strong, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, with a temper so fierce that the last horse trainer had 3 ribs broken from a single kick. He paused, glanced back at Lin Ye. In the entire border town, no one can ride it. I've been training it for half a year, and I can barely lead it. Then you just said you would take me to the royal capital. I was thinking of having you ride in a horse-drawn carriage. Although it's slow, it's stable. Lin Ye glanced at the dilapidated carriage. The wooden planks were cracked, the wheels were crooked, and hay was tangled around the axle, the smell of horse manure hitting his nose. The conditions are simple, please forgive me. Lin Ye ignored him and pushed open the fence gate to enter. The black horse flattened its ears back, emitting a low warning sound from its throat. The Nutcracker's face changed drastically. My lord. Danger. Just as his words fell, the black horse's front legs lifted off the ground, the iron chain tightening with a loud clank, pulling the wooden post crooked by half an inch. The horse's hooves kicked in the air twice before crashing down, causing the stones to explode with a crack. The debris flew past the Nutcracker's wooden face, leaving a white mark on his cheekbone. Lin Ye dodged his left foot, stepping into the stirrup as he swung himself onto the horse. Just as his backside touched the saddle, the black horse kicked off with its hind legs, nearly rearing up. Lin Ye leaned back, one hand grabbing the reins, the other clutching the mane, his whole body hanging on the horse's back. The black horse landed, bending its front legs, raising its rear, and bouncing up and down like a spring. The Nutcracker waved his wooden hands anxiously. My lord squeezed the horse's belly tightly. Relax your waist. Don't confront it, Hedon. But it was Lin Ye's first time riding, and he was still unsteady. His body was jolted up, bouncing off the saddle, and as he fell he sat awkwardly, sliding to the right side. The Nutcracker reached out to help, but was too late. Lin Ye slid off the horse, one foot still caught in the stirrup, being dragged along for 2 steps. My lord. Lin Ye released his foot and rolled onto the haystack, his back hitting the ground with a dull thud. The black horse stopped and looked back at him, nostrils flaring. The Nutcracker, accustomed to the situation, pointed to the 2 brown horses. If my lord wants to ride, why not ride an ordinary warhorse like me? Lin Ye stared at the black horse, his eyes igniting with interest. The more stubborn the horse was, the more he liked it. The black horse also looked at him, its ears turning, its tail flicking. No need. He walked over and grabbed the reins again. The black horse stepped back half a pace, its front hooves scraping the ground, emitting a low warning growl. Lin Ye mounted the horse again. The black horse repeated its previous action, rearing up on its front legs. In Lin Ye's pupils a golden hourglass appeared. At 5 times speed, the black horse's movements slowed down. Lin Ye leaned forward, adjusting his center of gravity along the curve of the horse's back. He clamped his legs around the horse's belly, slightly lowering his body, absorbing the jolting force into his waist and legs. Simultaneously, the hero's aura naturally emanated from Lin Ye, causing the horse to shudder and its movements to slow down. Its ears shifted from upright to half-dropped, and its tail switched from flicking to gently swaying. It let out a loud snort, lowered its head to nibble on some hay, chewed a couple of times, then raised its head to look at Lin Ye, its gaze shifting from defiance to submission. Lin Ye loosened the reins, patting the horse's neck. Good boy. The Nutcracker stood nearby, his wooden mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This second-tier horse king was tamed just like that. He had spent several months cultivating a bond with this black horse, making it difficult to get close. Yet the Lord went from stranger to tamed in just half a minute. Truly worthy of being someone who can become a hero so formidable. Lin Ye tightened the reins, and the black horse turned in place, its steps steady and obedient. Pure luck. My lord, you're joking. If it were that easy to tame such a steed, then everyone would be able to become high-tier knights. After leaving the town, the road widened. On both sides were vast fields. The wheat had been harvested, leaving behind only withered yellow stalks. The hooves clopped against the dirt road. The black horse ran steadily, the bumps significantly less than before. The Nutcracker kept pace, the two horses running side by side. Hero, do you know about the previous hero? Tell me more. She was an extraordinary person, punching the monsters of the southern mountain and kicking the snow tribe of the northern extremes. The Nutcracker continued. My lord usually dresses as a man, practices horseback riding and swordsmanship, never caring about appearances. At that time, no one in the town knew she was a woman, though everyone referred to her as the hero. It wasn't until the Queen's edict was issued that someone investigated the hero's background, scouring the palace archives, only to discover she had once been a princess. He sighed, a hollow echo emanating from his wooden chest. What a shame such a remarkable person ultimately perished in the dragon's lair. That day the holy sword shattered, and a piece flew back to the royal capital. In truth, everyone understood what had happened, yet no one dared to speak of it, nor did anyone wish to acknowledge it. Lin Ye remained silent for a moment. Do you have a portrait of her? The Nutcracker was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, when she left I asked an artist to draw a portrait. I've kept it hanging above my bed ever since. He took out a folded piece of parchment from his bosom, unfolded it, and handed it over. The person in the painting stood beneath the city wall, the sunset behind her. Dressed in a deep blue uniform with a long sword at her waist, her hair tied up, revealing her entire face. She had thick eyebrows, her brow raised, with deep brown eyes that shone brightly, looking far into the distance. Her lips were pressed together, the corners slightly downturned, her expression serious, yet her facial features were soft with rounded cheekbones. If one didn't know she was a woman, they would only think she was a handsome young man. She exuded a heroic spirit, yet remained delicate. Lin Ye stared at the portrait for several seconds. No wonder she carried a debt of emotions. With such looks and aura, which woman wouldn't be enchanted? The Nutcracker took back the portrait, carefully folded it, and tucked it into his bosom. Lin Ye flicked the reins, and the black horse quickened its pace, leaving the Nutcracker behind. The sound of hooves was as dense as drumbeats, with the trees on both sides rushing past, light and shadow rapidly alternating on his face. The Nutcracker caught up, panting, his wooden joints creaking. My lord, slow down, I can't keep up. Lin Ye slowed down. By the way, you just said the Queen has trained a team of dragon blood knights. Yes, 12 of them, all dragon descendants, and the captain even has the bloodline of a magic dragon. Magic dragon? Yes, there's only one dragon on the continent, residing in the dragon's lair, living for countless years. Most of the magical beasts can be considered its offspring. It's just that for some reason, the number of magical beasts has significantly decreased in the last 300 years. Perhaps it's injured and no longer reproducing. Lin Ye now understood. According to rumors, dragons are inherently lustful, but this magic dragon directly produced a legion of magical beasts. How strong are those knights? The Nutcracker pondered for a moment. There's an old soldier in the border town who was a guard in the palace when he was young. He said that any knight drawn from that group could challenge the magical beast leaders of the past unknown. So strong. That's why I advised you not to go. Lin Ye chuckled. The bloodline is the greatest reliance of the Dragon Blood Knights. But today such a thing could also become their greatest weakness. Are you familiar with dragon artifacts? The walls of the royal capital were built with grayish-white stone bricks towering about 5 zhang high, with flags fluttering atop the battlements, blue banners embroidered with crowns. The city gates stood wide open, with 4 soldiers stationed on either side, silver armor gleaming, standing at attention. Lin Ye pulled on the reins, the black horse pawing the ground twice, with its front hooves snorting loudly. The Nutcracker followed closely behind, an expression of unease written across his wooden face. My lord, are you really going to enter like this? What else? Climb over the wall. That's not what I meant. It's just that if you reveal your identity, the Queen. I'm in a hurry. Lin Ye dismounted, patted the neck of the black horse, and tied it to a wooden post by the roadside. The captain of the city gate guard was a man in his 40s with a square face, a scar on his chin, and a long sword at his waist. He squinted at the Nutcracker. Nutcracker? The Nutcracker's body stiffened for a moment, the copper joint. Captain Zhao, aren't you stationed at the border? What brings you back to the royal capital? Captain Zhao stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Without a royal order, border personnel leaving their posts without permission will be detained according to the law. The soldiers behind him also stepped forward, their spears' angled tips glinting coldly in the morning light. The Nutcracker did not retreat, his wooden fingers clenched tightly, knuckles creaking. Captain Zhao, I have urgent matters. What matters? The sky could fall, and the Night Order and the Queen would handle it. It's not for a mere wooden man to worry about. Captain Zhao's gaze passed over the Nutcracker and landed on Lin Ye. He scrutinized him from head to toe. Who is this person? The Nutcracker opened his mouth, but could not speak. Seeing his reaction, Captain Zhao's expression changed. Did you bring him here? Yes. You Nutcracker bringing unauthorized individuals into the royal capital, or do you wish to rebel? He waved his hand. Guards detain the Nutcracker and take this person along with him. Two soldiers stepped forward, reaching for Lin Ye's arm. Lin Ye did not move. Just as the hands were about to touch his shoulders, he drew his sword. A flash of dark golden light erupted. Crack! For spear tips snapped cleanly off, clattering as they fell onto the stone pavement. The two soldiers looked down at the half-broken spears in their hands. Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Captain Zhao still had his hand on the hilt of his sword, not drawing it out, for he saw Lin Ye's sword tip already pressed against his throat. It was icy cold. You? The Nutcracker hurriedly shouted, My lord, don't kill them. They are just following orders. Lin Ye glanced at the Nutcracker. After all, he was an acquaintance of Bai Shui, and he would give him a face. Captain Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He released the sword hilt, took 2 steps back, and turned to run. The clanking of his armor echoed as he dashed away faster than a rabbit. The two soldiers who had fallen to the ground scrambled after him. Quickly report to the Night Order. The Nutcracker stood in place, his wooden hands clenched into fists, joints cracking. If it weren't for me, your whereabouts wouldn't have been exposed. Lin Ye shrugged. It doesn't matter. He had no intention of hiding after revealing his identity. With the countdown to extinction imminent, he had no time to negotiate with any Night Order or the Queen. He decided to take the fastest yet most perilous route, heading openly to meet the Queen and retrieve the 4th shard. The Nutcracker followed, guilt etched on his wooden face. Just as they entered the city gate, the sound of hooves echoed from ahead. A horse charged around the corner, its hooves clattering on the stone pavement. On the horse's back sat a figure clad in silver armor, covering him from head to toe, with a dragon engraved on the chest plate, its wings spread wide with the dragon's head pointing upwards, holding a red gem in its mouth. His cloak was a deep blue, billowing behind him, rustling in the wind. He reined in the horse before Lin Ye. The white horse's front legs lifted into the air, and when it landed, its hooves struck the stone, sending sparks flying. The knight looked down at Lin Ye. So it's you causing trouble at the gates of the royal capital? Lin Ye remained silent. The knight's gaze shifted to the Nutcracker. Captain of the border security, Nutcracker, do you intend to betray the Queen? The Nutcracker's wooden face turned red. I did not. Did not. Then what does it mean that you brought someone into the royal capital? The knight dismounted, the armor clanking as he approached the Nutcracker, towering over him, looking down. This person is openly causing a disturbance at the gates of the royal capital. Not only did you fail to stop him, but you also followed him inside. He paused, his voice growing cold. I will detain him now and take you to the Queen to plead for forgiveness. If you cooperate, I might speak a good word for you, and the Queen may show leniency. The Nutcracker's fingers clenched tightly, knuckles creaking. He turned to Lin Ye for a glance, then back to the knight. Lord Fei's this person has urgent matters to discuss with the Queen. Please allow us passage. The knight named Fei's froze for a moment, then laughed heartily. His laughter echoed down the street, drawing the attention of people peeking from the shops on either side. Meeting the Queen. He laughed so hard, he bent over, nearly dropping his helmet. I've heard that you Nutcracker hold the hero in extreme admiration. To have you abandon your border duties to help someone, surely it must be the hero, right? Ha ha ha, that's not possible. The hero has been dead for 300 years, and the shards of that sword are in the royal palace. Who doesn't know? You wooden-head fool, you've probably been played. The Nutcracker grew anxious. I did not. Then tell me, who is he? The Nutcracker opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He couldn't say it. Once Lin Ye's identity was confirmed, the Night Order would swarm out, and the Queen would issue an order for his immediate execution. He regretted it. He shouldn't have brought Lin Ye here. Seeing him silent, Fei's grew even more smug. Can't speak anymore. You've abandoned your post and brought an unauthorized person into the royal capital. These 2 charges are enough to imprison you for a lifetime. Fei's continued to laugh. Lin Ye remained silent, taking a step forward. The Nutcracker's wooden hand reached out to stop him. My lord, let me handle this. Lin Ye did not stop. Fei's laughter ceased. He looked down at Lin Ye, hand on his sword hilt. What are you planning to make a move? Just one word. Face was taken aback for a moment, then laughed again. Do you know who I am? Who? Dragon Blood Knight, Order Seat 9 Phase. He patted the dragon pattern on his chest plate. Flowing through me is the blood of dragons. My strength is 10 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Ye nodded. Understood. He drew his sword. A flash of dark golden light erupted at the city gate. Feist's pupils contracted instinctively, drawing his sword. His sword was half a foot longer than an ordinary sword, with dragon scale patterns engraved on the blade, the guards shaped like dragon wings. The two swords clashed. The sound of metal colliding was sharp and piercing. Feist stepped back 2 paces, his boots sliding across the stone, leaving 2 marks. He looked down at his sword. There was now a notch on the blade, the edges charred as if burned by fire. Holy sword. He looked up at Lin Ye, his expression changed. You are the hero. Doesn't look like it. Feist stared at Lin Ye for 2 seconds. Doesn't look like it. That doesn't matter. Lin Ye swung his sword again. Feist raised his sword to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out again. His sword gained another notch. Feist retreated while Lin Ye pressed forward. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. Feist's sword was now full of notches, capable of being used as a saw. His wrist trembled. The sword of the person opposite him was too fast. Not just fast, but fast to the point where he could not see it clearly. Moreover, an invisible force was suppressing him. Feist felt that he was clearly stronger, yet he was restricted at every turn, suffering defeat with every move. Lin Ye's sword paused as he looked at the prompt before him. Holy sword deals 500 damage to Dragonkin. Dragon Blood Knights are classified as Dragonkin, who effects are doubled suppression in effect. The effect of slaying dragons was not only activated but also doubled. Indeed, this sword could slay dragons. How could a mere Dragon Blood Knight stand in the way? Feist gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Is it your sword? Lin Ye tilted his head. Not convinced. Feist's face turned red. You seek death. His pupils suddenly constricted, turning into slits. An invisible pressure erupted from him, as if a mountain was pressing down, making the air feel heavy. The nutcracker fell to his knees, the wooden joints creaking, unable to rise. Lin Ye's body also stiffened for a moment, as if something was pinning him down. Second stage dragon might, bloodline suppression of the dragon race over lower beings. All attributes decrease by 30. But that suppression lasted only for an instant. The second line continued. Holy sword effect, Dragon Slayer dragon might is ineffective against you. The feeling of suppression vanished. Feist's pupils suddenly constricted. Feist's eyes widened. Impossible under dragon might, no one can escape. Lin Ye did not respond, swinging his sword. The dark golden sword light sliced across Feist's chest, penetrating his chest armor. A layer of gray-white scales appeared on Feist's neck, hands, and face. The scales were thin yet dense, overlapping one another. As the blade struck, sparks flew, leaving only a white mark. Hardened skin, dragon scale, transformation, dragon blood, ability, 3rd stage. Scales form on the skin's surface, significantly enhancing physical defense. Feist looked down at the white mark on his chest and smiled. My dragon scales can withstand even the sharpest sword. How can your broken sword do anything? Lin Ye sheathed his sword. Would you like to take another look? Feist lowered his head. The white mark on his chest remained, but he felt something was off. Something was seeping out. Dark golden light oozed from the center of the white mark, thread by thread, like needle pricks in fabric, with light shining through the holes. The crack was widening. From strands of hair to threads, from threads to seams. Dark golden light erupted from the cracks, blindingly bright. Feist looked down at his chest. The scales began to shatter from the edges of the crack, piece by piece, like broken glass falling from him and clattering on the ground. Gray-white fragments fell to the ground, each edge darkened. The cuts were fine, so fine that they were almost invisible. Yet they were very deep. Blood gushed from the cracks, first a drop, then a stream, flowing down the patterns on his chest, staining the silver chest armor a dark red. Feist reached out to cover it. As his fingers touched the crack, blood sprayed out from between his fingers, unable to stem the flow. He looked down at his hand. His hands were covered in blood. How can this be? His voice trembled. I clearly withstood it. Your sword clearly did not cut through. Lin Ye rested the sword on his shoulder. Who told you a sword wound must split immediately? Feist looked up at him, his slit pupils trembling. His lips moved twice, wanting to say something, but he could not. His body began to disintegrate, turning into light points that floated upwards. Kill the Dragon Blood Knight, 9th seat phase. Drop Dragon Blood Crystal X1. Lin Ye picked up the crystal from the ground. Thumbs-eyed with a texture resembling scales. Inside, a thread of golden light swirled within the Dragon Blood Crystal, quality rare blue. Use sacrifice, 50 units, or for bloodline awakening. Description: the essence of a third-stage dragon blood knight, containing a trace of earth dragon bloodline. The Nutcracker stood beside his wooden mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. You killed FaZe. Yes. He was a dragon blood knight. Just the ninth seat. Lin Ye tucked the broken sword back into his waist and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Lead the way to the palace. The Nutcracker opened his mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. He turned and walked ahead, his wooden joints creaking. People on both sides of the street leaned out from the windows. Some gaped speechless. Others covered their children's eyes, pushing them back inside. Who was that person? I don't know. He killed Lord FaZe. Lord FaZe is a dragon blood knight. How could he? I saw it with my own eyes. Just one sword, just one sword. Whispers floated out from the windows. Lin Ye ignored them. He walked forward with the Nutcracker. The sound of hooves approached from a distance, many horses by the sound of it. The ground shook. Lin Ye stopped. They're coming. The Nutcracker heard it too. His wooden face, pale joints creaking. The Night Order. 5 horses burst around the corner. Silver armor, dragon-etched chest armor, deep blue cloaks. Leading them was a woman. With golden hair tied in a ponytail, her face mostly obscured by a helmet revealing only a pair of blue eyes. She reined in her horse and looked down at Lin Ye. Did FaZe not stop you? Lin Ye remained silent. The woman dismounted. The armor plates clattered. She walked up to Lin Ye, towering half a head taller than him. Dragon Blood Knight Order 5th Seat, Eileen. She did not draw her sword. Though FaZe was useless, he was still a member of the Night Order. You killed him, so you must provide an explanation. Continue fighting. No, come with me to see the Queen. All right. Eileen was momentarily taken aback. So straightforward. No resistance. You don't plan to resist. I was going to see the Queen anyway to retrieve the Holy Sword fragment. Eileen squinted her eyes. Are you the hero? Yes. Eileen stared at him for 3 seconds. Doesn't seem like it. Lin Ye sighed. Could you please use a different term? Eileen did not smile. She took half a step back, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Heroes cannot enter the royal city. That is the Queen's command. I know, knowing yet still intending to enter. I'm in a hurry. Eileen released her grip from the hilt of her sword. Come with me, I'll take you to see the Queen. The Nutcracker was stunned. Lady Eileen, you. FaZe brought this upon himself, bullying others with his dragon blood every day. How he deserved to die. She turned and mounted her horse. Keep up. The sound of hooves echoed as they headed towards the palace. Lin Ye followed. The Nutcracker stood in place, his wooden face filled with confusion. This is how we go in. He hurried to catch up. My lord, wait for me. Lin Ye caught up on horseback and asked Eileen, aren't you going to stop me? I can't stop you. Eileen glanced back at him. Though FaZe was useless, his dragon blood abilities are real. If you can kill him, I would likely just be sinning myself to death. She paused. Moreover, the Queen has been waiting for you for 300 years. Aylin's voice was calm. The Queen does not hate heroes as she hates that they do not return. The decree states that heroes and dogs are not allowed inside, but if heroes do not come, what difference is there from dogs? This statement. Your Queen can be quite hurtful. She has waited for 300 years. What's wrong with being a bit hurtful? Lin Ye did not respond. The palace gates were made of iron with 2 dragons carved into the frame, their heads facing down, holding the door knocker in their mouths. Eileen pushed the door open and the hinges made a dull sound. The hall was deep, at least 200 steps from the entrance to the throne, with stone pillars standing on either side, covered in vine patterns. The dome was so high that it was invisible. The throne was built from pure white stone with armrests carved into 2 swans, their wings spread wide, heads resting against each other. A woman sat upon it. Black hair cascaded down her shoulders, draping over the back of the chair, the ends trailing down the steps. She wore a silver crown intricately engraved with snowflake patterns, and embedded in the center was an ice blue gemstone. One hand rested on the armrest while the other supported her cheek. She wore a long white dress with a low neckline revealing a large expanse of white skin beneath her collarbone, the curve of her chest almost straining against the fabric. The sides of the dress were split, opening from her thigh down to her ankle. With every movement, glimmers of luminous white skin were revealed. Lin Ye stared at her face for 2 seconds. Snow White. The woman shook her head. I am her sister, Princess Snow White, the current Queen Snow White. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Snow White, Princess Snow White. This naming level was so perfunctory that even the dogs in his grandmother's village wouldn't be so careless. Did you kill FaZe? Yes. Do you know he was a member of the Night Order? I do, knowing yet still killing him. He attacked first. The Snow White Queen stared at him for 3 seconds, her lips twitching slightly. You are just like my sister, unreasonable. Her gaze was distant, as if reminiscing. Years ago when she came to the royal city, she was just as reckless. The guards at the door stopped her, and she cleaved the door frame with a sword. Our mother was so furious she didn't eat for 3 days. Later, she saved the country from peril multiple times. Our mother wanted to appoint her as the leader of the Night Order, but she refused, saying she did not like being controlled. Lin Ye nodded. That makes sense. The Snow White Queen tilted her head to look at him. You are quite different from her. My. The Snow White Queen smiled slightly. You are male and moreover more handsome than her. Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, finally someone was speaking sense. This showed true insight. Those who said he was prettier than Snow White could donate their eyes. You want the holy sword fragment. To clarify, I must take it today. The Snow White Queen looked at him with great interest. Interesting, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. The item is indeed with me, but I can't just give it to you for free. State your conditions. The Snow White Queen stood up from the throne, walked down the steps, and approached Lin Ye. She reached out her index finger, pressing against his chest. Stay and become the leader of my Night Order. Lin Ye looked down at that finger. Is this it? Isn't this enough? The knights of the entire kingdom are under your command. You can do whatever you want, and no one dares to challenge you. Lin Ye countered, what about the Dragon Blood Knights? As soon as he spoke, the figure in golden armor beside the throne tightened his fist. Only then did Lin Ye notice that there was another person standing in the hall. The golden chest plate was engraved with a black dragon, and his cloak was black, trailing down to the ground. The Snow White Queen turned her head to take a glance, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I almost forgot to introduce the kingdom's foremost knight-bearer of the magic dragon bloodline, the first seat of the Dragon Blood Knights, Ryan. She paused, her gaze flitting back and forth between Lin Ye and Ryan. If you agree, his position will be yours. Isn't that right, Ryan? Seeing the queen looking at him, Ryan relaxed his fist and lowered his head. Ryan, obey the queen's order. His voice was steady, but Lin Ye could sense the underlying tension. The tone was like swallowing a knife, while still having to smile and say it was delicious. Lin Ye clicked his tongue. What a devoted lackey. The queen asked him to step aside, and he didn't dare to make a sound. What kind of PUA training had he undergone? The Snow White Queen pressed her index finger against Lin Ye's chest, sliding it down. Do you wish to be the one above everyone else, yet below no one? She looked up at Lin Ye, her eyelashes fluttering. Of course, as long as you are willing, I can occasionally be beneath you too. Her voice was soft, each word wrapped in honey. Lin Ye remained unmoved. This woman was luring him with every sentence. Power, status, herself. Everything was a bargaining chip. She was too eager. It felt like a clearance sale. Offering kindness without reason, either a thief or a scoundrel. That finger gestured. Who do you think is prettier, me or my sister? Lin Ye took a half step back, moving away from her finger on his chest. Your sister is prettier. The Snow White Queen's face stiffened. What did you say? I said your sister is beautiful, spirited, decisive, and not wishy-washy. Lin Ye looked at her. You? Too troublesome, too pretentious. You think you can compare to her? The Snow White Queen's face changed from white to red, then to purple. She glared at Lin Ye, her fingers clenched into a fist, the nails digging into her palm. You. Before the word left her mouth, Ryan had already moved. The golden armor exploded with a blur, and the sound of the black dragon's sword unsheathing was like a dragon's roar, the blade jet black with patterns shimmering red under the firelight. He thrust the sword towards Lin Ye's chest. Quick, precise, ruthless. There was no probing, he struck with a killing blow. Ryan's sword stopped 3 inches from Lin Ye's chest. Fortunately, Lin Ye had been prepared. The sword's edge grazed his clothes, leaving a cut. Even at 5 times the speed, Ryan's movements were still fast. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Ryan's sword missed, but he did not stop. With a flick of his wrist, the sword slashed horizontally, heading straight for Lin Ye's neck. Lin Ye leaned back, the sword edge sweeping past his chin, cutting off a few strands of hair. 2 strikes. He took 2 steps back. Ryan followed up with a 3rd strike. This time it was a direct thrust aimed at the heart. Lin Ye did not evade again, blocking with his broken sword. The clash of metal echoed, sharply, sparks flying. Ryan's sword pressed down, the force so great that Lin Ye felt his wrist might break. He could keep up with the speed due to the 5-fold enhancement, but the strength was lacking. The magic dragon bloodline was indeed formidable. This only intensified Lin Ye's desire to slay dragons. If the descendant was this powerful, how strong would the complete bloodline be? Lin Ye was pressed down to one knee, his foot sliding back on the stone slab. The Snow White Queen stood on the steps, speaking lightly. Ryan, this is not your concern, step back. Ryan did not respond, pressing the sword down another half inch. Lin Ye looked at Ryan, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. The things he was reluctant to touch were being trampled by an outsider, and that fire burned from his eyes to his entire face. Lin Ye chuckled. Are you anxious? Ryan's sword grew another 3 points heavier. Lin Ye no longer insisted, sidestepping to release the pressure, and Ryan's sword struck the ground, causing a crack in the stone slab. Taking advantage of this gap to create distance, he twisted his wrist, positioning the broken sword in front of him. Holy Sword deals 500 damage to Dragon Race Magic. Dragon Bloodline is the highest tier dragon descendant effect activated. As the panel popped up, Ryan's brows furrowed. He felt it. The pressure from the sword. It was not an ordinary force suppression, but a suppression from the bloodline. Like a wolf encountering a tiger, something in his bones trembled. Lin Ye did not give him time to react, slashing with his sword. Ryan raised his sword to block. The two swords collided. Ryan stepped back a step. He looked down at his sword, then at Lin Ye. His expression changed. From anger to confusion. What is this sword of yours? Lin Ye did not respond. Another strike. Ryan retreated again. A third strike. Ryan's hand split, blood trickling down the sword handle. The Snow White Queen's tone grew slightly angry. Ryan stepped back. Ryan did not move. Ryan. He glanced back at the queen, then turned back to stare at Lin Ye. Your Majesty, let me. I said step back. The voice was not loud, but every word hit like nails. Ryan's fist tightened, then relaxed. He sheathed his sword, stepping back to the side of the throne, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Ye like a wild beast on a leash. The Snow White Queen descended the steps, walking up to Lin Ye. Were you intentionally provoking him just now, eh? Lin Ye squinted. This woman was not foolish. He would eventually go dragon slaying, and Ryan, being of the magic dragon bloodline, was a perfect test. And this woman was likely testing his strength using Ryan. Little man, quite cunning. She reached out her fingertip, pressing against Lin Ye's chest. Though your words just now were unpleasant, I like men with a temper. Lin Ye looked down at that finger. Aren't you afraid I'll chop off your hand? The Snow White Queen chuckled softly and withdrew her hand. You won't, because you still need the fragments of the holy sword in my hand. Lin Ye did not deny it. The Snow White Queen turned around, sitting on the throne, resting her chin on her hand. The fragments can be given to you, but I have a condition. Speak. Return the magic mirror. Lin Ye was taken aback. The queen's ultimate goal was the magic mirror. The kingdom possesses two supreme treasures, one being the sword in the stone, and the other is the magic mirror left by my mother. Back then, my sister not only forced my mother to abdicate, but also took the magic mirror. Since you have become the new hero, return the magic mirror. Lin Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. The magic mirror was in his possession, but he had already fused it into the sanctuary, becoming part of the sanctuary. It could not be retrieved. It shattered. The Snow White Queen's face stiffened. What did you say? When your sister fought the magic dragon, the magic mirror was caught in the crossfire and shattered. Lin Ye's expression was serious, his tone steady. The queen exclaimed excitedly, the magic mirror could not possibly shatter. Lin Ye shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the dragon's lair to check. There should still be shards on the ground. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds. 300 years had passed since that battle, and even if there were shards, who could find them? Moreover, the hero wielding the two supreme treasures, the peak combatant, had died. Who would dare go to the dragon's lair? The Snow White Queen stared into Lin Ye's eyes, judging whether he was lying. Lin Ye did not avoid her gaze, meeting her eyes directly. His skin was thick enough, even a .62 caliber bullet couldn't penetrate. Then what will you offer in return? Lin Ye shrugged. I can go bring you some glass shards. Will that work? The Snow White Queen's face twitched slightly. She took a deep breath. You and my sister are the same. Both are nothing but bandits. Lin Ye nodded. Thank you for the compliment. The Snow White Queen nearly choked. Her chest heaved, threatening to burst. The fragments can be given to you, but the matter of the magic mirror cannot be left unresolved. You say? Kill a dragon for me. Lin Ye squinted. A magic dragon? What else? Is there a second dragon on the continent? Lin Ye pouted. Why didn't you say so earlier? I came to get the fragments, isn't that the reason? Lin Ye asked. You train the Dragon Blood Knights for the purpose of slaying dragons, so why not let them go? The Snow White Queen replied calmly. Dragon blood comes from the demon dragon. The Knight Order may be strong for ordinary people, but to the demon dragon, that is the source of the dragon blood, they are no different from ants. She sighed. The external propaganda is to stabilize the hearts of the kingdom's people. Ryan, upon hearing the queen's straightforward words, merely clenched his fists slightly without retorting. Because this is the truth. If he truly had the ability to slay dragons, he would have already showcased it before the queen instead of waiting for Lin Ye to arrive. Do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid he'll take the fragments and run? The queen's expression turned serious, and the levity from before vanished, revealing a hint of royal dignity. I admit you are indeed very handsome, but it's not to the extent that I can't close my legs. Just now I was merely testing your character and strength. In recent years, many have impersonated heroes, but without exception, they were all useless. If you are just like them, merely possessing the title of a hero, then you are not qualified to inherit my sister's belongings. Her tone paused, her gaze quite fierce. Even if it takes the full strength of the kingdom, I will keep you here. Lin Ye merely smiled at this. How grandiose her words sounded. In the end, it was still because FaZe and Ryan failed to take him down, otherwise he would have already become a prisoner. Upon hearing this, Ryan beside them let out a sigh of relief. So it turns out Her Majesty the Queen was merely testing the hero. That's good, that's good. He thought, how could Her Majesty the Queen be interested in someone she was meeting for the first time? Lin Ye remarked, does that mean I've passed the test? The Queen smiled with satisfaction. I see the shadow of my sister in you. I can trust you with the fragments. If you can successfully slay the dragon, I can fulfill those earlier words at any time. What? The Queen smirked. Whether under one person or above one person, I will follow your orders. Ryan's face beneath his armor turned pale at that moment. No, didn't we just agree that it was a test? Why must there be a reward after the test? His mind began to— Lin Ye shook his head. There's no need to pump me up. Even if you don't say it, I will kill the dragon. The Queen's interest was rekindled. Oh, is it your sister's dying wish? No, she didn't mention this matter before she passed. She only asked me to take care of one person. The Queen's eyes flickered. Who? You don't know him. The Queen's smile carried a hint of loneliness. I just knew it wasn't me. She never cared about me. Lin Ye decided not to pursue this topic. Where are the fragments? In the cellar. The Queen stood up, her skirt trailing on the ground. Follow me. Ryan stood still, not moving. As she walked past him, he caught a glimpse of his tightly clenched hand. A dog licking, and in the end, nothing left. Lin Ye shook his head and followed. Behind the main hall was a secret chamber with a staircase leading down the stone steps narrow enough for only one person to pass. On the walls, torches were inserted every few steps, their flames orange and flickering in the wind. The further down they went, the colder it became, with a musty smell in the air mixed with the scent of old wood and rust. Lin Ye followed behind, watching the silver crown on the back of her head. Why did your sister take the magic mirror back then? The Queen did not stop her footsteps. Mother used it to do many bad things. Like what? To show who is the most beautiful, then kill those who are more beautiful than her. Lin Ye was enlightened. In the original Snow White story, the Queen indeed did such things. But in this world, Snow White inadvertently walked the path of the hero with an outrageous strength and character. The Queen also sent troops several times to encircle and suppress, ending up in such a fate, it can only be said to be self-inflicted. At the end of the cellar was an iron door engraved with vine patterns, and the doorknob was a copper-cast rose. The Queen pressed her hand on the flower's core. The copper rose turned, making a clicking sound. The door opened. Inside was a round room, not large, with stone walls covered in moss in the crevices. In the center of the room stood a stone platform draped with a dark red velvet cloth. On the velvet lay a dark golden fragment. The fourth fragment. The sword tip. Smaller than the first three fragments, but the light was the brightest. The item is right here. The Queen stood at the door. Finally gathered. But Lin Ye was not in a hurry, instead inviting the Queen to enter with him. The Queen squinted. You seem a bit overly cautious. One must always be cautious. What if you lock me in here? All right, anyway, I had no intention of harming you. She entered together with the Queen. Lin Ye could no longer wait and directly stepped forward to grasp it. The broken sword flew out from behind him, hovering in midair. The temperature suddenly soared. The air trembled, the moss on the stone walls curled up, moisture evaporated, producing a sizzling sound. Lin Ye's skin began to crack. It was fiercer than the previous two times. Cracks crawled from his palm to his arm, from his arm to his shoulder, from his shoulder to his chest. Dark golden light seeped out from the cracks. In just a few breaths, his body felt as though it would explode, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. No wonder it's the final puzzle piece. The force is immense. But it mattered not, he had grown accustomed to it. Lin Ye concentrated his thoughts. Rewind, rewind, rewind. The light grew brighter, blindingly so, illuminating the entire cellar. The Queen stepped back a step, her arm shielding her face. The sword body was being reforged. From the sword tip to the guard, from the guard to the hilt. New metal sprouted from the fractured, dark golden patterns spreading across the surface. After a dozen seconds, the dark golden patterns on the sword body gradually faded. From dazzling to subdued, from ostentatious to tranquil. Finally, only a faint glow remained at the guard, like dying embers about to extinguish. Lin Ye slowly exhaled, holding the sword horizontally before him. The sword body was elongated, the dark golden patterns had faded to a light gray, barely noticeable unless observed closely. The hilt was wrapped in deep blue leather, and the ice blue gem at the end had also dimmed. The entire sword appeared gray and unassuming, neither ostentatious nor glaring. Yet if stared at for too long, one would sense something amiss. Like a giant dragon lying down and dozing. If it does not awaken, it is fine, or once it does, it is astonishing. Sword in the stone quality, epic purple effect, physical power, 20 mental power, 20, greatly increases charm of the holder, increases intimidation damage to dragon race 500. New ultimate skill, life of heaven and earth, unleash the strongest sword with power based on the holder's total attributes. Once this move is unleashed, both jade and stone are burned, and the sword shatters, and the wielder perishes. Description: sword in the stone, the sword of kings. Everything is good except the ultimate move is a bit life-threatening. Current physical power 1626, mental power 2232. Lin Ye clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. A physical power of 26 points, nearly doubling. The muscles did not bulk up, but their density changed, each muscle fiber replaced, as if by steel cables. He clenched his fist, released, and then clenched again. Air squeezed out from between his fingers, producing a faint humming sound. This sense of power felt as though he could kill a cow at any moment. His mind was exceptionally clear, his reaction speed enhanced, the base was raised, activating 5 times the speed, making the movements of enemies slower. Lin Ye raised his hand and swung the sword. A dark golden sword light shot out from the tip of the sword silently. The stone platform before him split in half, the cut neat. The upper half slid down and crashed to the ground with a muffled thud. Smoke was rising from the fracture, and the edges were blackened. The queen stood behind, her mouth slightly agape. She stared at the crack for 2 seconds, then looked down at the stone platform on the ground. The stone platform was made of granite, half a foot thick, and took 20 soldiers to carry in back then. Now it was sliced apart like tofu. She could feel that Lin Ye had grown stronger. If before entering Ryan could still suppress him, then now, without relying on bloodlines, Ryan would find it very difficult to win. Lin Ye sheathed the sword and turned to look at her. The sword is not bad. The queen closed her mouth, her expression returning to calm. You and my sister are alike, both are monsters. Thank you for the compliment. The queen seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke up. The sword has been restored. Is the sword's spirit still around? Lin Ye was taken aback. Sword spirit. The queen nodded. The sword within the stone has a spirit. Only those recognized by the sword spirit can draw this sword. When my sister drew the sword back then, it was because she gained the sword spirit's acknowledgement. She paused, staring at the sword in Lin Ye's hand. Since you can wield this sword, it indicates that the sword spirit has already recognized you. Logically, it should appear now. I heard my sister say that this sword spirit understands everything from the heavens and the earth to household management and cooking, and is well acquainted with the world. If you gain its assistance, your chances of success could increase by another 10%. Is the sword spirit really that powerful? Lin Ye tapped the sword's body. Hey, is anyone there? No response. He knocked twice more. Come out and chat. Still no response. Lin Ye tried several methods, but the sword remained silent. You just said that using this sword requires the sword spirit's acknowledgement. The queen nodded. That's right. The divine sword has a spirit. Without its acknowledgement, it cannot be wielded. This is also why others cannot draw it. Lin Ye had a strange expression, but I've never received any acknowledgement at all. The queen's expression changed slightly. How did you manage to wield the sword without acknowledgement? And how did you become the hero? Lin Ye chuckled. Didn't you see my condition just now? I forced my way through the first time, it almost killed me. The sword twirled in his hand. As for being a hero, do I need others to recognize that? If I believe it myself, isn't that enough? The queen was stunned. She felt her mind was smoking. Forcing the use of the holy sword. Believing oneself to be a hero makes one a hero. She recognized every word Lin Ye said, but couldn't comprehend how they formed a coherent thought. The queen took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing mind. So what you're saying is you endured the backlash of the sword and forced it to work. Pretty much. And then you made the sword submit. It had no choice. I had no other weapon. The queen opened her mouth, realizing the logic in his words, and found herself unable to refute him. Lin Ye sheathed the sword back into his backpack. We'll discuss the sword spirit later. Where is the dragon's lair? To the south, at the highest peak of the Demon Beast mountain range. The queen turned and walked up the stairs. When my sister disappeared without a trace, that area was engulfed in flames, and no grass grows there since. Lin Ye followed. Is the demon dragon still in its lair? I don't know. No one dares to approach. Those who do have all died. Do you know why the demon dragon resurrects? The queen halted, turning to look at him. Resurrect. Lin Ye nodded. The demon dragon died, and then stood up again, piercing through the chest with a claw. Your sister didn't have time to react. The queen's hands clenched tightly. So it wasn't that my sister lost, rather the demon dragon has 2 lives. Sort of. But no matter how strong the demon dragon is, it is still a creature. How can it resurrect? I don't know, but since it can resurrect once, it might resurrect a second time. Therefore, I need to discover the reason, otherwise slaying the dragon would be akin to courting death. The queen pondered for a moment. Follow me. The two made their way to the study. The bookshelf stretched from the floor to the ceiling, filled with books, some of which had faded gold lettering on the spines. By the window stood a long table on which a map was spread out, weighted down by a copper paperweight. The map had red circles drawn on it, covered in dense annotations. It was evident that the queen was quite invested in matters of governance and military defense. She approached the bookshelf, running her fingers across the spines of books until she stopped at a thick book. She pulled it out. The cover was black with no title, only a dark red dragon emblem stamped on it. She opened it and placed it on the table. The pages had yellowed, their edges curled, and the handwriting was hasty, as if a worm had fought on the paper. Luckily, he had a system for translation, otherwise he would have struggled to recognize the characters until nightfall. The queen explained beside him, "My sister didn't like reading, so her handwriting is a bit messy." Lin Ye didn't respond. He flipped to the last page, looking for information on the demon dragon. The notes were quite scattered, likely hastily written memos. To defeat the demon dragon with human strength, relying solely on the sword within the stone is insufficient. The human body is ultimately too fragile to withstand the high temperatures of dragon breath. I took a trip to the northernmost region and borrowed the treasure Heart of Ice from the Ice Kingdom. The cost was a marriage alliance, but it's fine. Once I slay the dragon, I will confess to Aisha that I am actually a woman. I believe she will forgive me. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched. Aisha, the Ice Queen. So the old man with the reindeer meant you've kept the queen waiting for so long, was referring to a groom. Snow White eloped. What if she borrowed something and didn't return it? What would happen then? The queen replied seriously, then you should return it. He'll return it with my head. The queen glanced at his groin. That could work too. Continuing to read the notes, the sword within the stone and the Heart of Ice are still not enough. Human endurance is far inferior to that of the dragon race. Therefore, I must finish this quickly. I returned home and obtained the magic mirror. It can help me find the demon dragon's weakness. With the 3 great treasures in my possession, I am already capable of slaying the dragon. This time, not only can I fulfill my dream, but I can also help the sword's spirit return to its homeland. The notes end here. Lin Ye closed the notebook, tapping the cover twice with his fingers. What does she mean by the sword spirit's homeland? The queen shook her head. I don't know, my sister never mentioned it. Lin Ye didn't press further and stuffed the notebook into his backpack. Although he didn't find the reason for the demon dragon's resurrection, at least he learned that there is the Heart of Ice in the demon dragon's lair, which can withstand the high temperatures of dragon breath. This is good news. Thanks, I'm leaving now. The queen didn't stop him, leaning against the bookshelf with her arms crossed. Return alive. You still owe me for the magic mirror. Lin Ye didn't look back. It's truly shattered. Even if it's shattered, you must compensate unless you can convince me. Convince you? It's that simple. It's that simple. Lin Ye drew his sword, holding it across the queen's neck. Do you submit or not? You damn. Do you dare to be arrogant with me? As Lin Ye exited the palace, the sun had already begun to set. The Nutcracker stood at the foot of the stairs, his wooden face bathed in a layer of orange from the evening sun. Sir, have you reached an agreement? Did you obtain the shards? Lin Ye patted his backpack, but said nothing. The Nutcracker sighed in relief, the joints creaking. That's good, that's good. He paused, lowering his voice. The queen didn't make things difficult for you, right? I don't know if she did or not, but before I left she cried out for me to call her dad twice. The Nutcracker's wooden face froze. The queen cried out for you. Dad. The Nutcracker opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, finally managing to squeeze out, Sir, you are truly fierce. Lin Ye didn't respond, mounting his horse. The black horse snorted, pawing the ground with its front hooves. Are you returning to the border town? The Nutcracker nodded. I need to go back and guard it. What if a demon beast attacks? All right, I'm off. Lin Ye shook the reins, and the black horse bolted forward. The Nutcracker stood still, raising his wooden hand to wave twice. Sir, take care. The sound was carried away by the wind, growing fainter. After riding for a while, Lin Ye slowed down and took out the sword within the stone from his backpack. Under the setting sun, the sword's body appeared dull, and the dark golden patterns were barely visible. Yet he stared at it for a few seconds, feeling that something was off. The queen said that the divine sword has a spirit. But where did the sword's spirit go? Is it dead, or has it not awakened at all? Lin Ye knocked on the sword's body. Hey! No response. Forget it. Lin Ye sheathed the sword at his waist and focused on the system panel. After collecting 4 shards, he unlocked the ultimate skill, Heaven and Earth share a life. The effect is quite simple. Unleash the strongest sword strike with the power, depending on the holder's total attributes. The cost is also straightforward. When the sword shatters, the wielder dies. Others who acquire this skill can only use it once in their lifetime. Once used, it disappears. But Lin Ye is different. His time rewind has already upgraded to level 2, allowing him to bind one item. During the rewind state, the item's condition can also be restored. Would the person and sword shatter together? One rewind would suffice. Lin Ye's lips gradually curled up. What a one-time trump card move, isn't this just my basic attack? Lin Ye was pondering whether to perform the heaven and earth longevity right here. After some thought, he decided against it. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. He sheathed his sword at his waist, shook the reins, and prepared to leave. The sound of hooves came from behind, growing closer. Lin Ye turned around. Golden armor reflected the sunset, the black dragon pattern on his chest undulating with the horse's movements, its wings flapping. Ryan. Two more people followed behind him. The one on the left wore dark red armor with a dragon breathing fire etched on his chest. The one on the right wore gray-blue armor with a coiled dragon engraved on his chest. 3 horses charged parallel to each other, halting in front of Lin Ye. The hooves kicked up dust, causing Lin Ye to cough a couple of times. Cough, cough. Did you come to send me off? That's rather embarrassing. Ryan's face turned rigid, and he remained silent. The dark red armor spoke up in a coarse, hoarse voice. How dare you be stubborn when death is imminent? The gray-blue armor chimed in. Who in the kingdom doesn't know that Brother Ryan admires Her Majesty the Queen? If you dare to compete with Brother Ryan for a woman, you must be tired of living. Right, all of Brother Ryan's rivals have already become fodder for the grave, and today you will be no exception. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Rivals? You seem to be a bit unclear about your own position. Ryan's face flushed. Of course the Queen is enamored with me, otherwise why would she make me the captain of the night order stationed in the palace, always by her side? Lin Ye laughed again. You can fool your brothers with that, but don't deceive yourself. Ryan's face turned from white to purple. His hands clenched the reins, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Lin Ye's words pierced like a needle into a place in his mind he had always dared not touch. A memory. He thought he had forgotten, but it had always been there. That night the moon was bright enough to cast white light on the stone slabs in the corridor. He stood at the entrance of the palace, fully armored, with his sword hanging at his back, standing straight. The personal guard, a position he had fought desperately to obtain. Through a door, the Queen's voice came from inside. Ryan, come in. He walked in. Clothes were strewn on the floor, men's and women's, tangled together, indistinguishable. He saw his beloved goddess lying on the bed, the blanket only covering her waist. The Queen tapped her male companion. Continue. Then she looked at Ryan. Help me push him a bit. Ryan's mind exploded. He couldn't remember how he walked over, how he extended his hand, nor how those few minutes passed. But he helped. Helping another man attack the woman he loved deeply. Afterwards, he knelt in the corridor, his forehead against the stone slabs, trembling all over, tears hitting the ground. He wanted to die, the sword already pressed against his neck. The Queen emerged. Barefoot on the stone slabs, her skirt trailing on the ground, she walked up to him, crouched down, and reached out to take his sword away. What are you doing? Ryan said nothing. The Queen's finger pressed against his chin, lifting his face. Do you think I don't love you? Ryan's tears welled up again. Then why? The Queen sighed. The royal bloodline must remain pure. The blood of the demon dragon flows within you. If I were to bear a child with you, the bloodline would be impure and the throne would be in jeopardy. I love you, but I cannot possess you. I am also in great pain. Ryan knelt on the ground, looking up at her. Moonlight spilled through the window, landing on her face, her expression tender. Really? Really? Then why did you? The Queen's finger pressed against his lips. For the sake of the royal succession, you will understand me, right? Ryan nodded. From that day on, he secretly killed everyone who had come into contact with the Queen, all the rivals he believed he had. He kept killing until no one dared to become the Queen's male companion. Until today, that sense of threat resurfaced. Ryan stared at Lin Ye, his eyes bloodshot, the jealousy driving him almost mad. He knew that once Lin Ye returned, the Queen would truly fulfill her promise. Therefore, he absolutely would not allow Lin Ye to leave. Leave the sword behind, or leave both man and sword behind. Lin Ye looked at him, as if viewing a clown with a red nose. She's just a woman. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Ryan did not respond, but drew his sword. The black dragon sword was unsheathed, sounding like a dragon's roar, the blade dark as night, with patterns glowing dark red in the sunset. The 2 knights beside him also drew their swords. 3 swords, 3 horses, 3 men surrounded Lin Ye in the center. Lin Ye sighed. Is it honorable for 3 of you to fight one of me? The dark red armor laughed. Sorry, but once you're dead, no. Right in the wilderness, who would know how you died? Lin Ye nodded. That makes sense. He drew his sword. Just when he was worried about having no target, these people came to him. 3 swords sealed off 3 paths. Ryan pressed forward, the dark red armor slicing from the left flank, and the gray-blue armor encircling from the right. The black dragon sword came crashing down with a sound that pierced the air, the sword wind blowing Lin Ye's hair up. Lin Ye sidestepped, the sword's edge brushing past his shoulder, cutting a small notch in his collar. It wasn't over. Ryan twisted his wrist and slashed horizontally. Lin Ye leaned back, the sword's edge sweeping half an inch from his nose. The dark red armor took the opportunity to stab from the left, the sword tip aimed directly at his side. Lin Ye twisted his body, the sword tip grazing his clothes, leaving a cut. You don't seem to be that good either. Ryan sneered, just now in the Great Hall. I didn't even use my full strength. Now you can die. The muscles beneath the golden armor began to swell, the breastplate creaking under the strain, the rivets at the seams bursting one by one. The veins in his neck bulged, dark red light seeping from beneath his skin like magma flowing in cracks. His eyes changed. The pupils elongated into slits, the irises shifting from blue to dark gold. His mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, the canines growing long enough that his lips couldn't cover them, extending down half an inch. The dark red armor swallowed hard. This is the first time I've seen Brother Ryan unleash. It's terrifying. The gray-blue armor's horse stepped back 2 paces. I feel like he's right in front of me, and I can't even draw my sword. Lin Ye looked at Ryan and shook his head. You've become ugly. Ryan moved. His speed was such that Lin Ye only saw a shadow. The black dragon sword came crashing down, enveloped in dark red light, the air tearing apart with a sharp whistle. Lin Ye raised his sword to block. When the 2 swords clashed, the sound of metal colliding erupted, sparks flying. Lin Ye was thrown off his horse. He fell backward, hitting the ground and sliding several meters, plowing a furrow in the dirt. The black horse was startled, letting out a whinny and running far away. His palms cracked, blood flowing down the sword handle. Lin Ye glanced at his hand. With 26 points of physique, he couldn't withstand a single sword strike. The bloodline of the demon dragon was indeed powerful. The dark red armor laughed out loud. See, this is the gap. Brother Ryan is the kingdom's #1 knight. What are you? The gray-blue armor chimed in. A hero. That was 300 years ago. Now this kingdom belongs to Brother Ryan. Ryan said nothing. The second sword was already coming. Lin Ye sidestepped, the sword edge grazing his ear, cutting off a few strands of hair. He counterattacked with a sword, striking Ryan's arm. The dark golden sword light sliced through a crack, appearing in the armor. But the skin beneath the armor only left a white mark. Even blood did not flow. Ryan looked down at his arm, then raised his head to look at Lin Ye. Not much. He threw a punch. Lin Ye had no time to dodge and could only block with his arm. Crack. Bones broke. He was sent flying, crashing into a tree. The trunk split in 2 and the crown came crashing down. Lin Ye slid down from the tree, kneeling on one knee, his left arm hanging down, unable to exert strength. Rewind. The broken bone reattached, the wound healed. Ryan stood 10 paces away, looking down at his fist. You recover quickly, but how many times can you recover? Lin Ye stood up and moved his wrist. Enough. Ryan charged again. This time even faster. Sword, fist, knee, elbow. Each strike carried a dark red light, each impact landing on Lin Ye. Lin Ye was treated like a punching bag. He was thrown out, got up again. Thrown out again, got up again. He used rewind again and again. The dark red armor shook his head. Is this a hero? Not that impressive. The gray-blue armor added, Brother Ryan hasn't even fully unleashed his bloodline and is already crushing him. If he fully unleashes it, there won't even be any dust left. Lin Ye got up again from the ground. Ryan's speed was too fast. He worried that when he unleashed his ultimate move, the opponent would run. He was waiting for an opportunity, the chance for a single strike to end it all. Ryan's breathing became rougher. His pupils shifted from dark gold to blood red, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. You are too weak enough that I don't even want to kill you. He spread his arms wide, looking up at the sky. Let me show you what true power is. Dark red light exploded from within him. The armor shattered completely. The fragments flew everywhere, embedding into tree trunks, embedding into stones. His body swelled again. Muscles stretched the skin to translucence, revealing the veins and bones beneath. 2 lumps bulged on his back, growing larger and larger. With a pop, 2 wings spread open from his back. Bat-like wings with dark red membrane spikes growing on the skeleton. Their wingspan reached 3 meters, casting a shadow in the sunset. Ryan looked down at Lin Ye, a grin stretching to his ears. Now what will you fight me with? Lin Ye planted the stone sword into the ground, unhurried. No wonder the queen doesn't fancy you. You look like a big bat. She definitely doesn't want to give birth to little bat. By the way, I forgot to tell you, just as I was leaving, the queen chased after me, calling me daddy. As her father, I don't agree with you 2 being together. Ryan's face flushed red. You're courting death. With a flap of his wings, he charged forward like a cannonball so fast that the air seemed to ignite. Lin Ye smirked. He had fallen for it. To bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them mad. He had been waiting for Ryan's rage combined with his full power, for only then could he not evade this sword. The dark golden patterns on the stone sword glowed. The entire sword ignited. Dark golden light surged from the blade. The temperature of the sword skyrocketed, the air distorting from the heat, the earth beneath cracking, and the grass curling. Ultimate technique, heaven and earth longevity. Ryan's pupils suddenly contracted. Dark golden light exploded from the sword in Lin Ye's hand, blinding, as if someone had pressed the sun into the ground. Ryan's arrogant expression gradually turned to one of fear, his soul beginning to tremble. He sensed the taste of death. Instinctively, Ryan wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He charged too quickly, too close, and with too much force, unable to halt his momentum. Lin Ye drew his sword, sweeping from below. There was no sound. Where the sword light passed, the air was sliced apart, forming a vacuum gap. The dark golden sword energy split the earth, causing the dirt to surge and stones to fly. The ground cracked open with a gap, half a meter wide, stretching from beneath Lin Ye's feet to the woods 20 meters away. Several large trees along the line were easily severed, crashing down with a thunderous sound, raising clouds of dust. Ryan stood still. From his left shoulder to his right waist, his armor was split in two, revealing the skin underneath. A fine line ran diagonally from his collarbone to beneath his ribs, with no blood, only a hint of dark red light seeping out. He looked down at his chest, then raised his gaze to Lin Ye. He opened his mouth, but emitted no sound. Behind him, the dark red armor and gray-blue armor startled their horses, causing them to rear up and throw both men off. One fell to the ground while the other was dragged several meters, suspended in the stirrup. Both men scrambled to their feet, staring at Ryan's back. "Brother Ryan." Before he could finish his sentence, Ryan's body split in half, the upper portion slowly falling along the cut. Thud! It crashed to the ground, stirring up dust. Kill the first seat of the Dragon Blood Knights. Ryan dropped magic Dragon Blood Crystal X1, Black Dragon Sword X1. The dark red armor and gray-blue armor stood frozen in place. Brother Ryan, the magic dragon bloodline, the kingdom's first knight, the man they deemed unbeatable, was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Their hands trembled. The sword slipped from their grasp, clattering to the ground. They wanted to run, but their legs felt weak, unable to move. Lin Ye did not look at them. He looked down at the sword in his hand. The blade was covered in cracks from the tip to the guard, densely packed like a spider's web. Dark golden light seeped out from the cracks, growing fainter like a candle nearing its end. Stone sword durability 0, ultimate skill, heaven and earth coexist, has been released. The sword is about to collapse. At the same time, his skin began to crack as well. From his wrist, forearm, and shoulder, dark golden patterns crawled up from the base of his palm. The two knights, originally unable to stand from fear, saw this scene, and their eyes brightened simultaneously. The dark red armor was the first to react, his voice still trembling, but now laced with a smirk. "Are you using a life-threatening technique? Inflicting 1,000 damage to yourself while harming the enemy?" The gray-blue armor straightened up, staring at the cracks on Lin Ye, a grin slowly spreading across his face. "You nearly scared me to death. I was wondering how you suddenly became so powerful. It turns out it's a one-time killing move. That's right, now you are like a tiger with its fangs pulled. You no longer pose a threat to us." He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the sword from the ground, weighing it in his hand. The dark red armor also picked up a sword, the two of them flanking Lin Ye. "Thank you." The gray-blue armor pointed the tip of his sword at Ryan's corpse on the ground, his tone full of glee. "Ryan has oppressed us for so many years. Today you helped us settle the score." The dark red armor added, "Once we return, we will say that Ryan perished together with the hero that we killed, you avenging Ryan. At that time, Queen Majesty will surely reward us. The names of the hero and the first knight. That will be ours." The two exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. Laughter echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. Lin Ye stood in place, unmoving. His body was covered in cracks, and the sword was on the verge of shattering, yet he looked at the two with the gaze of someone observing two clowns. The gray-blue armor laughed enough and walked toward him with the sword raised. "Any last words?" Lin Ye sighed. "Do you think this is my life or death technique?" The gray-blue armor was taken aback. With the sword and body in such a state, was it not? Lin Ye smirked. "Sorry, it's merely a regular attack." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Sunta collapse sword suddenly steadied. The cracks shrank from the edges to the center, as if time was reversing, the metal re-melting, the blade returning to its original form. Dark golden light surged out from the guard, spreading along the sword brighter than before. The cracks on Lin Ye's body also disappeared. His skin regained its smoothness, leaving no scars. The smile of the gray-blue armor froze on his face. The dark red armor sword was raised halfway before stopping. The two stood as if under a binding spell, mouths agape, eyes bulging. The gray-blue armor emitted a syllable from his throat. Lin Ye did not give him a chance to finish. The sword light flashed. The dark golden sword energy swept across the waists of the two. The corpses fell to the ground with a muffled thud. Kill the Dragon Blood Knight's 4th and 8th seats, drop Dragon Blood crystals, X2. Lin Ye sheathed his sword. The cracks on his body had completely vanished, and the sword was restored to its former glory. The cost of heaven and earth coexist. A simple rewind would suffice. He crouched down to collect the spoils. Ryan's magic Dragon Blood crystal was twice the size of an ordinary Dragon Blood crystal, dark red, with golden lights swirling inside, resembling a miniature dragon. Magic Dragon Blood crystal quality, rare, blue, usage, sacrifice, 100 units, or for bloodline awakening. Description: a crystal dropped by a 3rd-tier elite knight, containing the bloodline of the magic dragon offspring, extremely rare. The black dragon sword felt heavy in his hand, its blade pitch black with the guard shaped like dragon wings. Black dragon sword quality, rare, blue, effect, strength 10, damage 50 against non-dragon target. Description: a personal sword for the offspring of the magic dragon. Ordinary people will feel fatigued when wielding it. These two items are a matched set. When used together, they are enough to elevate a player's combat power to the top level at this stage. However, Lin Ye was unimpressed. He wanted the best, the true magic dragon bloodline. As for these two items, he would just keep them for now. The black horse ran back from the woods, stopping in front of him, snorting loudly, nudging his shoulder with its head. Lin Ye patted the horse's neck and mounted. With a shake of the reins, the black horse galloped south. As they passed a town, Lin Ye pulled on the reins. A wooden fence stood at the town's entrance with a row of wind chimes hanging from it, clanging in the breeze. Inside the town, it was bustling with people, at least 100 gathered in the square. Someone was setting up a platform. A wooden frame taller than a person with a pile of firewood underneath. The firewood was neatly stacked, layered, and crossed, leaving gaps in the middle for easy ignition. Beside the platform stood a wooden stake with a person tied to it. Dressed in a gray hoodie, wearing black-framed glasses, his hair a tangled mess, and his face covered in dirt. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched. A player. Standing below the platform was a person in a black robe wearing a tall hat, with a circle of silver stars sewn around the brim. He held a black book, opened it, and began to read. This person promotes heresy, attempting to replace divine gifts with mortal power. The steam engine he speaks of is blasphemy against the fire spirit. What he calls gunpowder is a provocation against the thunder god. Such heretics do not deserve to live. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Burn him! Burn him!" The voices grew louder and denser. The boy on the platform trembled all over, his lips quivering, his voice urgent and hoarse. "This isn't heresy, but science. Let me explain. We can ignite the spark of the Industrial Revolution together." The man in the black robe closed the book, pointing at the boy. "Still spreading wicked words, light the fire." A soldier carrying a torch ascended the platform. The boy struggled desperately, the ropes digging into his flesh, his wrists scraped, raw blood flowing down his fingers. "Everything I said is true. Why don't you believe me?" Lin Ye understood now. A player was about to be burned as a heretic for trying to start an industrial revolution in a fairy tale world. True to form, a science student could shine in any era. The boy's gaze scanned the crowd, suddenly stopping. He spotted someone in a shirt among the people with a gray sword on his back. Brother, you're a player, right? Help me say something." The crowd's gazes all turned to Lin Ye. The black-robed man also turned to look at him, sizing him up. Lin Ye shrugged. "I don't know him." The boy's face paled. "How can you say you don't know him? We all came from another world. Please help me." The black-robed man frowned. "You're also an outsider." Lin Ye shook his head. "I was just passing by." "What's that behind you?" The black-robed man stared at him for 2 seconds before his gaze stopped on the sword on his back. Lin Ye took it down, weighed it in his hand. It's the black dragon sword." As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. The black dragon sword belonged to that esteemed individual, a fact known to all in the kingdom. The book in the black-robed man's hand dropped to the ground with a thud, the wind flipping its pages. He stared at the sword, swallowed hard, and carefully spoke. "Could it be that you are Sir Ryan, the leader of the Dragon Blood Knights, holder of the magic dragon bloodline, the kingdom's first knight, the great Lord Ryan?" "No." Just as the black-robed man sighed in relief, he heard a shocking statement that made his scalp tingle. "Ryan has already been killed by me." The figure in the black robe stepped back 2 paces. The soldiers behind him followed suit, their spears misaligned, nearly stabbing a comrade's foot. What did you say?" Lin Ye did not repeat himself. The black-robed man's Adam's apple bobbed as he fixed his gaze on the sword. Dark energy swirled around it. This sword was undoubtedly genuine. This is Lord Ryan's sword, never leaving his side. Now that the sword is in this person's hands, one could easily guess Lord Ryan's fate. Lord, spare us. We didn't know this person was your companion. The black-robed man knelt down. The soldiers and residents behind him followed suit. The boy on stage stared, wide-eyed, mouth agape, forgetting the pain as the rope dug into his flesh. Damn, brother, you are so fierce. Lin Ye sighed. I just came by to see the excitement. I truly don't know him. The black-robed man thought Lin Ye was making excuses and pressed his forehead to the dirt, not daring to look up. Lord, please calm your anger. Well, release him immediately. The soldiers scrambled forward to cut the ropes. The boy slid down from the wooden post, his legs weak, and sat down on the ground. Why can't this group understand simple words? Lin Ye was too lazy to explain further and mounted his horse again. Behind him, a science student shouted, Brother, what is your name? How will I repay you in the future? Lin Ye remained silent and rode off. The science student didn't expect this person to be so aloof, saving others without revealing his name, and he was deeply impressed by this chivalrous spirit. He shouted at the retreating figure, My name is Li Shueka. Remember my name. I will surely repay you. 2 hours later, the sky darkened. Lin Ye finally arrived at the entrance of the mine and tied the reins to a tree. He patted his horse's neck, saying, Wait for me here. The black horse snorted loudly and bent down to graze. The entrance to the mine looked the same, as always, a dark hole where nothing could be seen inside. The sound of pickaxes clanging echoed from within. Turning a corner, the view opened up. The white wolf stood beside a pile of ore, her hair tied into a bun with rag strips, her face smeared with dust, and her apron covered in mining debris. She was holding a stone larger than her head and was stacking it onto a cart. She looked just like a miner. Alice squatted on the ore pile, resting her chin on her hand, using her cloak as a cushion. Upon seeing Lin Ye, she suddenly stood up, jumping down from the ore pile, but her cloak got caught on the stones, tearing a hole in it. She paid no mind and charged towards Lin Ye, crashing into his embrace. Brother, why did you take so long to come? Her voice was muffled. The white wolf glanced over, but continued moving the stones. Lin Ye patted Alice on the back of her head, saying, I encountered some obstacles and wasted some time. Alice lifted her head from his embrace, her nose twitching. You smell like a woman. Lin Ye's heart, can she really smell that? There is a queen in the fairy tale kingdom. We discussed a few matters. Alice frowned. Did she touch you? No. You're lying. The scent is quite strong. Lin Ye's lips twitched. He couldn't possibly say that the queen poked his chest with her finger and said a bunch of flirtatious remarks, could he? She said he shouldn't think about sleeping tonight. I might have sat on the chair she used. Alice stared at him for 3 seconds, then buried her face back into his chest, sniffing again. Next time, don't sit there. Sure. The white wolf stacked the last piece of ore neatly and brushed off the dust on her hands, walking over. Master, we've collected nearly all the ore. Her voice was low, indicating she had suffered quite a bit in the last few days. Lin Ye glanced at the mountain of ore piled up. There were at least 700 or 800 units. These ores were essential resources for upgrading the shelter. Previously, it would have taken at least 5 or 6 trips to transport them. But now it was different. He patted his supersized bag with a capacity of 1160. Just a handful of, or easily stored. Since the white wolf had collected so much, it could be considered a way to make up for past mistakes. Lin Ye waved his hand. Then you can step back now. The white wolf remained still. Alice tilted her head and asked, Is there something else? The white wolf looked down, her fingers twisting the edge of her apron. Master, I want to follow you. Alice was puzzled. Why do you want to follow me? I have a brother now. You are free. The white wolf was taken aback. Free? Such a strange concept. From birth, she had been instilled with the belief that she must never betray her master and must always follow her master. Now her master said she was free. Lin Ye squatted beside the pile of ore, packing starlight ore into his backpack, not looking up. Isn't freedom a good thing? The white wolf bit her lip. I don't know. Alice frowned. What does not knowing mean? It just means I don't know. The white wolf's voice grew quieter. I have been arranged since birth. Now suddenly being told I am free, I don't know what to do. Alice looked at her for 2 seconds, then turned to Lin Ye. Brother, she is strange. Lin Ye stuffed another piece of ore into his backpack. It's normal. Those who are used to being arranged will feel anxious when suddenly given freedom. Alice thought for a moment. So what do you want to do? The white wolf bit her lip and remained silent for several seconds. I want to follow you. Alice frowned. Anything is fine. The white wolf paused. I can mine, I can fight, I can. We don't need that. The white wolf's face stiffened for a moment. Lin Ye brushed off the dust on his hands and stood up. If you follow us, what about your family? The white wolf remained silent for a few seconds. They don't care about me. They never have, only caring about what I can do for my master. And I want to see the outside world because I have never truly stepped out of this forest. Lin Ye and Alice exchanged glances for a second. Alice sighed. All right, you can follow, but let me make it clear, if you dare betray my brother, I wanted this life was given to me by my master. I won't betray. Alice snorted. You better not. Lin Ye said nothing as he stuffed the last few pieces of ore into his backpack and stood up, brushing off his pants. Let's go. The three of them rode off into the dusk. The white wolf led the horse in front. Alice sat on the horse's back, her arms wrapped around Lin Ye's waist, her face pressed against his back. Brother, why did you agree to have her follow us? The place at home is quite big. Having one more person doesn't crowd it. It's just right to have someone to help with chores. I can't let you do it all. Is that all? What else could it be? Alice thought for a moment. Are you attracted to her looks? What are you thinking about all day? Thinking about you. Lin Ye did not respond. The white wolf walked in front, her ears twitching as she pretended not to hear. The dusk deepened and the clouds at the horizon were burned into a dark red. The evacuation point was in an abandoned ruin. Surrounding it were a dozen people standing in a line, wielding axes and iron pipes. On the ground, over 20 players squatted, some with blood at their lips, others clutching their arms. The leader was a thin man wearing a black leather jacket, a toothpick in his mouth, with his hands in his pockets. Same old rules, hand over your stuff and leave. If you don't hand over, you die. Nearby, a little brother echoed. Men on the left, women on the right, open your bags and pour them out yourselves. None of the players squatting on the ground dared to say a word. A middle-aged man whispered, didn't we hand over yesterday? Before he could finish, a wooden stick swung at his shoulder, and he fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder and unable to cry out. The thin man spat out the toothpick, squatting down to pat the man's face. Yesterday was yesterday, oh today is today. The rules are here every day, or just hand it over. The white wolf held the horse, standing outside the crowd. Lin Ye sat on the horse, Alice wrapping her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his back, her eyes half closed, nearly falling asleep. The white wolf glanced back at Lin Ye. He'll handle this. Lin Ye looked at her and replied, all right. The white wolf tied the reins to a tree and turned to walk towards the crowd. Her boots crunched on the gravel path. The players squatting on the ground looked up at her and quickly looked down, not daring to stare longer. The thin man saw a woman walking over and was momentarily stunned, sizing her up. The white wolf wore an old grayish-white apron, her hair tied into a bun with rag strips, her face smeared with mining dust, but her features were striking, making it increasingly inappropriate. Upon closer inspection, she even had a pair of furry beast ears. Oh, a beauty is here, cosplaying as a beast-eared girl. The thin man grinned. Why does your brother like this type? Bai Lang remained silent and took a step forward. A thin man curled his lips into a sneer and reached out to grab Bai Lang's arm. Come on, let big brother see if those ears of yours are real or fake. His hand was halfway extended. Bai Lang moved. His wrist snapped shut in her grip. Shit, let go. Her fingers tightened, and a sharp slap cracked across his face. The man flew backward, slamming hard into a nearby tree. The trunk shuddered and leaves rained down in a rustling cascade. He slid down the bark onto the ground, collapsed face first, blood frothing from his mouth, his cheeks swollen grotesquely like a pig's head. Those who had moments earlier been grinning, eager for spectacle, now trembled visibly, knees locking, calves seizing up. Someone murmured low in the crowd, who is this woman? One slap sent him flying. Didn't you see her ears? A beast-ear maiden, not human. Bai Lang turned and walked back before Lin Ye, bowing her head slightly. Master, shall I kill them all? The entire square fell utterly silent. The player crouching on the ground jerked his head upward, mouth agape, eyes bulging from their sockets. His underlings nearly dropped their iron pipes. She just called him master. The one on horseback. No way. Someone like her submits to another. The thin man pushed himself upright, fixing his remaining eye, swollen bloodshot, on Lin Ye. He'd survived long enough to know when he was staring into the abyss. If she was already a monster, what manner of being could command her as master? He felt the sky collapse upon him. Then, voice from atop the horse. Kill them. Bai Lang nodded. Half a minute later, every last one lay motionless. The thin man was the last to fall, prostrate on the earth, eyes locked, unblinking on Lin Ye. You, who are you? Bai Lang lifted her foot and brought it down. Silence swallowed the world. Among the evacuees huddled at the extraction point, someone swallowed hard. All of them. Half a minute, over a dozen. Not a single one escaped. This woman's strength is terrifying. Even more terrifying, that she calls him master. Bai Lang turned her gaze toward the crowd. Shall I deal with these as well? The crowd froze, rigid as statues. Some stumbled backward, others crumpled straight to the ground, legs giving way beneath them. A girl clapped a hand over her mouth. Her eyes glistened, rimmed with red. Are we going to die too? Lin Ye shook his head. No need for that. Just eliminate the trouble. Bai Lang withdrew her gaze and stepped aside. A collective breath exhaled, long shuddering, relieved. Silence lingered. Then abruptly a voice rang out. You're Lin Ye. A boy in a gray hoodie knelt in the center of the crowd, eyes wide as copper coins. You are Lin Ye, the 10th on the rankings. I've seen your face. It's all over the chat channels. The air itself seemed to ignite. The one who pulled 10% of the progress solo. The one who killed Song Si. The one who slew the Chow brothers. Whispers swelled into overlapping waves of murmurs, rising, surging, unstoppable. Lin Ye swung down from his mount and tossed the reins to Bai Lang. Let's go. A voice broke through the crowd, urgent pleading. Senior brother Lin Ye, add me as a friend. Brother, I'll do anything. Just take me with you. I owe you my life. Can I at least treat you to dumplings, eh? Bai Lang swept her gaze across the crowd, cold, razor-edged, merciless. Those who'd begun stepping forward froze mid-stride, feet nailed to the ground. Lin Ye didn't turn back. The extraction point closes soon. If you wish to die, keep standing. That sentence struck like ice poured into boiling oil. The crowd erupted, surging en masse toward the exit. Some scrambled on hands and knees, others spilled gear from torn backpacks, too panicked even to retrieve it. The girl who'd cried out about dumplings was shoved and jostled wildly, yet still shouted, voice cracking. My name is an Exine. I will make you dumplings, someday. Lin Ye had already stepped through the shimmering gate. Azure light flared, blinding, brilliant. When he opened his eyes again, he stood before the entrance of the sanctuary. Alice and Bai Lang materialized behind him. Bai Lang stared blankly at her empty hands. Master, the black steed is gone. Lin Ye wasn't surprised. Entering the sanctuary required formal application and approval from its sovereign. The black steed was intelligent, but still an animal. How could it grasp the concept of application? It is truly free now. Bai Lang stood at the sanctuary's threshold, bare feet resting on starlit quartz tiles, gazing downward motionless for several long seconds. She raised a hand, fingertips brushing the wall. Cool, smooth, nothing like the rough, jagged stone of forest caves. Come inside, Alice said, already holding the door open. Bai Lang crossed the threshold and froze. Above her stretched a deep sapphire dome studded with countless luminous points, as if the entire night sky had been transplanted indoors. Her mouth parted, then closed again. She'd lived her whole life in the woods, in caves, sleeping on dry grass. Nothing like this had ever existed in her world. This is where you reside. Lin Ye set down his pack, supplies piled neatly against the wall. Bai Lang took 2 hesitant steps forward, then halted, afraid her boots would soil the floor. Alice glanced back. Why are you standing there? My shoes are dirty. It's fine. The floor cleans itself automatically. Self-cleaning? Yep. Big Brother's cleaning magic. Pretty amazing, right? Master is magnificent. Bai Lang gripped the edge of her apron, eyes darting. Nowhere to rest, nowhere safe to land. Lin Ye approached the enchanted mirror and pressed his palm flat against its surface. Gray-blue light seeped from the glass, wrapping around his hand like liquid mist. Enter. Bai Lang watched Lin Ye and Alice vanish into the mirror's depths, then scanned the empty room behind her. She clenched her jaw and stepped forward. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface. She blinked and found herself standing within a vast hall. Its vaulted ceiling soared beyond sight. Crystal chandeliers hung, suspended above, casting pools of burnished gold across the marble floor. A sweeping spiral staircase coiled upward to the second level, twin corridors branched off left and right, vanishing into shadowy distances lined with countless doors. Bai Lang tilted her head back, mouth slightly ajar, staring up at the impossible height of the dome. This? The castle. You'll live here from now on. Bai Lang stood rooted to the spot. At that moment, lines of text shimmered into existence before Lin Ye's eyes. Resident count exceeds 3. Castle hidden function. I activated. Other functions require exploration to unlock. You may view detailed resident profiles at any time. Current residence Alice Bai Lang. Lin Ye stared at the interface. His eyelid twitched. He'd resided in this castle for days, yet the system had never once mentioned such features. Now the moment Bai Lang entered, it triggered. Clearly hidden functions only unlocked under precise conditions. And there was more than one. Function. I granted access to resident profiles, so future functions likely revolved around inhabitants as well. Still no clues presented themselves. After all, these were hidden functions. They weren't meant to be uncovered easily. Lin Ye refocused and tapped view. The interface expanded into 2 columns. Alice. Identity Fairy Tale, Little Red Riding Hood. Level. Mood neutral. Big brother left without me. I'm not happy. He also accepted by Lang. I'm very unhappy. Abilities. Bloodline Awakening, 5 supernatural strength. Profile, a Yandere little girl who waited 300 years. Caution advised. Anger her, and she might punch you through a wall. Retrieval may prove difficult. Moreover, she possesses another identity, one that may bring utter ruin upon you. By Lang. Identity Fairy Tale Wolf Maiden. Level Tier 3. Mood calm. Master has given me shelter and self-cleaning floors. Abilities Lycanthrope Bloodline. Profile, a wolf maiden born of the forest. Unwaveringly loyal, earnestly striving to adapt to human society. Lin Ye read it all, then paused silent for 2 full seconds. Bai Lang's profile was straightforward, almost ordinary. Alice, however, was explosive. With only 5% bloodline awakening, her strength was already monstrous. What would 100% unleash? Her level and abilities remained unknown, and her profile explicitly warned of a second, far more perilous identity, one described in terms of cataclysmic doom. Lin Ye glanced at Alice. This girl's so small, so seemingly harmless. How could she possibly conceal such a devastating secret? He pondered briefly, then dismissed the interface. Enough. What cannot be solved should not be forced. When mountains block the road, a path will appear. When a boat reaches the bridge, it crosses naturally. Time will reveal all. The white wolf's fingers gripped the edge of her apron. Having spent a lifetime in the forest without ever living in a proper house, she now found herself residing in a castle. She followed Lin Ye closely, taking delicate steps to avoid making any noise. You will stay here. Lin Ye casually pushed open a door marked for knights. In the center stood a bed, its headboard carved with the image of a knight charging on horseback. The bedposts were a deep brown, and the curtains were a dark green, cascading down to the floor. A wardrobe leaned against the wall, its copper-faced doors reflecting shadows. The white wolf stood at the door, hesitating to enter. Such a nice room for me. Lin Ye chuckled. This is actually the worst room available. The white wolf fell silent for a few moments, her eyes reddening. She lowered her head and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you, master. From now on, call me boss. Boss. You're too dirty. I'll let Alice help you take a bath first. Alice stood in the corridor saying, follow me. The white wolf trailed behind, taking a couple of steps before turning back to glance at Lin Ye. Earlier she had found him very annoying, having not only taken her master away, but also punished her with mining. However, after spending some time together, she realized he wasn't as bothersome as she had imagined, and on the contrary, being with him was quite comfortable. She quietly decided to regard Lin Ye on the same level as Alice, vowing never to betray him. In the bathroom, the white marble floor gleamed and mirrors adorned the walls, perfectly clean and capable of reflecting pores. The bathtub was large enough for 2 people to lie in. Alice turned on the faucet, and hot water gushed out, steam rising into the air. This is the water heater. Turn it on for hot water. This is body wash. Squeeze it out to apply on yourself. This is shampoo for washing your hair. The white wolf stood by the edge of the bathtub, observing the various bottles and jars, as if they were products from another world. In the forest, there's only stream water. It's fine. Oh, I just learned as well. Alice walked to the door saying, call me when you're done. Oh, I've prepared your clothes. The door closed. The white wolf removed her apron and boots, standing barefoot on the marble floor. She reached out to test the water temperature, finding it scalding, and quickly withdrew her hand. After waiting a few seconds, she dipped her feet back in. The hot water flowed over her ankles, then her calves, and finally up to her knees. She sat in the bathtub with water rising to her chest. The hot water enveloped her entire body, opening her pores as warmth seeped into her bones. She closed her eyes, droplets of water clinging to her eyelashes. In the forest, bathing meant either washing in a river or showering under a waterfall. During winter, the stream would freeze, requiring one to break the ice, leaving hands numb with cold. This was her first time fully submerged in hot water. The white wolf submerged her face, blowing a few bubbles. When she emerged, a pile of clothes awaited her at the door. The white wolf spread them out. A black and white dress adorned with a white lace neckline and a black satin ribbon at the waist. A pair of sheer black stockings that clung tightly. The white wolf stared at the pile of clothes for 3 seconds. Can I wear this outside? She changed into the outfit. Standing before the mirror, she examined her reflection. Her hair was still damp, cascading over her shoulders with droplets trickling down from the ends. She wore no makeup, but her skin was fair and her features sharp, with wolf ears peeking out from her hair, fluffy and soft. She tugged at the hem of the dress, pulling it down slightly before letting go. The dress bounced back, swaying at mid-thigh. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. Lin Ye was in the hall organizing supplies while sipping on a can of cola. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see the white wolf standing at the corner of the stairs, one hand clutching her skirt, the other unsure of where to rest. Her hair still damp, a few strands stuck to her face. Her wolf ears perked up on her head, the tips slightly flushed. The lace at her neckline rested against her collarbone, which was deep enough to hold water. The satin ribbon at her waist tied into a bow, cinching it tightly, while the hem of the dress swayed at mid-thigh, revealing a glimpse of black stockings. The stockings hugged her long legs tightly from ankle to knee, accentuating her skin through the fabric. Lin Ye, unable to swallow the cola in his mouth, spat it out. The white wolf anxiously asked, "Boss, who told you to wear that?" "Miss Alice did. Is it not suitable?" The white wolf's voice was very soft. Alice emerged from the kitchen, holding a cup of cola, pausing as she spotted the white wolf. She examined the white wolf from head to toe, just as the white wolf had done, and was equally stunned. Lin Ye asked, "Why is she wearing such clothes? Didn't you just say she's our maid?" "I asked the lamp spirit for a maid outfit. I remember maid outfits shouldn't look like this. Oh, why does it look so good?" Alice's idea of a maid outfit was something rustic from the medieval period, akin to what a long-term servant would wear, plain and simple. Yet the lamp spirit conjured something resembling a modern maid outfit. The white wolf's grip on the hem of her dress tightened. After hesitating for a moment, her lips moved slightly. "Should I go change into something else?" Alice didn't respond, circling around her. The white wolf stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Her ears pressed back against her hair. After completing her circle, Alice clicked her tongue. "You look pretty good in that. Oh, I think you don't need to change." The white wolf sighed in relief. Alice turned to Lin Ye, asking, "What do you think, brother?" Lin Ye was busy wiping cola off his clothes, not lifting his head. "It does suit her." Alice squinted her eyes and leaned in closer. "So, brother, you think she looks good, right?" Lin Ye's hand paused momentarily. He looked up. Alice's face was close to his, her wide eyes narrowed into slits, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Yet that smile carried an ominous undertone. The air grew tense for a second. The white wolf stood nearby, her ears shifting from pressed down to upright, then back down again. She took a half step back. Lin Ye sensed the impending danger and activated his mind at 5 times its normal speed. If he answered yes, sleep would be the last thing he could expect that night. If he said no, how could he explain his earlier comment about it being suitable? He lowered his sleeves, deciding to play it safe. "I meant that dress does indeed suit the maid position." Alice tilted her head. "So she still looks good." "I meant the dress." "The dress looks good on her." "Then that means the design of the dress is good." "So, brother, do you think I look good in this dress?" The white wolf stood at the corner of the stairs, her ears pinned back, holding her breath. Alice stared at Lin Ye, her wide eyes unwavering. Lin Ye exhausted all his wits and finally came up with a compliment. "You look good in anything." Alice's lips curled into a smile. "Really? Really? Then who looks better, me or her?" Lin Ye glanced at the white wolf, then at Alice. Just as he was about to say, "You look good," his keen sense of danger made him realize something was off. This was clearly a trick question. Answering like that would mean comparing the two, a major taboo. A Yandere would never accept being compared to anyone, even if it meant being overshadowed. Thus he had to turn the question back to her. "She is just a maid. Oh, as the master, what do you have to compare with her?" Alice thought for a moment and seemed to agree with this reasoning. She turned away satisfied and headed toward the kitchen, but after a couple of steps she turned back. "Brother, you hesitated for half a second just now." Lin Ye certainly wouldn't tell her that in reality he had hesitated for 5 seconds under the pressure of 5 times normal speed. That's a normal reaction time. "All right, I believe you." Alice smiled, her eyes turning crescent-shaped as she entered the kitchen. The white wolf stood at the corner of the stairs, not daring to breathe. Lin Ye glanced at her. "What are you doing just standing there?" My legs are weak." "Go help in the kitchen." "Yes, boss." The white wolf hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen. Lin Ye slumped back in his chair, drenched in sweat. What he had just experienced could only be described as a top-tier battle of wits. That so-called first night Ryan was utterly insignificant in comparison. "White Wolf, are you my master?" "Leave a 5-star review from now on. White Wolf will be your maid. Feel free to give her any orders." "Oh no, don't touch me there, it's very sensitive." Hey, where are your hands going?" "I meant my ears." In the restaurant, the hot pot bubbled and simmered. Lin Ye placed the black dragon sword and the demon dragon crystal on the table, pushing them toward the white wolf. The white wolf looked down at the dark red crystal, then raised her head to look at him. "Boss, this." "Take it," Lin Ye urged. The white wolf shook her head. "It's too precious. In our household, even the maid's strength cannot be low. If you don't take it, don't blame me if you get kicked out later." The white wolf bit her lip and reached out to pick up the crystal. It was icy cold and heavy with a golden light swirling within. Alice fished a piece of meat from the pot, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and leaned over to take a look. Oh, isn't this a sugar bean? Lin Ye's chopsticks paused in midair. Sugar bean. Yes, Alice fished out another piece of meat. You used to leave me a lot a bit smaller than this, and I finished them all. Lin Ye stared at her for 3 seconds. He recalled that at Mirror Lake, Alice mentioned that an old man at the entrance gave her candy and asked if he wanted some. He thought it was really candy. He had said, I don't want any. Feeling like he had missed out on a fortune, he regretted it now. How much did you eat? Alice pondered. I ate them every day as snacks. It took a long time to finish them all. Lin Ye glanced at the crystal in the white wolf's hand. Eating them every day as snacks. It took a long time. Suddenly he understood where Alice's extraordinary strength came from. Using dragon crystals as sugar beans, how could her power not be terrifying? The white wolf held the crystal in her palm, feeling as if she was gripping a mountain. Absorb it, she said. The white wolf nodded and closed her eyes. A dark red light seeped through her fingers, climbing up her hand, spreading to her wrist and forearm. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a few seconds, the light dissipated. The white wolf opened her eyes and looked down at her hand, clenching her fist, then relaxing it before clenching it again. The joints crackled, but unlike before, each sound was heavier and more solid. She stood up and walked to the hall, striking a training iron post with a punch. Bang! The iron post caved in cracks, spidering out from the point of impact. The entire floor shook and dust fell from the ceiling. Alice chewed her meat, mumbling, It's okay. Although Alice seemed unimpressed, Lin Ye felt that the white wolf's power level was already close to Ryan's. With her current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become one of the top 3 knights in Fairy Tale Kingdom. Not bad, the white wolf replied, stepping back to stand by the table, her ears slightly reddening. Thank you, boss. Sit down and eat. She sat down, sitting very straight, holding the chopsticks without knowing how to use them. Alice dipped a piece of meat into the pot, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and then went to fish out the mushrooms from the pot. Brother, you should try this. A plate of mushrooms, some white, some gray, some black, some shaped like umbrellas, some like balls, and some like antlers. These are the rare ones I picked from the forest today. I usually don't even dare to eat them. Lin Ye took one and tried it, his eyes brightening. Paired with this otherworldly ingredient, the hot pot was amazing. Eating Spirit Inspiration Mushroom Body 1, a notification popped up, and Lin Ye was taken aback. He could indeed feel a warm flow circulating within him, nourishing his muscles and bones. Was this really a food that enhanced attributes? He picked up another type of mushroom. Eating Matsutake Mushroom Body 1, eating Deer Antler Mushroom Body 1. After a few bites, his body attribute shot up to 30. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had increased significantly. Even without any abilities, he could take on 10 of those black wolves he encountered when he first crossed over. The white wolf showed no interest in the mushrooms, her eyes constantly darting toward Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye noticed this. That gaze resembled a dog waiting for food at the dining table. It was also a challenge to make a wolf use chopsticks. He pulled out 2 bags of marinated duck, opened one, and placed it on the table. The white wolf's throat bobbed. Eat up. She reached out to grab it, took a bite, chewed a few times, and her eyes turned red. What's wrong? It's spicy. Why are you crying over something spicy? It's delicious. Lin Ye opened the other bag and pushed it toward her. The white wolf looked down and ate. Her ears perked up and her tail, which had somehow appeared, swayed gently behind the chair. While eating, Lin Ye opened the chat channel, wanting to find some fun. He scrolled through a few pages and saw a message. Brothers, what to do when there's food, but no salt. At this stage, many people had food, but lacked salt for seasoning, making it taste like chewing wax. Lin Ye was also curious how everyone would solve this problem. Someone replied below, you asked the right person, I'll teach you a method I'm currently using. Each person prepares a piece of plain food, sit across from a brother, eat a bite of food, and taste the salty toes of the other. Not a brother. Are you treating toes like pickled vegetables? Exactly, our tough days are all thanks to sweaty feet. It's just that my feet are a bit smaller, so my brother has to suffer a bit. It's hard to imagine such exquisite writing is available for free. Lin Ye felt regret. He shouldn't have scrolled the channel while eating. Now he had only one thought. Could he immediately switch to a pair of unpolluted eyes? Alice noticed something was off with his expression and asked, Brother, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just saw something I shouldn't have. The white wolf paused with the marinated duck by her mouth, her ears perked up in confusion. Lin Ye didn't explain and lost his appetite for eating. Suddenly he remembered that Meow Meow hadn't eaten yet. So he returned to the shelter, squatted down in front of the campfire, and tossed the remaining dragon blood crystal into the fire. The flames burst open and purple sparks floated out from the fire. The chewing sounds continued for a few seconds. The voice was clearer than last time. Lin Ye's expression turned hopeful, with this time the entry upgrade. Sure enough, a prompt appeared the next second. Your feeding has enhanced Forbidden Abyss. Time acceleration LV. 1 LV. 2 new effect bind 1 item. After using acceleration, the activation frequency of that item increases by 500. Bindable items not selected once chosen it cannot be changed. Backtracking has reached LV. 2 and can also bind 1 item. Lin Ye's first thought was a gun, but that thought only lasted 3 seconds. Guns have 2 low growth potential. They are good in the early stages, but in the later stages they can't even pierce the hide of monsters. And the magazine capacity is limited. Once empty you have to reload, which isn't satisfying. Denied. The second thought was farming. Get a plot of land to grow vegetables with a 5-fold growth rate, and then there would be no worries about food and drink. Lin Ye almost felt foolish for this idea. He has the lamp god, what food can't he conjure? Why farm? Become addicted to being a farmer. Denied. Finally, the sword in the stone. Lin Ye drew the sword from his waist. The blade was dull gray and the dark golden patterns were almost invisible. The heaven and earth longevity struck hard, taking down Ryan in one blow. But today it was frustrating to fight. Ryan was too fast. He could only passively take hits until his opponent made a mistake to seize the opportunity. The ultimate technique had too long a wind-up. If it could be released instantly, he wouldn't have to take so many hits. With a 1-second wind-up, he would be a punching bag for another second. Now that backtracking has reached LV. 2, he can bind 1 item. If he binds the sword in the stone, the heaven and earth longevity could be released instantly. No wind-up, no charge-up, just raise his hand and unleash a big move directly filling in the only flaw. He looked down at the sword, a smile slowly forming on his lips. It settled, then sword in the stone. At that moment, a deep red warning appeared before him. Warning: the Ice Queen will descend upon the community in 5 minutes. Please prepare, players. Killing the queen can end the cold wave early. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This woman, she wouldn't be coming to collect debts from him, would she? The moment the system announcement popped up, the chat channel exploded. The Ice Queen will descend in 5 minutes. Is this the Cold Tide boss? Finally, someone capable has arrived. I've been cooped up at home for days going crazy. Hey, calm down. Look at your own ranking before you speak. I'm ranked 9,000, so what? Then going out is just handing yourself over. At least staying home can prolong your life for another 2 days. Messages flew by rapidly, and before Lin Ye could turn it off, another deep red announcement popped up. Region announcement: player Lei Zhan has successfully broken through to the 3rd tier, becoming the first player in this region to step into the extraordinary. The chat channel went quiet for a fraction of a second before erupting again. 3rd tier. It's already the 3rd tier. I haven't even gathered the materials for the 2nd tier. Lei Zhan, the one ranked 3rd. He's too strong. He's in the 1st echelon. How can he be compared to us? Congratulations, Thunder God. Thunder God is amazing. Thunder God, take me with you. I can do anything. Flattering messages poured in one after another, leaving Lin Ye's eyes spinning. Lei Zhan himself had also appeared. Lei Zhan, a mere 3rd tier is nothing to mention. Lei Zhan, but since the Ice Queen is coming, it's perfect for me to test my skills against her. Following this, an avalanche of flattery came pouring in. Thunder God is mighty. Do you think Thunder God can defeat the Ice Queen? Of course. That's a 3rd tier. He's the only one in the entire region. If he can't defeat her, who can he? True, he's the face of our region now. Lin Ye turned off the chat channel and leaned back in his chair. 3rd tier. These players were leveling up quite quickly. But thinking about it, it's only natural. He was running through quests and collecting the Holy Sword, picking up upgrade materials on the way, while others focused on building and farming materials, which made sense. Moreover, he looked down on ordinary bloodlines. Even if he gathered the materials, now he wouldn't level up. Lin Ye only wanted the best, using the continent's only demon dragon as upgrade material. As for whether Lei Zhan could defeat the Ice Queen, Lin Ye felt the players were too optimistic. A random dragon blood knight from the fairy tale kingdom was already at the 3rd tier level. And the Ice Queen, as the ruler of the far north, how could she be weaker than a dragon blood knight? A knock came from outside the door. The White Wolf stood at the entrance, slightly bowing his head. Boss, someone sent word that a player named Lei Zhan is looking for you. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Looking for me? He said everyone in the top 10 should come out and see how he slaughters the Ice Queen. Lin Ye chuckled. Lei Zhan was too arrogant. Just a 3rd tier, he had already killed more than one, including the elite level Ryan. And pushing for an upgrade like this surely meant he wasn't using any high-level bloodlines. For the sake of a bit of glory, disregarding his foundation, one could only say it was foolish. Nearly 100 people had gathered in the community center square. The snow on the stone path had been trampled into ice shards. The streetlights flickered in the cold wind, casting shadows that stretched and shrank. Lei Jun stood in the center of the square. At 9 meters tall, bald, wearing a lightning-patterned leather armor, his exposed arms bulged with veins. He crossed his arms, tilted his chin slightly, and scanned the crowd like a beast surveying its territory. 2 lackeys stood nearby, one holding his cape, the other holding a cup of water. People in the crowd whispered, "Is this Lei Jun? He looks intimidating." Of course, a third tier, the only one in the whole region. Who are those 2 next to him? His lackeys voluntarily following him as part of the top 100 ranking. Damn, the top 100 are following him. He's a third tier. If you can do it, go ahead and try. Lei Jun spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him. Who among the top 10 hasn't come? A lackey leaned in. Brother Jun, basically no one has come. Lei Jun snorted, turtle hiding its head. Someone in the crowd responded, they're probably too scared to come. Thunder God is a third tier. If they're second tier, they would just embarrass themselves. Exactly. After this battle, District 1086 will belong to Thunder God. Hearing these discussions, Lei Jun's lips gradually curled into a smile. In the entire District 1086, among 100,000 players, he was the only one who had stepped into the extraordinary. Rankings 1 and 2 no longer mattered in front of him. He had completely transformed. With the Thunder Lizard bloodline, his Thunder attribute increased by 50 and his physique surged. Now with a single punch, he could break through the walls of a first-tier shelter. The Ice Queen, just a boss from a fairy tale world, wasn't she easy to take down? Just as Lei Jun was enjoying the flattery of the crowd, a rumble came from the distance. It was the sound of wheels grinding over the icy surface. The crowd turned their heads. A carriage burst forth from the mist. It was made of ice, transparent with blue light swirling inside. Pulled by 4 snow monster leaders, each step on the ice caused the ground to tremble. The carriage stopped at the edge of the square. The door opened. A foot stepped down. Silver-white hair cascaded down from her shoulders, the ends dragging on the icy surface, and her dress was ice blue, resembling a frozen waterfall. Her face was mostly covered by a veil, revealing only a pair of ice blue eyes. Those eyes swept over the crowd as if scanning a pile of stones. Lei Jun stepped forward. "Are you the Ice Queen?" The queen didn't look at him, her gaze passing over the crowd, landing on the distant shelter. "No." 10. Lei Jun's face flushed. He was the first third tier in the entire region standing before her, and she didn't even glance at him. This is too much of an insult. With a kick, he shattered the stone slabs, launching himself forward. His fist was wrapped in blue arcs of electricity, crackling loudly. Crushed the darkness with thunder. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Thunder God is amazing." Before the last words fell, Lei Jun's fist stopped 3 feet in front of the queen. A layer of ice crawled up from beneath his feet, freezing him in an instant into an ice pillar from his ankles to his thighs. Lei Jun's expression was frozen in the moment of his roar, his mouth open and eyes wide. The queen withdrew her gaze and walked past him. Her high heels clicked on the ice surface. As she passed the ice pillar, she reached out and flicked it. Ding! Like tapping a wine glass. A crack appeared in the ice pillar, splitting from the top of his head all the way to the soles of his feet. Lei Jun's body split in half from the middle, frozen in the ice block with no blood even spilling out. The crowd fell silent. It was as if a hand had been clutched around their throats. Some collapsed onto the ground, their legs giving way while others gaped in shock. Did Lei Jun die? A third tier. Was taken out so easily. What kind of strength is that? Not even a third tier can withstand a single blow. It's over, it's all over. If the strongest Lei Jun has died, who else in our region can stand against her? Some began to flee, rolling and crawling, not even stopping to pick up their shoes. Others were paralyzed on the ground, their legs too weak to stand. But the queen paid them no mind. She walked through the square, through the crowd, across the stone path. Everyone retreated to the sides, clearing a path for her. A player knelt on the ground, trembling all over. "Please, stop the cold tide. My wife and children have frozen to death." The queen walked past him, not stopping. She didn't even glance at him. The player's body began to freeze from his knees, and in the blink of an eye, he became an ice sculpture. A true ruler knows no mercy. She stopped at the door of shelter No. 10 and knocked. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Whose house is that?" "No. 10. Lin Ye. It's Lin Ye's house." "The queen is looking for Lin Ye. What did he do?" "I remember. Yesterday a queen's envoy, an elderly deer, was killed by Lin Ye. This is revenge. Lin Ye is finished. A third tier can't withstand her. He's just a mere second tier. Disaster is coming for him." Before the words fell, the door opened. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Lin Ye stood at the doorway, yet to speak, when the Ice Queen had already extended her hand. Her icy fingertips pressed against his chin, lifting his face. Her ice blue eyes stared at him for 2 seconds. Your strength is quite lacking. She retracted her hand, her gaze lingering for a moment on his face. You are certainly handsome, and your aura is exactly the same. Lin Ye took a step back. Who are you? You don't know who I am. Am I supposed to know? The corner of the queen's mouth twitched. Aisha, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed the Ice Queen come to collect a debt. From your expression, it seems you've heard my name. Did he tell you? Lin Ye was momentarily stunned before realizing she was referring to Snow White. She didn't mention you. I learned about it myself. Aisha's eyes finally showed a trace of emotion. So he is dead, eh? Yes. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Aisha averted her gaze, her tone returning to calm. Since you know, you should also know she borrowed something from me. You are her successor, so you will repay this debt. Lin Ye explained this misunderstanding. Actually, she is a woman. What happened back then was simply impossible. Aisha narrowed her eyes. She is a woman. Absolutely, if you don't believe me, you can go ask someone in the fairy tale kingdom. Lin Ye thought he had made his point, hoping Aisha would back down. But since she chose you as her heir, she must have considered this, so it's only fair that you take her place. Aisha looked at him, her tone flat. Ice and snow are both a power and a curse. I have been trapped in the far north all my life. Wherever I go, it is a frozen wasteland. I have had enough. Only a brave one can help me suppress it, so I must take you back. Alice peeked out from behind Lin Ye, her wide eyes narrowing. Why are you taking my brother away? Aisha glanced at her. Naturally, to marry him. The square fell silent. Among the hundreds of people, only the wind could be heard. Some in the crowd had their mouths agape, while others looked as if their eyes might pop out. What the hell? Mary, aren't you here for revenge? You're here to steal a groom. This plot twist is too fast, I can't accept it. What the hell? Lei Jin died without closing his eyes, risking his life against the BOSS only to find a man to take home. What kind of luck is Lin Ye having? Next to him stood an exquisite lowly, and now even the queen had her eyes on him. Why isn't Lin Ye speaking? If you don't want this good fortune, I can take it. Calm down, aren't you afraid of being overly excited? Look at what happened to Lei Jin. Do you think your little body can handle it? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally realized that the queen had come specifically to find Lin Ye, which must have a special reason. Recalling that Lin Ye had previously received something called Hero's Inheritance, everything began to make sense. Lin Ye shook his head. I refuse. Aisha frowned. Do you know the consequences of refusing me? Like what? Your community, your companions will all freeze to death. I don't care. Lin Ye shrugged. Aisha was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be the righteous hero? How could he say such things? Someone in the crowd grew anxious. Lin Ye, you can't do this. If the cold wave doesn't end, we will all die. Exactly, sacrifice yourself for the happiness of the whole area. She is so beautiful and a queen at that, you wouldn't be losing out. Lin Ye, just give in. Alice's face turned completely black. She stepped forward, blocking Lin Ye, clenching her fists. I have waited for my brother for 300 years. No one is taking him away today. With that, she swung her fist. Aisha raised her hand. Ice blue light erupted in her palm, coalescing into a giant ice shield. The fist struck the ice shield, cracks bursting outward from the center, yet it did not shatter. But Aisha staggered back several steps, looking down at the cracks on the ice shield, then raised her gaze to Alice. Such strong power, who are you? Alice's red cloak fluttered in the wind. I am my brother's sister. Upon seeing Alice's attire, the crowd erupted in chaos. A red cloak. Such a familiar look, isn't that Little Red Riding Hood? No wonder this loli is so impressive. Turns out she's a fairy tale character, and she recognizes Lin Ye as her brother. What's going on? What's even crazier is she pushed the queen back. Lei Jin was defeated in seconds as she shattered the ice shield with one punch. Impressive. I'm not envying Lin Ye anymore, because I know I don't have the strength to handle it. What if one day there's domestic violence? Who can withstand that? Aisha looked down at the ice shield in her hand, the cracks continuing to spread, gradually covering the entire shield. She released her grip, and the ice shield shattered into pieces. Sister. Aisha rolled this word around her tongue. To her, Alice was indeed a formidable foe. You just said you waited for him for 300 years. Alice nodded firmly. That's right. Aisha smiled, already thinking of a way to deal with Alice. What if I tell you he is not the person you are waiting for? Alice's expression changed. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. The murmurs in the square halted for a moment, then surged like a boiling pot. What does that mean? He's not the person she's waiting for. Does the queen know Little Red Riding Hood? Is she trying to sow discord? I don't know, but look at Lin Ye's expression as something's off. Aisha looked at Alice, her lips curling upwards slowly. The person you are waiting for is a woman with black hair and fair skin. Her words were cut short. Alice had already charged forward. The red cloak burst open in the air, her fist wrapped in wind heading straight for Aisha's face. Aisha raised her hand, and an ice shield formed in front of her. The fist struck the ice shield, cracks erupted, and ice fragments flew everywhere. Alice did not stop, her second punch was already on its way. Shut up. Aisha took 2 steps back, waving her hand, as ice spikes flew out from her palm. Alice tilted her head, the ice spike grazing past her ear, trimming a few strands of hair. She raised her hand for another punch, which Aisha blocked with her arm, cold air exploding between the two, cracking the stone slab beneath their feet. Why are you in such a hurry? Aisha stared at her. I haven't finished speaking. No need to say any more. Alice swung her fist again. This time Aisha did not block. She sidestepped, her tone calm. She came to the far north, borrowed the heart of ice from me, and promised to return to Mary after slaying the dragon. Shut up. Alice's speed increased, her fists raining down like raindrops. Aisha continued to retreat and block the ice shield, shattering piece by piece, but her words did not cease. And then she died in the dragon's lair. Alice's fist halted in front of Aisha. What did you say? I said the person you are waiting for has been dead for 300 years. Aisha looked at her. You don't believe me. Ask the person behind you. Alice's hand froze in midair. She didn't turn back. You know in your heart whether he is the one you are waiting for. Aisha pushed aside Alice's fist and took a step back. Alice stood still, her fingers clenched tight, then relaxed, then clenched again. It seemed she recalled something. Her fingers began to tremble, her body uncontrollably shaking. Impossible, my brother wouldn't lie to me, and the sword wouldn't lie to me. He is the one I am waiting for. She looked anxiously at Lin Ye. You agree, right, brother? Lin Ye hesitated, wanting to speak. A lie requires countless lies to support it. A paper cannot wrap fire. Rather than continue the deception, it would be better to take this opportunity to clarify. Seeing this, Alice felt a pang in her heart. Aisha continued to expose. He is the second hero. He is a man, the one I am waiting for. The one you knew has been dead for 300 years. Alice envisioned the woman in the coffin. That sense of familiarity further validated Aisha's words. Aisha looked at her. You have been deceived. Alice did not speak. Lin Ye stood there, opening his mouth without knowing what to say. He had envisioned this scene, but when it truly arrived, his mind went blank. All words felt so powerless. The square was as quiet as a graveyard. Someone in the crowd whispered, Is Lin Ye an imposter? That's not quite accurate. He indeed took the hero's sword and inheritance. But that little Red Riding Hood waited for 300 years only to receive a counterfeit. Who can bear that? It's over. Lin Ye is going to be beaten to death. Alice turned around, looking at Lin Ye. Her wynard eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyes, but not. She forced a smile, but it was more painful than crying. Brother. Lin Ye's throat tightened. Is what she said true? Alice stared into Lin Ye's eyes, searching for a hint if she's lying to me, but found nothing. Although Lin Ye said nothing, it felt as if he had said everything. The air was frozen. Alice fixed her gaze on Lin Ye's face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Her eyelashes trembled. Then she smiled. The smile was ugly, her lips curling upward while tears fell from her eyes, plopping onto the stone path. Liar. You have always been lying to me. Lin Ye wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Should he say I didn't mean to? Or perhaps I just wanted to survive? Both felt too pale. Alice took I thought you had returned. I thought you finally remembered me. I thought this time you wouldn't leave again. With each word she spoke, she took a step back. Lin Ye stood rooted to the spot. In the end, you are not her at all. You merely picked up her sword, her castle, her identity. And then made me follow you like a fool, calling you brother. Alice's voice began to tremble, her whole body. Watching me mistake you for someone else, watching me throw myself into your arms, watching me say, I've waited for you for 300 years. Are you laughing at me in your heart? No, Lin Ye finally spoke. Liar. Alice stared into his eyes. Those wynard eyes, red with tears, held no hatred. Lin Ye didn't know what that was. Perhaps disappointment, perhaps grievance, or maybe it was something she herself couldn't articulate. Aisha stood nearby, watching the two of them fall apart, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. The crowd in the square held their breath, hundreds of eyes fixed on the two of them. Lin Ye sighed. At first I was afraid you would kill me, then I didn't know how to speak, and after that, it was too late. He removed his hand from the sword hilt, letting it hang by his side. If you wish to strike or kill, I accept it. The last sound Alice heard was the beating of her own heart. Thump, thump, thump. Slower and slower. All surrounding sounds faded away, the murmurs of the crowd, the wind, the rustle of the Ice Queen's gown. All shoved into a jar. Only Lin Ye's earlier words kept spinning in her mind. If you wish to strike or kill, I accept it. Accept. She waited for 300 years only to be met with 3 days of deceit. Was one acceptance enough? In the next moment, Alice's fist stopped 3 inches from Lin Ye's face. The wind blew her loose hair up, revealing her reddened eyes. Lin Ye did not dodge. He closed his eyes, not even his eyelashes fluttering. His fist was clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, cracking audibly. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The fist did not fall. Lin Ye opened his eyes. Alice stared at him, her lips trembling, her teeth biting down too hard, drawing a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. "Why don't you dodge?" Her voice was hoarse. "Because I deserve this." Alice's tears finally overflowed, streaming down her cheeks with droplets hanging from her chin, falling onto the stone path. For the past 3 days, she had thrown herself into his arms like a fool, calling him brother, sneaking into his room at night, sleeping beside his pillow. He had never initiated anything. She thought he was just shy, thought he was merely restraining himself, thought he just hadn't fully remembered the past. Looking back now, it was merely maintaining distance from her. It was all her own folly. Alice looked down. Silver light flowed across the surface of the shoes in circles. This was the first gift she had ever received. That day in the dance hall, he had stepped on her feet several times, clumsy beyond belief. But it no longer mattered. She bit her lips, squatted down, and took off her shoes. The movement was slow, as if pulling out nails. Once done, she placed them by Lin Ye's feet. "Here, it's yours. Things given away shouldn't be taken back. If you don't want it, just throw it away." Alice wiped her tears and stood up, fleeing into the crowd. Fleeing from here, fleeing from this world full of deceit. She didn't look back. Lin Ye looked down at the crystal shoes by his feet. The light on the surface had already dimmed. He remembered how she twirled when she wore them, asking, "Do they look good?" He had said they're okay. If he had known, he would have said a few more words. The white wolf called out, "Miss Alice." Alice did not stop, her red cloak flying in the wind. Her footsteps grew further and lighter, swallowed by the noise of the square. The white wolf wanted to chase after her, but Lin Ye reached out to stop him. "He'll go. But right now she won't listen to anyone else." People in the crowd murmured quietly. "She left? Just like that? I thought they were going to fight fists." "You don't understand. Deep love brings deep blame. It's not going to escalate." Lin Ye is also suffering dealing with this situation. What nonsense. He picked up a queen for free. If it were me, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. "Shut up. Didn't you see Lin Ye's expression?" Lin Ye was just about to chase after her. Aisha blocked him, her icy blue eyes looking at him. "You can't leave. Get lost. You're angry. You should be thankful she left. It means you are safe. If she stayed, what do you plan to do? Continue to deceive her? Or tell her the truth and watch you both suffer? It's better that she left, as she won't disturb us." The air fell silent for a second. Aisha's expression was serious, not joking. "I am the Ice Queen. Oh, I can give you everything you desire. Power, status, strength. The entire extreme north is my dowry." She took a step forward, reaching out to take his hand. "I said get lost." Aisha's hand froze in midair. She narrowed her eyes, her silver eyelashes glinting coldly in the sunset. "Don't think that just because you're my future husband you can talk to me in this tone." Lin Ye laughed. It was the kind of laugh that said, "Are you kidding me? They'll say it one last time, get lost." Aisha's expression finally changed. The corners of her mouth turned down, and something began to crystallize in her icy blue eyes. "If you don't come with me, I can only bind you and take you back." Icy blue light gathered in her palm, the temperature around them plummeted, and the white mist they exhaled instantly crystallized, crackling as it fell to the ground. Lin Ye drew his sword. Dark golden light erupted from the blade. In that moment, the entire square was illuminated. Everyone raised their hands to shield their eyes, blinded by the white light. The heavens and earth shared a lifespan. No build-up, no preparation. The moment he raised his hand, it was a grand move. Aisha's pupils constricted sharply as she instinctively raised her hand to block. An ice shield formed in front of her, 1/2 foot thick, covered in runes, blue light seeping from the carvings. The dark golden sword light collided with the ice shield. There was no sound. The ice shield shattered in the middle, cracks exploding outwards like lightning. Shards of ice flew everywhere, crashing to the ground with a clattering sound. Aisha stumbled back, 3 steps, each step cracking the stone path beneath her feet. She looked down at her hand. Her palm was fractured, blood droplets forming ice at her fingertips. 300 years, you are the first person to make me bleed." Aisha's icy blue eyes gradually filled with killing intent. "Don't think that because you're a brave man I won't dare to touch you. If you continue to be reckless, don't blame me for being merciless. At worst, I'll cripple your limbs and take you back to cultivate feelings over time." But in response to her was only Lin Ye's sword. "If you block me again, you will die." A light of icy blue erupted from Aisha's palm. Cold air surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the cobblestones in its wake. Ice crystals crawled out from the cracks, street lamps were frozen into pillars of ice, and blue flames struggled within the icy layers before extinguishing. The crowd went wild. Run! Someone shouted, and everyone turned to flee. Shoes slipped on the icy surface, and some fell trampled by those behind, their screams swallowed by the howling wind. Lin Ye did not retreat. The sword light split the cold air. The ice layer cracked open in the middle, steam rising from the fracture. Aisha raised her hand, and 3 ice spikes formed in the air, each longer than an arm, their tips glimmering with a cold light. A golden hourglass appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. 5 times the speed. The ice spikes slowed down. The first one grazed past his ear, freezing several strands of his hair. The second one swept past his side, tearing a gash in his coat. The third one aimed directly at his chest. Lin Ye sidestepped the sword light, sweeping across. The ice spikes exploded in the air, shards of ice, hitting his face painfully. Aisha was already in front of him. She reached out to grab his wrist, and the ice layer spread from his wrist towards his body. Rewind. The ice layer on his wrist shattered, and his hand slipped out of her palm. Aisha looked down at her empty hand, her brow furrowing slightly. What kind of ability is this? Lin Ye, however, did not want to get entangled with her too much, because when Alice ran out, she didn't even wear shoes. With a swift motion, he slashed his sword back. Dark golden, sword light, swept upwards. Aisha leaned back, the sword tip brushing half an inch past her nose. She stepped back 2 paces, reaching to touch her nose. A thin line of blood appeared, and her fingertips were stained red. Aisha's expression turned cold. Since you insist on this, if I cannot have it, then let it be destroyed. She spread her arms, her silver-white hair flying in the wind. The sky darkened. Countless ice spikes fell from the sky, each shimmering with cold light in the sunlight, densely packed like a torrential rain. Damn! Quick, into the shelter. Where's the door? Where's the door? Lin Ye looked up, the golden hourglass spinning rapidly in his pupils. The falling speed of the ice spikes slowed down. But there were too many. He could dodge, but the shelter behind him could not. Heaven and earth share the same lifespan. The dark golden sword light surged towards the sky. The sword energy collided with the ice spikes, shattering ice flying everywhere. But there were too many ice spikes, and the broken ice shards fell down like a deluge. Lin Ye swung his sword to block shards of ice, hitting his face and body. Clink, clink. Branches were broken and rooftops were smashed through. The stone walls of the shelter were covered in cracks, the doorframe deformed, and a section of the door panel was caved in. A crack extended from the doorframe all the way to the corner of the wall. The system popped up a series of red notifications. Shelter durability 87. 63. 48. The ice spike stopped. Lin Ye lowered his arm, panting heavily. The square was littered with shattered ice. He glanced down at the shelter's durability, then looked up at Aisha, his rage ignited fully. You destroyed my house. Come back with me, I'll have someone fix it for you. Fix my ass. Dark, golden light flared from the sword. One sword after another, without charging or pausing, he unleashed his ultimate moves. The dark golden sword light was flung out, as if it cost nothing. Aisha's ice shield shattered piece by piece. She retreated step by step. The cobblestones beneath her feet cracked, and the shattered ice jumped up from the impact. Are you trying to get yourself killed? These few sword strikes have already exceeded your capabilities, you're burning your life. Lin Ye did not respond. The 9th sword light slashed down. The ice shield shattered. Aisha was blasted away, her back hitting a street lamp. The iron street lamp bent, the blue flame flickered twice before going out. She slid down the lamp post, kneeling on one knee, supporting herself on the ground. Her fingertips trembled. Her silver-white hair was covered in ice shards, her face marked with several lines of blood, and her cloak was torn in many places, revealing the silver soft armor beneath. The area where the soft armor covered her chest was caved in cracks, spreading like a spider web. She looked up at Lin Ye. For the first time, her ice blue eyes showed fear. You? It's impossible. Lin Ye stood before her, panting, his clothes torn, with several gashes, blood also on his face. But the sword still glowed, dark golden light flowing along the sword body like a dragon just awakened. Aisha had never seen such a fighting style before. Without charging, without pausing, he unleashed killing moves, continuously striking again after finishing one. No need to catch his breath, no need to recover, even indifferent to whether he would suffer backlash. Dozens of sword strikes. Each sword was delivered with all his strength, each one exchanged for his life. But this person still stood. The sword remained intact, and he was not dead, not even a crack. Aisha looked down at the dent in her chest. This ice crystal armor, forged from millennium-old ice, had been passed down for hundreds of years, capable of withstanding several breaths from a dragon. Yet now it was cracked, cleaved apart by a second-tier human with a sword. Releasing such high-level attacks continuously, your body should have long since collapsed. Who said I couldn't endure? Lin Ye looked down at her, the golden hourglass still spinning in his eyes. Rewind. The injuries on his body vanished, the rips in his clothes remained, but the bleeding stopped. His breath shifted from chaotic to steady, even his breathing became calm. Aisha was dumbfounded. Oh, was this still human? His body just restored as if it could. Compared to Lin Ye, she felt more like a human, while he was the extraordinary being. The onlookers were completely stunned. At the edge of the square, the nearest shelter had several sections of its door panel caved in, 2 windows shattered, and the walls covered in cracks and ice shards. Yet several pairs of eyes still squeezed out from the door crack. Someone swallowed hard. How many of those things did he just unleash? I counted 13 of them. 13. Shouldn't casting such an ultimate move once leave him exhausted? You ask me, who should I ask? I'm also second tier. I need half an hour to recover after casting a skill. He's still using them. He shows no signs of stopping. Is this really happening? No, haven't you noticed? Aisha has already knelt, and he's still attacking. Is he planning to beat the queen to death? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally reacted. Indeed, Lin Ye did not want to drive Aisha away. He intended to kill her. Aisha sensed it too. She tried to stand, but as her knee left the ground, the next sword was already coming down. The dark golden sword light struck her shoulder. The sound of shattering ice was ear-piercing. Aisha sank down, kneeling again, her knee creating a dent in the cobblestones. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Silver white, glimmering with cold light in the sunlight. She gritted her teeth, holding on and not falling. I just wanted you to marry me, yet you want to kill me, eh? Lin Ye lifted his sword again. You destroyed my house. They'll compensate you. Alice ran off. They'll help you find her. The cold wave killed tens of thousands. Aisha's expression was astonished. Aren't you indifferent to the lives of others? Just looking for a reason to kill you. Heaven and earth share the same lifespan. Lin Ye swung his sword down. Aisha's icy crystal armor shattered completely. Her body was slammed to the ground, leaving a human-shaped depression in the stone slab with cracks spreading outward from the edges. Silver-white hair scattered everywhere, covered in shattered ice and dust. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, the silver blood steaming in the cold wind. She tried to push herself up, but fell back halfway. Lin Ye walked over, the tip of his sword pressed against her neck. Any last words? Aisha lay on the ground, her ice-blue eyes rolling up to look at him. Having waited for 300 years, what makes her better than me? Every single part. With a flick of his wrist, the dark golden sword light slashed through. Area announcement: player Lin Ye has slain the Frostwave leader Queen Aisha. The Frostwave will dissipate in 1 hour. All players in the region will receive the Frostwave survival reward: Physique 1, Spirit 1. Killers receive additional rewards: 20 free attribute points, Extreme North Ice Crystal Epic Blessing of the Extreme North permanent buff. The chat channel exploded instantly. Holy crap, the queen was really killed. Wait, isn't Lin Ye only at the 2nd tier? Lightning Jun at the 3rd tier was taken out in an instant. Is that reasonable? Who's Lightning Jun? I'm not familiar, but starting today, I'm Lin Ye's #1 fan. Lin Ye is amazing. Voice breaking. Who said Lin Ye was finished? Come out and take a beating. Finally, the frost wave is ending. Woo woo woo, I've run out of wood. I can't stand another day of freezing. Physique 1, Spirit 1 of free attributes just for picking them up. Lin Ye, you're my Superman. Wait, 20 free attributes. Extreme North Ice Crystal. Permanent buff. This drop rate is outrageous. You're soloing the boss. If you can do it, then go ahead. Lin Ye stuffed the loot into his backpack. With 20 free attributes, all added to physique. A warm energy erupted from his chest, flowing through his veins to his limbs and bones. He could feel his muscles contracting and reorganizing, every fiber being rewoven. His originally frail body was visibly becoming robust. He lifted his shirt to take a look. Six-pack abs, clearly defined, not as exaggerated as a bodybuilder's, but each was carved like a knife. He clenched his fist, feeling power surging from his bones. There was also a piece of ice crystal in his hand, cold to the touch. Sealed within it was a strand of silver light. Extreme North Ice Crystal Epic can awaken the Frostblood lineage, a powerful ability, but also a curse. If not controlled, the cold will erupt, freezing 1,000 miles, leaving no grass to grow. Blessing of the Extreme North permanent buff, even when running naked you will be immune to extreme cold. Good items. But Lin Ye was not in the mood to be happy. Because outside there was still a girl freezing in the harsh winter. The white wolf ran over from the entrance of the shelter, the hem of her blackened white, made outfit fluttering in the wind. Boss, are you hurt? I'm fine. Lin Ye glanced at his hand. There was a cut on his palm, but the blood had already clotted. He traced back to where the wound was, and it disappeared, leaving not even a scar. The white wolf stood beside him, her lips moving slightly. Miss Alice. I'll go find her, you stay here. But With the house in this state, someone has to clean up. The white wolf swallowed her words. She looked down at the ground covered in shattered ice and cracked stone slabs, then looked up at the scar on the wall of the shelter that stretched from the door frame to the corner. All right, boss. Lin Ye tightened his coat and chased in the direction where Alice had disappeared. The crowd in the square had not yet dispersed. Some people were crawling out of the shelter, others were peering out the windows, their eyes wide with surprise. Lin Ye went after Little Red Riding Hood. But the girl ran out without even wearing shoes. It's below zero outside, what if she freezes? Little Red Riding Hood is a fairy tale boss. Her body is much stronger than ours. She won't freeze to death. Not freezing to death doesn't mean she won't get hurt. Didn't you see her crying like that? Someone sighed. Sigh, what is love in this world? The person beside him chimed in. Just make the person take off their shoes to run. Shut up, if Lin Ye hears you, hell, pull out your tongue. Lin Ye chased north over the shattered ice. In the snow there was a trail of small footprints, barefoot with a wide gap between them. She was running very fast. He squatted down to touch it. The ice shards pricked his hand. Below zero, would it be cold to walk barefoot in the snow? Nonsense. Alice is a fairy tale boss, but she's not made of iron. He quickened his pace, the hem of his coat flapping in the wind. After chasing for another minute, the footprints came to an end. The traces in the snow stopped here, replaced by an area of overturned soil. Beside him stood a player in a military coat wielding a shovel to clear snow. With every scoop, the footprints diminished. Lin Ye immediately erupted in anger and grabbed the man's collar. Why are you clearing snow? The player was lifted off the ground, his face turning red, the shovel falling to the ground. The frost wave has passed. I'm cleaning the yard. Who are you? Did you see a girl in a red cloak run past? No, no, no. The man waved his hands in the air. I only came out to shovel snow after hearing the announcement. I didn't see anyone. Lin Ye released his grip. The man fell to the ground, landing hard on the ice, gritting his teeth in pain, but not daring to make a sound. Lin Ye scanned around. The footprints in the snow stopped here. Beside them was a stone path, a hard surface leaving no marks. Now that the clues were lost, the community was so vast that finding one person was incredibly difficult. He sighed. Suddenly the image of 3 days ago floated in his mind. He remembered the day he was fired from the company. It was pouring rain, and he stood outside the building for a long time. No one was waiting for him. No one cared where he went. Returning to his rented room, he closed the door, tossed his phone onto the bed, the screen lighting up for a moment before going dark. When he opened it, it was an advertisement. At that time, he felt that living was just like that. But these 3 days were different. There was always someone following him. In the mind, she rushed out from the darkness and threw herself into his arms. Her eyes were red, her voice trembling. You finally came back to find me. At that time, he still didn't know who she was waiting for. She pulled him back to the wooden house, pushed open the door, and said, "Brother, welcome home." On the table were mushroom soup and berries, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. She was waiting for someone to come home for dinner. Waiting for 300 years. In the evening, she squatted by the bonfire, resting her chin on her hand, watching him. "Brother, will you still leave in the future?" He didn't speak. At that time, he should have said no. In the mirrored world on the dance floor, he stepped on her feet several times, but she didn't dodge. Finally, the two of them awkwardly spun around the crystal shoe floating to her side. She put it on, spun around, and her skirt flared up. "Does it look good, oi?" He said it was okay. At that time, he should have said it looked good. In the morning, he woke up to find someone beside his pillow. Her light golden hair was spread over the blanket, her face buried next to his shoulder, breathing softly. She turned over, resting her hand on his chest, mumbling, "Brother, don't go." But he was eager to have breakfast, and at that time he should have spent more time with her. In the afternoon, she went back to the forest, and when she returned, her cloak was covered in mud, and she pulled out a handful of mushrooms from her pocket. "Brother, these are very rare. I usually don't dare to eat them." When she said this, her eyes sparkled, waiting. He didn't say anything, just ate all the mushrooms. She squatted beside him, resting her chin on her hand, watching him eat, happier than if she had eaten herself. At that time, he should have praised her. 3 days. 72 hours. 4,320 minutes. The things Lin Ye remembered in his life might not add up to more than these 3 days. But back then, he was always hesitant, always afraid of this and that. Only when he truly lost it did he regret it. He took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, stinging like needles. Just as he was lost in thought, the dog whistle at his waist suddenly rang out by itself. Ice blue light spots floated out of the whistle, landing on the ground, forming 3 fluffy shadows. Era pong pong shuechio. After the 3 dogs landed, they didn't rush over, but simultaneously lowered their heads to sniff the ground. Their noses brushed against the snow, tracing arcs from left to right, ears perked up straight. Then they dashed out at the same time. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. "Did you smell something?" Era glanced back at him, its eyes saying, "Of course, otherwise why would I run?" Lin Ye took off running after them. This time he couldn't afford to miss. Alice did not know how long she had been running. The pain in her feet shifted from sharpness to numbness, and then from numbness to complete unfeeling. She glanced down for a moment. Her soles had turned purple from the cold with several cuts at the edges of her toes. The blood had already congealed into black ice fragments. She averted her gaze and continued walking. The cold wind seeped into her collar. The cloak had long been torn into tatters, and the cuffs were frayed. She stopped beneath a tree. The trunk was thick with cracks in the bark. She curled her feet into the hem of her sweater, huddling into a ball beside the tree roots, burying her face in her knees. So stupid. Her voice was hoarse. After waiting 300 years, she ended up with a liar. She had been deceived for 3 days, yet she was reluctant to hit him. Her fists were raised, but remained unmoved. So stupid, so stupid, so stupid. She buried her face deeper, her shoulders trembling. It wasn't crying, it was the cold. It might also be crying. She couldn't tell anymore. Her mind was in disarray. At one moment, she saw him gifting her the crystal shoes. His ears had turned red, claiming it was from the light. Then the image shattered. It transformed into him standing at the door, mouth agape, saying nothing. She asked, "Is it true?" He remained silent. She asked, "Is he a liar?" Still he did not respond. Now she wished he would speak. Just say something. Calling her foolish would do, or saying she was being overly sentimental. But he wouldn't come anymore. She was of no use, her mind, not sharp, her strength leading to trouble, unable to even cook properly, only able to make berry soup. He was accompanied by a white wolf, so beautiful its legs long in a maid's outfit. And the Ice Queen, so powerful, her ice blue eyes gleaming like jewels. What was she? A fool who mistook someone. She extended her hand from her sleeves, drawing a circle in the snow, then drew another. The first circle was crooked. The second circle was also crooked. She stared at the 2 ugly circles for 2 seconds, then reached out to wipe them away. She couldn't wipe them away, or they had frozen. She pulled her hand back, burying her face back into her knees. After all, there was nowhere else to go, and no one wanted her. She might as well freeze to death. Just then a dog barked in the distance. She ignored it. The barking grew closer. There were footsteps crunching on the snow, squeaking. She remained motionless. The footsteps stopped. Right in front of her. A warm breath puffed on her head, a wet nose nudged her hair. Alice did not look up. Who would come to such a place in this wretched weather? It was probably a wild dog rummaging through garbage. And now she was that garbage. Abandoned garbage. Another heavy footstep grew closer. It crunched in the snow. It stopped. "What are you squatting here for?" Alice's eyelashes fluttered. She did not look up, thinking it must be a hallucination. The cold had messed with her ears. In the next moment, something was draped over her, wrapping her whole body inside. There was a smell of blood along with that familiar scent. Her nose tinged with sourness, and she buried her face deeper. "Stretch out your feet, I'll warm them for you." The voice rang out again. Alice slowly lifted her head. Lin Ye stood in front of her. There was a smudge of blood on his face that hadn't been cleaned. His hair was a mess from the wind, and he was panting heavily. He squatted down, reaching for her feet. Alice shrank back slightly, but could not move. Her ankle was grasped by him and placed in his embrace. But it was already numb. She could feel no warmth. She turned her face away, not looking at him. "You go away." "Where should I go?" "Go wherever you want, don't mind me. Put your shoes on first." Lin Ye took out a pair of shoes from his embrace. Crystal shoes. The shine on the surface had dimmed, appearing gray in the dusk. Alice stared at the shoes for 2 seconds. "Didn't I throw them away? I picked them up for you." Alice bit her lip, her eyes reddening, but she held back. "You are not my brother. You are just a stranger who picked up a sword. Don't touch me." By the time she got to the last few words, her voice was already trembling. Lin Ye did not let go. He lowered his head and slipped the crystal shoes onto her feet. Her toes were purple from the cold, with several cuts on the tops of her feet. The blood had already congealed. He moved gently, afraid of hurting her. "If it hurts, just say so. It's none of your business. Let me go." Alice tried to struggle, but was held by Lin Ye at both feet, the force not too strong, just enough to control her. "You're frozen like this, so just behave and listen. I said it's none of your business. Oh, I don't need your pity." Alice still wanted to resist, but she was easily subdued by Lin Ye. "I'm serious. You're lying, you're a liar." "I didn't. You did it on purpose." "If I had done it on purpose, I would have turned into a big bad wolf and eaten you by now, since you're so cute." I'm not listening, you turtle reciting scriptures." Although Alice said this, the strength of her struggle gradually diminished. Lin Ye patiently coaxed her as he helped her put on the shoes. For some reason, she strangely began to understand. Maybe it wasn't that she couldn't be coaxed before, but that she hadn't met the person she truly wanted to coax. Both shoes were on. The shine on the surface slowly brightened, changing from gray to light blue, then from light blue to silver white. Lin Ye placed her feet down, but did not let go. Why are you running? What's it to you? Of course it's my business. If you run away, who will make me berry soup? Alice was taken aback, biting her lip. Let the white wolf make it for you. She can't. Shall learn. She can't learn. Then let the lamp god transform it for you. The lamp god's creations have no soul lacking your taste, and there is no shelter from you, nor does it feel like home. Alice's tears finally overflowed, plopping onto the back of her hand. She raised her hand to wipe it, but another drop fell. The more she wiped, the more there were, and ultimately, she simply stopped wiping, letting the tears flow down her chin. You lied to me. You're clearly not her. Why are you pretending? Lin Ye was silent. At first I was afraid you would hit me. Alice's lips moved a couple of times, then what? Lin Ye looked at her, his eyes slightly reddening, but his expression remained unchanged. Then I forgot. Alice stared at him for several seconds. Forgot? You're lying. I'm not lying. I followed you every day, busy eating the mushrooms you picked, drinking the soup you made, and listening to you talk in your sleep. How could I have time to think about this? Alice's face turned red. I talked in my sleep. You do it every night, sometimes calling for brothers, sometimes asking not to leave, sometimes shouting, stop talking. Alice covered his mouth. Her palm pressed against his lips, cool to the touch. Lin Ye did not evade. They locked eyes for a moment. Alice released her hand, looking down at the shoes on her feet. The silver-white light flowed on the shoe surface, circles unfolding anew. How far did you chase me just now? From the north side of the community, all the way to the edge of the forest, and then the dog caught your scent chasing over here, running at least 10 kilometers. My feet are about to break. You deserve it. I deserve it. Alice bit her lip, the corners of her mouth twitched, but did not smile. You're hurt. She reached out her fingertips, poking at the blood mark on his face. It's fine, and my skin is thick and durable. Does it hurt? Not really. You're lying. A little. Alice retracted her hand. You can go, I won't go back. Why? You have a white wolf, a queen, you don't need me. The queen is dead. I killed her. Alice froze. You killed her? Why? Because she was blocking me from finding you. Just like that. Alice's eyelashes fluttered, biting her lip, remaining silent. Lin Ye turned around and squatted down. Let's go home. I'll carry you. Alice did not move. Be obedient. Alice still did not move. If you don't get on, I might just go carry someone else. Alice stared at his back for 3 seconds, then climbed up, wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. You jerk. Big jerk. The biggest jerk in the world. Alice buried her face deeper, her voice muffled, coming from within her clothes. If you lie to me again in the future, I'll bury you and use you as fertilizer to grow mushrooms. I won't dare, I won't dare. The husky stood up, shaking off the snow, flicking a leg full of snow at Lin Ye. Pang Pang and Snowball followed, 3 dogs running ahead, their tails spinning like propellers. A trail of footprints was left in the snow alongside paw prints. After walking a few steps, Alice said glumly, I want you to hug me every day. I promise. I also want to sleep while holding you. All right. As he carried her back, Alice's breathing gradually became steady. Her face nestled in his shoulder, her nose felt cool as she rubbed against him twice. Brother. You're so warm. You're so cold. Then hurry up, I'm freezing. Who just said I shouldn't care about her? Alice didn't reply. Instead, she opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it was damp. Are you a dog? Just biting you to make you talk about me. Lin Ye quickened his pace. 3 dogs ran ahead. The husky was the most lively, its tail held high, occasionally looking back with a gaze that seemed to say, you two finally settled it. After 30 minutes, they arrived at the shelter. The white wolf stood at the door wearing an apron and holding a cloth in hand. Upon seeing Alice on Lin Ye's back, he was momentarily stunned before turning to run inside. He'll go get some hot food. Alice slid down from Lin Ye's back and stood on the steps in her crystal shoes. The cracks on the wall extended from the door frame to the corner, with several dents in the door panel and a crooked window frame. The house is damaged. What were you doing just now? Looking for you. Alice's lips twitched, but didn't smile as she lowered her head and pushed open the door to go inside. Lin Ye squatted down and reached out to check Alice's forehead. It was cool, like touching an ice block. Go take a bath first to remove the chill. Alice raised her head, her nose red. You help me wash. Everyone is frozen silly. White wolf, take her to the bath. The white wolf poked its head out from the kitchen, holding a pot, water stains on its apron. Boss, the warming soup isn't ready yet. Just leave it there and take her to the bath first. The white wolf wiped its hands and walked over, standing in front of Alice, reaching out to help her. Alice dodged slightly and stood up by herself. I can walk by myself. As her feet hit the ground, she stumbled a bit, the crystal shoes clinking on the stone slab. She steadied herself, pushing away the white wolf's hand as she walked towards the bathroom. The white wolf followed behind, hands still extended, worried she would fall. Lin Ye watched the two figures disappear around the corner of the hallway, then turned back to the shelter, pressing his hand against the crack. The system popped up. Repair shelter stone X15, wood X30. The materials were sufficient. Confirm. The crack began to shrink, with chips squeezed out from the gaps, and fell to the ground. The door frame returned to its even state. The window frame straightened. The dented door panel bulged out like a balloon. The window frame also straightened, the cracks on the glass receding from the edges to the center, eventually disappearing. Durability 100. After finishing, Lin Ye waited in the dining area. The sound of dishes clinking from the kitchen echoed, ringing cheerily. Then came the sound of footsteps as the white wolf walked out with a tray. One bowl of soup was placed in front of him, and another bowl across from it. I kept Miss Alice's bowl warm. I'll serve it when she comes out. All right. The white wolf stepped aside, standing with its hands at its side. Lin Ye took a sip of the soup. It was heavily spiced with ginger, spicy, but warming to the stomach. What are you standing there for? Waiting for orders. No need to stand. The white wolf hesitated for a moment, pulled out a chair, and sat down, still keeping its back straight. The bathroom door opened. Alice stepped out wearing a light pink nightgown, her hair wet, and draping over her shoulders, droplets running down the tips of her hair and darkening the fabric of her gown. She wore bunyard slippers, pink, with the ears drooping on the shoe surface. She walked over to the table and sat down. The white wolf hurried over, bringing out the warmed soup. Lin Ye scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and offered it to her. Alice didn't take the spoon, but opened her mouth. He glanced at her and shoved the spoon into her hand. Drink it yourself. My hands are cold. I have no strength. Weren't you quite strong when you bit me earlier? Alice huffed. Who told you to bully me? Lin Ye could only feed her spoonful by spoonful. The white wolf stood by, unsure where to look. After drinking more than half a bowl of soup, Alice pulled her face away from the edge of the bowl and looked at him. Brother, I figured it out. Figured out what? The reason I wanted to come back isn't that you're a hero. She paused. It's because you are you. Lin Ye didn't respond, scooping another spoonful of soup. Alice drank and wiped her mouth. I won't call you brother anymore. Lin Ye was taken aback. Then what should I be called? Call you Lin Ye. What's the difference? Brother is the hero, Lin Ye is you. She smiled slightly. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. Are you getting addicted to calling it? Because this is your name, not someone else's. Lin Ye thought for a moment, feeling it was somewhat awkward. It's fine, you can still call me that. I'm used to you calling me that already. Alice obediently nodded. Okay. Lin Ye suddenly thought of something and pulled out the ice crystal from his backpack. A silver light spread throughout the dining area. This thing is for you. Alice glanced at it, turning her head away in disdain. No, it smells like that woman, and I almost froze to death just now. I hate ice. Lin Ye thought for a moment and agreed. Alice's fiery temper indeed clashed with ice attributes, but he didn't want to give it to someone else. His gaze swept around and landed on the white wolf. With its gray-blue eyes and cold white skin, its body temperature was even lower than that of a normal person. It sat there quietly like an ice sculpture. This attribute was simply tailored for her. You come here. The white wolf was taken aback, pointing at its own nose. Me. Lin Ye handed over the ice crystal. Take it. The white wolf didn't take it, lowering its head to look at the silver-white crystal, swallowing hard. Boss, this is too precious. You're the most suitable at home. If you don't absorb it, it can only go to the husky. But how much is your monthly salary? The white wolf opened its mouth, realizing it had no salary. Then it settled. Take it, consider it as your salary. The white wolf bit its lip and reached out to take it. The moment the ice crystal touched her palm, the silver-white light exploded from between her fingers, illuminating the entire dining area bright as snow. Cold air surged from under her feet, and a thin layer of ice formed on the floor, cracks spreading from her feet outward. Her body began to tremble, her hair changing color from the tips, from gray-white to silver-white. Frost formed on the tips of her ears, and ice shards clung to her eyelashes. Lin Ye took a step back. Can you handle it? The white wolf gritted its teeth and nodded. The ice crystal in her hand grew brighter and smaller. The silver-white light climbed up her fingers, from her wrist to her forearm, from her forearm to her shoulder, finally merging into her heart. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Her pupils changed from gray-blue to ice blue, exactly like Elsa's. The cold air exploded. Centered on her, the ice layers spread in all directions, freezing the table, the legs of the chairs, and the walls were covered in frost flowers. The soup bowl cracked directly, the soup congealing into icy lumps. Alice jumped up, holding the bowl and glaring at her. My soup. The white wolf quickly withdrew its hand. The cold air retreated, the spread of ice stopped, but what had already frozen could not be thawed. She looked down at her hands, frost covering her nails, glimmering with a cold light under the lamp. The frost on the tips of her ears melted, but her fur color changed from gray-white to silver-white, as if coated in silver. Lin Ye looked her up and down. How do you feel? The white wolf raised its hand, an ice spear forming in its palm. Half a meter long, the tip glowing coldly, far stronger than when she used her claws to scratch people. It seems quite strong. Can you beat Elsa? The white wolf pondered. I don't know, but I'm much stronger than before. Alice leaned closer, staring at her ears for a couple of seconds. Your hair color has changed, and your aura has changed too. The white wolf touched the tip of its ear, then withdrew its hand. Boss, I'll go tidy up. Go ahead. The white wolf turned to walk down the hallway, took a couple of steps, then turned back. Those ice just now. I can't unfreeze them. Then you should go learn how to thaw. The white wolf nodded, beginning to think about how to thaw. Lin Ye was also pondering, since the white wolf had absorbed part of the dragon's blood and the ice bloodline, what should it be called now? Frost Dragon Wolf. The announcement of the region, the cold wave has ended, and the survival progress of the entire area increases by 10. Current progress 70. The chat channel surged again. 70. Achieving 70 in 3 days is impressive. Impressive, my foot. Just think about how many people died in the past 2 days. The progress was all built on lives lost. Lin Ye alone contributed at least 20. Without him, we would probably still be struggling at 50. He also killed the cold wave boss. We got a free boost to our physique and spirit one. I declare that Lin Ye is my brother by another mother. Do you even deserve to say that? Do you know how far behind you are? I'm 9000 ranks behind, but my heart is sincere. Since the announcement, the chat channel has not stopped for a moment. Some praised Lin Ye, others analyzed the remaining time, and some began to calculate how to spend tomorrow. A message floated up from the flood of texts. There's still 30 progress left. Can it be completed in 1 day tomorrow? After the message was sent, the speed of the chat slowed down a bit. It was quiet for about half a second. Then someone started chatting again, but the atmosphere had changed. In the first 3 days we achieved 70 because the first day had a large base, with 100,000 people cutting trees and mining. The progress naturally surged. Now there are only 500 left, half of them are dead, and with fewer people working, can we maintain the previous pace? Moreover, among the remaining 500, many are injured warriors, frostbitten, or fainting from hunger. The number of those who can work is even less than expected. At this rate, tomorrow we might only see an increase of a dozen, and by the day after tomorrow the countdown to extinction will end, and we will all perish together. Stop calculating, you're making me anxious. If we don't calculate, will it not happen? The countdown to extinction hangs over our heads, and pretending not to see it won't help. Then what should we do? Wait for death. What else can we do? Those of us in the thousands, what can we accomplish? No one spoke. The anxiety in the chat channel spread like a plague. Most players haven't even reached the second tier and can't withstand high-level monsters. Exploring high-level areas is just asking for death. Thus the progress these days mainly relied on inefficient gathering. Chopping wood, mining, and gathering herbs. One person can only contribute a minuscule amount in a day. It's a dead-end cycle. The weaker one is the more timid they become. The more timid they are, the less they dare to fight, leading to even greater lag. The countdown to extinction in 30 hours is not a threat, but a judgment. Lin Ye closed the panel and leaned back in his chair. Whether tomorrow's goal can be achieved, to be honest, he wasn't sure. But he has a habit of not dwelling on things he can't figure out. He prefers to handle what's at hand first. If we can successfully slay the dragon, we should be rewarded with survival points, and the predicament may be resolved. When Lin Ye closed the panel, Alice was already slumped over the table. Her face rested on her arms, her eyes half closed, resembling a drowsy cat. Are you tired? Go to sleep then. Carry me there. Lin Ye didn't hesitate. He stood up, slipping one hand under her knees and the other supporting her back. Alice was light, even lighter than he imagined, or perhaps it was just that his strength had increased significantly. She nestled her face into his chest, rubbing her nose against him as she confirmed his scent. I remember this is your scent. Is there a difference? The scent of a hero is like central air conditioning, while yours is like a home air conditioner. In other words, he was just a sentient air conditioner. From the dining room to the princess room, the corridor was long, and the wall lamps cast clusters of dark golden light. Alice didn't say anything more. Her breathing gradually became even. She fell asleep. Lin Ye pushed the door open and placed her on the bed. Just as he let go, Alice woke up. She grabbed his wrist with considerable strength. Don't go. I'm going to take a shower. What if you're done? I'll come back to sleep. No, you promised to sleep with me. Lin Ye thought for a moment and realized he had indeed made that promise. All right then. Alice stared at him for 2 seconds before releasing her grip. Then hurry up. Lin Ye entered the bathroom, hot water pouring over him, blood and foam flowing down the drain. He stayed in there for 10 minutes before coming out in dry clothes. Alice was already lying on the bed. The blanket was pulled up to her chin, exposing only her pair of wynard eyes which sparkled. She stared at him in silence. Lin Ye lifted the blanket and lay down. Just as he got comfortable, Alice flipped over. She pressed her entire body against his chest, resting her chin on his collarbone, looking up at him. Her cheeks were flushed, not sure if it was from the heat or some other reason. Her hair spilled over his shoulder, a light golden color with the ends curled. Brother, will you marry someone else in the future? Lin Ye was taken aback. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? The white wolf has become more beautiful, and I'm afraid your eyes will be drawn to her. You're prettier than her. Alice's lips curled slightly, but she didn't smile. You're lying. I'm not lying. Then why don't you dare to look at me? Lin Ye lowered his head. Alice's face was very close to him, her nose nearly touching his chin, her wynard eyes wide open. I've looked at you. Is that all? Then what should I do? Alice didn't respond. She buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled. Lin Ye. Lin Ye, Lin Ye, Lin Ye. You've called me 100 times already. I want to call you for a lifetime. Lin Ye remained silent. Alice's breath was warm against his neck, tickling him. He reached out, resting his hand on the back of her head, remaining still. His fingers wove through her hair, which was cool and smooth. Alice stiffened for a moment before slowly relaxing, like a cat being scratched under the chin. You can touch my head. Is that not allowed? It is allowed. She buried her face even deeper. After a long time, long enough for Lin Ye to think she had fallen asleep. Brother, will you ever find me annoying one day? You're quite annoying right now. Alice opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. This time it hurt more than last time, leaving a faint bite mark. You bit me again, or are you a dog? You deserved it. It fell quiet for a few seconds. Lin Ye, what now? I'm cold, but you're covered with a blanket. If you hold me, I won't be. Lin Ye reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Alice nestled into him, her face pressed against his chest, while her other hand brushed against a certain area. Brother, it's so hard here. Of course it's hard. Alice blushed and asked, what is this place? It's my six-pack abs. Oh. After touching his abs, her breathing gradually evened out. This time she truly fell asleep. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling. The starry dome above slowly shifted with points of light, flickering, resembling a real night sky. The person in his arms stirred slightly. Brother. No response. She was talking in her sleep. Don't go. I won't go. Alice fell silent. Perhaps she heard him, or maybe she didn't. Lin Ye closed his eyes. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Ye woke up from the heat. Alice was completely wrapped around him, her hands around his waist, her legs pressing against his, her face buried in his shoulder. The strap of her nightgown slid down a bit, exposing her shoulder. It was white, glimmering a bit in the morning light. Lin Ye gently pulled her arm away from his waist and moved her legs off him. Alice flipped over, muttering, don't go, and fell back asleep. Lin Ye finished washing up and went to the dining room. The white wolf was holding a tray with breakfast on it. Good morning, boss. Lin Ye nodded and reached for the bread. Just as his hand was about to touch the plate, a deep red system announcement popped up before him. Region announcement: the current survival progress has been detected to be increasing too slowly. The world boss, Demon Dragon, has awakened ahead of schedule, and the activity level of monsters has significantly increased. Extinction countdown 235959. Attention, the Demon Dragon will descend upon the community in 24 hours. If not defeated or progress not completed, Zone 1086 will be permanently destroyed. Lin Ye took a bite of the bread. The taste was quite good, rich in milk flavor. One must admit that the white wolf had quite the culinary talent. After finishing the last bite, Lin Ye brushed off the crumbs from his fingers and glanced at the chat channel. The messages were flooding in more frantically than during the cold snap. A demon dragon. Are there dragons in this world? Isn't it normal for a fairy tale world to have dragons? The question is, how do we fight this thing? The thunder strike at level 3 was taken out by the queen in an instant, and the queen was then defeated by Lin Ye. So what are Lin Ye's chances against the demon dragon? What are you considering here? Even if Lin Ye is fierce, he's still human, while dragons are legendary creatures. Can they be compared? Slaying dragons is out of the question, or isn't the demon beast mountain already open to it? Everyone should try to kill monsters as much as possible. Exactly, under normal circumstances, we definitely want complete the progress. If we all go hunt monsters, we might achieve 30 survival progress in a day. After that, there wasn't much substance left. It was all just discussions about the demon dragon and survival progress. Fortunately, this group of people finally woke up a bit, realizing that relying solely on basic survival, like chopping trees and mining, would absolutely not complete the progress. One by one they began to form teams and set out on the path of hunting the demon beasts. Lin Ye closed the panel, finished the last sip of milk, and placed the cup back on the tray. The white wolf held the tray without moving. Boss, Miss Alice hasn't woken up yet. She was frozen yesterday, I'll let her sleep. Come with me for a moment. The white wolf complied. Lin Ye left a note for Alice saying, there's something to do outside, take good care of your health, and prepare to set off. Before leaving, Lin Ye glanced at the maid outfit the white wolf was wearing. Are you planning to wear this outside? The white wolf looked down at herself. Black stockings lace trimmed the hem of her skirt, swaying at mid-thigh. Her ears turned red. Then I will go change. Lin Ye leaned against the door frame and waited. 2 minutes later, the white wolf returned. She had changed into a set of gray and white athletic gear, sleeves tightened, pant legs tucked into her boots, and a wide leather belt around her waist. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her silver wolf ears. She looked much sharper. Lin Ye nodded. Let's go. The two of them exited the shelter. The sky was clear and the snow in the yard began to melt, leaving water stains on the stone path. As they walked, Lin Ye explained the teleportation rules to the white wolf, who followed behind, nodding vigorously. Did you remember what I just said? I remember, boss. The two agreed to meet at the mine and then teleported away. An hour later The white wolf curiously asked, Boss, where are we going? To the dragon's nest. Lin Ye summoned the sled directly. Get on, a walking is too slow. The white wolf hesitated for a moment, stepped onto the footboard, and climbed up. That place is very dangerous. I've heard there are indeed dragons dwelling there. What are we going there for? To slay dragons. The white wolf incredulously pointed at herself. Me? Slay dragons. Lin Ye glanced at her. Don't worry, I never expected much from you. Just help me clear the minions. The white wolf immediately sighed with relief. After all, it was a dragon, the highest bloodline and strongest existence in the world. Usually she only dealt with small monsters and animals in the forest. Being suddenly asked to slay a dragon almost made her legs go weak. The sled wasn't large, barely accommodating 2 people. The white wolf sat sideways, bumping against Lin Ye's leg, quickly scooting to the side with nowhere else to retreat. The seat was only this big, so they had to sit closely. Her outer thigh inevitably brushed against Lin Ye's pant leg. The white wolf stiffened, sitting up straight, gripping the edge of the sled. Her ears pressed back, feeling quite awkward. Lin Ye completely ignored this, giving the reins a shake. Let's go. The husky dashed out first, followed closely by the chubby dog and Snowball. The sled lurched forward on the gravel path, causing the white wolf to lean back, her hand slipping from the edge of the sled, instinctively grabbing Lin Ye's clothing. The wind rushed into her collar cold, but the white wolf's ears felt even hotter. She let go, then grabbed again, and finally just held on without letting go. The husky didn't run in a straight line, swerving left and right, causing the sled to sway. The white wolf was thrown against Lin Ye. She pushed against the other side, but was thrown back. After several rounds, she stopped pushing and leaned against Lin Ye, turning her face away to look at the trees by the roadside, her ears red enough to drip blood. Boss. My. Isn't this seat designed without considering 2 people, eh? Maybe the designer had no friend. The white wolf's lips moved slightly, but she didn't smile. The husky ran even more joyfully, its tail held high, glancing back at the white wolf with a look that seemed to say, distant relative, look at the opportunity I'm creating for you. The white wolf bit her lip, lowering her head slightly. No, she absolutely could not betray her master or do anything disrespectful. Even if the boss was increasingly attractive to wolves, it was absolutely not acceptable. The wind rushed past her ears, making a whistling sound. The shadows of the trees receded faster and faster. The white wolf stared at the stones by the roadside for quite a while. Her voice was muffled as it came from beside Lin Ye's shoulder. Boss, why do you want to take me along? To help me clear the minions. I understand Miss Alice's personality. Given her attachment to you, she definitely didn't want to take me along. In the end, she only agreed because of your face. Because I need someone to help me clear the minions. She didn't respond and fell silent for a moment, her voice dropping even lower. I thought you felt sorry for me. No, I need someone to help me clear the minions. The husky ran past a large rock, causing the sled to jolt, and the white wolf bumped against Lin Ye, her forehead hitting his shoulder. She quickly sat up straight, her ears perking up, then flattening again. Lin Ye glanced at her. Hold on tight. No sooner had he spoken than the husky made another sharp turn. The white wolf bumped into him again, but this time she didn't dodge and leaned against him without moving. Boss. What now? You're really warm. If I wasn't warm, would I be dead? Oh. The white wolf turned her face back, staring at the rapidly retreating trees, the red on her ears slowly fading a bit. The husky looked back once, wagging its tail twice, its eyes conveying the message, Sister, I'm doing my best to drive. The sled bounced along the mountain road, stones flying from beneath the wheels. Before long, Lin Ye tightened the reins a bit, and the husky slowed down. "We've arrived." The white wolf looked up. The mountain entrance was a chaotic pile of rocks with dried yellow grass growing in the crevices, rustling in the wind. Lin Ye placed the dog whistle to his lips and blew, causing the 3 dogs to turn into ice blue light spots and return. The white wolf stood on a rock looking ahead, her ears twitching. "There's something in the woods ahead." Lin Ye was completely unconcerned and stepped directly inside. The woods weren't dense. 3 people could walk side by side between the trees. The air carried the scent of decaying leaves mixed with the pungent stench of beasts. After walking less than 50 meters, the bushes on the left began to stir. A gray-black wolf emerged, larger than an ordinary wolf, drool dripping from its mouth, with dark yellow eyes. It looked ready to pounce. The white wolf raised her hand and sent an ice shard at it. Its body froze momentarily before toppling over, turning into an ice sculpture. "Kill the demonized gray wolf. Sacrifice 3 a wolf meat too." Lin Ye curiously asked, "You also kill your kind?" The white wolf replied, "It has already been demonized, completely lost its sanity, and I only have half wolf bloodline." "What about the other half?" "Human. Your parents must have had quite the fun." The white wolf thought of something, her ears turning red, and she didn't respond. The two continued deeper into the forest. After walking less than 30 meters, a wild boar suddenly burst out from the thicket on the right. Bai Lang raised her hand, and an ice spike pierced through its forehead. After killing the corrupted wild boar, the sacrifice increased by 2, and wild boar meat increased by 4. Lin Ye crouched down to dissect it, but just as he stood up, a black-furred badger pounced from the treetops above, opening its mouth to bite. Bai Lang slapped it away, causing the black-furred badger to crash against a tree trunk and slide down motionless. The corrupted badger was killed, leading to an increase of 1 in sacrifice and 1 in badger meat. Lin Ye clapped his hands, saying, "With your efficiency, you could be the manager of a factory." Bai Lang's ears twitched as she didn't understand, but felt that her boss was praising her. The two quickened their pace. Along the way, they encountered 3 waves of corrupted animals, all dispatched in seconds by Bai Lang. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Ye's backpack had over 40 units of sacrifice and more than 20 units of meat. "It's a pity we're in a hurry, otherwise this place could be farmed until dark." Voices emerged ahead, prompting Lin Ye to slow down. Around the corner stood 5 people gathered around the corpse of a corrupted deer, dividing its meat. One man in camouflage crouched down to cut the deer's leg. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Bai Lang, he paused his knife, stopping midair as his expression shifted from alert to astonishment. "Holy crap! Is that Ye Gu?" Several people nearby looked up simultaneously. "Which Ye Gu?" "The one who killed the Ice Queen." "Lin Ye." The weapons in their hands were all lowered as they straightened up, resembling students meeting their principal. The man in camouflage gulped. "Ye Gu, what are you doing here?" Lin Ye glanced at him, replying, "Just passing by." The man in camouflage quickly stepped aside. "After you, please." The others also moved aside, clearing a path. A younger man scratched his head, muttering softly, "If it weren't for Ye Gu back during the cold wave, I would have frozen to death. I haven't even thanked him for the 2 points of attributes I gained." Another chimed in, "My house almost collapsed. It was also Ye Gu who killed the queen that saved it." All right, stop pledging loyalty here. Let Ye Gu go first." Lin Ye walked past them without even glancing. As they watched him walk away, they returned to dissecting the meat. "Ye Gu is really handsome in person. Of course. Even I, a man, feel moved." "Idiot, you're just scared." "Shut up, are we still dividing the meat or not?" As they continued deeper, the trees became sparser and stones more abundant. A roar echoed ahead, shaking the ground as loose stones bounced. Bai Lang's ears perked up. There's something ahead. In just a few steps, a black bear appeared in sight. Its size was abnormal, with its limbs on the ground being taller than a person. Its fur was dark, eyes a deep red, and drool dripped from the corners of its mouth, hitting the ground and producing white smoke. 7 or 8 people were surrounding it, attacking. 3 were already lying on the ground, some holding their arms, others their legs, blood seeping through their fingers. The remaining people drew their weapons. Arrows flew in all directions. But the bear's hide was too thick. The arrows bounced off, and the blades only left white marks. The black bear swatted one of the attackers away, sending him crashing into a tree, where he slid down motionless. A man in a gray jacket shouted, "Surround it. Don't let it escape. It's almost out of stamina." The black bear turned and charged at him. The man in the jacket rolled aside, narrowly avoiding it. However, another person wasn't as lucky. He was swatted by the bear and sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Someone shouted, "Captain, retreat. We can't beat it." The man in the jacket gritted his teeth. "What retreat? It's low on health. Just a little more, and it will die." The black bear roared its breath, creating a shockwave that knocked several nearby people to the ground. Bai Lang looked at Lin Ye and asked boss. Lin Ye took a glance at the black bear. Quickly finish it or we need to keep moving. Bai Lang nodded and moved forward. The man in the jacket noticed Bai Lang and paused. Who are you? Bai Lang ignored him. Upon seeing Bai Lang, the black bear let out a low growl, its front claws scratching the ground, sending dirt flying behind it. Bai Lang conjured an ice spike in her palm. The black bear lunged forward, stomping the ground with a thundering sound. Bai Lang sidestepped, thrusting the ice spike into the side of the bear's neck. Dark red blood gushed out, mixing with black pus. The black bear howled in agony, shaking its head. Bai Lang didn't stop. A second ice spike pierced through its eye socket. The bear's body stiffened for a moment before it charged forward a couple of steps and crashed down heavily. The ground shook slightly as loose stones bounced up half an inch. Bai Lang withdrew her hand and returned to Lin Ye's side. Boss, it's done. The entire battle lasted less than 5 seconds. The man in the jacket stood with his mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out. Nearby, a player with a bow lost his grip and an arrow shot awry, embedding itself in a tree, the fletching still trembling. Did she just kill it in seconds? A tier 3 black bear, we fought for half an hour, and she just took a few seconds to kill it. Who was that woman? The man's face turned red as he stared at the corpse of the black bear, then at Bai Lang. His expression shifted from shock to unwillingness, then to greed. That was our monster. Lin Ye crouched down to dissect the bear, not even lifting his head. Yours. Did it have your name on it? The man in the jacket stepped forward. We fought for half an hour. It was already low on health. You just swooped in and stole it. Have some shame. Lin Ye stood up, putting the bear paw and gallbladder into his backpack, brushing the dust off his hands. Low on health. He walked to the black bear's corpse, kicked its leg, revealing the wound. The skin was injured, the deepest cut less than half an inch deep. This is what you call low on health. The man in the jacket's face turned the color of liver. We fought for half an hour, used up so many arrows and potions, and you just swoop in to take the spoils. That's because you were weak. The man in the jacket choked on his words, wanting to argue further. Someone beside him tugged at his sleeve, lowering his voice. Captain, that's Lin Ye. The man in the jacket froze for a moment, staring at Lin Ye's face. For 2 seconds, his expression changed. So what if it's Lin Ye? We fought for half an hour and lost 3 brothers. He just came in and stole from us. His voice became louder, his hands trembling, unsure if it was from anger or fear. The others exchanged glances, then looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, no one speaking. Someone took half a step back. The man in the jacket turned and glared at them. Are you all mute? A young man lowered his head. Captain, we really can't beat that black bear. If it weren't for him, we could have worn it down. The young man fell silent, but took another half step back. The man in the jacket scanned the area and found no one beside him. Everyone stood 2 steps away, some looking down at their feet, others turning to look at the trees, avoiding his gaze. You all. He gritted his teeth and turned back to stare at Lin Ye. Fine, if you want help me speak, then help a stranger. He took a step forward, lifting his chin. Lin Ye, I know you're formidable, having killed the Ice Queen. The whole district is praising you. But you're just getting famous, and if some negative news comes out now, it won't look good for your reputation, right? Hand over the bear's corpse, and we can let this slide. Otherwise, it'll ruin your reputation. In his view, those with high skill valued their reputation even more. But he was faced with Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained silent, responding only with his sword. The man in the jacket's pupils dilated sharply, reflecting the glint of the sword. Before he died, he couldn't believe that this person dared to make a move with so many people watching. The corpse fell to the ground, his face filled with shock and fear. The others nearby were all terrified, never expecting Lin Ye to act so decisively. I hate being threatened the most. Lin Ye calmly sheathed his sword. The few quickly expressed, brother, we saw nothing. Right, it's his fault for trying to steal your stuff. He deserved it. Lin Ye didn't care about their opinions, not even bothering to touch the corpse, directly leaving with Bai Lang. Only the remaining few were left in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. Passing through a thicket, Bai Lang whispered, Boss, aren't you worried the remaining people will slander you? Why not just kill them all? Lin Ye was taken aback. His maid had quite a heavy killing intent. But she was also considering her own situation. It's fine, their mouths are on them. As long as they don't say it in front of me, it's all right. No matter how well a person behaves, it's impossible to earn everyone's approval. There will always be dissenters. So just do what you want and don't worry too much about others' opinions. If someone really annoyed him, he would just kill them. As long as it was within his ability, Lin Ye wouldn't suffer a bit or hear any unpleasant words. If he disliked someone, he would just let them disappear. This was Lin Ye's style of dealing with matters. If he were to be killed, he wouldn't complain, he would only feel that he was outmatched. Walking forward for less than half an hour, the scent of blood in the air grew increasingly heavy. The white wolf's ears perked up, its nose twitching slightly. There's something ahead, something large. Lin Ye also sensed it. The ground trembled slightly heavy and rhythmic. After crossing a ridge, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Behind the ridge lay a vast expanse of open land strewn with rubble and devoid of vegetation. At the end of the clearing lay a monstrous creature. Twice the size of a black bear, its gray-black scales covered in bony spikes, its limbs robust claws embedded in the stone. Its head resembled that of a lizard, but larger, its mouth gaping to reveal 2 rows of serrated teeth. Earth Dragon Tier 3 Elite, one of the subdragon species, its claws can shatter stone, truly the king of the ground. A dozen people stood in the clearing, clearly organized. The front row held shields, the back row wielded bows with others flanking on the sides. Their formation was larger than any group Lin Ye had encountered before. At the center of the crowd stood a flag embroidered with the words Mutual Aid Association. Lin Ye squinted. Another mutual aid association, truly relentless. The White Wolf whispered, "Boss, there are quite a few of them. Should we take a detour?" "What detour? If they block our way, we clear them out." The White Wolf did not ask further, but flattened its ears, ice crystals already forming between its fingers. The members of the Mutual Aid Association had also spotted them. The leader was a lean man dressed in black soft armor with several captains standing behind him directing the formation. A smaller member leaned in, speaking in a low voice. "Vice President, a man and a woman are coming from the opposite side." The man referred to as the Vice President tightened his heart. A man and a woman, such a familiar pairing. Is there a lowly among them? No. The Vice President sighed in relief. Then ignore them, focus on the Earth Dragon first. But they? 2 loners, what kind of storm can they stir up? The smaller member fell silent. The Vice President waved his hand, urging the shield bearers forward while the archers drew their bows. The Earth Dragon lifted its head, its dark red vertical pupils scanning the crowd, letting out a low growl that reverberated, causing the rubble to tremble. Fire! The archers released a volley, arrows raining down upon the Earth Dragon. However, the scales were too thick. The arrows simply bounced off without leaving a mark. The Earth Dragon flicked its tail, sending 3 shield bearers flying. The Vice President's face tightened. Team 2, hold the line. Don't let it charge through. The White Wolf stood on the ridge, observing the battle below. Tier 3 has already transcended the ordinary. A sea of people tactic won't be effective. Lin Ye nodded. The Earth Dragon rose to its full height, even more terrifying than when it was lying down, its limbs braced against the ground, its back nearly level with the ridge. It lowered its head, opening its mouth as a jet of flame erupted from its throat. The flames swept across the shield bearers, lined the shields, turning red-hot, the hands holding them scorched and smoking. Cries of agony erupted. The Vice President gritted his teeth. Fall back. Reorganize the formation. But the Earth Dragon paid no heed, charging forward to bite, taking one victim after another. A younger member rushed over, covered in dust. "Vice President, we can't hold on much longer. Let's retreat." The Vice President's face turned pale, staring at the Earth Dragon for 2 seconds before glancing at Lin Ye and the White Wolf standing on the ridge. "Are they still there?" The younger member looked back. "Yes, they haven't moved." The Vice President's lips twitched. "I underestimated the strength of Tier 3. Let them serve as scapegoats, we withdraw. Wait until the Earth Dragon finishes them off, then we can come back to collect the corpses." The younger member's eyes lit up. Clever, truly clever. The Vice President waved his hand, and the members of the Mutual Aid Association began to retreat to the sides. They were not running aimlessly, but organized, spreading towards the sides of the ridge to clear a path through the center of the clearing. The White Wolf frowned. "Boss, they ran away intentionally, leaving the Earth Dragon for us." Lin Ye's tone was calm, but his gaze had grown colder. The Mutual Aid Association intended to use him as cannon fodder, letting him and the Earth Dragon exhaust each other before returning to claim victory. Their plan was sound, but they had chosen the wrong person. The Earth Dragon pursued for a few steps, realizing the members of the Mutual Aid Association had scattered, turning its gaze towards the ridge. Its dark red vertical pupils fixed on Lin Ye and the White Wolf. The White Wolf flattened its ears, feeling a sense of dread. Lin Ye patted her shoulder. "It's just an Earth Dragon. Think of it as practice, believe in yourself, you can do it. And I'm right behind you, so feel free to strike." The White Wolf took a deep breath and stepped down from the ridge. Ice crystals formed in her palm, translucent and containing a silvery light. With a wave of her hand, the ice crystal pierced into the side of the Earth Dragon's neck, cracking its scales, dark red blood seeping from the fissure, but it only penetrated half an inch before getting stuck. The muscles were too thick, the ice crystal could not penetrate. The Earth Dragon shook its neck, shattering the ice crystal, sending the White Wolf stumbling to the side. The Earth Dragon did not give her time to adjust its front paw, swiping down faster than any monster she had encountered before. The white wolf rolled back the paw, just grazing her back the force, sending several pieces of rubble flying. Just as she stood up, the earth dragon's tail was already upon her. It was too fast, there was no time to dodge. The tail swept against her waist, sending her flying against the stone wall. Two ribs, snapped, blood surged from her mouth, trickling down from the corner. The white wolf knelt on one knee, hand pressed against the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Ye stood on the ridge, his brow slightly furrowed. The white wolf had absorbed the essences of two top experts, Ryan and the Ice Queen, so she was definitely not lacking in strength. However, she had been coddled since childhood, never leaving the forest. She could handle minor creatures, but she lacked confidence against stronger opponents. Hesitant, timid, her strikes were not decisive. Lin Ye brought her out to expose her to the world, and also to test her resilience and combat ability. If after consuming so many resources the white wolf could not even deal with a tier 3 earth dragon, then the outside world would indeed be unsuitable for her. It would be better for her to stay at home peacefully, honestly serving as a maid, delivering trays and water. The white wolf glanced down at her trembling hands. Suddenly facing such high intensity, she found it difficult to adapt. Moreover, the enemy was a legendary dragon. Although it was just an earth dragon, it was still one of the top beings on the continent. She couldn't help but question herself, could she really fight such a being? The words Lin Ye had just spoken echoed in her ears. Believe in yourself. The boss had placed great expectations on her, and she did not want to disappoint him. The white wolf bit her tongue, the pain snapping her back from fear. She retracted, the ice crystal reached to her waist, and drew the black dragon, sword firmly grasping the hilt. The white wolf chose to face the strong enemy, hidden between range depletion and kite tactics. Facing her fears directly. Frost unleash. Silver-white light exploded from her body, cold air spreading from her hand along the blade, forming a layer of thin ice on the surface of the sword. The earth dragon sensed the presence of its kind, momentarily stunned. The white wolf seized this opportunity to charge forward. Her steps were faster than ever, her boots crushing the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Freeze. A wave of cold rapidly spread from her feet, reaching the earth dragon faster than the white wolf herself, climbing up its body. The earth dragon was encased in a layer of thin ice, unable to break free. The black dragon's sword had already stabbed into the side of its neck, frost exploding from the tip of the sword, freezing along the wound. The earth dragon roared in anger, shaking its head. The white wolf hung onto the sword with one hand, her body tossed to and fro, but she did not let go. Cold air continually seeped from the sword, the wound on the earth dragon's neck widening, the ice spreading outward from the injury. The earth dragon grew frantic, its front paw swiping at her. The white wolf let go of the sword, leaping away, rolling to evade the paw, which slammed down, sending debris flying. The white wolf stood up, raising her right hand. The black dragon's sword embedded in the earth dragon's neck trembled and flew out of the wound, landing back in her hand. Blood gushed from the earth dragon's neck, mixed with ice shards. The white wolf did not give it a chance to breathe, charging forward again. This time, even faster, the black dragon's sword pierced into its chin, penetrating upward through the palate. Frost exploded from the tip of the sword, freezing the earth dragon's throat. The roar caught in its throat, producing only a muffled, gurgling sound. The white wolf withdrew the sword, stepping back 2 paces, her chest heaving, gasping for breath. Blood dripped from the sword tip onto the rubble, steaming. She felt that it was nearly over. But in the next moment, the earth dragon's body trembled, dark red light seeping from the cracks in its scales. It opened its mouth, a glow igniting deep within its throat. The white wolf's pupils contracted sharply. She wanted to dodge, but the continuous attacks had already exhausted her stamina. Her legs felt like lead, unable to move. The red light grew brighter. The white wolf gritted her teeth. I'll risk it all. Lin Ye stood on the ridge, his hand resting on the sword in the stone, motionless. The earth dragon's final counterattack would surely be formidable. For the white wolf, this was both a crisis and an excellent training opportunity. If she could overcome this challenge on her own, it would mean a significant leap for her. This would greatly aid her future growth. If all else fails, he would step in. The white wolf did not retreat. With both hands gripping the sword, the tip pointed downwards, she held the black dragon sword upright in front of her. The ice bloodline was pushed to its limits, and cold air surged madly from within her, forming an ice shield before her. The fire from the earth dragon spewed forth. The stones turned red, and the air twisted from the heat. The flames collided with the ice shield, producing a harsh sizzle as steam erupted. The white wolf was pushed back by the fire, her boots leaving 2 black marks on the stones. The ice shield began to melt. It collapsed from the center, outward cracks spreading across the surface, with water flowing down the fissures and evaporating before it hit the ground. She gritted her teeth, pouring the last bit of cold air into the ice shield. The cracks on the shield stopped spreading, but did not heal. The flames continued to burn, growing fiercer. Under immense pressure, the White Wolf's vision began to blur. I can't fall. The boss said I could do it, so I must be able to. Relying on this belief, she held on tightly. Just when she felt she could no longer endure, the flames ceased. The Earth Dragon emitted a dry, raspy sound from its throat akin to a blocked blower. It could no longer spit fire. The White Wolf was momentarily stunned, then realized that the sword she had driven into its chin had frozen part of its throat, affecting its ability to breathe fire. It forced itself to breathe fire, tearing open the unhealed wound again. Blood gushed from the wound on its jaw. The White Wolf hesitated, no longer pushing the shattered ice shield forward and charging out from the steam. With both hands gripping the sword, she jumped, the tip pointing downwards, her entire weight pressing down on the sword's hilt as it pierced into the Earth Dragon's eye socket. Frost poured into the socket, freezing its brain. The Earth Dragon's body convulsed violently. Its limbs thrashed around, its tail whipped wildly, creating pits in the ground. Debris flew and dust was kicked up. A few seconds later, it lay still. The dark red in its eyes faded, and its pupils dilated. The White Wolf jumped down from the Earth Dragon's head, stumbling slightly, as she landed the Black Dragon sword propped into the ground to support her, kneeling on one knee while gasping for breath. Her hair was soaked with sweat clinging to her face, the frost on her pointed ears had melted, and her hands bore burns. She stood up, her steps still unsteady, yet her back remained straight. Walking back to Lin Ye's side, her voice was a bit hoarse, but carried a hint of pride. "Boss, I did it." Lin Ye glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the burn on her hand. "Can your body still hold up, boy?" The White Wolf shook her head. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." Well done." With Lin Ye's praise, the White Wolf's ears flushed slightly, and her tail couldn't help but wag. The feeling of being acknowledged was truly wonderful. When the Earth Dragon fell, the ground shook and debris flew up half a finger's height. On both sides of the ridge, members of the Mutual Aid Association peeked out from behind the stones. The Vice President squinted at the Earth Dragon's corpse, then at the White Wolf. A junior member leaned over and whispered, "Vice President, the Earth Dragon is dead." "I see that. Did that woman kill it by herself?" The Vice President did not respond, staring at the White Wolf's back. She licked her lips. "I am currently stuck at the threshold of the 3rd level, urgently needing a powerful bloodline. The Earth Dragon's bloodline, being related to dragons, is just perfect. But that woman was able to single-handedly kill the Earth Dragon. She is indeed strong, but look at her now, she can barely stand at the end of her strength. Vice President, there's also a man." The Vice President turned his gaze to Lin Ye. Dressed plainly with a dull gray sword at his waist, he exuded none of the aura of a strong individual. Moreover, during such fierce combat, he had remained on the ridge, not moving an inch, without the slightest inclination to help. No matter, judging by the boy's behavior and attire, he is most likely the woman's servant. The Vice President's eyes revealed greed. "When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. The Earth Dragon's bloodline is mine, and that woman will be mine too." The junior member was taken aback. "Vice President, you want to take her? She is injured. This is a tremendous opportunity. As long as I absorb strong individuals step by step with my capabilities, one day Lin Ye and his little Red Riding Hood will have to bow at my feet." His tone was certain, as if this matter was destined to occur. "Surround them." With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people closed in from both sides, encircling Lin Ye and the White Wolf. Shield soldiers in front, archers behind, spears extending through the gaps in the shields. The Vice President walked at the back unhurried. Upon seeing the group approaching, the White Wolf tightened her grip on the Black Dragon sword. The Vice President stopped 10 steps away, sizing up the White Wolf. "You are quite strong." The White Wolf remained silent. To single-handedly kill the Earth Dragon, no more than 3 in the entire region can accomplish this. Yet now you can barely stand. How many more can you fight? His tone was calm, merely stating a fact. A junior member stepped forward, chin slightly raised. "This is our Mutual Aid Association's Vice President, the 6th on the leaderboard, Zhou Yuankai." He paused, raising his voice slightly. "Vice President Zhou has the art of controlling others, mysterious and unpredictable. Even a rabble can be turned into a formidable army under his guidance." The White Wolf frowned. "Controlling others?" Zhou Yuankai raised his hand, a dark red light glowing in his palm. The instant the light shone, the dozen or so individuals behind him stepped forward simultaneously. Their movements were synchronized, even more so than when they surrounded the Earth Dragon, as if they were being pulled by the same string. Their expressions were vacant, pupils unfocused with some bleeding from their skin, while their faces exhibited no emotions. The white wolf took half a step back, her voice low. Boss, these people seem off. Lin Ye nodded. He realized it was mental control. This group had become the slaves and puppets of this man. Zhou Yuankai retracted the dark red light, a smirk forming on his lips. Submit to me and accept my mark, both of you can live. The white wolf tightened her grip on the sword hilt. In your dreams. Zhou Yuankai chuckled lightly, as if watching a stubborn child. Are you sure you still have the strength to fight? The white wolf gritted her teeth. Her stamina was indeed running low. Zhou Yuankai patiently urged, surrender, I dislike using force when I do things. A junior member chimed in, right, Vice President Zhou values talent. As long as you accept the mark, your status will definitely be higher than mine. The white wolf ignored him. Zhou Yuankai stepped forward. You are a smart person, why risk your life? The white wolf assessed her body, her ribs still hurt, but the tearing sensation was gone. She paused for a moment. The earth dragon's tail had broken her ribs, and theoretically it should take several days to recover fully. Yet less than 10 minutes had passed, and the pain had significantly diminished. The broken area seemed to be glued together, no longer misaligned. It was the magic dragon's bloodline that allowed her recovery abilities to far exceed those of ordinary people. The white wolf raised her hand, forming an ice spear in her palm. Half a meter long, its tip gleamed with cold light. Zhou Yuankai was startled, quickly retreating. The shield soldier moved forward to brace himself. The ice spear struck the shield's surface, cracking it from the center, sending fragments flying, and the shield bearer was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Once Zhou Yuankai steadied himself, his eyes sparkled with excitement. You actually still have the ability to act. It seems you're even more special than I imagined. But that's fine. The stronger you are, the more excited I become, because soon you will be mine. Although these low-level minions aren't very strong, each can withstand one of your ice spears. In your current state, how many more can you unleash? The white wolf frowned, finding the man's gaze exceedingly unpleasant. Yet she indeed had no extra strength left to deal with so many. The white wolf cast a pleading glance at Lin Ye. Boss. Zhou Yuankai paused when he heard this address. No, wasn't this man supposed to be her servant? Why had the roles reversed, with the woman now calling him boss? Lin Ye walked down from the ridge. Zhou Yuankai's pupils contracted slightly. Just a moment ago, he couldn't see clearly from a distance, but now up close he could see Lin Ye's face. He had seen this face before in screenshots from the chat channel. Lin Ye. The words squeezed out from his throat, dry and hoarse. Damn it, he felt like he was really unlucky to encounter this calamity. There were rumors that a little girl in a red hood was accompanying Lin Ye. So he had always been on guard against the man with the little girl. Zhou Yuankai glanced at the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged white wolf. How could she possibly look like a little girl? He had really been misled by the rumors. His little brother's legs went weak, and he took 2 steps back, bumping into the shield soldier behind him. The shield soldier remained motionless, his expression blank, his pupils unfocused. What the hell is that? Lin Ye, the killer of the Ice Queen? Zhou Yuankai did not respond, his eyes fixed on Lin Ye, his hand resting on the sword hilt, knuckles trembling. Lin Ye looked at Zhou Yuankai. Did you just say that I should kneel down, and that my maid would soon be yours? Zhou Yuankai's Adam's apple rolled up and down, but he said nothing. The little brother beside him stammered, Vice President, shouldn't we run? Zhou Yuankai slapped the little brother across the face. The sound was crisp. Run? What are you running for? He stared at Lin Ye, his expression shifting from panic to ruthlessness, then to madness. I've only heard of his name, never seen him in person. Today I finally have the chance. If I can subdue him, who could possibly stand in my way? The little brother covered his face, not daring to speak. The reason Zhou Yuankai dared to say such things was that he had a hidden trump card. His eyes turned blood red, and something was burning in his pupils. With his palm facing up, a dark red light seeped out from beneath his skin. Second-tier ability, blood contract. This ability he had never used in front of others. Because the cost was too great, each use required sacrificing the life of one of his subordinates. Moreover, there was only 1 slot for the blood contract. Once the contract was successful, the ability would immediately disappear. He joined the Mutual Aid Association with the intention of secretly undermining Jiangchun to gain full control of the association, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. Once the contract was successful, the ability would immediately disappear. He joined the Mutual Aid Association with the intention of secretly undermining Jiangchun to gain full control of the association, but no one in the entire 1086 district would dare challenge him anymore. He looked down at his hand, the dark red light pulsing in his palm. Zhou Yuankai looked up at Lin Ye's grin, widening, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. You are the first to force me to use my trump card. Suddenly, a little brother behind him screamed, blood flowing from his 7 orifices as he fell stiffly to the ground. The blood of the dead floated out from the 7 orifices, coalescing into a dark red line that drilled into Zhou Yuankai's palm. The light exploded, blinding. A blood arrow shot out from Zhou Yuankai's palm, aimed directly at Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye tilted his head. The blood arrow grazed past his ear, crashing into the stone wall behind, creating a large pit and scattering debris. Zhou Yuankai frowned. He missed, but he wasn't anxious. The characteristic of the blood contract was that as long as it touched the target's skin, even a drop of blood would activate the ability. If he missed once, then he would try again. 2 more little brothers behind him simultaneously bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed. Zhou Yuankai raised his hand, and 2 thicker, faster blood arrows shot forward. Yet they were still easily dodged by Lin Ye. Zhou Yuankai gritted his teeth, suddenly raising his hand, the dark red light in his palm shining once more. The last few living puppets behind him had unfocused pupils and fell straight down. Zhou Yuankai realized. Since he couldn't hit Lin Ye, he would change his target. He suddenly raised his hand, aiming his palm at the white wolf. The dark red light, the thickness of his fingers, made a sharp sound as it cut through the air, heading straight for the white wolf's face. The white wolf had not yet recovered her strength and wanted to dodge, but found herself powerless. She could only watch as the blood arrow drew closer. Was she going to die? I told you I'm here. A reassuring voice rang in the white wolf's ear. Following that was Lin Ye. The tall figure filled the entirety of the white wolf's vision, taking up a corner of her heart. Boss so handsome. Lin Ye stood in front of the white wolf, slicing the blood arrow with his sword. The dark red blood exploded, splattering onto the back of his hand, scorching hot, emitting white smoke. The white wolf asked with concern, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ye felt a prick like a needle. A filthy substance burrowed into his skin, crawling into his brain like maggots. A cacophony of voices rang in his head, chaotic like a group of antis dancing in a square. Kneel. Submit. Kneel. Submit. Lin Ye frowned. What kind of ridiculous ability was this, complete with its own disturbing BGM? Rewind. The noise disappeared, and his mind regained clarity. At the same time, Zhou Yuankai felt his ability vanish. He froze for a moment, then couldn't help but become excited. I've succeeded. Oh, my blood contract has disappeared. It has entered your body. This meant that Lin Ye had become his slave. Zhou Yuankai's breath quickened, his heart racing like a drum in his chest. From now on, who would dare oppose him? Imagining a bright future ahead, Zhou Yuankai trembled with excitement, his brain unable to contain the ecstasy. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Lin Ye, kneel before me." The white wolf's expression changed. Could it be that the boss got caught in this person's scheme while trying to protect her? But Lin Ye remained unmoved. Zhou Yuankai frowned, raising his voice slightly. "I told you to kneel. Do you not understand?" Lin Ye looked up, his expression somewhat strange. "What are you barking like a dog for?" Zhou Yuankai's face turned red, pointing at Lin Ye. "You are my servant, and if I want you to kneel, you must kneel." Lin Ye glanced at him and spat out 2 words. "Fool." Zhou Yuankai's smile froze on his face. "Impossible. The blood contract activates as soon as it touches the skin. You can't be unscathed." He looked down at his hand. Indeed, the ability was gone. The contract had surely succeeded. But why did Lin Ye not listen to him? Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out the reason. Lin Ye glanced at the back of his hand. There was a red mark. Blood splattered when the blood arrow exploded. So this thing was meant for enslavement. If it were someone else, they probably would have been tricked already. "Your ability is impressive, but unfortunately my mechanism surpasses yours." Without giving him a chance to continue speaking, Lin Ye's sword light flashed. The dark golden sword energy pierced through Zhou Yuankai's chest, leaving a deep sword mark on the stone wall behind. The man slid down against the stone wall, his head tilted to one side, eyes still open. "You have killed the 6th on the leaderboard and successfully inherited his rank." The regional announcement sounded, causing an uproar. What the hell? The 6th has been killed too. Is the Mutual Aid Association going to be wiped out? Song C19 Chaoing 30 Chao Xiong, 10 Zhou Yuankai. 6th, the top combat powers of the Mutual Aid Association are about to be slaughtered clean by Yiga. Jiang Qin's probably turning green with rage now. He worked hard to build a Mutual Aid Association, and for every one he recruits, 1 dies. For every 2, a pair dies. Ha ha, if this keeps up, the Mutual Aid Association will be left with just Jiang Qin, the lone commander. If the 6th couldn't withstand it, can Jiang Qin hold on? It's hard to say. Jiang Qin has never made a move. Who knows what his strength is, eh? Seeing Zhou Yuankai die at the boss sword, the white wolf slowly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the boss was fine. At the same time, she felt a bit of guilt and self-blame. It was all her fault for being too weak, forcing the boss to have to divide his attention to protect her during the battle. She made up her mind to become stronger. She must become stronger. Lin Ye sheathed his sword and crouched down to pick up Zhou Yuankai's nameplate. Nameplate Zhou Yuankai quality rare blue effect sacrifice of 60 units. You can inherit blood contract flame, gaining the ability for strong obedience with the cost of daily blood drinking. He collected the nameplates from the nearby puppet corpses as well. Most were of ordinary quality, but there were 4 excellent ones. Together they amounted to nearly 200 units of sacrifice, and the various supplies in his backpack added up to about 500 units. And the corpse of that earth dragon was a treasure trove. After disassembling it, he gained a full 200 units of sacrifice materials. Thankfully, his backpack was large enough to hold everything. The white wolf was cleaning the blood off the sword when her movements suddenly halted. Her ears perked up, her nose twitched, and her pupils contracted sharply. Boss! Lin Ye also heard it. The sound of wings flapping was heavy, each beat echoing like someone using a fan to stir the wind, but 1,000 times louder. The wind poured down from above, sending fragments of stone rolling everywhere, and the wild grass lay flat against the ground. A massive shadow swept past the ground. The ridge was covered, the open field was covered, and even the distant forest was swallowed by the shadow. Lin Ye looked up. A giant dragon rose from behind the ridge. Its wings spread to cover half the sky with dark red membrane, wings a skeleton forged like iron and barbed edges. Its scales were blackish red, and a row of bone spines extended from its neck to the tip of its tail. Its body was at least 10 times larger than the earth dragon, and it was carrying an old tiger in its mouth, chewing on it. The sound of bones cracking echoed from the sky. The white wolf's ears flattened, her tail tucked tightly, her legs feeling a bit weak. "B-boss, what is that?" "A dragon, a real giant dragon." The white wolf flattened its ears, its whole body tense. "Boss, I've seen it." The demon dragon did not look at them, nor did it slow down, flying straight into the depths of the mountain range. It soon disappeared behind the ridge, the wind from its wings gradually calming. The white wolf breathed a sigh of relief, loosening its grip on the hilt of the sword. "It seems like it's not interested in us. Perhaps there isn't enough meat to fill its teeth." The white wolf paused, unsure if it should respond. Lin Ye zipped up his backpack and stood up. The direction the demon dragon flew towards was the deepest part of the mountain range. There was a prominent peak shaped like a finger piercing straight into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, black smoke was rising, produced by magma, mixed with the smell of sulfur. "Let's go." The two headed deeper into the mountains. Gray-white ashes began to appear on the ground, making a puffing sound as they were stepped on, sending up small clouds of smoke. The white wolf glanced down at its boots, finding a layer of white ash on the surface. It shook its feet, but couldn't shake it all off, took 2 more steps, and gave up. "Boss, what are these ashes?" "The remnants of burnt bones." The white wolf paused, its footsteps looking down again at the gray-white powder beneath its feet. A thick layer, soft and fluffy to step on like snow. How many bones? Must have died. Enough for the demon dragon to set up a barbecue stall. The corners of the white wolf's mouth twitched. Its boss was good at everything, but the mouth was a bit troublesome. As they continued upward, the smell of sulfur grew heavier, clinging to their nostrils, making the throat sting with every breath. The white wolf coughed a couple of times, covering its nose with the back of its hand. Lin Ye pulled up the collar of his hoodie to cover his mouth and nose. Ahead, the sound of wind mixed with the crackling of ice shards hitting the rocks could be heard. Turning a corner, they found themselves in a wide-open space. The mountain wall had caved in, forming a natural semi-open cave. The entrance faced south, with sunlight barely illuminating a few meters inside. Deep inside the cave, blue light flickered, alternating between bright and dim. Outside the cave entrance stood over 20 people, grouped in 3s and 5s, some leaning against the stone walls, some squatting on the ground, and some peering inside. A man in a white fur coat squatted at the front, reaching into the cave entrance to probe, then pulling back his hand to rub his fingers. "Cold, it's really damn cold." The person next to him replied. "This place is strange, it's sweltering outside, yet freezing cold inside. There must be good stuff here. Of course, who would come to this hellhole if there wasn't?" The one who ranked 47 earlier wore a full snow monster suit. He went in for less than 3 minutes and ran out with his face frozen purple. The snow monster suit couldn't handle it. "Then we have no chance." "Not necessarily. What if there's a treasure inside that chooses its master? Whoever has the fate takes it." Someone scoffed. "Choosing a master. Have you read too many novels?" Lin Ye emerged from the mountain path, with the white wolf following closely behind. The man in the white fur coat glanced at Lin Ye's thin shirt, his mouth twitching, but he said nothing. Next to him, a bald man couldn't help but ask, "Dude, are you going in dressed like that to die?" The one who ranked 47 earlier couldn't even handle a full snow monster suit. Lin Ye ignored him. The bald man glanced at the white wolf, his gaze lingering on her ears for a moment. Fine, if you want listen to advice, it's your choice. Lin Ye walked up to the cave entrance and reached out to feel inside. A cold wind rushed out from the cave, colder than the biting chill outside. Let's go. He stepped inside. The white wolf followed, and as she reached the cave entrance, the cold wind hit her face. Oh, instead of feeling cold, she found it quite comfortable, as if she had come home. Voices of discussion came from behind. Did he really go in? That guy is wearing so little, he's just asking for it. Look at that girl, her ears are already turning red from the cold. It's their choice, oh why should it matter to you? The man in the white fur coat shook his head, his tone firm. I bet he won't last half a minute. Inside the cave it's 10 times colder than outside. Thick layers of ice coated the stone walls, glowing faintly under the blue light, as if they had walked into an ice cavern. The white vapor Lin Ye exhaled instantly crystallized into ice floating in front of him. He glanced down at his status bar, noting a new negative status. Extreme cold, 1 health per second, but his health remained unchanged. Lin Ye possessed the blessing of the far north, allowing him to be immune to extreme cold even if he was naked. However, he didn't have that kind of preference, so otherwise he would demonstrate what true strength looks like. The white wolf followed behind, her pointed ears frosted over, but her steps were steady. She was of the ice lineage, so this level of cold was nothing to her. Furthermore, this environment helped her recover her condition. The cave was deep, and the further they went, the wider it became. Ice spikes began to appear on the stone walls hanging down from the cave, ceiling some as thick as an adult's thigh. The blue light grew brighter, seeping from the depths of the cave, illuminating the entire passage like an underwater world. The white wolf's ears suddenly perked up. Boss, there's something moving ahead. As soon as the words left her mouth, the ice layer ahead cracked open, and icy blue light seeped out from the crevice, forming a humanoid shape in the air. It stood 3 meters tall, its body composed of ice blocks with a blue icy core embedded in its chest. It had no eyes, only 2 hollow sockets emitting white smoke. Frost Element Tier 3, an elemental creature born from the land of extreme cold, guarding this place for 300 years. It looked down at Lin Ye and the white wolf, raising its arm, which transformed into an ice spear. The white wolf stepped forward, conjuring an ice spike in her palm. The ice spear shot forward. The white wolf sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it as it lodged into the stone wall behind, shattering the rock. She countered by throwing the ice spike, which pierced the frost element's chest and shattered. The frost element was unharmed, its chest fissure healing within seconds. The white wolf frowned. Lin Ye was speechless. It's made of ice. How long do you think it will take to defeat it using ice? Realizing her mistake, the white wolf withdrew the ice spike and drew her sword. The frost covering the black dragon sword dissipated, revealing its jet black blade. The frost element charged forward again. The white wolf did not dodge. Gripping the sword with both hands, she swiped upwards. The blade sliced through the frost element's body, chunks of ice falling from the cut, crashing to the ground and shattering. The core fell to the ground, rolling a couple of times before stopping. The white wolf sheathed her sword, returning to Lin Ye's side, with a guilty expression, her ears drooping. Boss, I'm sorry, though I forgot him of the ice attribute. Lin Ye had wanted to say a few words, but seeing the white wolf's sincere attitude and her first to apologize, he decided against scolding her. Forget it, just pay attention next time. Lin Ye picked up the core, discovering it could enhance ice abilities, and handed it to the white wolf. You can use this. The white wolf took it. Whatever her boss asked her to do, she would do without question. After absorbing the core, her eyes brightened. Boss, my injuries have somewhat healed, and my ice control ability seems to have increased. It seems your strength is about to improve again. Outside the cave, the man in the white fur coat leaned against the stone wall, rubbing his fingers together, glancing towards the cave entrance. How long has it been? The bald man looked at his watch. Almost 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The snow monster suit couldn't last 3 minutes. With what those two are wearing, their blood must have solidified by now. It's all that guy's fault. He values style over warmth. What a pity for that girl. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. What good is beauty if she lacks brains? The bald man scoffed. It's her own choice to walk to her death. Who can she blame? The man in the white fur coat shook his head. The two continued deeper into the cave. Along the way, they killed several frost element monsters, absorbing all their cores. Her injuries not only healed, but her frost abilities had significantly increased. With the white wolf's current state, if she faced the earth dragon again, she would definitely not be as embarrassed as before. Soon they reached the depths of the cave. The ice layer grew thicker, and the ice spikes on the stone walls became denser, some hanging down from the cave ceiling, their tips pointed towards the ground like inverted swords. The blue light grew brighter, seeping from the deepest part of the cave. Turning a corner, they found themselves in an open area. At the end of the cave was a natural ice chamber about the size of half a basketball court. In the center of the ice chamber stood a massive stone, its surface covered by a thick layer of ice crystals. Embedded within the ice crystals was a fist-sized crystal, icy blue, with light seeping out from it. Discovery Heart of Ice. Epic. Lin Ye squinted. As expected, it's here. The Heart of Ice, a treasure borrowed by Snow White from the far north, used to suppress the fire of the demon dragon. She died, and the Heart of Ice was lost in the dragon's lair. For 300 years, no one dared to take it. The white wolf stared at the ice layer beneath, her ears pricked up. Boss, there's something inside. Lin Ye felt it too. Beneath the ice layer covering the Heart of Ice, something was moving. There were breaths, heavy, seeping up from under the ice. Boom. The ice layer exploded. Shards of ice flew everywhere, crashing against the stone walls, ringing like chimes. A monster burrowed out from the ice layer. Its size was larger than the earth dragon, with a wingspan of at least 10 meters. Its membrane wings were icy blue and semi-transparent, revealing the blood vessels inside. Its scales were also icy blue, almost blending in with the ice layer of the cave. With a lizard-like head, its mouth filled with serrated teeth, and icy blue vertical pupils devoid of warmth. Frost Wyvern Tier 3 Boss, a hybrid dragon breed offspring of the demon dragon and frost monsters, occupying this place for 300 years. It looked down at Lin Ye and the white wolf, letting out a low growl from its throat, causing the ice spikes at the cave's ceiling to tremble and fall. The white wolf took a half step back, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Lin Ye did not retreat, focusing on the flying dragon. The white wolf suffered against the ice type. He found it somewhat troublesome to fight the flying dragon. The flying dragon could fly, rendering his heaven and earth longevity ineffective if he couldn't hit. He needed to bring it down first. You lure it down, he said. The white wolf nodded and took a step forward. The frost dragon lowered its head to look at her, its wings spread wide, nearly touching the stone walls on either side. The white wolf raised her hand, and an ice spear struck the frost dragon's chest. A crack appeared in its scales, but it did not bleed. The dragon looked down at the crack in its chest, then raised its head to look at the white wolf. Its gaze seemed to ask, "Are you just tickling me?" The white wolf shot 2 more ice spears, one embedding into its wing and the other into its neck. The frost dragon was finally enraged. With a flap of its wings, the entire ice chamber shook and shards of ice fell from the ceiling. It opened its mouth and a blue light glowed deep within its throat. A chilling breath spewed forth from its mouth. Dragon power, frost breath. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into ice crystals, falling with a crackling sound. The white wolf rolled aside as the frost breath brushed past her back, spraying the ground, which froze over with half a foot of ice. She stood up and threw another ice spear, pinning it to the dragon's face. Faced with such provocation, the flying dragon was completely enraged and charged directly at the white wolf. Its speed was incredible, and the impact caused the surrounding ice to crack. The white wolf retreated, leading it toward Lin Ye. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Boss. A golden hourglass appeared in Lin Ye's pupils. 5 times the speed. The frequency of the dragon's wing flaps slowed. Lin Ye drew his sword, and a dark golden light erupted from the blade, illuminating the entire ice chamber. Heaven and earth longevity. One sword struck the dragon's neck. The scales shattered the blade, cutting in half a foot deep, dark red blood spraying from the wound. The frost dragon let out a wretched cry, its body slumping over, wings flailing, sending ice shards and rubble flying. The white wolf charged from the side, gripping her sword with both hands and stabbing it into the other side of the dragon's neck. The frost power of the black dragon's sword exploded from the tip, freezing its way into the wound. The dragon's body stiffened for a moment, then it violently shook its head, flinging the white wolf along with her sword against the stone wall, where she slid down. Lin Ye did not stop, his second sword was already descending. The dark, golden sword light cleaved into the dragon's skull, slicing from the top of its head down to its chin. The frost dragon's body froze. A few seconds later, it crashed to the ground. The ice chamber trembled, and icicles from the ceiling fell with a clatter. Killed the Frost Dragon Tier 3, Leader Loot Dragon, Meat X10, Dragon Claw X4, Dragon Wing Membrane X2, Ice Dragon Blood Crystal X1. The white wolf climbed up from the ground, rubbing her shoulder. Boss, you are truly amazing. Ooh, I couldn't break its defense at all. Your hatred is quite good too. This dragon is worth more than a ground dragon. Without counting the blood crystal, it's worth 200 offerings, and with the blood crystal, it's worth a full 400 offerings. He pulled out the ice dragon blood crystal separately. Open your mouth. The white wolf was taken aback. Huh? Lin Ye tossed the blood crystal to her, and she hurriedly caught it in her palm. The ice dragon blood crystal was larger than the previous ones, and cold air seeped from its surface, forming a thin frost in her palm. Boss, this is Ice Dragon Blood Crystal, the most valuable thing on the Flying Dragon. Are you giving it to me? The white wolf looked down at the blood crystal in her palm, her throat moving as she raised her head to look at Lin Ye. Really? Yes. But I've already consumed quite a few frost cores. That was enhancement. This is bloodline, they don't conflict. The white wolf bit her lip, staring at the blood crystal for 2 seconds before looking up at Lin Ye. I feel so useless having consumed so many resources from the boss and still needing you to take action so often. Don't belittle yourself, compared to before you are already very strong. This is a tier 3 leader, and if my total attributes hadn't reached 84 points, I would have had a hard time breaking its defense. The white wolf clutched the blood crystal, her ears drooping. But am I really worthy of such training from the boss? Lin Ye glanced at her and smiled. Don't think too much. These things are of little use to me, selling them would be a pity, so I'm giving them to you. This was the truth. Although the white wolf could be a bit slow at times, her loyalty was unquestionable. She was more obedient than a dog. Moreover, she never hesitated to do dirty or hard work, making her a true black glove saint body. After undergoing trials, she showed progress in all aspects, indicating she had significant growth potential. Instead of recruiting a completely uncontrollable player, it's better to raise a docile, bee-steered girl. In her spare time, she could be taken out for a stroll, which is quite pleasing to the eye. The white wolf looked at Lin Ye, her eyes turning red, her lips moving twice. Boss, don't dawdle, absorb it while it's hot. It won't taste good once it cools down. The white wolf looked down at the blood crystal in her palm, took a deep breath. Ice blue light erupted from the gaps between her fingers, the cold air surging, and her pupils shifted from gray blue to ice blue, deeper than last time. A pair of translucent ice blue wings faintly formed behind her, only to vanish in an instant. She opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, and her aura was noticeably stronger than before. How does it feel? The white wolf raised her hand, forming 3 ice spears in her palm, semi-transparent, with silver-white light, sealed inside, thicker and denser than before, the tips glowing coldly, the chill swirling around. It seems I can beat the ground dragon now. You said that last time too. The white wolf's ears drooped, muttering softly, this time for sure. Lin Ye did not ask further and turned to walk towards the heart of ice. It was embedded in a massive stone, its surface covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. This was not ordinary ice, but an eternal frozen layer formed by the chilling energy of the heart of ice over 300 years. The white wolf used the ice spear to chisel at it, but the ice layer remained unmoved. Using the black dragon sword only left a white mark. Boss, I can't open it. Lin Ye walked over and touched the ice layer. It was cold, and his finger froze upon contact. He recalled his power. Stepping back 2 paces, he drew his sword. Heaven and Earth Longevity. The dark golden sword light struck the ice layer. The ice layer cracked, opening a gap the width of a finger. The white wolf was stunned. Boss, you can't break it. Lin Ye frowned. The ice layer, condensed for 300 years, was thicker than he had imagined. He swung his sword twice more, widening the crack slightly, but it was still not enough to reach the heart of ice. The white wolf watched from the side and suddenly spoke up. Boss, the heart of ice is an ice-type treasure. It should be attracted by similar energies. Lin Ye looked at her. What are you trying to say? I want to try using the frost bloodline to lure it out. The white wolf approached the massive stone, placing her palm against the icy surface, and closed her eyes. The frost bloodline was pushed to its limit, and a silver-white light burst from her body, the cold air seeping through her palm into the ice layer. The light inside the ice layer grew brighter. The heart of ice trembled. The massive stone trembled. The entire ice chamber shook. The white wolf's palm pressed against the ice surface, and the silver-white light crawled into the ice layers, spreading like tree roots. The heart of ice slowly floated out from the massive stone. It was the size of a fist, ice blue, suspended in midair, with light seeping from the crystal, illuminating the entire ice chamber. The white wolf reached out to catch it. As her fingertips brushed against the heart of ice, a blinding white light erupted from her palm, cold air surged, and she was engulfed by the ice blue light. Lin Ye squinted and stepped back. The light dissipated. The white wolf stood in place, cradling the heart of ice in her hands, her hair covered in frost, and her eyelashes turned white. She looked down at the heart of ice in her palm, then raised her head to look at Lin Ye. Boss. The moment the heart of ice floated out from the stone wall, the temperature in the entire ice chamber plummeted by several degrees. The white wolf held the fist-sized ice blue crystal, and the frost in her hair grew thicker with white, clinging to her eyelashes. Boss, this thing is really cold. Lin Ye glanced around. The ice layer on the stone wall began to crack, spreading from the top to the bottom. Hurry, we need to get out. It's about to collapse. The white wolf nodded and stuffed the heart of ice into her bosom. Even through her clothes it made her shiver, but she bit her lip and remained silent. The two of them ran out. Behind them chunks of ice fell one after another, crashing to the ground and scattering shards of ice everywhere. The icicles from the cave ceiling also began to drop, stabbing into the ground. The white wolf bent over, supporting herself on her knees and gasping for breath. The frost in her hair melted into droplets within seconds, flowing down from the tips of her hair. The group of people outside, the white wolf bent over, supporting herself on her knees and gasping for breath. The frost in her hair melted into droplets within seconds, flowing down from the tips of her hair. The group of people outside the cave had not yet left. Dozens of eyes turned to them at once. A man in a white fur coat gaped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Next to him, a bald man stood up from the stone, his eyes bulging like copper bells. How long have those two been inside? Almost half an hour. Half an hour. That one in the snow monster suit only lasted 3 minutes. What are they wearing? Someone stared at Lin Ye's thin shirt, then at the white wolf, their gaze lingering briefly on her ears. That woman seems to be an ice-type ability user. That makes sense. The man in the white fur coat stepped back from the cave entrance, scrutinizing Lin Ye and the white wolf. He squinted. Ladies, what was inside? His tone was polite, but his gaze was far less so. The white wolf ignored him, wiped her face dry, and stood behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye shot him a glance. Ice. The corner of the man in the white fur coat twitched, and those beside him wore strange expressions. The bald man interjected. Who doesn't know it's ice inside? What I want to know is what treasures are there. Lin Ye retorted. What's it to you? The bald man's face flushed red as he stepped forward, his fists clenched. The man in the white fur coat reached out to stop him, his eyes still fixed on Lin Ye. Brother, it's not easy for anyone to come here. We've climbed for half a day and lost a dozen people. If you can obtain the treasure, that's your skill, but we're just curious to take a look. That request isn't unreasonable, right? Lin Ye suddenly thought of something, grinned, and drew the heart of ice from the white wolf's embrace, holding it in the palm of his hand. The ice blue light exploded from the crystal, illuminating the entire open area. The radiance rippled outward, casting the expressions of everyone in sharp relief. The bald man swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the heart of ice. The few people beside him were no better off. The man in the white fur coat's pupils constricted for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He licked his lips, his voice lowered. This is the heart of ice, an epic grade item. The last 3 words struck like a thunderclap, igniting the air. The bald man's breathing grew rough, his chest heaving as his fists clenched and then relaxed. The crowd began to stir, some whispering, while others took a step forward only to retreat. The bald man forced a smile. Brother, this thing is too bright. I can't see the details from this distance. Can you let me take a closer look? Someone else chimed in. Just a look, it's not like we're taking it from you. The white wolf took a step forward, ice crystals forming between her fingers, whispering, Boss, I can kill them all. Lin Ye raised a hand to stop her. Killing them directly would be boring. Let's watch a good show together. The white wolf withdrew the ice crystals and stepped back. Lin Ye let go. The heart of ice slipped from his palm, crashing to the ground, rolling twice before stopping 3 inches from the tip of the bald man's boot. The light seeped from the crystal, casting a blue hue on the bald man's face. Oops, I accidentally slipped. The entire open area fell silent. The bald man stared at the ice blue crystal by his feet, his throat bobbing. All eyes were glued to that stone. They all knew Lin Ye had thrown it out intentionally, yet no one could resist the temptation of the words, epic grade. What if it really was a slip? What if they picked it up themselves? Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was worth the gamble. The bald man bent down, extending his hand. Before his fingertips could touch the heart of ice, a whistling sound came from behind. A dagger zipped past his ear, embedding itself in the stone wall. The bald man spun around suddenly. The thin man had already lunged at him, landing a punch on his face. Thin man, you bastard. You borrowed that leather armor last time and never returned it. I've put up with you for too long. The two began to grapple. The onlookers did not intervene, all their attention focused on the ice blue stone on the ground. Someone whispered, if they both end up injured. Before the words were finished, the others had already moved. Some were stabbing in the waist, others tugging at shoelaces, hammering heads, or stabbing from behind. In just a few seconds, the ground was littered with corpses. Someone picked up the heart of ice, but was stabbed within 2 steps. The stone was kicked around in the melee, and each time it hit the ground, it sparked a new round of fighting. Finally, the heart of ice was kicked away, landing by the feet of the man in the white fur coat. He bent down to pick it up and turned to flee. After just a few steps, the bald man blocked his path. His left arm hung down, but his right hand gripped a knife. One hand is enough to kill you. The bald man raised his knife. The man in the white fur coat suddenly shouted, Thin man, you're still alive. The bald man instinctively turned around. Behind him was nothing but emptiness, only a sea of corpses. When he turned back, the dagger of the man in the white fur coat had already plunged into his belly. The bald man knelt down, falling forward. The man in the white fur coat became the only one still standing. He pulled out the heart of ice, the ice blue light illuminating his face. Sweat and blood mixed together, dripping down his chin. He looked down at the heart of ice in his palm, his lips curling up. It's finally mine. But in the next moment, an extreme cold energy spread from the heart of ice. The arm of the man in the white fur coat was instantly frozen solid. No, my hand. My hand. The ice spread from his wrist to his shoulder, then crawled to his chest, leaving only his head exposed. Lin Ye walked over and drew the heart of ice from his hand. You did it on purpose. What else? An epic-grade item. You think it's that easy to control? The collection of the stone sword alone took him 3 days, and the subsequent fusion tortured him for 3 whole times. Without the rewind, anyone else would have perished. As for the extreme northern ice crystal that the white wolf fused, its description was crystal clear, powerful abilities, but also a curse. Sooner or later that thing would cause trouble. The same applied to the heart of ice. It could freeze a high-temperature cave into an ice cavern. Without immunity to extreme cold or control over ice, attempting to handle it barehanded was equivalent to seeking death. Why? Why are you fine holding it, but I am backfired? Because I have the blessing of the extreme north. The pupils of the man in the white fur coat constricted sharply. Only one person in the entire game possessed this buff, and that was Lin Ye, the one who slayed the Ice and Snow Queen. No wonder, no wonder. The leather jacket man's lips trembled twice, wanting to say something, but the ice had already frozen to his chin. Seconds later, his entire head was encased in ice. The white wolf approached, glancing down at the ice sculpture. Boss, did you know it would turn out this way? So you threw it out to let them fight for it? Lin Ye stuffed the heart of ice into his backpack. Yes, saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. The white wolf looked at the sea of corpses, falling silent for 2 seconds. Boss, you really are wicked. Thank you for the compliment. The bald man lay on the ground and moved slightly. He had been stabbed several times and dealt a final blow by a man in a white fur coat, yet he was still alive. Yes, his bonfire ability had temporarily staved off death. The bald man propped himself up from the ground, half of his face swollen to the point that he could barely open his eye, yet he fixed the other eye on Lin Ye, staring intently. Lin Ye, you are Lin Ye. So you deliberately threw out the heart of ice, letting us kill each other. The bald man gritted his teeth, pressing his hand against the wound on his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. Do you know how many of us have died? 18. All perished because of that damned stone. If you had revealed your identity, we would have left. But you didn't. You wanted to see us kill each other. His voice grew louder and more agitated, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Are you even human? Lin Ye was also quite surprised that this guy could withstand such blows, just like a damn PDD, always one stab short. What do I owe you? Is it yours that you just take it? After taking it, you blame me for not telling you my identity. Why don't you blame gravity for not letting you fly? The bald man's face turned the color of pig liver. You are a devil. More cruel than a devil. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. Truly shameless. When stealing things and stabbing his brother, why didn't he say he was cruel? Now blaming him for being cruel. Lin Ye never claimed to be a good person, but he also couldn't stand such double standards. Will you die on your own, or should I help you? The bald man could no longer stand, his legs turning weak as he collapsed to the ground. The wounds on his abdomen continued to bleed. His ability could only hold out for a while, but not against continuous blood loss. No, I don't want to die, save me. Idiot, after cursing me, you want me to save you. Your brain capacity is as sparse as your hair. In the end, the bald man still had a health bar. He wasn't as abnormal as PDD and ultimately died, filled with hatred. A group of cold players ultimately became warm resources. Lin Ye collected the nameplates from the white-furred man, the bald man, and the thin man. A pile that added up to over 200 units of offerings. The supplies in the backpack were scattered. Even with Lin Ye's super large bag of 1160 capacity, it couldn't hold so many items. Currently, the bag contained 500 units of offering materials, 300 units of wood, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. The former was food and materials for Meow Meow, while the latter was upgrade materials for the shelter. At home, there were over 800 units of starlight ore. The upgrade materials were already sufficient. Now, they just lacked the bloodline of the dragon. The dragon's nest was right above, but his stomach was growling. Let's eat first. The white wolf paused, eat at the entrance of the dragon's nest. The dragon won't run away. Lin Ye took out the dragon leg. The meat was light pink with delicate textures and marbled fat that glimmered faintly with silver. Clean it up. The white wolf conjured a thin ice shard at her fingertip, sharp and useful. She scraped off the scales from the dragon's skin, removed the sinews, and froze the blood with cold air before letting it flow away. Being raised in the forest, the white wolf was skilled at handling meat. Lin Ye had the lamp's spirit transform into a huge barbecue grill, a foldable stainless steel frame. Then he poured charcoal into the furnace, and the charcoal caught fire, casting an orange glow on the stone walls at the cave entrance. Lin Ye placed the prepared dragon leg on the grill and cut a few pieces of earth dragon ribs, arranging them on the side. Since the meat was thick, the white wolf had already cut it in advance, making it easier to cook and absorb flavor. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling, and flames leaped up, orange and yellow, licking at the surface of the meat. Here, this is barbecue, I'll teach you how to do it. He flipped the meat with tongs. The charred yellow patterns were vivid and fat oozed from the seams, dripping onto the charcoal with a hissing sound. The aroma burst forth. It carried a creamy scent reminiscent of ice cream, drilling into the nostrils. As the wind blew, the fragrance drifted down the slope. In the distance, shadows moved. Several players were climbing up the mountain, wielding iron rods, wooden spears, and a rusty machete. Upon smelling the aroma, several people looked up simultaneously, their noses twitching. What is that delicious smell? Damn the scent. It feels like someone is barbecuing. Barbecuing in a place like this. What kind of deity? They quickened their pace and climbed up. They saw Lin Ye sitting in a folding chair with a grill in front laden with large meat chops and thighs. His silver-white hair was tied in a high ponytail, glinting coldly in the firelight. A black apron tied over his fitted attire, and the black dragon sword hung at his waist. He was intently flipping the meat, his movements light and skillful. One of the players tripped over his shoelace, almost stumbling. That girl is stunning, and she has beast ears. She's a wolf girl, of course she's stunning. A wolf girl. Isn't that a monster? Monster, my foot. Can't you see she's there grilling meat? What kind of meat is that? It looks like dragon meat. Are they planning to roast a dragon? A few people stood at a distance, their legs rooted to the ground. The leader swallowed hard, taking a step forward, then retreating. They dared not approach, yet couldn't bring themselves to leave. Lin Ye flipped the meat without looking up. Sprinkle the seasoning. The white wolf took a small porcelain bottle from her apron pocket, sprinkled it around, and then added a layer of chili and cumin. The oil on the dragon leg was forced by the fire, wrapped in cumin and salt, forming a crispy shell. Lin Ye cut a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The outer layer was crispy while the inside was tender, and the juices burst forth in his mouth, carrying a unique ice cream aroma and smoky flavor. This taste is amazing. The system panel popped up. Eating earth dragon meat physique, 4. Eating flying dragon leg physique, 5. Physique, 5160. A warm energy erupted from his stomach, flowing through his veins to all parts of his body. The white wolf also ate a lot, but she didn't have a panel, so she didn't know if it would increase her attributes. However, seeing her satisfied expression, it should have had some effect. Lin Ye cut another piece, staring at the panel. If I eat again, will there be any effect? First-time consumption is effective, subsequent consumption only provides a feeling of fullness. Stingy. He tore off another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was indeed fantastic. Those who had eaten knew that dragon meat was the best meat in the sky, while donkey meat was the best on the ground. This dragon meat was truly exceptional. In the distance, several players' Adam's apples moved simultaneously. Someone whispered, I've been gnawing on plain rabbit meat for 2 days and my mouth is sore, while they are eating dragon meat. You still have rabbit meat. I've been eating wild vegetables for 2 days, it's bitter. Stop talking, the more you say the hungrier I get. Who the hell is this big shot? Able to kill a dragon and have a beast-eared girl serving him. Several people exchanged glances, collectively beginning to doubt Lin Ye's identity. One by one, people climbed up the slope. Exhausted, famished, their faces smudged with dust and grime. The moment the savory aroma reached them, every nose twitched in unison. Holy hell, that's meat. Who the hell is barbecuing at the dragon's den entrance? No way, look at that meat. Why is it glowing? A crowd gathered swiftly, emerging in 2s and 3s from the mountain paths, bends craning their necks from a distance to peer inside. Some took 2 hesitant steps forward, peering, pausing, then retreated, unwilling to draw too near. A girl with a high ponytail pushed her way to the front. Her oversized Taoist robe, sleeves hung past her wrists, revealing only her fingertips. Rising onto her toes, she cupped her hands around her mouth. Brother, is that you? Lin Ye looked up and met her gaze. She froze utterly still, as if struck motionless by an invisible seal. In the next instant, her ponytail whipped backward as she sprang from the crowd and sprinted toward him. Brother, it really is you. Zhao Xiaojin stumbled forward, her momentum uncontrolled, lurching 2 unsteady steps before nearly colliding with his chest. The white wolf sidestepped smoothly. Lin Ye studied her for 2 silent seconds. This face was unmistakably familiar, a delicate oval wide eyes, and 2 tiny fangs flashing when she smiled. Zhao Xiaojin. She bobbed her head vigorously, her ponytail swaying like a pendulum, her eyes gleaming like twin stars. You remember me? Of course I do. Lin Ye swept his gaze over her. What are you doing here? She puffed out her chest proudly. To find you, and cheer you on. She gestured behind her toward dozens of girls. They're all your fans, and I'm their captain. At once the girls erupted into delighted gasps. No way, Xiaojin, you actually know Brother Yi. Seriously, I thought you were just bragging. He's even more handsome in person. The screenshot was taken from a terrible angle and totally blurred. He. Night God is so gorgeous. I'm utterly smitten. Lin Ye blinked startled. An idol? My fans. Zhao Xiaojin nodded emphatically. Brother, you have no idea. Though it's called the Mutual Aid Association, most of its members bully the weak and act with unchecked arrogance. Almost no one dares oppose them. Then you took down several of their top experts, one after another, crushing their arrogance completely and delivering long overdue justice for us independents. Another girl stepped forward, voice rising with excitement. And remember when the Frost Queen descended? Even Lei Zhan, a third-tier cultivator, was obliterated instantly. We thought the entire sector was doomed. But then you annihilated the queen herself. So breathtakingly cool. Chattering eagerly, the girl's eyes shimmered with pure unadulterated awe. You alone contributed at least 20% to the sector's overall progress. The Frost Surge reward. That was all thanks to you. We got 1 physique and 1 spirit for free. You're the savior of Sector 1086. Even Lin Ye, whose composure was legendary, felt a rare flush of embarrassment under such unrestrained face-to-face adulation. After all, he'd done those things instinctively, not to play the hero. Another girl squeezed forward, clutching a wildflower she'd plucked somewhere, its petals nearly stripped bare. Master, could I get your autograph? Lin Ye paused, glancing at the flower. You want me to sign that? I'm so sorry. I was too excited and couldn't find paper. Or, you could sign on me instead. She tugged at her collar, exposing the hollow just beneath her clavicle. Lin Ye blinked again. Were young women really this bold nowadays? Was that even a place to sign? Her cheeks flushed faintly as she explained, arms smudged too easily. This spot will keep the mark longer. The white wolf paused mid-slice, its ears lifting slightly. With Miss Alice absent, the wolf felt it prudent to shield Lin Ye from this sudden bloom of wildflowers. My apologies, my master carries no writing instrument today. Autographs are impossible. The girl deflated. This had been her first real chance to meet her idol in person. Zhao Xiaojin hadn't stepped back. Her gaze remained locked onto Lin Ye, unwavering. Brother Yi, are you here to slay the dragon? Wow, you're incredible, bro. Another girl chimed in, breathless, such sheer unshakable coolness. That's a dragon, a creature of legend. Dozens of girls closed in, encircling Lin Ye so tightly that not even air could slip through. For the first time, he felt genuine pressure. The white wolf carved off a generous portion of dragon leg and handed it to him. Lin Ye took a bite. The crisp golden skin shattered audibly between his teeth, releasing rich, savory juices. The wolf chewed steadily, its ears pricking upright, its tail swaying gently behind its apron. Zhao Xiaojin swallowed hard, her throat making a soft, audible gulp. Simultaneously, stomachs growled beside her. Girl. One after another, the sounds rose and fell. The girls flushed crimson, clutching their bellies, their ear tips burning scarlet. Sorry, we skipped breakfast. In this world of survival, morning meals were a luxury beyond measure. Lin Ye glanced at the massive dragon leg roasting on the grill, well over 100 kilograms. It was impossible to finish, utterly impossible. After 2 servings, further consumption granted no stat gains. Only pure unadulterated pleasure for the palate. Better to share it generously than let it go to waste. After all, these were his fans, and their heartfelt words had warmed him deeply. Lin Ye offered no hesitation. He sliced several generous portions, placed them on a plate, and handed it to Zhao Xiaojin. Try it. She stared, eyes wide as saucers. This huge piece, it is dragon meat, isn't it? What else could it be? Zhao Xiaojin accepted the plate, her hands trembling. She jabbed twice with her fork, failing each time to lift the meat. Others reached out instinctively to help, then withdrew, suddenly shy. The cut surface was clean and precise, pale pink marbled with delicate ivory-white striations glistening faintly with a thin golden sheen of rendered fat. She finally speared a piece and shoved it into her mouth. 2 chews, and her eyes blazed with sudden luminous intensity. Tears welled, but did not fall. What does it taste like? Someone asked. It's so delicious I want to cry. Then her body stiffened, utterly still. My physique just increased. Others crowded close. By how much? 9 points. Zhao Xiaojin picked up a fist-sized lump of sulfur stone lying nearby and crushed it effortlessly in her palm. Fine yellow powder sifted through her fingers, scattering on the wind. Several girls' mouths dropped open in perfect, synchronized O shapes. Sulfur may be softer than stone, but no ordinary person could shatter it barehanded. I spent 3 days chopping trees, mining ore, and hunting monsters. Just 2 points. I gained 1, and nearly got gored by a wild boar. Zhao Xiaojin stared down at the meat on her plate, her fork shaking in her grip, as if she held a fortune worth 1 billion coins. She swallowed, voice trembling. Brother, do you need another little sister? No. What do you need then? I can do anything. I don't need anyone. Zhao Xiaojin glanced at the white wolf's chest, then recalled Miss Alice's imposing stature, and her cheeks puffed up. You're just embarrassed because I'm small. Lin Ye said nothing, only sliced another portion and passed it to her. She took it, bit down, cheeks puffing as she chewed. Then suddenly her eyes glistened red-rimmed. What's wrong? It's so good, brother. Would you let me serve you as your maid? Don't be absurd. Zhao Xiaojin lowered her head, her ponytail falling forward to veil her expression. Her voice grew quiet, muffled. Actually, I used to have an older brother too. She chewed slowly, swallowed. He always saved the best food for me. Then he vanished. I searched for him for so long, yet never found him. She lifted her face, eyes red-rimmed but dry. Brother, will you vanish too? Lin Ye met her gaze. What nonsense. If anything comes up, just message me directly. Oh, right, of course. She sniffled, flicking her ponytail back. Brother, you're truly wonderful. Then she bowed her head again, chewing steadily, cheeks rhythmically swelling and contracting. The white wolf distributed the remaining dragon meat among the fan group. Their gazes slid slowly, from Lin Ye's face down his throat, lingering over his chest, as though they might devour him whole. The wolf's ears lifted, subtly, deliberately. It shifted half a step forward, perfectly intercepting every line of sight. Lin Ye exhaled softly in relief. Thank heavens for the wolf. Otherwise, surrounded by so many girls, he'd feel hopelessly outnumbered. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Lin Ye stood up. He packed the barbecue grill into his backpack and extinguished the charcoal ashes with his foot. Zhao Xiaojin remained in place, her plate of dragon meat already finished. She took half a step forward. Brother, can we follow you? Just behind you to cheer you on. It won't be a bother. No, we won't hold you back, really. Lin Ye glanced at her. Slaying a dragon isn't child's play. If you can even boost my combat power by 1, I would take you with me. Zhao Xiaojin opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, the light in her eyes dimming slightly. The girl next to her, who wanted an autograph, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Captain, don't complicate things, we'll just be sending you off. Zhao Xiaojin bit her lip and nodded. Lin Ye turned to glance at the mountain peak buried in the clouds. The clouds were grayish-white, wrapping around the entire mountaintop like a thick quilt. The dragon's lair was at the summit, and it would take another half an hour to climb up from here. Bai Lang, let's go. Bai Lang secured the black dragon's sword back at his waist, folded his apron neatly, and followed. The onlooking players automatically made way. Zhao Xiaojin stood at the front of the crowd, her ponytail blown to one side by the wind. Go, Brother Yi. Waiting for good news from you. We'll be fighting monsters at the foot of the mountain, trying to provide as many survival points as we can. Even if we lose, we have a second option. Enough with the pessimistic talk. The idol won't lose. Lin Ye didn't turn back, waving his hand. The mountain path became narrower as he ascended, with the stones on either side shifting from gray to black, their surfaces gleaming with a glossy sheen. The smell of sulfur grew stronger, clinging to his throat. A breath caused a sharp sting. Bai Lang coughed twice, covering his nose with his sleeve. Boss, the air here is terrible. In a dragon's dwelling, how good can it be? After climbing for another 10 minutes, the path became steep and loose stones slid from beneath their feet, rolling into the abyss with no sound of them hitting the bottom. Bai Lang slipped on a stone, his body swaying, and he steadied himself with his hand on the ground, palm pressing against the black stone surface, which was so hot it made him withdraw his hand. The stones are warm. Yeah, there's a volcano beneath this place. Bai Lang glanced down at the stones beneath his feet, noticing dark red light flickering in the cracks. She swallowed hard, tightening her grip. At the end of the mountain path, the clouds suddenly thinned. Sunlight leaked down from above, illuminating the open ground ahead. Lin Ye stood at the mountain path's exit, looking down. The ridge extended from beneath his feet, like two open arms embracing the entire mountain range. The clouds surged beneath him, grayish-white, resembling the surface of a sea. In the distance, mountain peaks emerged from the clouds, some round, some sharp, resembling islands floating on water. The wind was strong, rushing into his collar, feeling exceptionally cool. The place where the dragon lived was indeed beautiful. Bai Lang caught up, standing beside him, glancing down, his ears perked up, then flattened again. So high. Afraid of heights. A little. Don't look down, look ahead. Bai Lang looked up. Before him was a vast platform several hundred square meters, roughly the size of a playground. Behind the platform was a gigantic cave, the entrance facing south, shrouded in darkness with no visibility inside. However, the edges of the entrance were very clean, devoid of ashes or debris, as if someone cleaned it daily. Lin Ye squinted. They had arrived at the dragon's lair. It was much cleaner than he had imagined. Bai Lang perked up his ears and whispered, "Boss, is the dragon inside?" "Yes." "Then you stay outside, find a place to hide. I'll go in first and take a look." "But enough, you've fulfilled your duty. I'll leave the magic dragon to me." Bai Lang nodded, retreating behind a protruding rock, exposing only half an ear. Lin Ye. The cave was much deeper than expected. The entrance was narrow, but it widened as he progressed. The stone walls transitioned from rough to smooth. The sound of his footsteps echoed within the cave, each step reverberating. The air grew increasingly hot, mixed with a sickly sweet odor. It was the unique scent of a large predator mingling with the stench of rotting flesh and stomach acid. Lin Ye lightened his steps, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Turning a corner, he found himself in a vast space at the end of the cave, the ceiling so high it was invisible. The ground was flat, made of large black stone slabs fitted together. Dark red light flickered in the seams of the slabs, with magma flowing beneath. In the center of the platform lay a massive dragon lying down. It was at least 3 stories high. From a distance it appeared merely large, but up close the sense of oppression was palpable. Its scales were blackened, each the size of a palm, arranged neatly. A row of bony spikes extended from its spine, stretching from its neck to the tip of its tail, with the longest ones even taller than Lin Ye, their tips gleaming coldly. Its wings were tucked against its body, the membranes dark red and semi-transparent, revealing the veins inside. It breathed slowly with each rise and fall of its chest. The air in the cave trembled. Though Lin Ye had been shouting about slaying dragons, facing this colossal creature made him realize how absurd his thoughts had been. The recently slain wyvern compared to this giant was nothing but a baby. For a human to hunt such a beast was akin to an ant claiming it could kill a human. Lin Ye's body instinctively froze. It was a fear etched into his genes. When prey encounters its natural enemy, something within the bones screams, "Don't move, don't make a sound, don't get discovered." Lin Ye took a deep breath, forcing his legs to lift from the ground, shifting 2 steps to the side, his back pressed against the stone wall. The cold sensation from behind him made his heartbeat gradually slow. He stared at the dragon, his mind racing. The stone sword was a powerful weapon against dragons, dealing 5 times the damage. The heart of ice could suppress the dragon's breath. Rewind and acceleration could save his life. On paper his strength was sufficient, but there were 2 issues. First, the magic dragon could resurrect. The Snow White princess had fought this dragon, defeated it, and it had risen again. He didn't know what the resurrection mechanism was, whether it would die completely after one resurrection, or if it could resurrect infinitely. If it was the latter, then no matter how many times he killed it, it would be pointless. Second, the true strength of the magic dragon. 300 years ago, it could trade blows with the Snow White princess at her peak. Now, 300 years later, was it weaker, or had it accumulated more power? Lin Ye released his grip on the sword hilt, then tightened it again. He needed to assess the situation first. He kept close to the stone wall, circling around. The cave was much larger than he had imagined. It took him several dozen steps to reach the other side. Embedded in the stone walls were dark red crystals, some hanging down from the top, resembling a type of stalactite. The surface of the crystals had patterns obscured by the dark red light, making them hard to see. Lin Ye reached out and wiped the dust from the surface of the crystal. The carvings were deep, each stroke made with claws painstakingly chiseled out. The handwriting was messy, with some parts deep and others shallow, but he recognized every character. Looking up at the bright moon, looking down to think of my hometown. Lin Ye's pupils sharply contracted, something exploding in his mind. How could this poem appear in a dragon's lair? And it was carved in Chinese. Suddenly the breathing sound in the cave ceased. Lin Ye felt an overwhelming silence envelop him, an unnatural quietness. He slowly turned his head back. The dragon that had been lying there had opened its eyes at some point. Its dark, golden vertical pupils shone like 2 lamps in the darkness. That fierce dragon head was facing him less than 10 meters away. A chill swept over Lin Ye's body. His bones felt soft, his muscles stiffened, and something churned in his stomach. Even if he felt no fear within, it was hard to resist the instinctive reactions of his body. Those eyes locked onto him. Just as Lin Ye thought the magic dragon was about to make a move against him, a deep voice sounded. "Can you understand the words on the stone wall? Can you read the characters on the stone wall?" The voice was deep, ground out from the chest, rattling pebbles loose from the surface. The cave's air vibrated. Lin Ye's bones vibrated with it. It was the resonance of sound waves. He felt his entrails tremble in time with that voice. A colossal creature ancient beyond reckoning loomed above him, an awe that defied description. Lin Ye bit his tongue. The metallic tang of blood exploded in his mouth, and his numb body at last recovered some feeling. I can read it. 2 words, hoarse but spoken. The dragon's pupils contracted. The fissure narrowed for a moment, then slowly widened again. It appraised him head to toe, foot to crown. Wherever its gaze passed, Lin Ye's skin felt as if sanded raw, searing hot. You carry the aura of a hero. The voice dropped half a tone, yet felt even more oppressive. Lin Ye heard the probe in it. He accelerated his thoughts 5-fold and reached a conclusion within a single breath. There was no point in hiding. This was no fool. Deliberate concealment would only make matters worse. Lin Ye drew the stone sword from the rock. The dragon's gaze fixed on the simple blade, its pupils pinched again. 300 years. It rose slowly to its feet. Its forelegs straightened, its back arched, and great wings unfolded from either side. Wind howled through the cave, grit spun up and battered the walls with a staccato roar. A dark golden light oozed from between its scales. It stood fully upright. Lin Ye tilted his head, first the dragon's head, then its neck, then its chest, then its belly. Beyond that he could see no more. His view reached only to the dragon's foreleg, which was thicker than his entire body. The gaps between scales could swallow his arm. He had to crane his neck to the limit to glimpse the dragon's jaw. White smoke issued from its nostrils, carrying the stench of sulfur and decay. A wave of heat struck his face. The dragon lowered its head until it was even closer. So did you come to kill me as well? That question froze Lin Ye. Indeed, he had come to slay the dragon, but could he say that aloud? He felt that the next word he uttered might be the last before he was smashed into pulp. But if he had not come to slay dragons, what would a dignified hero be doing in a dragon's lair, on a sightseeing trip? The atmosphere tightened. Lin Ye's hand pressed the hilt, his muscles went taut. The dragon's vertical pupils fixed on him, dark golden light flowing within. Then abruptly the Mo Long laughed. Ha ha ha. The laugh detonated through the cave, pebbles cascaded from the wall, and clattered. I won't tease you any longer. The dragon lowered its head, the dark golden slitted eyes narrowed somehow, taking on a kindly tone. You can read this poem, so we must be countrymen. When countrymen meet, tears well up in their eyes. Lin Ye was dumbstruck. Countrymen. He saw genuine delight on the Mo Long's face, the kind of joy born of a long-awaited reunion. Mo Long raised a claw and waved it in front of him. Each finger dwarfed Lin Ye's entire body. Why are you silent, countrymen? Have I frightened you? Lin Ye swallowed. You do look a little terrifying. Understood. Hold on a moment. Mo Long retracted his claw. A dark red light blossomed from within its body. Lin Ye squinted and took 2 steps back. When the light faded, a man stood in front of him. He wore black armor, his long hair tied back. 2 curved horns rose from his brow, dark golden, like cooled molten rock. His features were sharply chiseled, high brows, deep-set eyes, a prominent bridge of the nose. His skin was the color of aged bronze. The arms revealed that the armor's seams were a tapestry of scars, slashes, burns overlapping in dense knots. Yet his eyes had not changed, dark golden vertical pupils identical to those in his draconic form. How am I now? Much better, isn't it? He looked up at Lin Ye, excitement trembling in his features. Do you know how long I waited for you? 300 years. Do you know how I passed those 300 years? Lin Ye stared. How did you pass them? Lying down, he answered. What did you expect? Lying there every day, sleep, wake to eat, then sleep again. You think being a dragon is glamorous. It's unbearably dull. He stretched his joints, crackling with the sound. No one to talk to, no dramas to follow, no games to play. In this godforsaken place, I was so bored I memorized the 300 Tang poems. I recited them at least 108375 times. Now I can recite them backwards. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Impressive. He began to digest the revelations. Mo Long was a translocator. The Jianling seemed one too. Bai Shui Gongzhu likewise appeared to be from another world. How many translocators did this world contain? Had they turned it into a party? Quick, tell me, how did you arrive in this world? 300 years. What has Lanxing become? Have they invented shuttles? You came to fetch me home, didn't you? Mo Long fumbled his hands, anxiously firing off 3 questions in quick succession. In that moment, there was no trace of dragonhood about him. He felt entirely like a modern human. Seeing no malice in him, Lin Ye explained the current situation. Mo Long blinked. That can't be right. I transmigrated in 2023, 300 years later. By that count, Lanxing should be in 2323, shouldn't it? Lin Ye considered, then offered, perhaps time flows differently. Your 300 years might equal only 3 years on Lanxing. Mo Long stiffened, the dark gold gleam in his pupils wavered. 300 years. He had believed Lan Xing long since altered beyond recognition, that his family had turned to dust, that he had become a soul erased by time. But it had been only 3 years. Mo Long breathed out, and his shoulders sagged. At least there is no shuttle yet, but at least my family still exists. He leaned in hope shining in those dark golden vertical pupils. Then tell me, how did you arrive? Lin Ye weighed his words and decided to divulge a portion. I came because I was swept into a game called All People Infinite Survival. Mo Long's pupils constricted sharply. You just said a survival game, right? Yes. Damn, what a coincidence. When I transmigrated, I was also prompted to enter a survival game, said something about testing players. Testing players. Lin Ye caught the keyword. Mo Long nodded. There was a pop-up on my phone that read something like National Survival Beta Invite. I thought it was spam and closed it. And then I transmigrated. Mo Long spread his hands. No confirmation button, coercive terms. Lin Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. Same for me though, I transmigrated after being expelled. Mo Long stared for 2 quiet seconds then laughed. Then you're worse off than I am. Lin Ye offered no reply. Mo Long finished laughing, sighed, and leaned against the stone. Of sparks flew where his armor scraped the rock. 300 years. I imagined countless scenarios. Lan Xing invents a shuttle to bring me home, or one day a pop-up declares the beta concluded. He paused, his voice dropped. I never expected this. Lin Ye looked at him. You don't want to go back. I do. Mo Long's gaze settled on the lines of Jing Yi Si etched on the wall. I dream of it, but I cannot return, can I? Silence held for a few seconds. Lin Ye decided to offer some consolation. Here's good news, it wasn't only me who transmigrated. Everyone on Lan Xing was drawn in. Mo Long's face shifted from grief to astonishment to ashen shock. You mean, everyone on Lan Xing was pulled in? Yes. So Lan Xing is essentially deserted. Lin Ye nodded. A name without substance. This news is so good. So good I nearly cried like a damned fool. The laughter of the demon dragon echoed in the cave, causing stones on the walls to tumble down. Lin Ye leaned against the stone wall watching him. After laughing for a while, the demon dragon finally calmed down and wiped the corner of his eye. So now no one is left on Blue Star? What about my sister? She probably also crossed over, but we don't know in which zone. The demon dragon sighed. Well, at least we are still alive. Not necessarily. There were 100 people in our zone, and after 3 days there are less than 500 left. The demon dragon was taken aback, half dead in 3 days. Such a high rate. Lin Ye nodded. Otherwise how could it be called a survival game? So you came here to kill me just to get through the game? Lin Ye, seeing he could not hide it any longer, laid it all bare. Not entirely. Killing you is for my survival progress, but I personally also need bloodline upgrades. The demon dragon stared at Lin Ye. You are quite honest. Aren't you angry? The demon dragon chuckled. Angry about what? You are a hero. Your task is to kill me. Just like the final boss in a game, if the players don't come to attack you, you would feel like no one is playing this game. You're quite dedicated as a boss, Lin Ye remarked. The demon dragon shrugged. What else can I do? I might as well provide some game experience for the players while I'm just lying here. Lin Ye looked him up and down. So what are your plans now? Let me kill you. That's not happening. The demon dragon shook his head. I've lived for so many years. Do you think I'd let you slice me in one blow? I have my pride. The conversation between the two was indeed quite bizarre. If a local had seen this, they would think these two were insane and that the world itself was mad. The hero and the demon dragon were actually chatting casually, and even one openly stated they wanted to kill the other, while the other just smiled. Lin Ye curiously asked, aren't you supposed to have some kind of resurrection? Can you teach me? I'm quite afraid of dying too. If he learned the resurrection skill coupled with the ability to rewind time, he couldn't imagine how invincible he would become. The demon dragon almost laughed in anger. You, a distinguished hero, want to learn skills from a villain? Lin Ye shrugged. What's wrong with that? I call it being humble and eager to learn, not ashamed to ask for guidance. The demon dragon was amused. It was the first time he had seen someone so shameless. However, he quite liked Lin Ye's straightforward character much better than those hypocrites who pretended to be friendly while plotting behind the scenes. To be honest, I don't know any resurrection skills. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Then how did you get killed by Snow White back in the day? Upon hearing the name Snow White, the demon dragon's expression darkened. I didn't want to kill her. If anyone is to blame, it should be this treacherous world and the fate of Sima. Oh, Lin Ye remembered that Snow White had said something similar. Was there a story between them? The demon dragon continued. Actually, I am not the demon dragon from 300 years ago. The demon dragon has already died. Lin Ye was taken aback. Then who are you? The demon dragon glanced at the sword in Lin Ye's hand. I am the spirit of the sword from within the stone. Lin Ye's mind went blank for a moment. The demon dragon cannot resurrect the demon dragon, is the sword spirit. The sword spirit recognized Snow White, killed the demon dragon, and the sword spirit became the demon dragon. What a cliched plot. The demon dragon looked up at the sky and began to recount the events from 300 years ago. My name is Zhao Yiming. Back then I had a stroke of luck and soul crossed into this world, and by a twist of fate, I became the spirit of the sword from within the stone. In the beginning, for those few hundred years, I was stuck in the stone, unable to move, unable to speak, and couldn't even open my eyes. Every day all I could do was perceive. Perceive the wind, perceive the rain, perceive the people passing, by putting their hands on the sword hilt, trying to pull it out, failing, and then cursing what a broken sword before leaving. That sounds quite miserable. What's even worse is that I didn't even have a mouth. Ew, I couldn't even curse back. The demon dragon sighed. Later I learned to use my consciousness to probe my surroundings and could hear people's thoughts. Some people would curse fiercely on the surface while actually pleading with me to let them pull the sword out and become heroes. What did you do? What could I do? I couldn't move. I could only silently reply in my heart, you should take a look at whether you are worthy of it. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds, so those people could hear your thoughts. No, the demon dragon shrugged. I was just mumbling to myself. The demon dragon continued. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came, and eventually no one came at all. I was forgotten deep in the forest, stuck in that stone, exposed to the wind and sun, and my body was covered in moss. I thought my life would end like this until one day a person appeared before me. His eyes changed. From playful to serious, from serious to soft. A woman with black hair, white skin, dressed in deep blue attire with a regular iron sword at her waist stood in front of me and looked down at me for 3 seconds. And then she said one sentence. Lin Ye asked, what did she say? The demon dragon's lips curled up. She said, this sword is really ugly. At that moment I thought, this woman is interesting. Others see me with either awe or greed, or pretend to be indifferent, but are actually nervous to death. But she right from the start called me ugly. What happened next? Later she reached for the sword. The demon dragon paused. At that time I could have refused, activated the sword's pattern, and sent her flying, but I didn't. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Why not? The demon dragon glanced at him with something indescribable in his dark, golden vertical pupils. Because she had a certain strength, a kind of resilience. And moreover, the way she looked at me didn't seem like she was looking at a sword, but more like looking at a partner. The cave fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Ye asked, so you chose her? Yes. The demon dragon nodded. She became the hero, and I traveled the continent with her. She fought monsters while I watched beside her. She ate while I watched beside her. She took a bath. Enough. Lin Ye raised his hand. No need to say that. The demon dragon chuckled. All right, skipping that part. She grew rapidly, fighting her way from the forest to the royal capital, from the royal capital to the far north, and from the far north to the dragon's nest. She inquired about the strongest being in this world, which was the demon dragon. If she could obtain the power of the demon dragon, perhaps she could break through the world barriers and reach other worlds. The demon dragon's voice lowered. She wanted to free the world from the troubles of monsters while I wanted to go home. We both had the same goal and teamed up to achieve it. Did you win? Lin Ye asked. The demon dragon was silent for a few seconds. We lost. The demon dragon was too strong. Snow White had gathered the 3 great treasures, the sword from within the stone, the heart of ice, and the magic mirror, yet she still couldn't defeat it. Its scales could deflect magic, its dragon breath could melt steel, and a flap of its wings could blow away a tree. We fought for hours. She was covered in wounds, her sword was dull, the heart of ice was close to shattering, and the magic mirror had several cracks. In the end, she exerted all her strength to unleash the final strike. Lin Ye frowned. Heaven and earth unison. The demon dragon's voice was very calm. Yes, this strike was initially not a sword technique. It was something she comprehended on her own, and then was engraved on the sword by me. Impressive. The demon dragon paused. She said, if one lacks the courage to face death, how can one become a hero? Lin Ye remained silent. The demon dragon died, but I didn't die. I came here through soul crossing. My soul was stronger than a normal person. After self-detonation, I was left with a wisp of residual soul floating in the air, watching the demon dragon's corpse. I felt I couldn't die, though I hadn't gone home yet, and my sister was still waiting for me. So I entered the demon dragon's corpse. Lin Ye stared at him. And then you resurrected and killed Snow White. The body of the demon dragon stiffened for a moment. It wasn't me who killed her, his voice hoarse. It was the demon dragon's body that killed her. Its beastly nature, evil thoughts, and desire for slaughter instantly overwhelmed me. I didn't even have time to react before my body moved on its own. By the time I regained my senses, she was already dead, and there were many corpses of fellow travelers nearby. The demon dragon lowered its head, fingers clenched tightly, the joints cracking. Then I ran away. I controlled the demon dragon's body to fly into the sky, wanting to leave this world. I flew for 3 days and 3 nights, crashed into the world barrier, and was bounced back, crashing to the ground and creating a pit. I tried countless times, each time resulting in a bloody head, unable to break free. Later I stopped flying. I returned to the dragon's lair and lay down, staying down for 300 years. During that time I flew over the mirror lake countless times, looking down from the sky, sensing the faint breath of Bai Shui. I wanted to go down and see her, even if just for a glance, but I didn't dare. Not even once. Lin Ye remained silent. Do you think she would hate me? The demon dragon raised its head, the dark golden vertical pupils filled with bloodshot veins, the voice becoming hoarse. If it weren't for me, she would already be living the idyllic life she dreamed of, finding a place to hide away, farming, tending to flowers, waking up naturally every day. It was I who destroyed everything. Lin Ye looked at him. The demon dragon gave a bitter smile and continued, sometimes I really want to end my own life. This broken body, this broken life, what is the meaning of living? But I don't dare to die. His voice dropped to a near whisper. My sister is still waiting for me. The home I can't return to, it's still home after all. Lin Ye was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Bai Shui has never blamed you. The demon dragon froze. After you left, I communicated with her lingering soul, and what she said was almost identical to what you said. She said that no one was wrong, only this world was wrong, along with the terrible fate. The demon dragon's lips moved twice, but made no sound. She also said that the greatest regret in this life was not killing the demon dragon, but not being able to bring you home. The demon dragon's eyes turned red. He turned his face away, gritting his teeth, a muffled sound escaping his throat, resembling both laughter and weeping. This guy. The voice broke off in his throat, unfinished. The cave was silent for a long time. Lin Ye asked, you could actually explain? The demon dragon looked up at him, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. What is there to explain? Should I just say sorry to everyone? Can people forgive me? And I can't control this body. The demon dragon looked down at his hands. Sometimes it moves on its own. When I want to go left, it goes right. When I want to stop, it keeps moving. I spent a whole 100 years learning to suppress its killing instinct. Another 100 years I learned to transform back into human form. In the last 100 years I lay in the cave reciting Tang poetry. Lin Ye looked at him. Can you control it now? The demon dragon nodded, about 80 to 90%. As long as there's no intense battle, it shouldn't go out of control. So what are your plans now? The demon dragon remained silent for a long time. What keeps me alive is the thought of going home. He smiled bitterly. Thinking about whether my sister is still waiting for me to come back for New Year's Eve dinner, my mother's cabbage and pork dumplings with thin skin and generous filling dipped in vinegar, one bite after another. Thinking about whether my dad is still smoking on the balcony waiting for my call. When the phone rings, the screen lights up showing my name. He picks it up and scolds me, you little brat, you finally remembered to call. The demon dragon's voice broke off. He lowered his head, biting his lip with great force, his chin trembling. For 300 years I've replayed countless scenes of going home in my mind. In every scene they are present. Now you say no one is left in Blue Star. There is no home anymore. He buried his face in his palms, his shoulders shaking. The cave was silent, with only the sound of the demon dragon's breathing. Lin Ye leaned against the stone wall, saying nothing, and did not go over to pat his shoulder in comfort. After all, he wasn't good at comforting people. He couldn't just go up and say, okay brother, don't be sad, alright. The other party was not Alice, it was someone who could really explode. After waiting a few minutes, the demon dragon's shoulders stopped shaking. He raised his head, his eyes were still red, but his expression had returned to normal. Sorry for showing you a joke. It's fine, better than the TV dramas. The demon dragon's mouth twitched. Is your mouth always this sharp? Gifted. The demon dragon took a deep breath, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his armor. Alright, let's talk business. His expression shifted from sadness to seriousness, as quick as flipping a page in a book. You want my bloodline, and I want to find my sister. We both have our needs, so let's let strength do the talking. If you defeat me, you'll give you my life. Ooh, if I defeat you, you help me find my sister. Lin Ye looked at him. Is that all? That's it, the demon dragon shrugged. A fair trade, no deception. If you lose, your life is gone. Oh, what will you use to find your sister? So I can't lose. The demon dragon's mouth curled up, dark golden vertical pupils igniting with 2 flames. And don't be too confident. Oh, I've lived for 300 years. How many years have you lived? Lin Ye thought for a moment. 23 years. Then I've lived 310 years longer than you. What will you use to fight me? All those years you've lived were spent reciting Tang poetry. The demon dragon's smile stiffened for a moment. Fine, I'll admit I'm not your match in words, but you'd better be stronger than you talk. or you'll die a miserable death. He took a step forward, his foot stepping on the stone slab, causing a crack to explode. Dark, golden light erupted from his body, his hair blown upwards by the shockwave, and the patterns on his horns glowed. The light seeping from the gaps in his armor grew brighter. Lin Ye quickly raised his hand. Wait a moment. The demon dragon halted. What now? You change back first. Change to what? To a dragon. I won against you in human form, and it wouldn't be fair otherwise. The demon dragon chuckled. You won't even be able to touch my toes in dragon form. Get past my human form first. Who are you looking down on? Lin Ye drew his sword, stepped forward, and slashed down at the demon dragon. The demon dragon stepped back half a step, looking down at the sword with a pained expression. Still as glaring as ever. Nostalgic. Nostalgic my ass. The demon dragon moved his wrist. Back then I was stuck in the stone, and every day people used this thing to chop branches and pry stones, doing all the dirty and heavy work. Now that I've finally changed my body, I still have to fight it. Although he had seized the demon dragon's body, the sword spirit had essentially merged with his soul. He was now completely an anomaly. A being composed of the sword spirit's soul and the demon dragon's body. Although the sword in the stone still had a certain suppressive effect on the demon dragon, it was definitely not as strong as before. 5 times the damage amplification, at most it could exert 60%. Lin Ye swung his sword. The demon dragon sidestepped the sword edge, grazing his shoulder, striking the stone wall, and exploding a gully. Debris flew, sparks scattered. The demon dragon glanced at the white mark on his shoulder. Not bad speed. Lin Ye said nothing. The second sword was already arriving. The demon dragon raised his hand, directly blocking the sword edge with his arm. The sound of metal clashing with sharp sparks exploding from the point of contact. Lin Ye felt his wrist numb from the impact. The demon dragon looked down at the wound on his arm, half a finger deep, dark, golden blood seeping from the cut. You are the first person to make me bleed. And you still have the mood to be sentimental. Watch the sword. The demon dragon stepped back, 3 paces, lowering its head to inspect the wound on its arm. Golden blood flowed down its scales, dripping onto the stone slab and hissing as it sizzled. But the blood only flowed for a second before the flesh around the wound began to squirm, visibly closing in at a noticeable speed. It moved its fingers, the joints cracking. Are you seriously cutting me? Lin Ye shook the blood off his sword. What else? Just stand there and let you hit me. The corner of the demon dragon's mouth curled up, flames igniting in its dark, golden vertical pupils. All right then, I won't hold back. It pushed off with its foot. The entire stone slab sank half a foot. Debris was swept up by the shockwave, flying in all directions. Lin Ye tilted his head as a fist-sized rock grazed past his temple, embedding itself into the stone wall behind him, causing cracks to spiderweb outward. The demon dragon was already in front of him, its aura fierce. Before its fist reached him, the wind from its punch had already blown Lin Ye's hair upward, pressing his skin inward. Golden hourglasses appeared in Lin Ye's pupils. 5 times speed. The demon dragon's movements slowed down. Yet it was still fast, unreasonably so. Lin Ye sidestepped the fist, brushing past his ear. Just that mere brush made his ear feel as if it had been scraped by a blade. He retaliated with a sword, striking the demon dragon's side. The sword blade sliced through the scales. The demon dragon let out a muffled groan, swatting back with its palm. Lin Ye had no time to dodge, raising his arm to block. Crack! The bone broke. The impact sent him flying as if he had been struck by a truck, crashing against the stone wall and creating a half-foot-deep human-shaped dent. Debris fell down with a clatter, and the cracks in the wall exploded outward from the edge of the dent. Lin Ye slid down the wall, kneeling on one knee, his left arm hanging limply, unable to muster strength. He glanced down. His forearm had swollen, the bone broken in two, the jagged end poking through the flesh. The demon dragon stood 10 steps away, looking down at the wound on its side, golden red blood pouring out. But the wound only lasted half a second. The flesh around the wound writhed frantically like countless small snakes burrowing into the wound, visibly pulling the torn flesh back together. In 2 seconds, the wound vanished. Not even a scar remained. It patted its side, flicking off the shattered scales, and looked up at Lin Ye. Your sword does hurt, but it's not enough to be fatal. I can heal faster than you can cut me. Lin Ye stood up, rejoining his broken bone. The bone reset, blood vessels reconnected, and muscles healed. His forearm returned to its original state, with not even a bruise left. He flexed his fingers, the joints cracking. You want to compare recovery speeds? The demon dragon's pupils constricted. It realized Lin Ye's injury had healed in an instant. Not bandaged, not medicated, but forcefully jumping back from a damaged state to a complete one. A self-healing ability just as exceptional as its own. Even faster than its own. The demon dragon grinned wider. This is getting interesting. It pushed off the ground again, charging forward. The first punch aimed for Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye sidestepped the fist, brushing against his clothes. The second punch followed, striking his shoulder. Lin Ye leaned back, the punch's wind sweeping past his chin. Third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. Each punch faster and heavier than the last. At 5 times speed, Lin Ye barely dodged the first 3 punches. The fourth grazed his shoulder, numbing half his body. He couldn't dodge the fifth punch, which struck his ribs. Crack, 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 a row of bones broke. He was flung away, bouncing twice on the ground before crashing into a pile of rubble. Dust rose and debris rolled down with a clatter. The demon dragon didn't stop. It charged into the rubble, stepping down. The ground exploded. Lin Ye rolled out from the dust, kneeling on one knee as his ribs were resetting with cracking sounds. The demon dragon stood at the center of the rubble, looking down at its own fist. There was blood on the knuckles, Lin Ye's blood. It licked a taste. Salty. Lin Ye frowned. You're sick, cosplaying a vampire. Lin Ye stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The demon dragon laughed. You're the sick one. What kind of normal person fights like this? Bone breaks and resets, breaking and resetting again. Are you trying to practice immortality? Aren't you doing the same? The demon dragon looked down at its chest. All wounds had healed with not even a trace left. True, we're both freaks. The air was silent for a second. Both of them laughed simultaneously. After laughing, Lin Ye moved first. This time he was faster. The sword light erupted in the cave, dark golden in color, one strike after another, each strike aimed at the same spot, the demon dragon's left chest, the location of its heart. The first strike cracked the scales. The second struck flesh half an inch deep. The third penetrated an inch deep. The fourth strike, the demon dragon reached out to grab the sword blade. Its palm was cut open, revealing the bone inside, blood spraying out between its fingers. Yet it did not loosen its grip. Its fingers tightened, the bone grinding against the sword blade, producing an ear-piercing screech. Got you now. The other hand clenched into a fist and swung forward. Lin Ye released the sword, leaping back. The fist struck the ground. The entire ground sank, half a foot, debris and shockwaves spreading outwards, the stalactites above the cave ceiling shaking loose and crashing down. The demon dragon stood still, 4 new wounds appearing on its chest, the deepest revealing ribs. But the wounds were healing. The broken ribs pulled inward, muscle fibers reconnected one by one, and the skin crawled from the sides inward. In 3 seconds it returned to its original state. It looked down at the sword in its hand, its expression somewhat complex. It's been 300 years, and I've finally touched you again. The sword vibrated in its hand, the dark golden patterns on the blade, shining for a moment before dimming again. It was resisting. The demon dragon paused, then laughed. With a new master, even I, an old friend, am being forgotten. The sword shook again, this time more vigorously. The demon dragon laughed even harder. I never expected Zhao would one day be publicly in TRD. The sword shook wildly in its hand. All right, I know you're anxious. The demon dragon tossed the sword back to Lin Ye. Here, take it. Lin Ye caught the sword, which glimmered in his hand. The demon dragon sighed. You two are teaming up to bully me alone. Lin Ye looked up at him. All the wounds on the demon dragon's body had healed. Lin Ye's own condition went without saying. He was in peak form throughout. Undoubtedly, this would be a protracted battle. The air in the cave was compressed between the two, emitting a low, resonant hum. Neither of them called for the start. They moved simultaneously. Lin Ye's sword slashed upward from below, while the demon dragon's fist smashed down from above. The sword's edge sliced through the demon dragon's arm, while the punch struck Lin Ye on the shoulder. Both of them were hit at the same time, stepping back. Lin Ye's shoulder sagged, the bone broken. The demon dragon's arm had a half-foot-long gash, golden blood spraying outward. Lin Ye's shoulder retracted, healing rapidly. The demon dragon's wound began to heal. The two exchanged a glance. Let's go again. Just as they were locked in a fierce exchange, a roar of a flying dragon came from outside the cave, mixed with explosions. A series of muffled sounds rolled down from the mountain path, shaking the rubble on the stone wall loose. Lin Ye slightly tilted his head towards the cave entrance. The demon dragon also ceased its attack, narrowing its vertical pupils. It's my 2 gatekeeper little brothers. They just went out hunting and got into a fight with someone. Lin Ye frowned. The white wolf was outside. It couldn't be that she ran into a flying dragon. He turned to walk towards the cave entrance, but stopped after 2 steps as he caught a glimpse of the chat channel going wild with messages. Messages came in one after another so fast he couldn't keep up. What the hell? The Fairy Kingdom is deploying troops. Not deploying troops, it's a collaboration. The Mutual Aid Association gathered the top 100 players from the rankings. Who knows how they managed to negotiate with the Queen, forming a dragon hunting team. Top players plus fairy knights. This lineup is too luxurious. Of course, the demon dragon is a world boss. Killing it will yield great treasures. Who wouldn't want a piece of the pie? Jiang Chun is quite something. He actually managed to negotiate a collaboration with the queen. What about Lin Ye? Didn't he go up the mountain long ago? Why is there no news? Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Lin Ye felt a bit surprised. Jiang Chun, second on the leaderboard. He had never paid much attention to this person. He didn't expect him to strike at this moment. The demon dragon stood behind him looking down at his screen. Your phone is quite high-tech. Why doesn't it have an antenna? This isn't a phone, oh, it's a system panel. Oh, the demon dragon looked again. So what's happening outside? Someone's come to hunt the dragon. The demon dragon was taken aback. Hunting me? Oh, how many people, eh? I don't know, but judging by the momentum, at least 100. The corner of the demon dragon's mouth curled up, flames igniting in its pupils. It's been 300 years since anyone came to see me. Today, 2 groups come at once. Finally some fun. Lin Ye realized this creature was a battle maniac, purely for the thrill of battle. The demon dragon asked, shall we go out together? Lin Ye glanced at him. They are here to hunt you, what does it have to do with me? The demon dragon was stunned. Then what about you? He'll just sit here and rest. If you can't handle them, he'll take their heads. If you can handle them, I can still pick up your residual health. Are you really not going to save face? Can face be eaten? The demon dragon paused, then laughed. All right, then you rest, he'll go meet them. It turned and walked toward the cave entrance, stopping after 2 steps without looking back. By the way, if I lose control, remember to kill me. Ooh, I don't want to go on a killing spree. Outside the dragon's nest, 2 flying dragons circled above the ridge. The sound of their wings flapping resonated like muffled thunder striking against the chest of onlookers as stones tumbled down the ridge, plummeting into the abyss with no sound of their landing. The Snow-White Queen stood on the ridge, her white gown clung to her body in the wind with 8 dragon blood knights standing behind her, their silver armor gleaming as they formed a line. Indeed, 4 dragon blood knights had fallen to Lin Ye, leaving only 8 remaining. Ballista prepare. Behind her 12 ballistae were lined up, their winches creaking, the arrows tipped with explosives, fuses dangling in the wind. Li Shueka crouched beside a ballista, clutching a fuse in his hand. His face was sooty with only his teeth visible, his hoodie burned with 2 holes, and his fingers wrapped in bandages. Your Majesty, the explosive arrows are loaded and ready to fire. The Snow-White Queen glanced at him. Are you sure those can penetrate the scales of the flying dragon? Absolutely. Li Shueka adjusted his glasses. I've adjusted the gunpowder ratio over 30 times, and its power is 5 times greater than the initial version, though the accuracy is somewhat unstable. But the flying dragon is such a large target, it shouldn't be a problem. Someone in the crowd scoffed. What does a science student know about slaying dragons? Li Shueka ignored him and lowered his head to check the fuse. Jiang Chun stood 3 steps to the left of the Snow-White Queen, wearing a deep blue long trench coat, a silver revolver holstered at his waist, the grip inscribed with runes. With arms crossed, he maintained a calm expression. 3 players stood behind him, ranked 4th, 7th, and 8th. They were not members of the mutual aid group, but had temporarily allied with Jiang Chun for their own interests. The 2 flying dragons began their dive, flanking from the left and right, their wings retracting, moving so fast that the air howled. The new commander of the knights, Eileen, drew her sword, its tip pointing towards the sky. Fire! The ballistae fired in unison. 12 explosive arrows flew with sparks, striking the left dragon. The explosion shattered its scales as dark red blood sprayed from the wound. The flying dragon was knocked off course, its body tilting from the dive, its wings brushing against the ridge, sending stones flying that struck the shields of the shield soldiers with a clang. But it did not fall. Steadying itself, it opened its mouth, dragon fire igniting from deep in its throat. Raise shields. The front line of shield soldiers crouched down, their shields bracing against the ground, while those behind placed their shields atop their comrades' shoulders, forming a shield wall. The dragon fire blasted against the shield wall. The shields turned red, the hands holding them scalded and smoking as the air filled with the scent of rust and burnt flesh. Someone screamed in agony, losing their grip on the shield, but those behind quickly took their place. The dragon on the right seized the opportunity to swoop down, its claws grabbing 2 shield soldiers, lifting them up and hurling them off the cliff. Screams echoed from below, fading as they hit the ground. Eileen continued to issue orders. Knights charge. 5 dragon blood knights surged forward. The silver armor shimmered in the flames, their swords aimed at the flying dragon. The dragon whipped its head, knocking 1 knight aside, its wing tips sweeping 2 others away, while the remaining 2 missed their attacks. However, the knight group coordinated seamlessly. As the front line fell, the back line immediately filled in, their blades striking the dragon's neck, leaving only a white mark. The dragon's scales were too thick. The ballista reloaded. Li Shueka shouted, "Everyone clear the way, small arrows are coming." The ballista adjusted their angles. The dragon flipped in the air, the ballista arrow grazing its back, exploding against the stone wall, sending stones cascading down. Another dragon swooped in from the side, its claws grabbing a ballista, lifting it, and tossing it off the cliff. The sound of wood splintering echoed from below, crackling. One ballista was down. Jiang Chun drew his gun. The silver revolver rose, aimed at the dragon's eye, and without aiming he fired. The bullet pierced through the eye, exiting through the back of its head, and embedding into the stone wall. The dragon's body stiffened, falling from the sky, crashing to the ground, and sliding several meters, creating a trench of shattered stones. It lay still. One shot. The ridge fell silent for a moment. A few nearby gasped, "One shot, and it's dead." What kind of gun does Jiang Chun have? Can a dragon not withstand a single shot? Jiang Chun said nothing, holstering his revolver. The remaining dragon began to ascend, attempting to flee. Li Shueka raised his hand, ballista free fire. The remaining 11 ballistae fired simultaneously, explosive arrows embedding in the dragon's back, igniting a sea of flames. The dragon howled in agony, its wings blown apart with 2 holes, its body tilting as it fell from the air. Before it could land, 3 knights had already charged in, their swords stabbing into the wound, piercing through the gaps in its scales, twisting twice. The dragon thrashed a few times before going still. On the ridge, the dragon blood knights began to clear the battlefield, carving off scales and collecting dragon crystals with practiced ease. Someone crouched by the dragon's corpse, expertly cutting meat. Another chopped off one of the dragon's claws, stowing it away in a large canvas bag. More and more people gathered on the ridge. Players emerged from around the corner of the mountain path, one after another, some carrying weapons, some with backpacks, and others empty-handed, merely watching the commotion. Is it over? Is the dragon dead? Of course the corpse is already cold, can't you see? While this lineup is too extravagant, the queen leading, Jiang Chun holding the line, and that scientific madman's explosive arrows. This configuration should be enough to take on a magic dragon, right? Who knows, the magic dragon is a world boss, having lived for who knows how many years. Zhao Xiaojin squeezed into the crowd, standing on tiptoes, her ponytail swaying. Behind her followed dozens of girls, some holding homemade signs, others clutching wildflowers, and some empty-handed, but with sparkling eyes. "Captain, is it appropriate for us to sneak up here without listening to Ye Go? With so many people here, what is there to be afraid of? But why haven't we seen our idol yet? Maybe he's in the cave." Zhao Xiaojin stood on tiptoe, looking toward the cave entrance. "Brother must have his own plan. We just need to avoid causing trouble. Trust in Ye Ge's strength. He might have handled everything by himself." A nearby man overheard their conversation and scoffed by himself. "Didn't you see this commotion? The queen, the knight group, Jiang Chun, and that scientific madman. Even with all these people, taking down 2 flying dragons is still difficult." Zhao Xiaojin huffed. "That's because my brother hasn't made his move yet. If he does, you'll know what true You guys are truly crazy." The girls were furious. It's pointless to talk to a frog in a well. One fiery-tempered girl directly grabbed the man's collar. "Exactly. Speak ill of our idol, and we might just beat you up." The man did not expect that these seemingly fragile women possessed such strength. In the past, they would never have dared to act this way, but now, with the average strength of the fan club boosted by 9 points, they had become a force to be reckoned with. On the ridge, after the dragon blood knights finished clearing the dragon corpses, they retreated behind the Snow White Queen. The ballistae reloaded, the winches creaking as new explosive arrowheads replaced the old ones, their fuses dangling in the wind. Li Shueka crouched next to a ballista, noting items in a small notebook, muttering, "The thickness of the dragon's scales is about 3 centimeters. Explosive arrow penetration rate is 67%. Further optimization of the warhead structure is needed." After finishing, he adjusted his glasses and sketched a rough diagram in his notebook. A nearby player leaned in. "Bro, what are you writing?" "Optimization plan for the warhead structure." "Oh, can you put it in simpler terms? Make the explosives louder." "Got it." The Snow White Queen stood on the platform, her gaze fixed on the cave. "They are coming." Suddenly the wind on the ridge stopped. Everyone felt something, their voices lowered, even their breaths became hushed. The magic dragon emerged from the cave. In human form, wearing black armor with long hair tied up and 2 dark golden curved horns atop its head. Every step it took was light, yet the entire ridge trembled with its weight. He recognized the figure on the platform, stunned in place. "Bai Shui, you're not dead." The Snow White Queen's face tightened, squeezing out a few words between her teeth. "You are the magic dragon." "It is I. You killed my sister." The magic dragon's gaze darkened. He stared at her face for 2 seconds. Indeed, she resembled her. Black hair, white skin, red lips, the contour of her eyes and chin bore a striking resemblance to Snow White. But their auras were entirely different. Snow White exuded heroism, her presence like a sword unsheathed. The one before her, however, had a tinge of coldness, a hint of allure, and a demeanor of superiority. You are her sister. No need to concern yourself with who I am, she enunciated slowly. I am here today solely to take your life. The demon dragon did not respond, its gaze sweeping over the people on the ridge. Crossbows, knights, players, passers-by, at least 1,000. The corners of his mouth twitched. You went to such great lengths just to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8th on the leaderboard moved. It was a tall, slender man wearing a black leather jacket, gripping a long spear with a tip that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Second-tier ability, penetration. The man transformed into a shadow, slicing through the crowd from the side, heading straight for the back of the demon dragon's neck. His speed was so fast that most players only saw a black line. The demon dragon did not turn around. Raising a hand, it pinched the spear tip between 2 fingers. The tall man's pupils constricted sharply. This spear had an armor-piercing attribute combined with his penetration ability, capable of cutting through even the scales of a 3rd-tier earth dragon. Now trapped between 2 fingers, it was utterly motionless. The demon dragon twisted its fingers. The spear snapped. The spear tip spun in the demon dragon's hand before being flipped back, embedding itself in the man's shoulder. The man flew back, crashing into the stone wall, sliding down, while clutching his shoulder, blood pouring from his fingers. Next, the 7th on the leaderboard was a woman sporting messy braids, wielding 2 short daggers, their blades pitch black and non-reflective. Second-tier ability, shadow dance. She did not charge from the front, but instead darted to the side, merging into the shadows. The ridge was full of rocks and shadows, allowing her to move swiftly through the darkness, her position fluctuating unpredictably. The demon dragon stood still, not even turning its head. When the dagger approached its waist, it moved. A palm swatted out. The braided woman was forced out of the shadows, flipping twice in the air before crashing to the ground, sliding several meters. The daggers were nowhere to be seen. She pushed herself up from the ground, half of her face swollen, blood at her mouth, but no bones were broken. The demon dragon had used less than 10% of its strength. After all, they were compatriots. It was only fair to give her a beating. Next, the 4th on the leaderboard was a burly man over 2 meters tall, his muscles straining against his clothes. Second-tier ability, great strength. He did not use a weapon, instead colliding his fists together, producing a sound of clashing metal. I'll take my turn. He kicked off the ground, creating a crater in the stone slab. His fist came crashing down with a slicing sound, the force lifting up the rubble on the ground. The demon dragon did not dodge, but raised a hand to catch the punch in its palm. Boom. A shockwave exploded between the 2 of them, knocking a few nearby individuals to the ground. The burly man's fist remained trapped in the demon dragon's palm, unable to advance an inch. He gritted his teeth, swinging his other fist. The demon dragon caught that one as well. With both hands grasped, the burly man struggled twice, but could not break free. The demon dragon released its grip and stepped forward, its forehead colliding with the burly man's. Boom. The man's vision darkened and he fell backward, his head hitting the ground and stars exploding in front of his eyes. The demon dragon looked down at him, saying, "Not bad for strength, but your brain doesn't seem to work well." The burly man lay on the ground, muttering something incomprehensible. Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. 8th, 7th, 4th. None of them could withstand a single blow. Not just that he didn't even fight seriously, can't you tell? If he were serious, would those people even be able to get up? The 8th-ranked man clutched his shoulder against the stone wall. The 7th had half a swollen face with blood at the corner of his mouth, and the 4th sat on the ground, rubbing his forehead, his eyes still spinning. The expressions of the 3 men turned from arrogance to questioning their existence. The demon dragon stood on the ridge, its gaze calm, casually dropping 3 words. Next. The voice was not loud, but everyone on the ridge heard it clearly. Yet not a single member of the 1,000-strong dragon hunting group dared to move. The might of the demon dragon was indeed terrifying. Although the Knight Commander Erin felt the same fear, she thought that if she did not take action soon, the morale that had just risen would dissipate. If the morale dissipated, the dragon-slaying mission could very well fail. Erin drew her sword, pointing it at the demon dragon. "Knights, listen up, draw your swords." The other 7 Dragonblood Knights stepped forward at the same time. Silver armor reflected cold light in the dimness. The sound of swords being drawn resonated in unison. Erin led the charge. With her sword held horizontally in front of her, the dragon scale patterns on the blade glowed with a dark red light, spreading from the guard to the tip. Kill. The 8 Dragonblood Knights moved simultaneously. Silver armor reflected the flames, and 8 swords thrust in from different angles. The demon dragon stepped back half a step. The first sword grazed its throat, the second struck its shoulder, the third aimed at its waist, the fourth, fifth, and sixth. All evaded. Grabbing one knight's wrist, it pulled him aside, causing that person to crash into another knight, the two rolling into a heap. It lifted a leg, kicking the third away, and swatted the fourth with a backhand. The remaining four simultaneously thrust their swords. The demon dragon did not dodge. The sword tips struck the armor, causing sparks to fly. It remained completely still. Looking down at the white mark on its chest, it said, "Your swords don't even scratch my skin." The faces of the four knights changed simultaneously. The demon dragon reached out, grasping the blade of the nearest sword, pulling both the knight and sword toward itself, slamming a palm against its chest. The silver armor dented inward. The knight flew out, crashing against the stone wall, sliding down while blood poured from his mouth. The remaining three retreated. The demon dragon did not pursue, standing still, brushing off the dust from its hands. "I was excited to see so many of you, yet not a single one can fight." Erin got up from the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth, her face pale. Even knowing she was outmatched, she could only fight back. "Unleash the dragon blood and fight with me." The seven behind her activated their bloodlines simultaneously. A dark red light exploded from their bodies, their pupils turning into slit, scales appearing on their skin, nails elongating and curving into claws. Their clothes tore at the back, pairs of dark red wings unfolded from their shoulder blades, the membranous wings semi-transparent, revealing the blood vessels inside. Half-dragon form. Erin's sword tip pointed at the demon dragon. Surrounded. The eight charged from 8 directions simultaneously, their speed more than doubled the air, tearing apart with a sharp whistling sound. The sword tips stabbed in from all directions, cutting off all routes of retreat. The demon dragon did not retreat. It did not even move. When the sword tips were half a foot away from its body, it spoke. "You mere mixed bloods dare to act recklessly before me." The voice was not loud, even somewhat understated. But the pressure burst forth from its words like a mountain crashing down from above. The bodies of the 8 people froze simultaneously. Their slit pupils shrank sharply, then widened. The swords slipped from their hands, clattering to the ground. Knees crashed onto the stone slab, thud, 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 forming a unified sound. The 8 knelt down, wings retracting, scales fading, claws reverting to nails. Erin knelt on the ground, trembling all over her forehead, resting against the stone slab, unable to lift her head. Pure blood pressure. Like a dog encountering a tiger, something deep within her bones screamed, commanding her to kneel. The crowd erupted. What's happening? Why are the Dragon Blood Knights all kneeling? What nonsense! This is the kingdom's strongest Dragon Blood Knights. Oh, just a moment ago, each of them could confront a third-tier opponent. Someone swallowed hard, their voice floating. It's not surprising. The strength of the Dragon Blood Knights comes from the dragon blood, and the source of dragon blood is the demon dragon. Have you ever seen a grandson dare to strike his grandfather? That's simply defying the heavens. No one spoke. The Snow White Queen's expression finally changed. She knew the demon dragon was strong, but she never expected it to be this strong. Even in its human form, it had incapacitated more than half of the high-tier fighters present. As M.O. Long's words fell, the Snow White Queen's longsword had already thrust forward. The blade was wreathed in pale light and aimed straight for M.O. Long's throat. He twisted aside. The edge skimmed his neck, shaving off a few strands of hair. "Your swordsmanship pales beside your sister's," M.O. Long said. The queen offered no reply. With a twist of her wrist, she swung horizontally. M.O. Long leaned back as the blade swept half an inch past the tip of his nose. She did not stop. The third stroke followed, driving straight for the heart. M.O. Long stepped back. The tip halted 3 inches from his chest, just out of reach. "You landed 3 strikes, and I only backed a half step. And you still cannot see the difference." The queen bit her lip, but said nothing, lifting her leg to kick his chest. M.O. Long did not dodge. He took it and retreated another half step. "That kick bore a sliver of your sister's essence." "Shut up." Blue light burst along the queen's blade as each strike grew faster than the last. On the 5th blow, M.O. Long tilted his head, and the blade grazed his ear. At the 6th, he raised a hand and flicked the sword's length. A hum ran through the metal. The queen's hand went numb, and she nearly lost her grip. On the 7th strike, she gritted her teeth and drove the blade. M.O. Long did not move. The point rested against the white mark on his breastplate and would not penetrate. "You." He glanced down at the pale mark. "Good strength, but the sword is too dull." The queen's face flushed. She withdrew the sword, clenched a fist that glowed white, and struck M.O. Long in the chest. Thud. The muffled impact shook the loose stones nearby. M.O. Long did not flinch. He looked down at her fist. "Enough." "Not yet." Another punch slammed into the same spot. M.O. Long stepped back a half step. The third punch forced him a full pace. The fourth pushed him 2 paces. On the fifth strike, Mo Long reached out and caught her fist. The queen struggled twice, but could not break free. Let go. Calm down. I cannot calm down. She brought her other fist. Mo Long gripped that as well. With both hands held, the queen kicked his groin. Mo Long released his grasp and stepped back 2 paces. Damn, even kicking groin strikes now. I told you couldn't beat me. Even if I can't win, I will fight. The queen drew a dagger from her waist and lunged forward. Mo Long sidestepped, caught her wrist, and with a gentle twist sent the dagger clattering to the ground. I do not want to hurt you. When you killed my sister, did you spare a thought for not harming people? Mo Long's fingers stilled for a moment. At that instant, bang. A gunshot cracked. A silver-white bullet flew from the crowd, aimed at the back of Mo Long's head. He tilted his head. The slug skimmed his temple, carving a streak of blood along his brow. Golden blood trickled down his brow and hissed as it struck the stone. He turned. Jiang Chen stood 10 paces away, the revolver's muzzle still smoking surprise on his face. Such reflexes, such speed of turn. He even dodged a bullet. Coward, firing from the crowd. Mo Long had not finished when another shot rang out. The second bullet spat from the chamber, silver-white, with a tail of dark purple flame. This time, Mo Long did not evade. He lifted his palm to block it. Shoo! The silver slug buried half an inch into his palm, smoking where it pierced flesh. He glanced down, plucked the bullet from his hand, and tossed it to the floor. This gun really hurts to use, Jiang Chen muttered, his pupils narrowing. His Si Ling, Mo Chong. Its penetrative power could pierce the skull of a third-tier wyvern, and its soul-afflicting damage could erase the consciousness of lower-tier monsters. Yet it was caught bare-handed by Mo Long and dismissed as mere pain. A heaviness pressed at Jiang Chen's chest. Backlash. Si Ling, Mo Chong. When fired, it consumes a soul. If the target is not killed, the weapon drains 20 of its user's health. That gun had always been flawless, every foe felled by a single shot. Today it had met its most ignominious defeat. 2 shots failed to fell Mo Long, and Jiang Chen's health plunged to 60%. A bitter taste rose, and he spat a mouthful of dark red blood onto the stone, steam rising from it. Several nearby players retreated a few steps. Jiang Chen is coughing up blood. Didn't that shot hit? How did he get hurt himself? What kind of gun is that, the self-harming kind? Of course, every ability carries a price. Even Jiang Chen is not exempt. Jiang Chen said nothing. He wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at the wound in Mo Long's palm as it began to knit, or flesh sprouted at the edges. 3 seconds. The wound vanished, leaving only a faint white mark. Unbelievable. Unparalleled reflexes, speed, defense, regeneration. How could anyone possibly contend with that? Even if he fired the remaining 3 shots, it would be useless. Mo Long stepped forward. Jiang Chen recoiled by instinct, but Mo Long's hand was already outstretched. 5 fingers gripped Jiang Chen's throat and lifted him clear off the ground. His feet left the earth, his face swelling purpler. The revolver fell from his hand and clattered to the stone. Do you know? I hate cowards who shoot from the crowd, Mo Long said softly, each word a solid strike. If you want to fight, do it openly. Hiding among people and taking potshots. What kind of thing is that? Jiang Chen's lips trembled as he tried to speak, but his throat was crushed, and only a muffled sound escaped. Mo Long's fingers tightened. Jiang Chen made another garbled noise as his eyes rolled back. At that moment, a crack of air. A long blade flew from the crowd straight for the hollow of Mo Long's back. He released his grip and turned aside. The long knife skimmed his armor and rammed into the stone wall, burying half a foot of its blade, while the handle vibrated outside. Jiang Chen fell, clutching his neck and coughing. Mo Long turned. A woman stepped forward from the crowd, clad in a cyan robe with a deep blue sash, her long hair pinned with a wooden hairpin and a few loose strands framing her face. Her features were not breathtaking, but a heroic spirit lived between her brows and eyes. Mo Long narrowed his gaze. Are we finished yet? Going to take turns fighting? Someone in the crowd recognized her. Shen Qinglan. It's Shen Qinglan. Holy, rank 1 finally acts. What is her strength? We've never seen her intervene before. Shen Qinglan approached the stone wall, gripped the handle, and pulled. A seam split the wall and chips of stone tumbled down from the crack. She held the blade horizontally before her. The steel was snow-white, and the edge shimmered coldly. 2 characters were carved on the spine. Qing Ming. Mo Long's interest was piqued. Rank 1. You do not seem weak, Mo Long observed. Shen Qinglan said nothing. A flash of blade. He tilted his head, the edge grazing his ear and shearing a few hairs, and at the same moment, he unleashed a punch. Shen Qinglan closed and parried. The fist struck the blade with a harsh clang. The sound bit the air, and she was driven back 3 steps, her boots carving 2 furrows in the stone. She glanced down at the blade and saw a shallow fist mark. Looking up at Mo Long, her expression changed. Very strong. Mo Long flexed his wrist. You're not bad either to take one of my punches. Shen Qinglan tightened her grip and pushed off with her foot. This time she was faster. Blade flashes merged into a continuous streak as one cut followed another, each falling upon the same place. Mo Long struck again. Fist met blade, the clash of metal rang out, sparks scattering. After a dozen exchanges, Mo Long suddenly revealed a fatal opening, bringing his throat close to her knife. Shen Qinglan thought the opportunity had arrived and swung horizontally. A curl at Mo Long's lip preceded an uppercut that smashed the blade, jolting Shen Qinglan's wrist and nudging the knife half an inch aside. Simultaneously, his right fist drove toward her chest. She twisted away. The gust of the punch ripped her shoulder fabric, exposing the soft armor beneath. With Mo Long's fists already flying, she abandoned the throat and drove the blade for his breast. The tip had pierced scale mail. Just as Shen Qinglan believed she would win, Mo Long's triumphant grin flashed, and he rammed his elbow into her forearm. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking. Shen Qinglan gave a stifled groan and was thrown backward some 10 meters, only halted when her blade sank into the ground. Her left arm hung uselessly, it was clearly ruined. She gritted her teeth, kneeling on one knee with her right hand on the hilt, eyes fixed on Mo Long. You set me up to expose an opening. Mo Long laughed. Surprised. I can elbow strike too. Shen Qinglan refused to admit it, but the facts were plain. She had lost. And she had lost utterly. Not only had her strength been bested, her intelligence had been crushed as well. Mo Long looked up at Shen Qinglan, his mouth curling into a grin. Not bad, you are the second person today who gave me a satisfying fight. Shen Qinglan frowned. She had always been first at everything. Today she had been relegated to second. Who was first? Who was the first one? The dark cave entrance revealed nothing. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Did even the first on the leaderboard lose? Hey. It's impressive that the first one held on this long, considering the 4th, 7th, and 8th were defeated in seconds. What good is that? They still lost. The magic dragon didn't take it seriously. Oh, look at him. He didn't even break a sweat. It's over. If even Shen Qinglan can't win, who else can? Someone suddenly realized, their voice rising in pitch. The magic dragon just said that Shen Qinglan is the second person he enjoyed fighting. Who was the first? Yeah, who was the first? Could it be Lin Ye? Didn't Lin Ye enter the cave early? Could he have already fought the magic dragon? It's possible. Otherwise, how would the magic dragon know he was the first? But where is Lin Ye? Why hasn't he come out yet? Zhao Xiaojin caught the name Lin Ye and her eyes brightened as she tiptoed to look for him in the crowd. Brother, where are you? Dozens of girls behind her also began to shout. Ye Gu, idol, where have you gone? Their voices rose and fell, echoing across the open ridge. Under the magic dragon's gaze, his attention instinctively shifted towards the sound. A girl stood at the front of the crowd on tiptoes, looking around, her ponytail swaying in the wind. Wearing an oversized hoodie with sleeves long enough to only reveal her fingertips. She wasn't tall, probably reaching just to his chest. Behind her, a group of girls followed, some holding handmade signs, others clutching wildflowers, all shouting along with her. The magic dragon's pupils suddenly constricted. He thought he was seeing things. He squinted and looked again. It was still her. That figure he had replayed in his mind countless times. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Each time he told himself it was false, a fantasy, a mere illusion from lying too long in the cave. But that girl was still there. He would never mistake those spirited eyes. The magic dragon's lips moved slightly. A name squeezed out from his throat, so soft only he could hear it. Xiaojin. 300 years. He had replayed countless reunion scenarios in his mind. He had imagined her grown up, taller, more beautiful. He had thought that perhaps she was married, perhaps had children, perhaps had forgotten him. But he never envisioned their meeting would be in such a scene. He took a step forward. Just then Jiang Chun got up from the ground, holding his neck, shouting, "Everyone attack! Whoever kills the magic dragon first will claim the bloodline." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone on the ridge heard it clearly. A moment of silence followed. The crowd instinctively stepped back. Are you crazy? The first and second on the leaderboard couldn't win. Are we going to go up and deliver ourselves? No matter how good the bloodline is, can you take it with your life? Jiang Chun wiped the blood from his lips. The magic dragon isn't invincible, he's injured. His wounds are healing more slowly than before. He paused. After the recent battle, his stamina is nearly exhausted. He is now at his last breath. Some in the crowd hesitated. Think about it. That is the magic dragon's bloodline, the only one in the world. Jiang Chen's voice floated in the wind. If you get it, you become the next magic dragon. Silence. The ridge was quiet except for the sound of the wind. Then someone stepped forward. A second-tier player holding a knife. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling, but he didn't stop. Damn it, I'm going for it. With the first step, there came a second. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The crowd surged forward like a tide, blocking the magic dragon from the girl. Get out of the way. The magic dragon roared, but no one listened. The crowd that surrounded him had eyes filled with greed. The first person rushed to him swinging a machete. The magic dragon sidestepped, the blade grazed his clothes, and he backhanded the attacker away. A second person lunged from the left, jabbing him in the waist with an iron rod, bending it. A third person pounced from the right, grabbing his arm and biting down. The magic dragon looked down at the person biting his arm and shook his hand. The person flew out, crashing into the crowd and knocking several down. But even more surged forward. Like a swarm of ants. The magic dragon punched one away, kicked another, and backhanded another. But there were just too many. One flew away, two came in its place. Two flew away, four took their place. The magic dragon didn't want to massacre them, nor did he want to frighten his sister. So every time he struck, he deliberately held back his strength. But holding back required time to think, and thinking took time, which slowed his movements. More and more people clung to him. The magic dragon shook twice, but couldn't shake them off. He grew increasingly agitated. Get off. A shock wave exploded from within him, throwing everyone holding on to him away and crashing into the crowd, knocking many down. But even more people surged forward. In the chaos, Zhao Xiaojin was pushed around by the crowd. She was small and was being shoved sideways by the tide. Someone bumped into her. As she lost her balance, her knee hit the stone and tears filled her eyes from the pain. Someone stepped on her foot. She bit her lip to keep silent, reaching her hand to support herself on the ground, but her hand was trampled over, her nails split, and blood oozed out. No, have you all gone mad? Her voice was drowned out. The girls behind her were also scattered. Some shouted for team leader, others called Xiaojin, but their voices were all drowned by the shouts of the crowd. The magic dragon's breathing grew rough. The dark golden hue in his pupils began to turn red. Yet he reminded himself he couldn't kill. Once he crossed that line, it would be over, spiraling out of control. He gritted his teeth, trying not to kill. But there were too many, hundreds, thousands. He couldn't kill, yet he couldn't fight them off completely. Although these people weren't strong, there were just too many. One strike came down, no defense broken. Two strikes came down, still no defense broken. 10 strikes came down, white marks appeared. 100 strikes, and the water finally wore away, the stone beginning to draw blood. The wounds were small, healing quickly, but they couldn't withstand the sheer number. Golden blood seeped from the wounds, trailing down his scales and dripping onto the ground, hissing as it met the earth. The magic dragon gasped for breath. The red in his pupils grew more prominent. He began to lose track of which were players, which were stones, and which were shadows. The beastly instinct within him surged up, like magma about to erupt. The instinct he had suppressed for 300 years was now beginning to escape his control. The magic dragon bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste exploding in his mouth. Images of the innocents he had killed flashed through his mind, those memories buried deep that he had never dared to touch. If he lost control again, everyone here would die, including his sister. He began to retreat towards the cave. The crowd chased him. He really can't take it anymore, he's injured and trying to escape. Chase him. Don't let him get away. The bloodline is mine. The magic dragon took 2 more steps back, but found something hanging on his leg. He looked down to see a player lying on the ground, biting his calf, eyes bloodshot, muttering incessantly. Dragon blood, I want dragon blood. The magic dragon raised his foot, shook it twice, but couldn't shake him off. He reached down and pulled the person off his leg by the collar, lifting him to his face. The person opened his mouth to bite his hand, but couldn't reach, flailing in the air. The magic dragon's eyes turned blood red, panting heavily. Do you want to die that badly? The person's eyes shifted from bloodshot to terrified. I. The magic dragon threw him away and instinctively looked into the crowd. He saw her knocked down on the ground, saw someone stepping over her, saw her biting her lip in silence. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed. The magic dragon wanted to go over, but there were too many people blocking him completely. He couldn't take a step. The crowd surged around him, blocking his view. All he saw were unfamiliar faces, all with greedy eyes. Where is Xiaojin? Where is my Xiaojin? He could no longer find her. After waiting 300 years, why were these people still blocking him? Clearly he had been patient repeatedly. Why was he not understood? Just because he was a magic dragon, did he have to die? Why should this be his fate? No, he didn't want to be ruled by fate any longer. In a daze, the image of his sister lying helpless on the ground flashed before him. The last thread of sanity in the magic dragon snapped. He had suppressed himself for 300 years only to see greed in the eyes of these people. At this moment, he finally understood that this world wasn't worth his patience. Just a group of weak and greedy insects that needed to be exterminated. Exterminate them, and he wouldn't be bothered anymore. If he exterminated them, there would be no one to stop him and no one to bully his sister. Die, all of you, die? The magic dragon's sanity completely shattered. With a roar, the stones on the wall fell in a cascade, and those closest covered their ears and crouched down, blood flowing from their ears. The magic dragon's body began to expand. His armor burst apart, scales emerged from beneath his skin, and bone spurs grew out from his spine. His wings unfolded from his back, the membrane a deep crimson with barbs at the tips. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a human into a giant dragon. His massive body, dozens of meters long, was covered in black-red scales with dark golden vertical pupils. The dragon's might had arrived. There was no need to deliberately release it. The moment he transformed into a dragon, it emanated naturally. The fear of dragons was coded into the genes of every living being, unavoidable. Thud, thud, thud. Those closest to him fell to their knees. Their legs turned to jelly, their spines bent, foreheads pressed against the broken stones, trembling all over. They felt as if a mountain was crushing their shoulders, bones creaking. Jiang Chun braced against the rock wall, his nails digging into the crevices. He felt as if an invisible hand was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe, his heart pounding like a drum. Even Shun Qinglan knelt on one knee. The Qingming blade was planted in the ground, both hands gripping the hilt to support herself, beads of sweat running down her nose. She gritted her teeth, trying to stand up, but as soon as her knee lifted half an inch off the ground, that pressure forced her back down. This was the might of the dragon. It wasn't magic, it wasn't a skill. It was a suppression on the bloodline level, a tremor deep within the soul. Zhao Xiaojin got up from the ground, her hands covered in blood, her knee scraped, her clothes dusted. She looked up. A dragon, right in front of her. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sky, dark golden vertical pupils like two burning suns. The light seeping through the gaps in its scales was blinding, the dragon's breath igniting deep in its throat, growing brighter and more dazzling. She froze, pinned in place. It wasn't that she didn't want to run, her body simply wouldn't obey. One thought filled her mind: she was going to die. Then she saw the dragon's eyes, red, filled with blood, its pupils violently constricting as if struggling. It was looking at her. Zhao Xiaojin didn't know why, but she felt that the dragon was looking at her. She wanted to shout, her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Her legs weakened, and she fell back, palm pressing against the ground, the sharp stones digging into her flesh, but she couldn't care less. The dragon's breath grew even brighter. Zhao Xiaojin closed her eyes. Then she heard a voice, raspy and indistinct, escaping from its throat. Run. Zhao Xiaojin was uncertain if she had misheard. In the moment before the dragon's breath erupted from the mouth of the demon dragon, its head abruptly turned away. A white light swept past the ridge, melting the stones in its path. Charred marks extended from the ridge down to the foot of the mountain, emitting smoke with red-hot edges. The crowd finally panicked. Run. The instinct for survival urged people to flee from this place. Some were crying, others were shouting for their mothers, while some with weak legs crawled, unable to rise, trampled by those behind them. Shoes, weapons, and backpacks were scattered everywhere. But the dragon did not look at them. It lowered its head, its dark, golden vertical pupils fixating on the girl below, filled with struggle. It wanted to approach, but feared scaring her. Zhao Xiaojin sat slumped on the ground, looking up at the dragon. The dragon's breath passed just above her head, singeing a few strands of her hair, her face covered in ash. She did not understand why she was still alive. Yet she saw a light flickering in those eyes, as if there were tears. Did this demon dragon seem to recognize her? But Zhao Xiaojin felt this thought was absurd. The demon dragon was the boss of the fairy tale world. How could it possibly recognize an ordinary player like her? At that moment, the crossbow suddenly acted up from behind. Quick, shoot. Li Shueka disagreed. This demon dragon seems to bear no malice. Do not provoke it further. The White Queen was already in charge. A demon dragon is still a demon dragon. No matter how it disguises itself, it cannot hide its brutal essence. It killed my sister today. I must avenge her. Follow my orders, shoot. The soldiers at the crossbow could only comply, gritting their teeth as they pulled the firing cord. 12 explosive arrows, trailing sparks, struck the demon dragon's back, igniting a burst of flames, shattering its scales, and golden blood spurted from the wound. The demon dragon let out a roar. That roar shook the debris on the ridge into the air. It turned its head, and the last trace of clarity in its dark golden pupils was swallowed by pain and anger. It pounced down directly. The dragon's breath ignited from deep in its throat, and the white light swept over the crossbow formation. The wooden boards exploded, metal melted, and people vaporized. There was no scream. Li Shueiko was lifted by the shockwave. His back slammed against the stone wall, sliding down, blood gushing from his mouth. It's over this time, it's really over. The demon dragon did not stop. A jet of dragon breath sprayed towards the fleeing crowd. The white light swept down from the ridge, melting stones and turning the ground to char. Dozens of people were gone before they could even scream. In just a few seconds, over 100 were dead or injured. The White Queen charged from the side, her sword enveloped in white light, leaping to stab at the demon dragon's neck. The demon dragon did not turn back. Its claw swiped back. The queen, along with her sword, was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall, sliding down, blood pouring from her mouth, her soft armor shattering on the spot. Had it not been for her ancestral soft armor saving her life, she would have been turned into a mist of blood by now. Shen Qinglan pounced from the other side. The Qingming blade struck the demon dragon's foreleg, digging half an inch into its flesh. The demon dragon glanced at her, its tail sweeping out. Shen Qinglan was sent flying, flipping twice in the air, crashing into a pile of rubble, her blade flying away. Eileen charged in with the Night Brigade. The demon dragon roared, sending 8 people flying simultaneously, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The sound of wailing filled the air. Those who had just shouted, "The bloodline is mine," were now slumped on the ground, trembling all over, their pants soaked. Some lay on the ground, retching, while others curled up, muttering, "Mom, I want to go home." Some crawled down the mountain with broken legs, fingers digging into the rubble, nails peeling back, hands covered in blood. At the mountain summit, it had completely turned into a purgatory on earth. "Help! Who can save me? We shouldn't have come. We shouldn't have come. Where is Jiang Chun? Where the hell is Jiang Chun? It was he who led us here." No one responded. Because Jiang Chun, seeing the situation was wrong, had already run away. Others in the Dragon Hunter group were all struggling to save themselves. Where could they care about everyone else's lives? In the eyes of the out-of-control demon dragon, all moving things were enemies. If they were enemies, then they must be destroyed. In less than a minute, the Dragon Hunter group suffered over half casualties. Several girls from the fan club had just gotten up from the ground and reached out to help Xiao Xiaojin. "Xiaojin, hurry and run." Zhao Xiaojin was pulled up, her legs still weak, dragged towards the mountain path. Just as she took 2 steps, a shadow loomed over her from above. She looked up. The demon dragon was right in front of them, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sky. The dragon's breath ignited from deep in its throat, growing brighter and more blinding. The girls were all frozen in fear. Their legs were nailed to the ground, unable to move, their minds blank. In Zhao Xiaojin's pupils, the incredibly brilliant firelight was reflected. This time she was definitely doomed. "What are you all spacing out for?" A grayish-white figure suddenly pounced in from the side. The white wolf spread her arms, knocking the girls down to the ground. The dragon's breath swept over their backs, instantly turning the ground to char, the stones glowing red, melting at the edges. The girls lay trembling on the ground. Zhao Xiaojin was on the ground looking back. The white wolf stood in front of them with a silver ponytail, dressed in black, and a black dragon sword at her waist. With both hands pushed forward, a burst of ice blue light exploded in her palms. Frost surged out from under her feet. A massive ice shield formed in front of her, half a foot thick, its surface engraved with frost patterns, blue light seeping out from the grooves. The dragon's breath collided with the ice shield. His steam erupted. The white wolf gritted her teeth, her feet sliding back on the rubble, carving out 2 deep grooves. The ice shield was melting. It collapsed from the center outward, the surface cracking, water flowing down the fissures, evaporating before it even hit the ground. The white wolf's hands trembled, but she did not retreat. "Sister White Wolf, where exactly has Brother Yi gone?" Hearing Zhao Xiaojin's words, the white wolf felt a sudden panic. She gritted her teeth, pouring the last